Chapter 1. The murderer's father, the unfaithful mother, the insane self, and the broken home. Hello, Mr. Bai Ye. I am your attending physician, Dr. Li. Please feel free to address me as Dr. Li. I would like to ask you a few questions to assess the progress of your recovery. As the gentle voice resonated, Bai's mind seemed to momentarily drift. He slowly opened his eyes, only to realize he was confined in a small room, facing a bespectacled young man clad in a white coat, presumably a doctor. Wait, a doctor? When did I arrive at a hospital? While Bai was lost in thought, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave. What is happening? After sorting through the influx of memories, Bai comprehended one crucial fact. He had traversed into another life. He had inhabited the body of a mentally ill child, who also bore the name Bai. Recollecting his family, a grimace involuntarily crossed his lips. The chaotic circumstances surpassed any tempest. In essence, a married woman fell in love with a married man, the latter being the uncle of this body, while the former was the child's mother. In his childhood, the original inhabitant had sought to play hide and seek with his mother, hiding in a wardrobe, only to witness the shocking infidelity between his mother and uncle in bed. As fate would have it, his father returned unexpectedly from a business trip, witnessing the scandalous scene. Consequently, both the mother and uncle were brutally slain by the father, who then gruesomely dismembered the uncle and cooked him. He embraced the blood-soaked mother in a passionate display, wearing a tender smile while uttering phrases like "you can only be mine." The original inhabitant trembled in terror, accidentally tumbling from the wardrobe, prompting the father to fixate on him with a bloodthirsty gaze. "No wonder you were named you Bai. You are indeed a bastard. I will kill you. I will kill you." The father gripped the original inhabitant's throat tightly, his frenzied aura instilling such fear that the child lost control of his bodily functions. Just as the boy was on the brink of losing consciousness, a kind-hearted neighbor intervened just in time. However, due to the lack of oxygen and overwhelming fear, the original inhabitant succumbed to madness, and at the tender age of 7, he was confined to a mental institution for a decade. Upon learning this harrowing tale, Bai could not help but twitch his lips in disbelief. Goodness, he had just crossed over and found himself in a state of insanity, surrounded by a family devoid of sanity. It was utterly absurd. Gazing at the young and refined doctor before him, Bai felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. If he could answer the questions correctly, he might be released. He certainly did not wish to spend an eternity in a mental hospital upon his arrival. "All right, Dr. Li, I am ready. Please proceed with your questions." Bai Ye's words immediately raised Dr. Li's eyebrows, for it was the first time Bai had spoken so fluently, which took him by surprise. "Do you recall what illness you have?" "Dr. Li, I am not ill. A mentally ill person would never admit to being unwell." "Damn." Upon hearing the coarse remark, Dr. Li was momentarily taken aback. In previous instances when he broached the subject, Bai Ye would tremble violently, clutching his head in distress, or otherwise wreak havoc in a fit of madness. However, this time, the atmosphere felt markedly different. It seemed as if he had genuinely returned to a state of normalcy. Hesitant, yet curious, Dr. Li decided to inquire further. "If you were to be discharged, what activities would you wish to pursue?" "Well, doctor, having spent a decade in this place, what else can I do aside from working?" "Are you perhaps arranging a job for me?" "I'm immensely grateful. You may be overthinking it." Dr. Li shook his head, but at least he could ascertain that this patient was capable of coherent communication, which was somewhat inconsistent with what Dr. Han had conveyed. Nonetheless, to be on the safe side, he posed another question. "Having spent 10 years here, if you possessed ample funds, is there a destination you would yearn to visit? Perhaps travel to unwind?" "Needless to say, I have envisioned it countless times in my mind. First, I would vacation in the Maldives, then attend a comic convention in Ahahaha, Japan, followed by learning to fly in the Hawaiian Islands. Then New York, London, Paris. Ideally, I would explore all 4 ancient civilizations. But perhaps I should skip India. I fear for my well-being there." In summary, if I had sufficient money, my dream of traveling the world would finally be realized. Bai Ye spoke with enthusiasm, yet upon hearing his words, Dr. Li's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly interjected, "Alas, it seems the treatment is far from complete. Here are today's medications. Please take them promptly. I shall return a check on you shortly." "What the hell? Are you messing with me? Was there something wrong with what I just said?" Bai Ye's mind was racing with expletives. And as Dr. Lee turned to leave, he called out, "Wait, I assure you, I'm not ill. And what I just described is not that every person dreams of." Dr. Lee glanced back at him with a sigh. Therein lies a significant issue. Currently, the world consists solely of the Great Xia. Beyond its borders, an enigmatic fog enshrouds the rest of the planet. Your notion of globetrotting is akin to courting death. It appears I shall need to increase your medication dosage tomorrow. What? The Great Xia is the only remaining nation? Hold on, Great Xia? That nomenclature seems oddly peculiar. It should be the People's Republic of No. This setting feels eerily familiar. Goodness, the god-slaying. Upon realizing this, Bai Ye swiftly comprehended the realm he had been transported to. Memories of the plot from the god-slaying narrative flooded his mind, and his expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. A psychiatric hospital in Yangwang? Does that mean Songnan still exists? Thus, Songnan has not yet faced destruction. Wait, if I recall correctly, the original occupant had not left this city before the age of 7, and he had spent a decade within this psychiatric facility. After contemplating this, Bai Ye found himself utterly bewildered. Once Lin Chia's mundane divine realm dissipated, would he not be left in a state of utter despair? Although the celestial court had collected his soul, as a transmigrator, starting his journey in a psychiatric hospital, and without a moment to comprehend his predicament, he found himself trapped within a soul-bound vessel, only to be released at the story's conclusion. Such a fate seems to lack any semblance of significance. Wait, hold on, what if during this period, Shiva's grievance had not yet penned the tale of Songnan? It is entirely plausible that he had transmigrated decades prior. Dr. Lee, I assure you, my condition has truly improved. My previous mention of a world tour was merely a jest. There's no need to take it seriously. Please release me. Regrettably, for the safety of the citizens, I cannot permit your release. Furthermore, my time here is limited. I must attend to a child for a follow-up examination. Coincidentally, that child is of the same age as you. Upon hearing this, the last flicker of hope in Bai Ye's heart dimmed. He weakly inquired, "May I ask the child's name?" "Oh, his name is Lin Chia." "Oh no, this is disastrous. His time is nearly up. Ha! Songnan is doomed. The world is ending. We are all fated to perish. Ha! Let's all die. Ha! Perhaps influenced by the original owner's memories, upon realizing he had but a year left, Bai Ye succumbed to madness. Confined in a psychiatric hospital, consuming unpalatable medication daily, the thought of enduring such a life for another year drove him to contemplate setting this place ablaze. Dr. Han, recently promoted to vice dean, was informed of Bai Ye's ruckus and reluctantly made his way to the room. "Cease your noise. If you continue, your dinner will be withheld." Ha! Old man, I have ascended. I am destined to become an immortal. Would you like me to foretell your future? What? Oh dear, it is indeed grave. Within the next year, you shall encounter a calamity of bloodshed. Ha! Dr. Han, I wish to strike this imbecile. Just moments ago, Dr. Lee informed me that Bai Ye's condition had improved. He could be discharged in about 6 months. Is this what they call improvement? He seems even more deranged than before. Vice Dean, this patient has been like this since Dr. Lee's departure. His mind appears to be somewhat unhinged. You should keep your distance, be cautious of potential harm. A nurse approached Dr. Han and whispered, yet upon seeing her speak, Bai Ye rushed forward, his face alight with mania, shouting through the thick iron door, "Young man, allow me to read your fortune. If my predictions are inaccurate, you may twist my head off and use it as a urinal. Get lost, you lunatic. Let me think. You are a local of Songnan, having lived here for decades, am I correct? What sort of fortune-telling is this? Get out, get out. Do you wish for me to administer an injection that will keep you bedridden for 3 days? Aye, you are destined for calamity a year from now. Your entire family will be gone. Ha! Witnessing Bai Ye's crazed laughter, the nurse clenched her fists and, through the gap in the iron door, delivered a punch to Bai Ye's forehead. The pain caused him to collapse to the ground, his thoughts drifting far away in the vast expanse of the galaxy. There exists a train that stretches endlessly, yet the shimmering golden gate is an image that will forever linger in Bai's memory. Let them perish. Let them all perish. Ha! Alas, is this the Astral Express? No. How could such a thing exist in the realm of the Godslayer? As the train's door slowly creaked open, Bai stepped inside, only to find that the enchanting pink-haired girl he had anticipated, along with the girl who rummaged through trash bins, were nowhere to be seen. Even the train's mascot, a little rabbit, was absent. The entire train presented itself in an extraordinarily bizarre manner before him. Bai approached the first compartment, where a door plate adorned with a mask motif caught his eye, instantly snapping his mind back to clarity amidst the chaos. A mask? Could it be the fool in a mask? Surely, the occupant behind this door cannot be the fool in a mask. Perhaps he might finally meet the delightful Hanabi. But then again, it could just as easily be Uncle Coldleg. I would gladly sacrifice 10 years of my life, hoping that behind this door lies Hanabi. If so, my final year would not be so dreary at the very least. Playing poker with Miss Hanabi inside would be far better than languishing in a mental asylum. But if not, ha, then let this world meet its end. With a deliberate push, Bai opened the door, and upon seeing the occupant within, his expression froze instantaneously as an eerie wail erupted from the resident's lips. I'm sorry, I'm not Hanabi, I'm Aha, and I'm here to disappoint you, woo woo woo. The haunting cry echoed throughout the train as he beheld a child donning a dark red mask slowly turning to face him. Got a joy. Why are you here? Where's my Miss Hanabi? Did you consume her? What poker can I possibly play with you? Upon discovering that the figure in the room was this god of amusement, Bai succumbed to madness once more, lunging forward to grasp Aha's neck, shaking him relentlessly. Yet, Aha continued to weep inconsolably, exhibiting no intention of escaping Bai's grip. In that moment, a voice resonated within Bai's mind. Greetings, conductor. I am Xiaoxing, the artificial intelligence of the Astral Express. Congratulations on unlocking the room of Aha, the god of joy. You have acquired the skill mass from Aha. In the time to come, you must continuously defeat the mysterious entities to elevate Aha's personality correction value. When Aha's personality correction value surpasses 20, 50, and 80, you will earn a chance to draw a prize. Suddenly, Bai jolted awake from the ground. Glancing at the timite, it was precisely midnight. So, he must continuously slay the mysterious entities to enhance Aha's personality correction value? But isn't he the god of joy? Why is he crying so sorrowfully? Has he lost his sanity, just like Bai? Surely not. However, Bai did not dwell on the matter. His foremost concern now was how to escape this dreadful place. The ability of Aha. I am quite eager to witness it. With that, Bai Ye closed his eyes, and the power of the mask unfolded in his mind. Mask, the ability to swiftly disguise oneself as any creature, acquiring 50% of the strength of a being of the same realm. The greater the disparity between the transformation subject and oneself, the lesser the effectiveness of the inherited abilities. Upon comprehending the effects of the mask, a smile crept upon Bai Ye's lips. He could finally liberate himself from this wretched place. Tadakai, I yearn for Tadakai. Chapter 2. Child, you have done well. Help! Someone quickly. The patient in this room has escaped. Help! As the cries echoed, numerous attendants rushed towards Bai Ye's ward, witnessing the panicked nurse trapped within, her eyes brimming with anxiety. What transpired? Dr. Han No, Vice President Han hastened to inquire, for having just assumed the role of vice president, encountering a patient escaping from the psychiatric ward was hardly an ideal initiation. If that madman harmed a bystander, how could he shoulder such responsibility? I was delivering food when that lunatic in this room knocked me unconscious. In the ensuing chaos, he fled and locked the door. You must pursue him, but please let me out first. This rascal has escaped. This is intolerable. If a mental patient roams free, it could spell disaster. Zhang, promptly review the surveillance footage. We must capture him. Understood. The other attendants scrambled into action, while the remaining staff opened the ward door to liberate the unfortunate nurse who had suffered an unjust calamity. Is the patient quite deranged? Are you injured? No, just a bit dizzy. I shall recover with a moment's rest. With that, he staggered out, clutching his head, yet unbeknownst to all, the young nurse wore a subtle smirk. Indeed, this was Bai Ye, utilizing the mask's powers to masquerade as a nurse and slip away. With the ability of the mask, his escape was effortlessly seamless. As for the real nurse, she had long since been subdued and concealed beneath the bed, and he had preemptively destroyed the room's surveillance. Otherwise, he would not have been able to deceive them so easily. Bai Ye made his escape from the psychiatric hospital with brazen audacity. The fresh air, the warm sunlight, everything exuded the essence of freedom. Ah, freedom, glorious freedom. Tatakai, Tatakai. At last I have emerged. After liberating his spirit, Bai Ye's mind began to churn once more according to the narrative. Today marked Lin Xie's day at school, which meant he would surely encounter the specter by evening's end. This evening, let us confront him at school. Bai Ye recalled that Lin Xie had been abandoned by classmates due to poor eyesight, and it was indeed a rare sight to witness the renowned Yi Tianzuan in such a disheveled state. With this thought in mind, Bai Ye strode purposefully towards Sangnan No. 2 Middle School. However, halfway there, he suddenly remembered an important detail. The skill of transformation grants combat abilities, but it is predicated on the condition that the object of transformation must be someone he has previously encountered. In other words, the body he has seen thus far consists solely of ordinary people, implying that while the upper limit of his mass capabilities is considerable, the lower limit is equally low. This presents quite a conundrum, as the number of night watchmen in every city is exceedingly scarce, compounded by the fact that he had just escaped from a psychiatric hospital devoid of any funds. Even if he wished to seek out a member of Team 136, he had no idea where to find them. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Ye promptly found a step to sit upon, his eyes gently closing as he instantaneously entered the Astral Express. Upon encountering the familiar scene before him, he made his way to Aha's room. Observing Aha, who was still weeping with his face covered, Bai Ye approached, gently patting his body and caressing his cheek as he spoke. "Child, you have done splendidly." "Aha. Well, what are you saying? What have I done wrong?" "Child, you have done splendidly." "You. Child, you have done splendidly." "I, child, you have done splendidly." At long last, after enduring half an hour of Bai Ye's relentless repetition, Aha could no longer maintain his sorrowful demeanor, instead covering his ears in madness and exclaiming, "Get out, just get out. Leave here, go away." Bai Ye glanced at Aha's personality adjustment value, still at 0. It seemed that driving Aha to madness would not restore his original character. Although he was uncertain why Aha had transformed into such a state, at least this method had succeeded in alleviating his emo tendencies. The joy of seeing the joyful star god in despair was indeed a delightful spectacle, and he couldn't help but chuckle heartily. His spirits were considerably lifted. Alas, to engage in battle with a masked man, he still needed to seek out Team 136, which he recalled was located at the Peace Affairs office. Upon realizing this, Bai Ye promptly exited the Astral Express, observing the throngs of students leaving school for lunch. A manic smile crept across his face. Not a few minutes later, Bai Ye surveyed the high school students he had bound and discarded into an alley, feeling no twinge of guilt. Instead, he reveled in the terror reflected in their eyes, his heart swelling with delight. After all, as a person deemed mentally unstable, murder bore no consequences. Why fear robbery? Moreover, he had not stolen much, just 40 yuan sufficient to cover a taxi ride to the Peace Affairs office. Bai Ye stepped into the vehicle, clutching the 40 yuan he had just pilfered. He instructed the driver to the peace agency as swiftly as possible. Initially, the driver pondered why this individual did not opt for a digital payment. However, upon noticing the young man's pallid complexion and bloodshot eyes, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, sensing that this was not a benign character. It was better to remain silent and avoid unnecessary complications. The peace agency held a modest reputation in Sangnan City, and after a 20-minute journey, Bai Ye arrived at his destination. Within the agency, only 3 individuals were present: 2 young women and a man marked by grotesque scars on his hands. Recognizing their identities instantly, Bai Ye noted that the statuesque figure was none other than Hong Ying, the future captain of Team 136. The aloof young woman beside her must be Xiao Lan, the agent of the god of trickery and the new incarnation of a deity. The scar man was undoubtedly Wu Xiangnan, the undying swordsman. Regrettably, with 3 individuals in the room, it foretold the demise of 2, a grim omen indeed. "Welcome to the Peace Agency. How may we assist you?" "I'm in search of something." "Who are you looking for?" "You. I have come specifically to find you." Hong Ying. Upon seeing this boy, who appeared to be no older than 17 or 18, approach her, she was taken aback. Xiao Lan and Wu Xiangnan exchanged glances and discreetly stepped back, a gesture that left Hong Ying momentarily bewildered. "Wait, why are you all standing so far away?" "Hong Ying, We merely wish to avoid complicating your affairs. Look at him. He has pursued you all the way to the agency. That's not true. I don't know him at all. Hong Ying. That seems rather heartless. You might wound the heart of an innocent youth. Hong Ying felt exasperated, primarily because the boy spoke in such a fragmented manner, leading to potential misunderstandings. Looking at the weary visage of the young man before her, she began to question if they had perhaps crossed paths in a moment of unintended serendipity. In contrast, Bai Ye's mind was racing. After all, his primary hope upon arriving here was to encounter Captain Shan Mai and Wen Shima. If transformation were possible, he would prefer to take on a masculine form. Alas, only 3 individuals resided within the agency. One with an injured arm, incapable of wielding a sword and reliant on self-destructive combat techniques, another far too powerful, whose transformation would render negligible practical effects. In this contemplation, it became clear that only Hong Ying, who was at the pool realm, was most suitable. Bai Ye had committed the appearances of the 3 to memory, while Hong Ying remained troubled, still unaware of the source of this unexpected encounter. Perhaps it was time to clarify matters. Young brother, may I inquire where we have met before? I apologize, dear sister, for my forgetfulness. However, at your age, it is truly the opportune moment for diligent study, so I implore you not to dwell on trivial matters. No, this is our first encounter. Moreover, sister, I am here following the guidance of the venerable Laozi to meet you. Allow me to divine your fate. It is remarkably accurate. In a year's time, you shall receive a promotion. I have deliberated for so long and prepared my words, only for you to inform me that this is our first meeting. And now you begin to engage in what appears to be divination. Cowled, you possibly be some sort of madcap? Hong Ying wished to say more, yet Bai Ye turned and fled without a backward glance. Watching Bai Ye leave scarcely 3 minutes after entering left the trio in a state of bewilderment. What manner of situation is this? The character correction value for Ahahaha 5. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. It seems that elevating Aha's character correction value will not solely rely on vanquishing the mysterious entity. Perhaps seeking amusement could restore the essence of this whimsical deity? Alas, I shall not concern myself with that any longer. It is best to head to Tsangnan number 2 high school to await someone. Yet, scarcely had Bai Ye taken a few steps when 2 figures, moving with astonishing swiftness, seized his arms. Report to Team Leader Liu. I have apprehended this individual exhibiting signs of insanity. Shall we transport him directly back to the psychiatric facility? Understood. Bai Ye. Alas, my freedom. Chapter 3. I'm the beautiful warrior who will save the world. Alas. How outrageous. I have scarcely departed from the psychiatric hospital for 2 hours, and already the police are preparing to escort me back. Why are you officers, who always seem to be a step behind, so eager to apprehend me? Bah, may you all perish. After all, your days are numbered. Officer, I have attained enlightenment. Would you like me to read your fortune? What? Oh dear, this is quite extraordinary. What do you mean by extraordinary? Both of you are destined for calamity, but fret not. After this misfortune passes, you shall find yourselves confined within a bag for a decade, and after 10 years, you will regain your freedom. Is it truly that mystical? Is it real? Xiao Li. This man is unhinged. Do you really believe his words? Be careful, or I might send you in for rehabilitation as well. Senior, isn't it better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it? Have you not heard that there is but a thin line between genius and madness? What if he truly has the ability to foresee something? Enough. From now on, do not indulge in those supernatural web novels during work. They have clearly affected your sanity. Xiao Li did not respond, but instead regarded Bai Ye with a curious expression. It must be said that Bai Ye's complexion was pale, and he bore a heavy scent of medication, presenting the appearance of a sickly individual. You claim that we will be imprisoned in the future? Ha ha ha, how amusing. Are you truly so certain of this? Are you a local of Tsangnan? I have been assigned here from the police academy. My hometown is not here. Ah, then you shall survive. Better than you, at any rate. What kind of logic is that? Haha, I know you do not believe me. I am a cultivator. I shall show you. Enough. Observing Xiao Li engaging in a back-and-forth conversation with this lunatic, Lao Qian, who was driving, was on the verge of a breakdown. However, in the next moment, Lao Qian witnessed, through the rearview mirror, Bai Ye vanish from his seat. Lao Qian slammed on the brakes and turned around, only to find that aside from Xiao Li, there was no one else in the back seat. No, this is impossible. Xiao Li, where'd he go? I don't know, Senior. He was just here. How could he? Could it be that he truly ascended and flew away? Nonsense. We must believe in science. All these supernatural beings and phenomena do not exist. Then how do we explain the mist outside the dasha? Lao Qian slowly sat back in his chair, pondering for a moment. Damn it, Xiao Li, come with me. Where to? To the psychiatric hospital. To determine if I am indeed insane. You should undergo an examination as well. Xiao Li. The mask of Ahahaha proved remarkably effective. Bai Ye transformed into a grasshopper before the two policemen, eluding their notice as he scurried away beneath their very noses. When Bai Ye arrived at the school, night had already fallen and many students had departed. Observing this, Bai Ye transformed into a small bird, soaring through the air in search of Lin Xie. Lin Xie was easily identifiable, as his aunt's eggs and his own blindness meant he was accompanied by several classmates escorting him home. At this moment, Bai Ye hovered directly above Lin Xie, meticulously observing his every move. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, a noxious stench suddenly permeated the air, causing Bai Ye, even while flying, to nearly retch. Monsters, help! With a piercing scream, Bai Ye noticed one of Lin Xie's classmates being pounced upon by a ghastly figure. He merely watched the scene unfold, devoid of any intention to intervene. After all, those who perished in Sangnan City would have their souls collected by the Celestial Court, and his aim was to harvest mysterious lives. Moreover, the two ghastly figures played a crucial role in determining whether Lin Xie could open his eyes, so he would refrain from acting until then. A figure swiftly departed from the group, fleeing in haste. This was Li Yifei, the head nurse of the future Divine Mental Hospital. Another boy followed Li Yifei's escape, completely abandoning the girl, Jiang Qian, who was left behind. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Qian was brutally slain, leaving Lin Xie alone. Overwhelmed by fear, Lin Xie felt an unparalleled dread, coupled with a sense of injustice. Why did such bizarre occurrences always find him? In a moment of desperation, he grasped his cane and prepared to confront the ghastly figure. Subsequently, a radiant light emanated from Lin Xie's body, a divine and fervent energy that instantly pierced the heavens. Witnessing this, Bai Ye swiftly transformed into Hong Ying, and before the two ghastly figures could react, he struck with thunderous might, swiftly eliminating them. The time taken by Bai Ye to dispatch these two was less than 5 seconds, even with merely 50% of Hong Ying's power. He was beyond the capabilities of these ghostly figures. As Lin Xie opened his eyes, he beheld a strikingly beautiful and confident young woman descending from the sky, effortlessly dispatching the foul creatures. This spectacle left him momentarily dazed, unsure of the origins of this formidable sister, yet acutely aware of her strength. You are Shu. Dear little Lin Xie, do not make a sound. I am an angel sent from the moon to rescue you, a magical girl dedicated to maintaining world peace. Do not become infatuated, dear brother. I am but a legend, Bai Ye said, placing a finger gently on Lin Xie's lips. Having had little close contact with girls, Lin Xie's face flushed slightly. As Bai Ye observed the scene, a chill ran down his spine at the sight of Lin Xie. If my sister Lan were to witness this, she would undoubtedly chase me for 3 days and nights with clenched fists. However, if I managed to win over Lin Xie before that, my sister's coffin lid would be unable to contain her fury. The thought alone brings me amusement. Lin Xie seemed poised to inquire further, yet Bai Ye appeared to sense something amiss. With a gentle leap, he ascended to a nearby wall. Little brother Lin Xie, someone is coming. Until we meet again. Before Lin Xie could react, the striking young lady departed without a backward glance. Goodness, the aura of a seraph. Young man, did you slay these two? Upon the arrival of a middle-aged man at the scene, Lin Xie pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, it was an unknown, beautiful warrior who saved me. Huh? After Bai Ye distanced himself from Lin Xie, he strolled along the streets of Sangnan City. Having resumed his original appearance, still clad in the garb of psychiatric hospital, which lent him a rather eerie demeanor. Merely 2 light manifestations had restored Ahaha's temperament correction value to 10. It seems I shall have to engage with the mysterious more frequently. Alas, my mental strength is insufficient. The transformation time is too brief. Bai Ye muttered to himself as he found refuge beneath a dilapidated bridge. He was currently penniless and would have to make do with this place for the night. Yet, he faced a pressing dilemma: how to survive the impending annihilation from the wrath of Shiva a year hence. Oh, this is so vexing. Why did I have to traverse Titsongnan? Perhaps I should find a pit to bury myself in. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Bai Ye. Excuse me, are you recently discharged from the psychiatric hospital? You haven't changed your clothes. Turning around, Bai Ye beheld a student before him, fair and refined in appearance. The quintessential model child, an earnest learner. However, this impression dissipated within 3 seconds upon noticing the student name tag hanging from his neck, boldly inscribed with 3 prominent characters, and Xingyu. Chapter 4. Is this the key to the door? Oh, what a surprise. Is this not the key to the door? After a few days apart, how could things have changed so dramatically? Cough, cough, I digress. Bai Ye was taken aback, never expecting to encounter Xingyu in such a place. However, considering that the serpent demon incident had not transpired, it made sense. During this time, he was merely an ordinary high school student, and Xingyu observed the individual who had just escaped from a mental institution gazing at him intently, as if he were a young maiden unclad. Feeling a twinge of discomfort, he instinctively took a step back. Oh my, young man, this is astonishing. Your fate is quite tumultuous. What, you don't believe me? Very well, in a few days, a significant event will unfold at your school. One that will utterly overturn the worldview you have constructed since childhood. If you doubt my words, feel free to dismiss them. As for your futur, alas. And Xingyu, gazing at this youth of similar age, found himself momentarily bewildered. Despite his exceptional learning ability and quick wit, he could not fathom the ramblings of this madman. He then picked up his phone, seemingly preparing to make a call. What are you doing? Calling someone. Who? Yangguang Mental Hospital. I am not insane. Observing the increasingly frantic demeanor of the man before him, and Xingyu became even more convinced of his initial impression. He had genuinely entertained the notion that this individual was a recluse of extraordinary ability, akin to those hidden masters depicted in films. Yet, upon hearing the expletive that escaped his lips, that notion dissipated. No sage of the world would behave so erratically. This was clearly a lunatic. However, at that moment, Bai Ye interjected, Do you believe in deities? What? Were you involved in pyramid schemes before losing your sanity? Bai Ye gently shook his head. I have been residing in this bridge tunnel for the past few days. I wager that within a month, you will return to seek me out. I will be here, waiting for you. You must understand, I am a madman, and you, a genius. There exists but a single step between genius and madness. This declaration unsettled Xingyu, who had perused various texts on psychology, yet this individual before him was unlike any case he had encountered. The words spoken were clouded in ambiguity, yet for reasons unknown, he felt no inclination to have him return to the asylum. Particularly the things he had said did not seem baseless. How I wished to dissect his mind. Nevertheless, and Xingyu said little, retreating a few steps with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue, and then dashed towards home. Bai Ye, however, paid him no mind. He was confident that Xingyu would inevitably seek him out. Let me ponder this. Old Zhao is about to log off. Should I take advantage of the moment when he beheads the ghost-faced king? Perhaps I shall instead observe the final mundane life of my Knight Emperor. With that, Bai Ye transformed into a small bird and flew towards the old building where Lin Xie resided. After returning home, Lin Xie found himself trembling involuntarily. He had encountered an overwhelming series of events today. The tragic death of a classmate, an invasion by monsters, and the presence of a mysterious organization. However, what lingered most vividly in his memory was the fiery red figure that descended from the heavens. Although she seemed to have some issues with her head, she appeared to be a benevolent soul. Brother, you returned quite late today. Something delayed me on the way back. Jean, wash your hands. It's time for dinner. All right, just let me finish this problem. Yet, as Yang Jin spoke, his brow furrowed as he gazed towards the distant window. Strange, I feel, as if someone is watching me. Woof, woof, woof. There are only a few birds outside. Master, you're overthinking it. Is that so? Bai Ye observed Yang Jin, No, more accurately, Yang Jian. From the moment he laid eyes on Yang Jian, he firmly etched the image of him alongside that little black dog into his memory. Perhaps this would serve as a safeguard for him in the future. By the timeline, it seemed that Zhao Kongcheng met his demise right beneath this old building. Did he not? The following day, Bai Ye did not accompany Lin Xie, but rather pondered how to swiftly enhance Ahaha's personality correction value. Although the ability of the mask was indeed useful, its shortcomings were glaring. The strength it exhibited was merely a diluted version of others. While the variety was plentiful, its power was effectively locked. As of now, the ghost-faced individuals in Sangnan City had been largely eradicated last night, leaving only a single ghost-faced king as a remnant. Of course, he could go to school and eliminate Li Yifei, but he had no desire to harm this caretaker leader. Firstly, this being could reproduce, thus providing a continuous source of mystery. Secondly, he had made an indelible contribution to the psychiatric hospital of the gods, and he had once been a supporter of the Yifei pairing. Ahem, I digress. He is not a villain. He cannot steal another's beloved. Given these circumstances, the only remaining option to enhance Aha's personality correction value was singular. In Sangnan City, at the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital, Lin Xie felt considerably uplifted after obtaining some solutions regarding the Nix disease. He unconsciously remarked, "Dr. Han, I heard you have been appointed as the vice president. Congratulations." Lin Xie looked at the middle-aged man before him, whose hair was thinning and a smile graced his face. After all, prior to meeting Dr. Li yesterday, this man had been in charge of his psychiatric treatment. However, at that moment, Dr. Han appeared somewhat haggard. After glancing at Lin Xie, he managed a bittersweet smile. "I apologize, Xie. I didn't sleep well last night. I'm afraid I've embarrassed you. Isn't it's supposed to bring you joy to have just become vice president? Why the sleepless night?" Dr. Han grasped what little remained of his hair and chuckled ruefully. "Just yesterday, one of our patients escaped from the hospital." "What? But surely such matters can be resolved by reporting it to the authorities." Dr. Han shook his head. "It's not that simple. We reviewed all the surveillance footage. Aside from the destruction in his room, the other videos showed nothing. It was as if he had vanished into thin air." "Indeed. Chi, you once mentioned that you saw an angel in your childhood. Is that true?" Lin Chi replied, "Dr. Han, please remain calm. I sense that your mental state is somewhat unstable." Perhaps he eluded the surveillance blind spot? With a chuckle, he continued, "Just yesterday in his room, I discovered an individual, a person bound tightly, hidden beneath the bed, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the caregiver I personally released. What is going on here? Is it a case of skinning a mask or face theft? Haha, I am increasingly questioning the authenticity of this world. No, perhaps this entire realm is but a fade. Everything is illusory." Observing Dr. Han's escalating agitation, Lin Chi instinctively took a few steps back. The vice president of a psychiatric hospital losing his sanity? What an absurd international jest. At that moment, caregiver Xiao Chun burst in, visibly anxious, exclaiming, "Vice President. He has returned. Bai Ye is back." "Returned? Has the police apprehended him?" Xiao Chun's expression turned grim as he softly replied, Director, he is downstairs. I cannot quite describe it. You should see for yourself. You're my little apple. How I love you endlessly. Your rosy cheeks warm my heart, igniting the fire of my life. You are my little apple, akin to the most beautiful clouds on the horizon. Spring has returned, flowers bloom on the hills, sow hope, and you shall reap." As Vice President Han and Lin Chi Yi descended to the lower floor, they beheld a man clad in a psychiatric ward uniform, exuberantly dancing while belting out heart-wrenching songs. Astonishingly, he had somehow released other patients from their rooms, and a throng of them had gathered in the hall, singing and dancing alongside him, creating utter chaos. No, this cannot be. A riot in the psychiatric hospital? This is an institution, not a playground for your antics. Vice President Han suppressed his rising anger, yet his shout provoked an even greater uproar. "Daddy, I see pigs talking. Don't come near. Don't harm me. Boo-hoo. Are you here to assault me? Please be gentle. It will hurt." Lin Chi Yi felt as though he might crack under the weight of those words. For the three individuals uttering them were, without exception, towering figures exceeding 6 feet tall and robustly built. What kind of misfortune had led them to this psychiatric institution on such a day? Capture Bai Ye. This madman is the mastermind behind it all. Seize him, and this farce will come to an end. Upon uttering these words, a multitude of caregivers rushed downstairs, fearing Bai Ye might escape. Yet, Bai Ye continued, brothers. Some wish to prevent me from attaining immortality. What shall we do about it? Those bothersome fellows, let us teach them a lesson. A 2-meter-tall man, delicately gesturing with his fingers, responded, do not let them thwart Taoist Bai's success in achieving immortality. Charge forth. I had long perceived that the bald man was not a person of good character. His true nature had been laid bare. Sisters, let's take action. In an instant, the entire psychiatric hospital descended into chaos, while Lin Shi remained utterly bewildered. At that moment, Bai Ye gazed at Lin Shi with affectionate eyes and softly spoke. Shi, we meet again. I'm truly grateful for your assistance in detaining that bald man. Otherwise, this gathering would have been exceedingly difficult to host. I promise to express my gratitude in person next time. Huh? Before anyone could respond, Bai Ye dashed away without a backward glance, leaving the crowd in disarray. Yet, before Lin Shi could fully comprehend the situation, he distinctly felt a multitude of hostile gazes upon him. Lin Shi thought to himself, this is a disaster. I should never have come today. Chapter 5. The Red Tassel. Your disguise as a sailor moon cannot be hidden any longer. Upon leaving the psychiatric hospital, Bai Ye immediately transformed into a bird and soared back to the bridge's cave. He then closed his eyes and seamlessly entered the Starry Express. With familiarity, he pushed open Ahahaha's door, who was still trembling and sobbing, stammering, do you need something? Bai Ye glanced at Ahahaha's personality correction value and thought, quite commendable, 21. I can learn Ahahaha's next ability now. Nothing of the sort, child. You have performed admirably. Get out. I do not wish to hear those words. After being expelled from Ahahaha's room, Bai Ye immediately raised his middle finger in the direction of Ahahaha's chamber. Yet at the same time, he became increasingly intrigued by Ahahaha's second ability. The personality correction value of the Joyous Star God had returned to 20. And congratulations were in order for earning a chance at a lottery. Emotion manipulation, fantasy weaving, dream speech, enchantment. As the skills were drawn, Bai Ye eagerly anticipated the identity of his second ability. When the fundamental information of the second skill resonated in his mind, he was momentarily taken aback. Fantasy weaving, the ability to materialize any object conceived in one's mind, altering reality through imagination. This succinct statement left Bai Ye in a state of astonishment. To experiment with his newfound skill, he promptly departed from the train and returned to reality. Immediately, a bowl of large noodles came to his mind, and in the next instant, a steaming bowl of braised beef noodles appeared before him. It smells real. Goodness, as long as I dare to dream and expend a modicum of mental energy, this can become reality. How marvelous! I haven't eaten all day. I am famished. Viewing the bowl of noodles he had conjured, Bai Ye ravenously devoured it, marking his first meal since leaving the psychiatric hospital. After satisfying his hunger, Bai Ye continued to explore this ability. It must be said that weapons such as swords and spears were no challenge at all. In other words, with this capability, he became a walking master of arms. What does the star blade look like? Oh, I remember now. However, just as Bai Ye prepared to envision a star blade, he felt his mental energy almost completely deplete in an instant. Almost immediately, he collapsed to the ground from the overwhelming exhaustion. My head is spinning. I feel nauseous. Does this blade consume so much mental energy? Goodness, wait. This seems to be forged by the Queen Mother of the West. I see. Gazing at the star blade in his hand, Bai Ye began to grasp the essence of his fantasy weaving ability. By expending mental energy, he could fabricate such items, with the energy required being proportional to the complexity of the creation. In other words, as long as he had sufficient mental energy, he could even weave an entire nation. Wait, if he could construct anything, then he would no longer have to reside in this dilapidated bridge cave. Immediately, a stack of cash appeared in Bai Ye's hands. How delightful! Indeed, in this world, one cannot underestimate the power of money. At this moment, Bai Ye reclined in the hotel's bathtub, savoring the essence of life, reminiscing about the days spent either in a psychiatric hospital or sleeping under a bridge. a life far from that which one might consider human. Meanwhile, intense discussions were unfolding within Team 136. Old Zhao, are you certain? Is there truly someone awakened in Songnan City who possesses the forbidden ruins? Shenmai furrowed his brow. The presence of an individual with awakened powers roaming human society could pose a significant threat, especially among the youth. Upon awakening their abilities, they might adopt a mindset of being the chosen one, believing themselves to be invincible. Such a mindset could foster a unique sense of justice that might destabilize current societal structures. Zhao Kongchang sighed. Did I not meet that Seraph agent? I encountered him again today and briefly introduced some matters concerning the mist and the divine sequence. However, he inquired whether our Team 136 has any recollection of someone claiming to be a Sailor Moon. Why would he ask such a thing? Just the previous day, before awakening the powers of the Seraph Michael, he had been attacked by two ghost-faced individuals. Yet, upon awakening, he found that a girl had effortlessly dispatched both attackers. The ability to eliminate two ghost-faced beings in an instant suggests her strength at least reaches the pinnacle of the Lantern Realm, if not the Pool Realm. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiangnan propped her chin on her hands, a possessor of the Forbidden Ruins with strength at least at the pinnacle of the Lantern Realm, possibly even the Pool Realm. Preliminary assessment indicates she possesses offensive capabilities. Captain, should we seek out this young lady? Shenmai shook his head. Our primary objective is to locate the Ghost Face King. As for this young lady, we shall address that after dealing with the Ghost Face King. But Captain, I have retrieved the video footage from the incident. It wouldn't hurt to take a look. She might become a valuable addition to Team 136. When Shima interjected with interest. After all, only Captain Shenmai and Vice Captain Wu Xiangnan possess strength at the River Realm within the team. Due to injuries, the Vice Captain was unable to engage in direct combat, leaving most frontline duties to him and Hong Ying. Adding a capable ally at this juncture could alleviate their burdens significantly. As a video recording appeared on the computer screen, curiosity piqued among the members about the identity of this awakened individual from the Forbidden Ruins. Even Chun Mai, who had initially intended to set the matter aside, was taken aback by when Shima's promptness, and his gaze shifted towards the screen. As Lin Chier on the screen was pursued by two ghastly figures and awakened the Seraphim's divine ruin, they dared not even blink. At that moment, a silhouette materialized within the frame, and the two specters were effortlessly vanquished, akin to an adult choking a chick. Observing the fluidity of her movements, Shimai was taken aback. Qi Jing, this individual was at least at the Qi realm. In a small city like Songnan, such prowess could equate to the frontline combat strength of a night watcher. Just then, the usually silent Long Xian spoke slowly. Don't you find this girl's silhouette somewhat familiar? The image blurred, prompting him to exclaim, let me see. That's a clear face. Look. Whoa. When Shima, upon revealing the clear image, was left in disbelief, he immediately turned to the side where Hong Ying sat, who was equally bewildered. No, it can't be. Why? Why am I there? Hong Ying, have you been in contact with this kid beforehand? Is that beautiful warrior actually an alter ego of yours? Quite the hidden talent. Old Zhao, use your brain. I was injured by a ghostly figure yesterday. If it weren't for Xiao Nan, I would probably still be bedridden. How could I possibly pursue those two specters? Besides, I've been with the captain the entire time. He can vouch for me. Shimai nodded, yet his unease intensified as he scrutinized Hong Ying on the monitor. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere among his teammates, when Shima half-jokingly remarked, could it be that this Hong Ying is actually a future incarnation who has traveled back in time? What? Are you serious? Sister Hong Ying traveling through time? That's impossible. Why is it impossible? Don't we have time-related forbidden realms in Daxia? I believe it was the captain of the masked team. However, Hong Ying instinctively raised her hand and struck Wen Qima on the head, retorting, even if I traveled through time, I wouldn't act like a delusional teenager claiming to be a magical girl. Sister Hong Ying, could it be that she is your long-lost sister? Come to Songnan to claim your parents' fortune? Xiaonan, stop reading so many novels. I'm an only child. I have no siblings. Seeing that the group was making little headway in their discussion, Chunmai rapped the table and declared, let us set this matter aside for now. I will report it as it is. The most pressing concern is the escaped Ghost King. As long as that fiend lives another day, the people of this city will remain in peril. We must eliminate him, no matter what. Understood. Chapter 6. Old Zhao, take a rest. We shall meet again in 10 years. A new day dawned, and Bai Ye reluctantly rose from his soft, inviting bed. With the skill of weaving fantasies now at his disposal, he no longer needed to fret over the essentials of life. Today was undoubtedly a significant day, particularly for Lin Xie. Bai Ye stretched his shoulders. It was time to prepare for the events that awaited him that evening. Lin Xie, brace yourself for your destiny. Since his enrollment in school, Lin Xie had not experienced a single moment of ease. Whether it was witnessing a classmate mysteriously murdered before his eyes or being approached by a representative from a special organization in the Great Xia, his life felt increasingly detached from a norm. The most unfortunate incident occurred just yesterday at the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital, where a madman's words nearly branded him an accomplice, almost leading to his own institutionalization. The chilling memory of that madman's parting words haunted him, intensifying his desire to distance himself from insanity. The day at school swiftly came to a close, marked by an unsettling silence regarding the deaths of 2 students. The institution seemed to brush past the tragedy, though Li Yifei did approach him to offer an apology, which held little significance for Lin Xie. He had silently vowed to sever all ties with the mysterious and the night watchers, yearning only for a mundane existence. Meanwhile, in an aged apartment building near Lin Xie's home, a man observed his retreating figure, letting out a deep sigh. In a sense, today marked the final night of Lin Xie's interaction with his aunt. Perhaps it was best to redirect his thoughts toward claiming the head of the ghost-faced king. The rain fell with increasing intensity, drenching the events unfolding that day, foreshadowing a tragic outcome. Forgive me, Zhao Kongsheng, but in my plans, you are the one destined to perish. I shall not save you. It seemed the heavens were aware of Bai Ye's intentions, as the downpour intensified, perhaps hoping to sway his resolve. Yet, Bai Ye remained steadfast in his desires, understanding that some sacrifices must be made to achieve his goals. Those unable to relinquish anything could change nothing. This principle had always guided him. In his previous life, Bai Ye had been rather indifferent toward emotions, willing to sacrifice many for the sake of a singular purpose. Such a disposition rendered him unfit for the night watchers, explaining his solitary wandering after leaving the psychiatric hospital. If given a choice, perhaps the sect of the Remembrance would be more suited to him. But first, he must survive the repercussions of the Shiva's wrath. Should anyone approach Bai Ye at that moment, they would be rendered speechless, astonished by the array of firearms and ammunition surrounding him. If this scene were to be witnessed by Long Xian, the aloof persona he had maintained for years would surely shatter in an instant. The Barrett M99, the HK-69, a one-grenade launcher, and countless grenades, stun grenades, and flashbangs. In essence, Bai Ye at this moment resembled a human armory. Should all these weapons detonate, they could level every structure within a radius of several miles. Moreover, what was even more astonishing was that Bai Ye had taken on the appearance of Long Xian. When it came to handling these firearms and ammunition, a professional's expertise would undoubtedly yield a higher success rate. After all, he had covertly interacted with all members of Team 136 during the day, and this time, his singular purpose was Long Xian. The rain soaked Bai Ye's garments, but he remained as still as a statue atop the high ground. Even as the rain fell upon him, his expression remained unchanged. At long last, he spotted Zhao Kongsheng emerging, a middle-aged man with a resolute demeanor, a man whose aspiration was to become a general and the swordsmanship master of Team 136. Regrettably, he lacked the Forbidden Ruins. Had he awakened the Forbidden Ruins with the lethal force of the Mingxing Shanyue, his combat prowess in direct confrontation would undoubtedly surpass that of Hong Ying and Wen Qima. Bai Ye observed Zhao Kongsheng as he received orders from the team, glancing back at Lin Xie's residence, seemingly making a significant decision in his heart. Witnessing Zhao Kongsheng's decision-making process, Bai Ye felt a twinge of uncertainty, and then spoke in a whisper only he could hear. General Zhao Kongsheng, may your journey be smooth. Xiangnan, do you still remember the oath you once made? If the dark night descends, I shall stand before countless souls. This time, I stand not before millions, but behind me, is the entire world of that child. Forbidden ruins. Wujie Kanju. As Zhao Kongqing's words echoed, the foul-smelling king of ghost faces was instantly ensnared, including Zhao Kongqing himself. At that moment, Bai Ye slowly closed his eyes. Although he could forcibly breach the Wujie Kanju with the equipment at his disposal, such an action was entirely unnecessary in his plan. After a while, Lin Xia hurriedly descended, for by this time, he had awakened the Starry Night Dancer. As time passed, Lin Xia unleashed the mortal realm, creating a significant breach in the Wujie Kanju. Through that gap, Bai Ye beheld the unfolding events within. He then gradually raised the barret. "Kid, pay attention. Why? This strike will be magnificent." Zhao Kongqing smiled lightly, and with a swift motion of his blade, in the blink of an eye, the head of the king of ghost faces fell. Neither Lin Xia nor Bai Ye, who was observing everything from the high ground, could fully comprehend the moment. The most profound shock resonated within Bai Ye. Despite having mentally prepared himself, witnessing the blade's execution firsthand led him to underestimate old Zhao. It can be said that Zhao's contribution to the death of the Phantom King is undeniable. However, it is lamentable that his strike did not land a fatal blow. The true vulnerability of the Phantom King lay in the visage upon his chest. Zhao Kongqing perished, cradled in the arms of Lin Xia. The latter's mind was clouded with unspoken thoughts, a tempest of fury swirling within him as he gazed at the fallen Phantom King. He picked up Zhao Kongqing's blade, poised to deliver a finishing stroke. Yet at that moment, bang, the sound of a gunshot reverberated, a bullet slicing through Lin Xia's shoulder and directly striking the Phantom King's visage. Almost instantaneously, a violent explosion erupted, propelling the Phantom King's body into the air. Lin Xia turned abruptly, his gaze falling upon a young man with a frigid demeanor. One hand wielded a Barrett rifle, while the other brandished a grenade launcher, unleashing a barrage upon the Phantom King. In response, Lin Xia hurriedly lifted Zhao Kongqing's lifeless form, fearing that the explosion might render him unrecognizable. Fortunately, the epicenter of the blast was the Phantom King's visage, allowing Lin Xia to swiftly evade the explosion's radius. Although the void of no constraints bore a breach, its soundproofing remained remarkably effective. Bai Ye deployed nearly all of his heavy weaponry, convinced that he could vanquish a wounded, mysterious entity. While conventional firearms typically inflict limited damage on the mysterious, these were no ordinary weapons. Each was a devastating instrument designed for combating heavily armored vehicles. Even Lin Xia felt a sense of bewilderment at the appearance of such ordnance in the remote region of Songnan. "Congratulations. You have slain a mysterious entity from the Chuan realm, and Ahaha's character adjustment value is now 43. As the notification echoed in Bai Ye's mind, he ceased his bombardment and turned his attention to Lin Xia. The Phantom King was his kill. He was the true hero of the moment. With that, Bai Ye vanished once more from Lin Xia's sight, leaving the latter with a profound sense of melancholy. Clenching his fists tightly, he appeared to have made a momentous decision within. "Hong Ying, we must prepare for the worst. Zhao's emblem has remained still for 10 minutes. It is feared that—" "Shut up. He was just fine earlier today. There will be no issue." Hong Ying's pace quickened, as did the other members of Team 136, rushing towards Zhao's location. While they had begun to suspect the worst, they dared not entertain those thoughts. Suddenly, Wu Xiangnan exclaimed with excitement, "Zhao's emblem has moved. It has moved." This revelation served as a balm for the others, and the previously anxious Hong Ying found relief, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Indeed, he was a man destined to become a general. How could he possibly meet his end here? Perhaps he had merely been resting after all. After all, escaping from the grasp of the Phantom King was no trivial feat meanwhile. Xiao Lan was preparing to tend to Zhao's wounds. As long as he was alive, all would be well. Yet at that moment, the gazes of the crowd narrowed in sudden realization, and Hong Ying's tears could no longer be contained. The emblem of Zhao Kongqing depicts a youth, cradling none other than Zhao Kongqing, a member of their Squad 136. He has his eyes tightly shut, appearing as if in slumber. The junior, Lin Xia, heralds the triumphant return of General Zhao Kongqing. Chapter 7. Xiao Lan. That cold and unfeeling individual is certainly not my husband. The members of Team 136 gathered around old Xiao, their gazes drawn to the smile that graced his lips, instantly comprehending the events that had unfolded. The spirit of the Night Watcher, a symbol of their final dignity and honor. When Lin Xie returned Xiao Kongcheng, he noticed that the elder sister running ahead was the very warrior who had rescued her that fateful day. Initially, he assumed she was merely suffering from a bout of youthful exuberance, but upon witnessing her tear-streaked visage, he refrained from greeting her as a familiar acquaintance. As he scanned the surroundings, his gaze fell upon an individual, causing him to involuntarily clench his fists. "Why are you here? Why are you his comrade?" Lin Xie's sudden outburst left the previously sorrowful crowd momentarily bewildered. Yet, as they followed his line of sight, they discovered that he was fixed upon. "Long Xian. Me? What's wrong? What happened? You were present at the scene. You had an abundance of firearms and ammunition. Why did you not save him? Why?" Lin Xie's thoughts raced back to the moment he witnessed Long Xian at the vantage point, mercilessly bombarding the corpse of the ghost-faced king. Had it not been for his swift reaction, Xiao Kongcheng would have likely been reduced to mere fragments. "No, little brother, you must be mistaken. I was not in the old district. My assigned mission was in the new district. Are you too afraid to admit it?" Long Xian felt utterly innocent. Upon learning of old Zhao's encounter with the ghost-faced king, he had rushed back in haste, only to find himself berated by a high school student for failing to rescue him. However, when Shima promptly intervened, stating, "Little brother, perhaps you were mistaken. Long Xian has never set foot in the old district. His responsibilities are identical to mine. I can attest to that." "You can attest? Huh. Then who was the person I saw upstairs?" "Your teammates. Naturally, you could cover for one another." "Enough." Sensing the tension escalating, Chunmai stepped forward, saying, "Little brother, I understand your resentment regarding old Zhao's sacrifice, but he is no longer with us. We should discuss this matter later." "Very well." The peacekeeping office. At this moment, the 7 individuals seated in the hall were enveloped in a profound silence. For Lin Xie still harbored considerable animosity towards Long Xian. Eventually, after everyone had introduced themselves, Han Ying noticed Lin Xie's unwavering gaze upon Long Xian, sensing something amiss. She approached and spoke. "You are Lin Xie, correct? From now on, I shall refer to you as my little brother Xie. Since you are joining us, the Night Watchers, we are now family." Han Ying's words took Lin Xie by surprise. "Miss Han Ying, did you not already know my name? You proclaimed yourself a warrior destined to save the world." Upon hearing this, Han Ying shook her head. "That was not me. I was injured by the Ghost-Faced King that day and could not possibly have been there to save you on your way home." "Not you?" Upon witnessing the situation, Wen Shima immediately reacted, asking the captain whether the person disguised as Han Ying could possibly be the same individual masquerading as Long Xian. Lin Xie found himself utterly perplexed by their conversation. However, Wu Xiangnan proceeded to elaborate on their recent discovery of an awakened being from the Forbidden Ruins. "This person was first encountered during a meeting with you and assisted in slaying 2 ghost-faced men, all while assuming the identity of Han Ying. Our entire team is convinced that when Lao Zhao met with misfortune, Long Xian was undoubtedly on a mission in the new district. This implies that the individual present in the old district could not possibly be Long Xian." Upon hearing this, Lin Xie began to gradually accept their assertions. Initially, he had harbored doubts, suspecting that his teammates were merely covering for someone who did not exist. However, their profound sorrow over Lao Zhao's demise seemed inconsistent with the behavior of those who would conceal the truth. At that moment, Si Xiaonan timidly inquired, "What did that person say before leaving?" He remarked, "This monster was slain by Xiao Kongcheng. He is the true hero." Yet, the chilling gaze he bore is something I wish not to recall. "I can ascertain that he is certainly not Long Xian," Lin Xie declared. "Why?" "Because although Long Xian appears cold on the outside, he possesses a warm heart within. When I first joined the team, he assisted me immensely. Given that he had spent considerable time with Xiao Kongcheng, had Xiao Kongcheng perished, he would not exhibit such an icy demeanor." Upon hearing Si Xiaonan's explanation, a flicker of warmth appeared in Long Xian's eyes, while Lin Xie, momentarily blinded by rage, regained clarity. Indeed, when he returned with Xiao Kongcheng, Everyone wept without exception. Even Lung Xian had reddened eyes, though he chose to disregard it. This revelation indicated that the Lung Xian he had previously encountered was an entirely different person from the one before him now. After untangling these thoughts, Lin Xie promptly addressed Lung Xian. I apologize. I misjudged you. It's all right. Had I been in your position, I too would have harbored suspicions. Though he maintained his frosty demeanor, a hint of ease was evident in his tone. Nevertheless, the pressing issue remained unresolved. Chen Mai slowly stood, noting that an awakened being from the Forbidden Ruins, capable of assuming any identity, was roaming the city. Moreover, it was evident he differed from Bai Ye. He was undoubtedly an individual with organization and intent. This statement left everyone momentarily stunned, prompting Lin Xie to question, "What do you mean by different from me?" Chen Mai approached him and gently patted his shoulder, stating, "Let me ask you, before you encountered Zhao Kongsheng, were you aware of the Night Watchers of the mysteries of the Forbidden Ruins?" "I was unaware. Yet that individual seems to possess knowledge of everything. Each of his actions appears meticulously calculated, manifesting at your side post-awakening, and later emerging to desecrate the corpse after Zhao Kongsheng dispatched the Ghost-Faced King. It is apparent that this individual operates with purpose and possesses a thorough understanding of the mysteries, the Night Watchers, and the Forbidden Ruins." "I comprehend, Captain. So, he is aware of our identity as Night Watchmen, which is why he has assumed our appearance. But is there a shape-shifting entity within the Forbidden Ruins?" Chen Mai nodded, his expression suddenly turning grave. "Indeed, there is, and its ranking is exceptionally high. Captain, are you implying precisely the Forbidden Ruins Sequence 020, the Fifth King Ruin, Eternal Countenance? However, does not the transformation of Eternal Countenance necessitate the consumption of others? Yet, Hong Ying and Lung Xian are both perfectly fine. This is indeed one aspect that perplexes me. But if it is not Eternal Countenance, what could it possibly be?" Wu Xiangnan sighed deeply. Moreover, his two appearances have been directly linked to Lin Xie. Who else, aside from us Night Watchmen, would hold such significance for Bai Ye? In an instant, the members of Team 136 found themselves recalling 4 words: the ancient god sect. At this moment, within the Peace Grand Hotel, Bai Ye, drenched from a day of relentless rain, finally reclined upon the grand bed of his dreams, confronting the death of Zhao Kongsheng. Truth be told, this sensation is quite extraordinary. There is, remarkably, no discomfort within. Even in facing his demise, his heart remains utterly unperturbed. It seems he is inherently unfit to be a good person. After all, old Zhao survived the grand finale, akin to merely slumbering for a decade. Furthermore, in a future where Klein is abundant and deities roam freely, old Zhao's survival is fraught with difficulty. Should he meet the same fate as Lung Xian, Si Xiaonan, or Wu Xiangnan outside Songnan, survival would be an impossibility. In a sense, perishing in Songnan could be considered rather fortunate. Nevertheless, Aha's personality correction value is nearing half. At this juncture, one should be able to extract some insights. Chapter 8. Bai and the fragrant little fish attend school together on the astral train. Bai once again found himself standing before Aha's door. His curiosity about the previously tearful Aha prompted him to seek a sincere conversation this time. He pushed open the door, and before him stood a melancholic youth. Bai paused for a moment, then stepped outside to check the doorplate. Indeed, it bore the insignia of a mask. He turned back and inquired, "Are you Aha?" The boy glanced at Bai, his eyes betraying a struggle to hold back tears as he replied, "Why, yes." Surprised by the timid demeanor of the young boy, Bai settled into a chair, while little Aha appeared somewhat uneasy. Observing the character adjustment value hovering above Aha's head, Bai shook his head gently and said, "May I call you Aha?" Aha nodded hesitantly. "Why, yes." "Then let us speak frankly. Why have you become like this? Your behavior, your character, is so different from the joyous star god I know." In Bai's mind, the joyful Aha was a being who embodied merriment in its entirety, whether bestowing powers upon insects or masquerading as the nameless guest to obliterate the astral train, or even mercilessly dispatching Nanak. Such actions seemed utterly incongruous with the fragile child before him. However, the Aha before him weakly responded, "Perhaps I am not the complete essence of him." "What do you mean?" I am merely a projection of the joyous star god. In simpler terms, his avatar. An avatar? No wonder. Even I could make you cry. Observing the discontent and reproach in little Ahaha's gaze, Bai coughed lightly. After some contemplation, he began to comprehend the situation. After all, the notion of a star god descending to Earth was indeed extraordinary. It is well known that some emissaries or powerful pathwalkers of the star gods possess the ability to explode stars, let alone the mightiest among them. Setting aside the joyous aha, if even the likes of Lu Ying and Huang Quan were to set foot on Earth, the mysteries and divinities would surely pale in comparison to Huang Quan's blade. You are merely a projection. Why are you here? On this train, and what of your character? Primarily, my power is too great, and this world cannot withstand his strength. Thus, a projection was created, and I was sent in his stead. As for my character, perhaps it was tainted by some vile influence upon my arrival in this world. Regarding this train, I am uncertain. I found myself here as soon as I gained consciousness. Perhaps the other residents of the train may know more. Bai nodded thoughtfully. If there were any entities capable of affecting Ahaha's avatar in the realm of divine slaying, it could only be the supreme deity of the Cthulhu mythos, Azathoth. Wait, did you say there are other passengers on this train? Yes, did you not know? At this moment, Bai Ye finally realized that he had never taken the time to explore the train properly since he first boarded. He usually spent a brief moment in Ahaha's room before departing. Upon hearing Xiao mention other guests, he immediately dashed out and began to navigate the starry train. Not far from Ahaha's room, a towering ear of rice suddenly caught Bai Ye's eye. Witnessing this scene, his heart raced uncontrollably. The ear of rice, a symbol so familiar. Who would have thought that the star deity in the second room was a pharmacist? Upon learning this, Bai Ye quickly connected to the starry train to inquire, Xiao Xing, how can I unlock the second room? Must I reach the pool boundary? No. You simply need the character correction value of the first room's occupant to reach 50%. However, be aware that the higher the correction value, the slower the enhancement will be. Is that so? The key lies with Xiao then? Well, this fellow is just a stone's throw away from the 50th threshold. Eliminating the little snake demon from Sangnan number 2 should suffice for a breakthrough. The next day, Bai Ye stretched lazily. According to the storyline, Lin Xie should now have joined the 136 Night Watchers as a reserve member. Calculating the time, the little snake demon at school should soon be making its move. And in about a month, the year-long freshman training camp would commence. So, what should I do during this time? I have a plan. I'll go to No. 2 High School as a victim and see how my little fish is doing. Thanks to the ability of his mask, Bai Ye could effortlessly assume any identity, easily infiltrating the high school as a student named Chun Liang, who was introverted and friendless, with average grades, neither outstanding nor poor. He found it difficult to penetrate the gaming, brotherhood, or idol circles, often remaining silent, as if he were merely a transparent figure. Yet, such a persona was precisely the target Bai Ye sought, as he had no fear of being recognized by those familiar with him. As Bai Ye gazed at the high school before him, haunting memories surged violently in his mind. Regardless of the world, high school had only ever brought him pain. However, for the sake of his objective, Bai Ye walked directly into Chun Liang's classroom. Due to Chun Liang's mediocre academic performance, his desire to see the little fish was dashed. Regrettably, he lacked the means to perceive unusual movements. Otherwise, he would have already commenced a spree of destruction. Upon entering the classroom, the students merely glanced at him before resuming their conversations. Some discussed the anime plot from yesterday. Others debated game content, while a few speculated on when the world would end, whimsically suggesting that the school should be destroyed as well. Oh, how painfully real this atmosphere feels. Bai Ye approached Chun Liang's seat, which was notably well considered, situated at the back near the window, a true king's domain. Regrettably, he was an honest man, unfit to be a ruler. Therefore, today, let him shed the label of being invisible. As the class commenced, the most formidable being on the surface, the teacher, slowly entered the classroom. From afar, one could hear the incessant chatter of the students in this class. Look at the other class, diligently studying during breaks, and then look at yourselves. With the same head, 2 eyes, 1 nose, and 1 mouth, how can the disparity be so vast? You're undoubtedly the worst class I have ever taught. The speaker was an elderly teacher, nearing 50. Whenever the class became unruly, she would utter these lines, which for most students were merely absorbed and forgotten without any impact. All right, open your textbooks. We will discuss the Six Kingdoms theory. Alas, it was a Chinese literature class. As the teacher's incantation washed over them, Bai Ye's eyelids began to battle. If the lesson had been on a different topic, he might have managed to stay awake. Yet, the subject was classical Chinese, which was far more lethal to him than English. Soon, Bai Ye's head plummeted onto the desk, and he drifted into a deep slumber. The Six Kingdoms theory superficially discussed 6 states, yet its true purpose was to caution the rulers of the time against the pitfalls of the former 6 kingdoms. Suddenly, a chorus of snoring erupted. The teacher snapped her chalk in frustration and turned to confront the source of the noise, her anger flaring. Chunliang, Chunliang, stand up. Bai Ye remained blissfully unaware, lost in his dreams until a piece of chalk struck his head, compelling him to rub his eyes in reluctant wakefulness. Who threw that? Such a lack of decorum. I was sleeping soundly. Upon hearing the laughter of his classmates, the teacher's hands trembled with rage. Chunliang, daring to sleep in my class? You will copy the Six Kingdoms theory 10 times as punishment. Oh, you seem rather indifferent, don't you? Punish me as you wish. I won't comply. You, summon your parents. I want tea. Get out. In my class, it's either me or you. Very well, teacher. As Chunliang swaggered out, the teacher felt her heart racing. Her enthusiasm for teaching diminished significantly. Turning to the giggling students below, her face flushed with anger, she declared, "This class is beyond redemption. Study on your own. You are all like mud that cannot be molded. Utterly useless." With the teacher's departure, the classroom fell into silence, save for one girl who quietly slipped out through the back door. Upon exiting, she spotted Bai Ye standing in the corridor as punishment, and she stealthily approached him. Suddenly, as Bai Ye was resting with closed eyes, he was greeted by a pleasant fragrance. He opened his eyes and inquired, "Is there something you need?" Chunliang, you were incredibly handsome today. I've long disliked that teacher. I find myself rather fond of you. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow, recognizing the girl before him. After all, he had conducted a brief investigation into this class prior to his arrival. The girl's name was Lu Wanting, and she exuded the charm of a neighborly young maiden. Is that so? I too hold a fondness for myself. By the way, I'm feeling somewhat unwell. Could you accompany me to the infirmary? I beg of you. As she spoke, Lu Wanting clutched her abdomen, her brow furrowing, embodying the image of a delicate beauty in distress. Why me? Because they are all busy studying in class. You are my only hope. Besides, I promise to repay you later. Chunliang. Bai Ye pondered for a moment before slowly crouching down. Come, I shall carry you to the infirmary. With a gentle smile, Lu Wanting leaned against Bai Ye, inhaling deeply the scent of his back, her expression one of pure delight, as though savoring the aroma of delectable cuisine. Step by step, Bai Ye bore her towards the infirmary, and before long, they arrived, only to discover the room was unoccupied. It seems the teacher is not here. You rest here for a moment while I fetch them. Just as Bai Ye prepared to leave, Lu Wanting grasped his arm and, with a gentle pull, drew him onto the bed beside her. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Since the infirmary is empty, could you stay with me? To be honest, I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. Seizing this opportunity, why don't we play a game? Lu Wanting exhaled a warm breath, brushing against Bai Ye's ear. Here, you may do anything you wish. No one will come. Bai Ye gazed at Lu Wanting's slightly flushed cheeks, her warm breath causing a tickle at his neck, yet he was acutely aware of her implications. A glimmer of mischief flickered in his eyes as he rose and locked the infirmary door. Actually, I too wish to play a game with you, Wanting. Lu Wanting smiled coyly, preparing to unfasten her clothing. As she began to unzip her uniform, a dark, ominous object suddenly pressed against her forehead. Wanting, do you enjoy the game of the death roulette? Chapter 9. Serpent Demons, you are surrounded. Bang! With the resounding gunshot, Lu Wanting's head exploded instantaneously, transforming her exquisite visage into a grotesque heap of flesh. Almost immediately, her corpse underwent a swift metamorphosis, becoming a headless body with ebony skin and scales. TCH, Her personality correction value didn't increase even a fraction. It was due to that last incident with a Chuanjing that made Xiao Aha become picky, and he ought to receive a sound reprimand upon returning. Indeed, serpent demons only strike at those who wander alone. Thus, prior to the vigilante's arrival, the serpent demons within this school would serve as nourishment for enhancing his personality correction value. In the original narrative, it seems that these creatures proliferated within the girls' dormitory. Didn't they? Subsequently, a smirk crept across Bai Ye's lips as he cast his gaze toward the direction of the girls' dormitory, silently resolving to act. What did you say? You discovered a monster at school? Indeed, that monster disguised itself as a student. I witnessed it firsthand as it devoured the director. Truly horrifying. Furthermore, 3 girls from our class have been absent in recent days. They are boarders who neither requested leave nor returned home. They have simply vanished into thin air. Li Yifei began to recount his experiences animatedly, causing a heavy silence to descend upon the members of Team 136. This meant that not only had a monster infiltrated the school, but several students had also fallen victim. Wu Xiangnan's expression darkened. Such a type of disguised infiltrator was the most challenging to contend with, as they blended seamlessly with the populace. Even if it were merely an illusion, it could easily claim the lives of ordinary individuals during a crisis. We shall divide into 2 teams. One will masquerade as high school students to enter the campus, while the other will survey the perimeter for signs of infection. 7 Night. Hong Ying and Xiao Lan, you are entrusted with the task of entering the campus. Understood. Sana number 2 high school, girls' dormitory. Bai Ye observed as the dormitory supervisor before him transformed into a headless serpent demon. With an expressionless demeanor, he ensconced the creature in a sack and discarded it into the incinerator. In a certain sense, he preferred not to have this serpent demon discovered too quickly. After all, its presence allowed him to continually reap the rewards of eliminating the mysterious threats within this campus. During this period, Bai Ye's life had become remarkably regimented, systematically dispatching infected individuals in the girls' dormitory before returning home in accordance with their assumed identities. Unsurprisingly, their families had also succumbed to the infection. For Bai Ye, these infected entities provided a bounteous source of sustenance. Currently, Aha's personality correction value had risen from an initial 43 to 49. As he strolled alone near the girls' dormitory at night, a horde of diminutive serpent demons relentlessly surged toward him. Over the past few days, he had dispatched more than 50 of these small serpent demons. Alas, if only I possessed the ordinary divine domain, I could resolve this pestilence in a single day. With that thought, he made his way toward the dormitory building, when 2 striking figures stealthily caught his attention, momentarily captivating Bai Ye's gaze, prompting a subtle arch of his brow. The 2 individuals he recognized were Hong Ying and Xiao Lan. It seems they have also discovered that the girls' dormitory has become a hotspot for infection. Immediately, Bai Ye transformed into the likeness of Lu Wanting and approached the 2 of them. Excuse me, are you boarding students? I don't believe I've seen you before. Are you new here? Hong Ying furrowed her brow and glanced at Xiao Nan. Without Qi Yi, they were uncertain whether this person before them was a student or something more enigmatic. Thus, they deemed it prudent to remain cautious. Oh, I was ill previously and spent 2 weeks in the hospital. I just got discharged today and returned here. Are you 2 perhaps transfer students? That's wonderful. With such beautiful transfer students in our dormitory, you must come visit us. Observing the youthful girl's eager gaze, the 2 remained unconvinced. It's class time. What are you doing here alone? I was just returning to the dormitory to sort out my belongings. I haven't been here for 2 weeks, so I need to wash my clothes and such. Besides, I'm on medical leave today, hee. Bai Ye's words temporarily alleviated Hong Ying and Xiao Nan's suspicions. But they soon found themselves in a predicament. The dormitory supervisor was downstairs, and they originally intended to sneak in through the window. However, with an additional student present, they worried she might perceive them as thieves. Just as they hesitated, Bai Ye smiled gently and said, "Are you 2 trying to enter the dormitory? Don't worry. There is no need to climb through the window. Just follow me in." Thus, with Bai Ye, a fellow student leading the way, Hong Ying and Xiao Nan strolled nonchalantly into the girls' dormitory. Even the dormitory supervisor, whom they had previously feared, seemed to have vanished. Shouldn't there usually be a dorm supervisor here? Perhaps she went to the restroom or stepped out. She can't possibly sit here all day. By the way, what are your names, sisters? I'm Lu Wan Ting, a first-year high school student. I'm Xiao Lan, and this is Hong Ying. Really? Hong Ying. Xiao Lan, you are both so beautiful. I believe that as new students, you will become the center of attention at the school. Perhaps you will even receive countless love letters from boys. Upon hearing the mention of love letters, Xiao Lan's face flushed slightly, while Hong Ying appeared somewhat uncomfortable. Those who kept watch were often inexperienced in matters of the heart, as one could never tell when they might meet their demise on the battlefield. All right, everyone, this is my dormitory. You see. As Bai Ye opened the door, she was met with the horrific sight of 3 human skins hanging on the balcony, swaying in the wind, causing Hong Ying and Xiao Lan's pupils to constrict. It was evident that out of the 4 occupants in the dormitory, aside from Lu Wan Ting, all had fallen victim. Lily, Xiao Ling, Sister Yin. Ugh. Seeing tears welling in Lu Wan Ting's eyes as she gagged, Xiao Lan and Hong Ying's expressions darkened. They exchanged a glance and began to search the other rooms, but it was evident that the other rooms were equally macabre, adorned with chilling human skin. Subsequently, she opened the headset channel and spoke in a hushed tone. Captain, we have arrived at the girls' dormitory, and I fear the number of infections is considerable. Upon hearing the reports from Lin Xie and Hong Ying, Chimai also shared the intelligence gathered from his side. Hong Ying, Xiao Nan, Xie. We ventured to the residence of the infected for investigation, only to discover that the entire family had succumbed to the infection. However, what we found were mere corpses. Corpses? Indeed, prior to our arrival here, these creatures had already been slain. In an instant, Hong Ying swiftly surveyed her surroundings, realizing that the entire dormitory building was eerily vacant. The silence palpable. It was as though this sinister den had been purged by some unseen hand. Suddenly, a thought struck Hong Ying. If the serpent demon slays individuals only to spawn another serpent demon in their stead, then how could there still be missing girls? Xiang Nan, could you investigate the identities of the missing girls? Rather than being truly missing, they had ostensibly followed the proper procedure to request leave, some for several days. However, these leave requests are likely forged. Subsequently, Wu Xiang Nan compiled a list of the girls who had not attended classes recently and sent it to Hong Ying's phone. As Hong Ying glanced at the names on the list, a chill ran down her spine. For on this list, the names were identical to those of the victims they had discovered, with the exception of Lu Wanting, who had genuinely taken sick leave. The individuals on this list could be said to be deceased. Who could be responsible for this? Who indeed is behind it? Chapter 10, Li Yifei. Do be cautious not to let others snatch the glory from you. At that moment, Xiaonan drew her gun and pointed it menacingly at Bai Ye, her eyes betraying a sense of resolve. Xiaonan, what are you doing? Sister Hong Ying, you have seen the lists. Those who have not attended class in recent days are the victims. How can I trust that this Lu Wanting before us is not a transformed infected? Lu Wanting, upon witnessing this, immediately collapsed to the ground in fear, tears streaming down her face. Sister Xiaonan, what do you mean by infected? Is it influenza? I have truly been in the hospital these past few days, and my flu has already resolved. I won't infect anyone else. You're the police, right? Please, I want to leave school and go home. You can isolate me, just don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. Whether it was the sight of the grotesque vomit or Lu Wanting's tearful demeanor, it was exceedingly difficult for Hong Ying to associate the girl before her with any mysterious malevolence. Xiaonan, we should take her to Xie. With his earthly domain, he will surely. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, a bullet was aimed directly at Lu Wanting's leg. However, in an instant, the crying Lu Wanting transformed, her physique becoming agile as she deftly avoided the bullet. Hong Ying was taken aback. The ability to dodge a bullet confirmed one undeniable truth. This Lu Wanting was no ordinary individual. A tranquilizer gun? If I were indeed genuine, I would merely need to sleep, and there would be no danger to my life. But if I were false, that flawed shot would never hit me, would it? Sister Xiaonan? Bai Ye remarked with a smile, his demeanor now a stark contrast to the earlier display of distress. Hong Ying tightened her grip on her firearm. The confrontation was imminent. Captain, I have discovered an exceptionally intelligent serpent demon, suspected to be the mother demon. Hey, don't label me as the mother demon. I have slain so many serpent demons, yet you still slander me as one. It is truly disheartening. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying and Xiao Lan paused, incredulous. Are you saying that you killed all the serpent demons in the girls' dormitory? Indeed, just 10 minutes before your arrival, I eliminated the last serpent demon in this building. However, a small number have gone off to school. As for how many remain in the teaching building, I cannot say. Xiao Lan seemed to connect the dots. You were the one who previously disguised yourself as Sister Hong Ying and Lung Xian? Correct, but alas, there is no prize for answering correctly. You are clearly aware of our existence and have uncovered these mysteries ahead of time. Why did you not report to us? Bai Ye smiled gently, Miss Hong Ying, because I have my own objectives. I am not a night watchman. Safeguarding the populace is not my duty. Wouldn't you agree? Oh, by the way, is it truly wise for you both to confront me? Young brother Bai Ye is bravely fighting alone in the teaching building. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying's expression darkened. Suddenly, it seemed she heard something. Her face changed dramatically, and disregarding everything else, she sprinted towards the teaching building. Bai Ye smiled faintly, and within the nearly deserted dormitory building, his smile took on a hint of eeriness. It was time for him to hunt down a few small snake demons. Otherwise, the mere 1% deficit in his progress bar would be quite discomforting. In that moment, Bai Ye ascended to the rooftop of the girls' dormitory, transforming into the guise of Lung Xian, fully equipped with firearms and ammunition. This vantage point was excellent. He could clearly observe the entirety of the campus. Ah, what a chaotic school this is. Over there is the academic building, and there is the gymnasium. Oh, Li Yifei, this formidable female demon is quite impressive, leading so many to slay her own offspring. She is indeed a noteworthy character. Oh, how ironic that she remains oblivious to her own nature as a snake demon. Bai Ye swiftly set up his weaponry, initially believing that after having dispatched numerous small snake demons over the past few days, he would encounter few problems. However, he was astounded to discover that there were still so many present in the school. Just within his line of sight, he counted over 20. Moreover, he noticed Lin Xie engaged in combat with several snake demons, prompting a slight smirk to grace Bai Ye's lips. Lin Xie, though you wield your knife with great speed, I have the advantage of elevation. Bang, bang, bang. With each gunshot that rang out, many of the rampaging small snake demons had their heads blown off, their bodies severed. Even Lin Xie was taken aback, as Bai Ye had inherited 50% of Lung Xian's marksmanship. Nearly every shot found its mark. Within a mere 3 minutes, the snake demons that had once rampaged through the school were all gunned down. Surely, there must be some lurking in the shadows, but with Lin Xie around, their exposure was merely a matter of time. Speaking of which, Bai Ye reclined gently on the balcony, stretching lazily. After eliminating over 10 mysterious beings, he had finally surpassed that 1% limitation, bringing Xiaoha's personality correction value to 50%. His objective had been accomplished, and the subsequent matters were no longer his concern. The last of the snake demon offspring was still engaged in battle with Lin Xie, and Hong Ying was soon to arrive, indicating that, apart from Li Yifei, there were no other snake demons left in the school. However, just as Bai Ye was about to lie down and rest, a sudden thought struck him. Wait, what if someone else claimed Li Yifei's head? Wouldn't that render all his efforts futile? Chapter 11. When Shima, I am cosplaying as Hong Ying, and you may do as you please with me. Bai Ye was quite vexed. He had been at this school for over 10 days, spending each day either battling monsters or journeying to confront them. If he could just take a brief respite, he would be able to unlock the second door to the astral train. However, due to the incident involving Li Yifei, he was suppressing his fatigue and steadied his sniper rifle, prepared to intervene should anyone attempt to confront Li Yifei before he was decisively dealt with by Lin Xie. Just as he positioned his weapon, Bai Ye suddenly sensed a chill behind him. He spun around abruptly, narrowly avoiding a bullet that whizzed past him. The shot was evidently aimed at his thigh. Otherwise, he would not have escaped unscathed. It was clear that the assailant did not intend to take his life. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Bai Ye dashed to take cover behind a building, his mind racing as he deduced the identity of the shooter. Damn it. Weren't these individuals supposed to be executing their mission outside the school? Wait, what mission could they possibly be on? All right, they were investigating the families of infected students. It dawned on him that he had eradicated those who had transformed into serpent demons, thus granting the assailants the opportunity to return. Just as Bai Ye prepared to make his escape, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, as if something was on the verge of surfacing in his mind. Damn, I've been targeted. Ignoring the situation with Li Yifei, it was evident that he was now under the scrutiny of the other members of Team 136. As long as Chun Mai did not arrive, he still had a chance to navigate this predicament. Without hesitation, Bai Ye leapt from the rooftop of the dormitory, landing deftly on a gnarled tree below. All he needed to do was locate a group of students and transform into Chun Liang's likeness to facilitate his escape. Friend, where are you headed? Before Bai Ye could process the question, a resolute middle-aged man approached him. One he had seen before and was currently the last person he wished to encounter. Chun Mai, the captain of Team 136. Not far away stood another man, injured but emanating a relentless spirit that made Bai Ye wary. I must say, Captain, this individual is rather peculiar. When I attempted to influence him with the heart demon binding technique, I found his resolve unyielding. No trace of inner turmoil could be detected. Remarkably, he is a whole realm beneath me. When Shima joined them, while in the distance, Lung Xian was poised to snipe the scene. Trouble was brewing. Upon seeing Bai Ye, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Lung Xian, Chumai momentarily faltered, realizing why Lin Xie had mistaken this individual for Lung Xian that fateful night. The resemblance was striking, so much so that even the parents of Lung Xian would likely fail to recognize their own son. At that moment, an unusual silence enveloped the scene, with both Bai Ye and the members of Team 136 surprisingly subdued. At this moment, Bai Ye slowly spoke. Captain Chun Mai, is it reasonable for you to confront me, an ordinary person, instead of dealing with the mysterious forces? An ordinary person? An ordinary person cannot transform into the likeness of my comrade and single-handedly slay so many serpent demons. Observing the relentless advance of Chun Mai and his companions, Bai Ye's expression darkened. It appeared that these three were determined to capture him today. Therefore, you have no justification for apprehending me. Firstly, I have not harmed any ordinary individuals. Secondly, I have eliminated more than 70 serpent demon offspring. Otherwise, why would your operation be so swift? In a sense, even if I lack merit, you have no right to unlawfully detain me. Both in sentiment and reason, you lack the grounds to arrest me. Chun Mai sighed. Indeed, your intentions are intertwined with the enigmatic Qi Yi. Every one of your actions is intricately connected to him. Hence, I cannot afford to take that gamble. I will ascertain the identity of those behind you and your true motives in approaching Qi Yi. As for the grounds for your arrest, illegal possession of firearms, unauthorized ownership of military weapons, does that suffice? It is no surprise that once matters concerning Lin Qi arise, Chun Mai's demeanor becomes exceedingly serious. After all, Lin Qi is the source of the miraculous phenomena in Songnan. It warrants earnest attention. Faced with two from the Chuan realm, one from the Qi realm, and a marksmanship prodigy, Bai Ye found it exceedingly challenging to break free from this encirclement, despite his own prowess. Subsequently, he discarded the firearm onto the ground, as if resigning to his fate. Feel free to inquire, or do you intend to capture me? Bai Ye's acquiescence surprised Chun Mai, yet it was understandable. Even the so-called prodigious divine agent Lin Qi Yi would not escape their grasp in such a situation, let alone himself. Chun Mai exchanged a glance with Wen Qima, who promptly retrieved a rope and approached Bai Ye directly. Just as Wen Qima was about to bind Bai Ye, a sly smile crept across Bai Ye's lips, and in an instant, his appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. Qima, you have long desired this. Haven tea you? To tie me up? And then, what a great lecher you are. Upon hearing that familiar, tantalizing voice, Wen Qima was startled and immediately dropped the rope, stepping back a few paces. Red Hong Ing how? You actually transformed into her likeness. Oh dear, after all, she is the beauty of your team. I thought that by assuming Hong Ing's form, You might be a bit gentler with me. Wouldn't you agree? Chima Gigi Bai Ye shot a flirtatious glance at Chima, leaving him momentarily dazed, as if ensnared by a mental demon. Chima, never mind. I'll bind Wu. Xiao Lan recognized that Chima had been utterly captivated by this false Hong Ying, rendering him incapable of combat. At this critical juncture, it was up to him to intervene. However, just as Wu Xiangnan prepared to act, Bai Ye gently unzipped his jacket. As Chima beheld the scene, his eyes widened in disbelief. What are you planning to do? He inquired. What am I going to do? Naturally, I intend to threaten you. She wailed. How outrageous it is that 3 strong men would bully a single weak woman. In light of this, I might as well strip off my clothes and proclaim to everyone that you, from the Peace Affairs office, are nothing but a bunch of scoundrels preying on vulnerable girls. With that, Bai Ye continued to unzip her jacket. Chima immediately stood up in protest. Wait, but this will tarnish Hong Ying's reputation. Are you feeling sorry for her? Perhaps I should transform into Xiao Lan instead? Chun Mai's expression hardened, and he abruptly rose, firmly placing his hand on Bai Ye's shoulder. His strength was formidable, and Bai Ye felt as though a massive boulder had been set upon her. Ouch, Captain Chun, you're hurting me, she exclaimed, glancing at him with feigned innocence. Look, it's already turning red. In response, Chun Mai simply closed his eyes, deciding that once Xiao Nan and Hong Ying arrived, they would keep an eye on this troublemaker, preventing any further antics. Suddenly, 3 gunshots echoed from the classroom building, leaving Chun Mai momentarily stunned. Upon hearing the shots, Bai Ye's lips curled into a slight smile, indicating that Xiao Yu had indeed fired her weapon. At that moment, Lin Xie must have realized that Li Yifei was the serpent demon. Given his character, he would never allow anyone else to eliminate him beforehand. In a certain sense, this chapter seemed to reach its conclusion. Well then, everyone, she declared, your tasks are nearly complete. I presume, after spending a day here, shouldn't you treat me to a cup of tea on my way back? Isn't that right? Chima, if you wish, you may bind me with that thick rope at any time. In any manner you desire. Chima sighed deeply. I wish I could just disappear. Chapter 12. You have captured my body, but not my heart. This day marked a resounding victory for Team 136, as they successfully apprehended the serpent demon, even managing to capture the shapeshifter. However, Chima Gigi, you've tied me up so tightly. My wrists are turning red. Why not just hold me instead? I promise I won't escape. As Hong Ying, Xiao Nan, and Xie prepared to regroup with their teammates, they were suddenly taken aback by this voice, momentarily rendering their minds inoperative. Upon recognizing the individual, their expressions turned somewhat awkward, with Xiao Nan excitedly exclaiming, Ah, Hong Ying, you've been tied up by Chima. I knew it, deep down. He is actually quite the pervert. Chima wore an expression of exasperation. Upon seeing Hong Ying, he instinctively began to explain, Hong Ying, Xiao Nan, let me clarify. This isn't what it seems. The captain instructed me to bind her. Chima Gigi, but didn't you just whisper to me that you wanted to tie me up as Hong Ying for a thrill? Now you're denying it completely. And didn't you also mention at night you wanted me to transform into Xiao Nan so you could continue enjoying yourself? Ooh, you heartless man, a scoundrel. A disgrace among night watchmen. Chima, just another day to contemplate my demise. Upon hearing Bai Ye's remarks, aside from Hong Ying and Xiao Nan, the others displayed hints of amusement. Even Chun Mai, typically the most composed, could not suppress a slight smile at that moment. Lin Xie regarded the bound Hong Ying with a complex expression. This was their 3rd encounter, and each previous meeting had left him with indelible memories. Oh, isn't this my dear Xie brother? It's been half a month, hasn't it? Did you miss your sister? Don't worry, for I am the beautiful soldier here to save the world. No need to fret. Were you the one who delivered the finishing blow to the Ghost-Face King? Indeed, it was I. Why didn't you save Zhao Kongshen? Because I needed to slay the Ghost-Face King. If it didn't fight back, I wouldn't be able to kill him. It's as simple as that. Lin Xie's expression turned angry yet resigned. After all, old Zhao was not his doing. At best, he could merely observe the unfolding events, choosing not to intervene. Seeing this, Hong Ying gently patted Lin Xie's shoulder, offering comfort. Xie brother, don't dwell on it too much. Let us focus on happier thoughts. At least we managed to capture this fellow, haven't we? Ah, yes, yes, yes. If it weren't for my obsession with jungling, you wouldn't even have caught my tail. Shut up. What is wrong, Chima Gigi? You weren't this way with me just now. Go away. Meanwhile, at the Peace Affairs office, Bai found himself tied up in a chair. While that evening, not a single member of Team 136 returned home, all of them fixated on surrounding Bai. Quickly, tell us your name. From whence do these firearms originate? Moreover, what is your hidden agenda? And what is the purpose of your repeated proximity to the younger brother of Xie? Can we refrain from using my visage? As soon as Hong Ying returned, she commenced her interrogation, affording Bai Ye no respite, particularly as she observed him bound to a chair, resembling her own likeness. Occasionally, she cast flirtatious glances at Wen Qima, who was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Excuse me, Miss Hong Ying, your inquiries are rather incessant. Furthermore, is it customary for your squad 136 to interrogate guests while they're bound? One must be a guest to warrant such treatment. No? Have you forgotten that I escorted both of you into the female dormitory? Oh, how dare you mention that? You have already wreaked havoc in the dormitory, and yet you still led us on a wild goose chase, leaving Xie to battle alone for so long. Additionally, I detest when others flaunt my face. Can you not utilize your own visage? Bai Ye gently shook his head. No, I find myself lacking in charm. Thus I prefer to borrow the countenance of the beautiful. Even if your words are sweet, we shall not let you off easily, and we have yet to settle accounts regarding Old Zhao. At the mention of Old Zhao, the expressions of all members of Squad 136 shifted, particularly Lin Xie, who felt the weight of the matter more acutely. However, Bai Ye merely shook his head. Friends, do exercise your intellect, will you? I am but a mere lamp spirit. Even if I desired to assist, I would be of little consequence against the king of ghosts in the Chuan realm. Even if it were to fall at last, it would be solely due to Zhao Kongsheng having dealt it a grievous blow, severing its head in the process. Furthermore, the void of no rings is beyond the capabilities of someone of my caliber to breach, is it not? Bai Ye's words were incisive, rendering the assembled individuals momentarily speechless, at a loss for how to counter his assertions. Very well, let us set aside the matter of Old Zhao for now. What Xie? You have approached him repeatedly. What is your intention? Who is the individual behind you? During this critical juncture, Chun Mai was determined not to overlook any morsel of information. Observing the expressions of those present, Bai Ye immediately donned a pitiable facade. Surely, you do not perceive me as a deity of old? O heavens, O earth! I am far more unjustly treated than Do-E. After my awakening, I not only vanquished the ghost masked, but also slew over 70 serpent demon spawn. Is that not worthy of some recognition for my toil? You heartless wretches, bullying me? Woe is me. As they witnessed the beauty weep, all present were uncertain how to respond, given that this figure still bore the face of Hong Ying. Upon seeing Bai Ye weeping profusely with her visage, Hong Ying grasped his shoulders. Do not weep. No, even if you must weep, do not do so with my face. Then please untie me, or else I shall. As he spoke, Bai Ye transformed once more into Chun Mai, a sight that caused every heart in the room to leap. In the midst of all eyes upon him, the once stoic and resolute captain of Squad 136 now wept uncontrollably. Chimai. Lung Xian quietly picked up his phone, preparing to capture this dramatic and historically significant moment, and so did Wen Qima and Wu Xiangnan. In an instant, Chun Mai felt as though the image he had cultivated over the years in front of his teammates was collapsing at a terrifying pace. You lot, no filming. Rest assured, Captain, we won't post anything recklessly. Indeed, I'm just recording audio for my ringtone. Captain, don't worry, we won't let the first, second, third, fourth, eighth person know about this. Chimai, I really want to smack these guys. I say, have you cried enough? Since you're not a member of the ancient God Church, where did you learn about the Night Watchman, the mysterious, the divine, and the forbidden ruins? Bai Ye immediately regained his composure, gazing at Chun Mai, then looked around. Captain, this is something I can only share with you. Chun Mai narrowed his eyes. What is your intention? Why can you speak freely? Are you sure you want me to say it here? If I do, I fear you might not be able to control the situation. Looking into Bai Ye's eyes, though he was using his own face, the gaze seemed to pierce through everything, making one feel uncomfortable. Let us go. Chi, You've had a tiring day with the mission. Let us head home for a party, shall we? Everyone S invited. Hong Ying began orchestrating the exodus, clearly intending to grant Chun Mai some solitude. Once his teammates had departed, Chun Mai calmly remarked, "Now, you may speak." Chapter 13, Captain. You cannot be alone with him in a room. Now may I speak? Bai Ye shook his head. There's no rush, Captain Chun. I need you to call Lin Xie. After all, this lad's mundane realm may very well be eavesdropping on our conversation. With a sigh of resignation, Chun Mai dialed Lin Xie's number, but the moment he did, the sound of a phone ringing echoed from the entrance. Soon after, there were sounds of commotion at the door. Bai Ye chuckled softly. Captain Chun, perhaps we should wait until your teammates have departed before continuing? Remember, this matter is solely between us. Chun Mai exhaled deeply and slowly approached the door, only to find several of his teammates crouched outside, eavesdropping. Good morning, Captain. Chun Mai gazed at the bright moon in the sky and replied, Morning? Haven't you all returned? We were worried about you. Hong Ying interjected. Who knows what that fellow might do to you? The others nodded fervently in agreement, and Lin Xie added, Captain, I feel this person is rather peculiar, so it's prudent for us to be on guard. Chun Mai shook his head. There's no need. Although he is cunning, his strength is merely at the level of a lamp, posing no threat to me. Rest assured, you have all exerted yourselves today. Go and enjoy the party. I shall join you once I'm finished with my inquiries. Since the captain had spoken thusly, it would be impolite to linger. Wu Xiangnan patted Chun Mai on the shoulder and turned to leave with the others. Watching them depart from the peace affairs office, Chun Mai slowly stepped inside. His gaze falling upon Bai Ye bound to a chair. He spoke in a low voice. What is it that you wish to reveal? A faint smile graced Bai Ye's lips. Captain Chun, are you not curious about my intentions? Allow me to divulge. I wish to survive. The mere declaration of his desire to live caused Chun Mai's brow to furrow. You want to survive? What purpose does that serve? Are you poisoned or? Bai Ye shook his head and slowly uttered 3 words, Shiva's grievance. Chun Mai's pupils constricted, and his aura became disordered. After taking several deep breaths, he gradually calmed himself. How? Where did you come to know of this? The manner in which I came to know is of little consequence. What truly matters is that this city, along with you and I, is already on borrowed time. This city exists because of Lin Xie. I'm not mistaken, am I? Chun Mai's expression darkened. How much do you truly know about this matter? Ordinarily, only the upper echelons of the night watchmen are privy to such knowledge. How much do I know? Bai Ye laughed. Everything you know and everything you do not, I am aware of. Otherwise, why would I have appeared beside Lin Xie, just as he opened his eyes? Why would I have witnessed Zhao Kongcheng meet his demise? I know all of this. Then Bai Ye continued, if Zhao Kongcheng does not perish, Lin Xie may eventually join the night watchman, but he will waste a great deal of time. In a brief span of time, I have been unable to discover a method that would compel him to join the night watch with such unwavering resolve. Thus, Zhao Kongcheng must perish. Upon hearing this, Chun Mai's aura surged towards Bai Ye, causing Bai Ye to feel a momentary constriction in his breath. However, he maintained his composure and replied, Captain Chun, please do not be enraged. If Shiva's wrath becomes uncontrollable, the disappearance of Tsangnan could be hastened. It was only at this moment that Chun Mai's expression shifted dramatically. The knowledge of Shiva's wrath was known to few within the entirety of the Great Xia. The individual before him possessed far too much information. Is your intention in approaching Lin Xie to enlist him in the night watch? Chun Mai inquired. No, my sole purpose is to cultivate my own abilities. I enhance my prowess through the continuous eradication of the mysterious. Following Lin Xie is merely a means to eliminate those enshrouded in mystery. As for the identity of the individual behind me, I can disclose that as well. His name is Merlin. Merlin? Chun Mai was taken aback, his gaze towards Bai Ye now tinged with astonishment. Could it be that you are the divine agent of the prophet and sorcerer, Merlin? Not entirely. I have merely inherited his transformation magic. As for prophecy, he has bestowed none upon me. Occasionally, I hear his voice in my dreams. All of my actions are guided by his prophecies. At this juncture, Chun Mai's expression grew increasingly intricate, astonished to find 2 divine agents in this small city of Tsangnan. Taking a deep breath, he promptly untied the ropes binding Bai Ye, who looked at him in surprise. You are no longer going to restrain me? You are not a member of the ancient god church. And considering the secrets you have disclosed, it is likely that only prophecy remains unknown to others. Binding you serves no purpose. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you, but let me join the Night Watch. That is out of the question. Why not? Damn it. I have but 1 year left to live. Joining the Night Watch entails a year of training for new recruits. After that, I would perish shortly thereafter. I refuse. I am seeking a way to survive. Chun Mai gradually closed his eyes, his voice tinged with reluctance. Is Tsangnan truly beyond salvation? Bai Ye replied calmly. I do not know, but this city should have ceased to exist a decade ago. It endures solely because of Lin Xie. At the very least, you have a son, do you not? You certainly possess a wealth of knowledge. Shimai retorted. Of course. For instance, your vice captain is a member of the Blue Rain Squad, a former immortal swordsman. A few years ago, during the pursuit of Yamada no Orochi, he inadvertently entered Takamidahara and was slain by Susanoo. He returned thanks to his ability to resurrect, yet his arm was injured, rendering him unable to wield a sword for the rest of his life. Is that not so? You're aware of that as well? I know more than you might imagine. After all, that prophetic deity is quite the chatterbox. Every time he visits my dreams, he inundates me with a myriad of tales, making it nearly impossible to forget. Bai Ye's words were a blend of truth and deception, serving both to justify his own fade and to leave Chun Mai momentarily bewildered. Upon hearing this, Chun Mai let out a deep sigh, acknowledging the uniqueness of the inquiry, particularly given its intricate connection to the great wizard Merlin. I shall report your matter to the commander-in-chief. It may require you to remain here a while longer. No problem, came a reply. I can wait. Moreover, if the opportunity arises, I would like to propose a transaction with him. Chapter 14, Commander Yi. You surely do not wish for others to discern that your Night Watchers harbor an undercover agent, do you? Chun Mai, once one of the two infamous figures known as the Black Impermanence in the capital city, and the custodian of the grievances of Shiva, possesses the means to contact Yi Fan, which does not astonish Bai Ye in the least. As soon as Chun Mai dialed the number, it was promptly answered. Your frequency of communication with me has increased of late. In the past, you seldom reached out. What? Has something transpired with Lin Xie? Commander. It's not that. It seems we have once again identified a potential divine agent. What? Where is he? Tell me at once. He is right before me. But Commander, this individual is rather unique. Regardless of how unique he may be, Chun Mai, you are well aware of the invaluable nature of a divine agent. By any means necessary, we must ensure he joins the Night Watchers. We cannot allow the cult of the ancient gods to find him first. Do you understand? Yi Fan's agitation is understandable. 4 divine agents in the Great Xia are exceedingly rare, and with only a handful existing, their potential, once fully realized, is destined to reach the pinnacle of the Klein realm. No, Commander, please hear me out. This individual appears to be the agent of Merlin, the god of magic and prophecy, but he seems to have only inherited the transformation magic from Merlin's vast repertoire. However, he claims that he occasionally converses with Merlin during his sleep and possesses considerable knowledge. To converse with a deity, such an ability is paramount, especially when it concerns the god of prophecy. Employ every possible method to secure his allegiance to the Night Watchers. Commander, he has declined. Why? Because he is one of the victims of the grievances of Shiva. When the miracle vanished, he too was affected. Furthermore, he is already aware of the situation regarding the grievances of Shiva, and in the coming year, he intends to seek a means of survival. Thus, he cannot possibly join the Night Watchers. Upon hearing Chun Mai's explanation, Yi Fan fell silent for a moment, eventually releasing a long sigh. Divine agents in the Great Xia are scarce. Aside from Lin Xie, there's also Wang Mian from the Mass team and Xia Simeng from the Phoenix team. Sigh. In that case, let him follow his own path. Do not persist in pursuing him. Allow him the final year of his wishes. However, before Yi Fan could conclude, Bai Ye snatched the phone and addressed Yi Fan directly. Commander Yi Fan, I wish to propose a transaction with you. What say you? You are the agent of Merlin? Indeed. What transaction do you seek? I hope you can assist me in contacting a certain individual, one whom only you can reach. Whom? The president of the Upper Evil Society, Genian. At this revelation, Yi Fan was finally convinced that this individual was indeed the agent of Merlin. Setting aside all else, merely the mention of Genian and the existence of the upper evil society was enough. The vast majority of night watchers remain oblivious to this knowledge. Thus, this person must unequivocally be the agent of Merlin. And what is your purpose in contacting her? My disposition is rather indifferent, rendering me unsuitable for joining the Night Watch. Even if I were to discover a means of survival a year hence, my integration would still prove challenging. However, I surmise that, with a divine agent present, you might be concerned about the possibility of my being intercepted by the cult of the ancient gods. If that is the case, would it not be wiser to introduce me to the Xie Society instead? This way, both you and I could find solace in the arrangement, would we not? I must concede, Bai Ye's proposal indeed represents the most prudent course of action for the time being. Yet, the thought of commemorating that girl, who endlessly wanders amidst the mist, weighs heavily on me. Even though we possess communication devices, each interaction demands a considerable expenditure of her mental energy, necessitating extended periods of recuperation. Why then should you presume that your prophecy holds such significance for me that I would acquiesce to your request to contact her? It is undeniable that Yi Fan is remarkably cautious, refraining from giving Bai Ye an immediate response, befitting of the supreme commander of the Great Xia Night Watch. Yet, a slight smirk races Bai Ye's lips. Observing this expression, Chan Mai likens him to a cunning old fox, yet this scoundrel still relies on his own visage, which is quite vexing. What, then, is your estimation of the value of a special team's life, alongside that of an undercover agent entrenched within the upper echelons of the Night Watch? Upon hearing this, Chen Mai felt utterly bewildered. The life of a special team? And an undercover agent within the upper ranks of the Night Watch? Good heavens, is this something meant for his ears? Yi Fan immediately rose to his feet, exclaiming, "What did you say? A special team? Which special team? Furthermore, you claim there is an undercover agent in the upper ranks? How can that be possible?" Even someone as composed as Yi Fan trembled at the weight of this revelation. It is crucial to note that the special teams of the Night Watch, such as the Heroic Spirits unit, rely on the dragon vein of Great Xia for their existence and typically refrain from engaging in combat. Meanwhile, the Blue Rain unit was obliterated a few years prior, leaving only Mask, Phoenix, and Medium operational. The captain of the Mask unit serves as the agent of the God of Time, capable of traversing the temporal realm to rectify past calamities. The captain of the Phoenix unit, Xia Simon, is the agent of the goddess of war and wisdom, Athena, possessing exceptional prowess and an inherent Phoenix bloodline, which grants her extraordinary vitality. Lastly, the captain of the Medium unit, Bu Li, is lauded as the pinnacle of humanity, surpassing all others. It is beyond my comprehension how these teams could possibly be vanquished unless divine intervention were involved. Moreover, the notion of an undercover agent infiltrating the upper echelons is even more difficult to fathom. After all, those who ascend to the ranks of the Night Watch are typically individuals who have distinguished themselves through their valor and contributions to Great Xia in their youth. If the cult of the ancient gods truly possesses the capability to subvert such individuals and extend their influence into the upper echelons of the Night Watch, perhaps disbanding the Night Watch altogether would be a more prudent course of action. Yi Fan inhaled deeply. What you say, is it truly accurate? I cannot guarantee it, for it is merely a prophecy. However, this prophecy was imparted to me by Merlin. What say you, Commander Yi? The life of a special team and the identity of an undercover agent. A profound silence enveloped Yi Fan's side. After a considerable pause, his voice finally emerged. Steady yet measured, speak. Which ill-fated special team is this? Mask. Yi Fan's pupils contracted slightly. Initially, he had speculated that the special team in question was Medium. Given that with the unique nature of Medium, the annihilation of Bali and Wu Tongxian would effectively spell the end for that team. He had even considered the Phoenix team, yet he never anticipated that it would be Mask that met with disaster. Before addressing the crisis of the special team, I must inform you of the infiltrator within the upper echelons. After all, this predicament was brought about by him. At this juncture, not only did Yi Fan feel an immense weight in his palm, But Chen Mai also hesitated, pondering whether he should take his leave. Could he truly bear to hear such words? Who is it? His surname is Chun. Upon hearing this, Chen Mai's face contorted in disbelief. No, it can't be. The master is one of humanity's 5 great paragons. Chen Mai's exclamation elicited a resigned smile from Bai Ye. I say, Captain Chun, who told you it was the master? I recall that fellow is quite aged, with a significant history, and he is none other than Zhuo Qing, the director of the Special Operations Department, who guided Commander Yi Fan and nearly ascended to the position of the 4th commander of the Night Watch. His name is Chen Elu. Old Chun, perhaps. Bai Ye described the individual in great detail. A man named Chun, a senior figure, who had once served as a guide to both him and Zhuo Qing. Hence, the only person he could think of was old Chun Lu. You find it hard to believe, do you? Indeed, I cannot accept that he is an infiltrator. In his youth, he rendered great service to the great Xia, earning the Stellar Sea Medal twice and the Celestial Medal 6 times. He was a hero of that era. So, you cannot fathom that such a venerable elder, an esteemed hero of the Night Watch, would be an infiltrator? Is your prophecy genuine? I find it difficult to believe that someone of his caliber could be swayed by the ancient god society, which lacks the capability to do so. You raise a valid point. Indeed, the ancient god society does not possess such power. But when did I ever claim that he was swayed by the ancient god society? What? Investigate his hometown. If I recall correctly, it is a small fishing village in Hainan. Do not dispatch any teams there, for that place is bound by a time seal that perpetually loops, left by the god of time. Anyone who enters will be erased by time. In the future, as foretold by Merlin, Mask inadvertently wandered into such a place and was entirely obliterated, leaving only Wang Mian alive. My intelligence report has concluded, Commander Yi. Yi Fan took a deep breath, lost in contemplation. The revelations Bai Ye shared today had profoundly impacted him. When would you like me to contact the memorial? No rush. Whether I survive is a matter still up for debate. Let us wait until the miracle of Tsangnan has concluded, and if I am still alive then, we shall discuss it further. Chapter 15. The adorable little fish has been taken away. May I inquire your name? You may call me the Fool, or perhaps the Masked Fool. Thank you for your prophecy, Fool. When Bai Ye handed his phone to Chun Mai, the latter's gaze towards him shifted dramatically. It was the first time he had encountered someone capable of striking a deal with the Supreme Commander of the Daxia Night Watch. Merely the matters Bai Ye had just mentioned could be likened to a series of explosive revelations. Captain Chun, why do you appear so solemn? Chun Mai offered a wry smile and shook his head. Are you not aware of what you just said? I find myself somewhat envious of my teammates. At least they remain blissfully ignorant. They will have to learn eventually. Now that I have obtained Yi Fan's consent, Captain Chun, you no longer have the authority to detain me, do you? Gazing at Bai Ye, who wore a semblance of a smile upon his own face, Chun Mai was momentarily at a loss for words. Could you not use your own visage? Remember, for one like me, who possesses transformation magic, gender and appearance are of no consequence. Today, we shall host a gathering at the Hong Ing residence. Would you care to join? Bai Ye raised an eyebrow, but shook his head. No, given your indifference towards Zhao Kongqing's plight, it seems we are fated to remain at odds. Enjoy your revelries. Besides, I have my own objectives. Perhaps our paths shall cross frequently in the coming year. With that, Bai Ye slowly pushed open the office door and, before Chun Mai's eyes, transformed into a dove and soared away. As Chun Mai watched Bai Ye effortlessly shift from human to animal, he pondered whether Bai Ye's recent capture was a ploy to connect with Commander Yi of the Daxia Night Watch through him. If that were the case, this individual was indeed formidable. Alas, although the nature of Xie remains unclear, Commander Yi is certainly aware of it. As long as he does not become an adversary of the Night Watch, he would be content. The night had completely enveloped the sky, and Bai Ye followed a familiar route, arriving directly at the bridge shelter where he had once slept. Resuming his original form, he sat cross-legged, resembling a meditative monk. About an hour later, a bespectacled, genteel-looking youth approached, his expression slightly astonished upon seeing Bai Ye. You have come, it appears. You have come to believe my words. Indeed, peculiar events have transpired at school, and this world is far more intriguing than I had imagined. A glint of madness flickered in the youth's eyes, while Bai Ye smiled faintly. You took the head of the mother demon, didn't you? You possess considerable knowledge. Speaking of which, when we first met, you seemed certain I would return to seek you out. Why? Because I require your strength. And in order to delve deeper into this world, you too require my assistance. What? Bai Ye gazed at the deranged youth before him, gradually rising to his feet and extending a hand towards him. I require your intellect to aid me in my quest for the mysterious, and in return, I shall present to you the corpses of all the entities I have slain, allowing you to dissect them to your heart's content. Upon hearing the final words, the boy's eyes transformed from an initial calmness into a frenzied glimmer, and he slowly extended his palm in reply. A pleasurable collaboration. I am in Qingyu. I am Bai Ye. May our partnership be fruitful. Meanwhile, at Hong Ying's residence, although they had prepared a hot pot to enjoy together upon the captain's return, a palpable gloom weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. The shapeshifters seemed to possess an abundance of knowledge. Why had he spared the captain? What was it that only the captain could comprehend? If they failed to unravel this mystery, sleep would elude them that night. Ah, what a fragrant hot pot. Why are you all standing around here? Were you waiting for me? As Chun Mai's voice resonated, everyone turned to face its source. Captain, you're back. What did that fellow discuss with you? Furthermore, how shall we proceed with him? Hong Ying, clearly impatient, directly inquired of Chun Mai, who merely shrugged in response. This tale is rather lengthy. It appears that this lad is a candidate for a divine agent. What? A divine agent? The group was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the seemingly ill-tempered individual was indeed a divine agent. Chun Mai let out a long sigh. He claims to be the representative of Merlin, the god of magic and prophecy. However, while he refers to himself as an agent, he differs from Qi Yi. He has merely inherited a rather ordinary shape-shifting magic and possesses no knowledge of prophecy or other magics. Yet, he occasionally communicates with Merlin through dreams. At least, that is what he professes. Chun Mai divulged only the publicly available information, which left the members of Team 136 with an air of peculiarity in their gazes. In a nation where divine agents are scarce, how have two emerged in our small city of Songnan? What a peculiar stroke of fortune. When Shima lamented, with Xiao Lan chiming in, a divine agent. How imbibit? Why does no deity cast their gaze upon me? Huh, if I were a deity, the first thing I would do is appoint Xiao Lan as my divine agent. After all, cuteness reigns supreme. Hong Ying laughed, embracing Xiao Lan. However, Lin Qi Yi furrowed his brow. Captain, since he is a divine agent, he must also seek to join the night watch, much like myself. Upon hearing this, the others quickly grasped the implications. Indeed, Captain, while the shape-shifting ability of this divine realm may be limited, his demonstrated prowess suggests he can inherit a portion of the abilities of the entities he transforms into, making him a highly versatile divine being. Did you not extend an invitation for him to join us? After all, the value of a divine agent is exceedingly high. Observing the behavior of this young man, it is apparent that, although he may lack the empathy common among ordinary individuals compared to Lin Xie, with proper guidance, he could potentially emerge as a pillar of strength. It is impossible. I have already reported this matter to the commander-in-chief. Yet, this lad has audaciously brokered a deal with our commander, utilizing Merlin's prophecy. Moreover, he has expressed disinterest in joining the Night Watch. We cannot forcibly bring him against his will. Upon hearing the words commander-in-chief, the others were taken aback, while Wu Xiangnan's eyes revealed a hint of intrigue. So, Captain, does the commander mean to let things unfold naturally? He will not be swayed by the Church of the Ancient Gods. For now, he will continue to reside in the city of Songnan. Perhaps we may encounter him again in the future. Enough of these musings. I'm famished. This delectable hot pot is nearly stirring my appetite into a frenzy. Ha, Captain. Do you realize that you look remarkably like a starving ghost who hasn't eaten in 3 days? Alas, it is merely that this young man has left a profound impact on me. After all, it is my first time witnessing an ordinary person daring to negotiate with the commander-in-chief. By the way, this lad refers to himself as the Fool, a rather enigmatic character. Upon hearing this name, Lin Xie furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling stir within him. Is it merely an illusion? Never mind. It is of little consequence to me. I hope this peculiar individual does not cross my path again. Chapter 16. Even the pharmacist retains his charm. And Xing Yu. How is it that your nose has endured such a dim, damp, and foul-smelling environment? Bai Ye pinched his nose. His curiosity piqued to the point where he wished to dissect in Xing Yu's mind to uncover any underlying affliction. To conduct experiments in a sewer was quite perplexing. One must understand that sewers are a confluence of the city's refuse, waste, sewage, and excrement. The amalgamation and fermentation of such detritus produce a stench that is unbearable to any human. Rest assured, the laboratory I am constructing is situated within an underground cavity of the sewer system. With proper fortification, the city's wastewater will not encroach upon my laboratory, and Xing Yu assured. Do exercise caution. We must not play with fire. Should this venture explode, we would both be doomed, Bai Ye warned. And Xing Yu smiled. Leading Bai Ye to the site he had prepared for the laboratory. Remarkably, within this subterranean system, there existed a section untouched by sewage. I intend to build a laboratory here, though it may take some time. During this period, there is no need for such formality. Bai Ye replied with a nonchalant smile. He began to weave his imagination, envisioning the fundamental structure of a laboratory. Workbenches, petri dishes, microscopes, formaldehyde. In the blink of an eye, a laboratory that would typically require a month to construct materialized before them. And Xing Yu was momentarily stunned as Bai Ye patted his shoulder. Step inside and take a look. My knowledge of experiments is quite limited. If anything is lacking, I shall procure it for you shortly. And Xing Yu blinked, gazing at Bai Ye with a newfound fervor. All right. After assisting in Xing Yu in completing the laboratory, Bai Ye reclined upon the woven bed and drifted into slumber. Today, the character correction value of Xiao Aha had reached 50%. Had it not been for the events of the day, he would have already unlocked the second door. Upon arriving at the astral train, Xiao Aha unexpectedly manifested before him, seemingly toying with a mask in hand. The gloom on his face had noticeably diminished. Xiao Aha, you actually emerged from your room? I thought you had partitioned your reclusive nature from the joy star god. Conductor, you possess a keen sense of humor. However, for some reason, my mood today is not as dismal as before. My mind feels clearer, Xiao Aha replied. But I presume you did not come merely to engage in idle chatter? Correct. I'm now able to unlock the second door. It must be rather lonely for you here. Allow me to provide you with some company. Is that so? I eagerly anticipated. You cannot fathom the extent of my boredom living alone on this train. It's maddening. Bai Ye chuckled and made his way to the second carriage. Where the sight of the rice stalks brought a smile to his lips, he slowly pushed open the door. The moment the door creaked open, a potent aura of death surged forth from within, suffocating Bai Ye and leaving him gasping for breath as if his very soul were being drawn away. Goodness, is this aura truly that of the god of abundance? Bai Ye struggled to open his eyes, only to discover a young girl sitting expressionlessly on the bed, her vacant gaze suggesting a state of being utterly broken. What on earth? It's one thing for Aha to be a weepy soul, but how is it reasonable for a god of abundance to exude an aura of death? Is this truly acceptable? Just as Bai Ye finished his lament, the voice of Xiao Xing echoed once more in his mind. Greetings, conductor. Congratulations on unlocking the chamber of the god of abundance S apothecary. You have acquired the apothecary's skill, immortality. In the time to come, please continuously eliminate the mysterious entities to rescue the apothecary enshrouded in deathly energies, thereby enhancing the apothecary's correction value. Once the apothecary's correction value surpasses 20, 50, and 80, you shall earn a chance for a lottery draw. Well, this situation mirrors that of little Aha perfectly. Bai Ye sighed softly, then proceeded to examine the apothecary's skill. Immortality, eternal life. Upon reading this stark and straightforward description, Bai Ye's lips quirked slightly. How remarkable that he had so easily obtained what Qin Shi Huang had long sought. Eternal life, such an extraordinary skill. The thought of it made Bai Ye's admiration for the young girl before him grow. Right. Now that he possessed immortality, would the curse of Shiva no longer affect him? The exhilaration surged within him. The greatest challenge he faced had concluded upon entering the chamber of the god of abundance. How splendid! Long live abundance! Praise the abundance! Hello, dear apothecary. I am temporarily serving as the conductor of this train. Is there anything I can assist you with? With the assurance of his own life secured, Bai Ye gazed at the apothecary with increasing fondness. However, upon hearing his words, the girl inside the compartment slowly raised her gaze. In that instant, a wave of overwhelming deathly energy surged toward Bai Ye once more. This immense aura of death was profoundly heavy. Bai Ye felt as if the specter of death was looming right beside him, ready to sever his existence with but a beckoning gesture. Instinctively, he took 2 steps back, and the door slammed shut. This is outrageous. To sense death within the god of abundance. Sigh, is it once again a matter of eliminating the mysterious entities? Yet, although I have awakened skills that ensure my survival, I lack offensive capabilities. Bai Ye's face bore a wry smile. His sole means of attack still relied on his mask to transform into others and acquire their abilities, and even though it was only at 50% efficacy. Oh well, at least there aren't any particularly formidable mysteries in Sangnan City, and the combat prowess provided by the mask is somewhat adequate. Have you been thrown out, conductor? Xiao inquired timidly. Bai Ye found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Say, Xiao, do you have any idea what is going on with the apothecary? It seemed their conditions were somewhat similar, an aura of death radiating from the god of abundance, which, upon reflection, was rather intriguing. As I observed Aha inching closer to the jovial figure, Bai Ye gently ruffled his hair. After all, the train currently housed only the 2 of them. Should he find himself feeling bored, he could engage her in conversation. However, conversing with her might be a challenge. I wonder if she can even articulate her thoughts coherently at this point. Moreover, that lifeless demeanor appears quite daunting. Certainly not a prospect I wish to entertain. Having uttered these thoughts, young Aha swiftly retreated into his room without a backward glance, prompting a sigh from Bai Ye. Wait a moment. Could I perhaps extract the next ability from this lad? Chapter 17. The adorable little monster. Allow me to inflict pain upon you, for Bai Ye. Upon opening the door to the bountiful star god, he resolutely decided to immerse himself in this world. With the gift of immortality bestowed upon him, he now felt invincible, even against the wrath of Shiva. Yet, he had no intention of venturing out recklessly. Instead, he preferred to remain in the novice village for a while longer. After all, Yu was here, capable of assisting him in swiftly uncovering more mysteries to facilitate his ascension. As Bai Ye emerged from the sewer, he was struck by the refreshing essence of the world around him. The life he had endured in the sewers was hardly fit for a human. Only a madcap like Yu would willingly reside in such an environment for an entire year. Logically, he had spent 2 weeks in the sewers with Yu, a duration that seemed to have passed without any significant events in the original narrative. However, Yi should have been sent to the mountains for training by now, or so he mused. With this thought, Bai Ye gently shook his head. For the sake of his forthcoming plans, he would have to linger in this place for yet another year, longing for the world beyond the great Xia. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. Hey, isn't this the lunatic I was looking for the other day? Turning slowly, Bai Ye beheld a young girl clutching a bundle of vegetables. Pointing at him, it was none other than Hong Ying and Xiao Lan. Encountering them right after emerging from the sewer evoked a sense of nostalgia in Bai Ye. Hello again, he greeted with a smile. You, why do you look so disheveled? Did you just dig through a pile of dung? The odor is unbearable. Xiao Lan initially intended to tease Hong Ying through Bai Ye, but as she approached him, the overwhelming stench forced her to retreat repeatedly. Oh, I just came from the sewer. The sanitation there is somewhat lacking, so it's only natural to carry a bit of an odor. What on earth were you doing in such a place? I can't stay near you. I might lose my appetite for lunch. Xiao Lan pinched her nose and stepped back, which amused Bai Ye. This agent of the god of trickery was quite adept at her fade. One might genuinely mistake her for a delicate girl. However, being well-versed in the original text, he recognized that this seemingly gentle girl was, in fact, a cunning fox in sheep's clothing, brimming with guile. Xiao Lan, you're being rather rude. Apologies. Our Xiao Lan tends to speak rather bluntly. Please do not take offense. Oh, it's nothing. I primarily work in sewer sanitation and happen to take a break to bathe and relax. Xiao Nan's gaze remained fixed on him, and she remarked nonchalantly, by the way, how come you're not in the psychiatric hospital? Did you escape? Cough, I am not insane at all. That day, I was merely cosplaying as an anime character and ended up being apprehended. It was utterly unjust. Is that so? Then why did the psychiatric hospital release me? That has seemed to be a valid point. Hong Ying then posed a question that had lingered from that day. Why did you predict my promotion while at the agency? Ah, that's just the usual trickery of fortune-telling. As long as one relies on ascending the ranks and accumulating wealth, those who doubt must eventually believe. Otherwise, how could I possibly earn a living? Is that not true? Alas, you are nothing short of shrewd merchant. Sigh, my stall has been confiscated by the urban management, and now I find myself relegated to the role of a sewer cleaner. It is utterly. Before I could finish my thoughts, a voice crackled through Bai Ye's earpiece. Bai Ye, can you hear me? My rodent has become operational. There are suspicious activities in the sewers of the new district. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's lips twitched. Did he truly have an inexplicable connection to such murky places? Just when he longed for a shower, he was summoned to battle in the depths below. Alas, who could blame him? After all, he was destined to serve as Qingyu's enforcer for the coming year. With a resigned expression, Bai Ye opened the nearby sewer and quietly descended back into the darkness. Xiao no, Ying. Hong Ying glanced at her companion. This is, oh dear, he's been called back to work. Since Qi Yi went to train at the night watchman's base, it seems we have been rather idle. Sometimes I even contemplate visiting the base myself. Hong Ying playfully tapped Xiaonan's nose, adding, besides, with how adorable you are, there's a chance you might be mistaken for a new recruit and sent for training. Now, that would be amusing. Really? Then you must accompany me. Hong Ying. Let those rookies witness the prowess of my 136 squad's goddess of the red gun. Seeing Xiaonan clench her fists, Hong Ying chuckled, gently ruffling her hair. If it were now, it might be possible, but a year from now, it would be quite different. After all, Qi as Divine Ruin is 003. An unparalleled existence within the same realm. That may not be the case. Qi himself might not even comprehend the full extent of his Divine Ruin's capabilities. All right, Hong Ying, let us return. After all, today Lung Xian, that massive ice block, is training my marksmanship, which is rather unusual. With that, the two strolled through the mall, purchasing ingredients for their midday meal before heading towards the office. Hong Ying, Xiaonan, where are you? Suddenly, Wu Xiangnan's voice echoed, catching them off guard. Xiangnan, what is the matter? A mysterious presence has been detected in the new district. I've sent you the location. This creature possesses strength equivalent to that of the pool realm. Hong Ying, Xiaonan, you are in close proximity. I will send Qimo to support you. Why? As long as at ISNT of the river realm, I can handle this mysterious entity alone. Wu Xiangnan sighed, based on the monster's movements. I suspect it is likely hiding within the underground pipes of Songnan. Therefore, Hong Ying, you must refrain from using your forbidden ruins during this operation. Understood. Just as Hong Ying felt a pang of regret over relinquishing the primary role of the mission to Wen Shima, Xiaonan suddenly shouted, Ah, Hong Ying, there are people in the sewer with narrowed pupils. Hong Ying suddenly recalled the youth they had encountered earlier that day, who had vanished into the sewer right beneath their noses. Over an hour had elapsed since then. As Bai Ye entered the sewer, he muttered to the small mouse at his feet, Little fish, are you certain that fellow is truly down here? You haven't made a mistake, have you? Should anyone have chanced upon Bai Ye, they would undoubtedly have deemed him a disheveled madman, pale of complexion and conversing with rodents. The mouse nodded in response, and shortly thereafter, a voice crackled through the earpiece, a Qin Yu's voice. Are you really capable? The opponent is formidable, approximately 2 meters in length and, yes, lead the way. Bai Ye replied. All right. The mouse seemed to receive an instruction and promptly scurried off in a particular direction, while Bai Ye followed leisurely behind. According to Qin Yu's intelligence, the mysterious entity lay less than 100 meters away. However, the sewer's narrow and winding passages could easily lead one astray without the guidance of such a creature. Bai Ye had never encountered this monster in the original narrative and was oblivious to its realm, but by strength alone, it was likely no more than that of a pool-level being. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, stationed far away at the research base, gazed at the nonchalant Bai Ye, momentarily engulfed in self-doubt. After all, The mysterious figure he had observed through the mouse was a grotesque creature with razor-sharp claws. While Bai Ye possessed remarkable talents in creation, there was uncertainty regarding his prowess in combat. Surely, it must be manageable, right? Suddenly, Bai Ye felt an icy draft sweep past him from behind. Reacting swiftly, he rolled aside just as a sharp claw emerged, slicing through his clothing and leaving several pale gashes along his back. Moments later, blood began to seep from the wounds, and Bai Ye stared at the claw, which emitted a noxious green gas. The odor was pungent, indicating that he faced a creature associated with toxins. Intense pain radiated from his injuries, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Yet, at that moment, there was no trace of fear in Bai Ye's eyes. Instead, he felt exhilarated. This aura. It must be at the initial stage of the pool realm, he mused. Ha. It is the perfect opportunity for some practice. Lacking combat techniques, Bai Ye's current skills were merely instinctive abilities retained from his transformation into Hong Ying during battles. Without hesitation, he conjured a long spear and thrust it directly at the mysterious entity. This creature, humanoid in shape and shrouded in a dense layer of foul fur, bore a striking resemblance to a savage. Its claws, half a meter in length and exuding toxic vapors, would have sent a normal person perilously close to death upon being wounded. However, endowed with a robust physique, Bai Ye felt little more than pain from the toxins coursing through him. The wild creature abruptly retreated, exhibiting remarkable agility upon realizing that its initial strike had failed to eliminate its opponent. It was, without a doubt, the first time Bai Ye had encountered such a mysterious entity that would flee after a mere exchange. Clearly, this enigmatic being was inherently suited for guerrilla warfare. Nevertheless, Bai Ye was not about to allow its escape so easily. A sly smile curled at the corner of his mouth as metallic walls surged up around the wild creature, encasing it in what resembled a colossal cage. Roar, huh? The wild creature, realizing it had been confined, prepared to unleash a cacophony to assert its dominance. Yet it was utterly unprepared for the revelation that this human was also trapped within the confines of the cage. Was he a fool? Who captures a beast only to imprison themselves alongside it? At that moment, Bai Ye gazed at the wild creature before him, a twisted expression of delight emerging on his face. Such a delightful little monster. Now you shall find no means of escape before me, allowing me to shower you with affection within this prison. Chapter 18. The mysterious in Bai's gaze, a fervent desire glimmered, and a twisted smile began to creep upon his lips. Ah, my dear little one, there is no escape for you now. Surrender willingly. At this moment, and Xing Yu was rendered speechless. Through the eyes of the mouse, he beheld the grotesque visage of this creature. Even he found it difficult to articulate Bai's peculiar designation for it. The wild man took a step back, trembling at the sight of Bai's maniacal grin. What kind of monster is this? I merely sought to consume a human. He lamented. Mother, I wish to return home. In the next instant, Bai sprang into action, eschewing the use of his masked prowess in favor of direct confrontation. The damage inflicted by conventional weaponry was severely limited. True combat potential could only be realized through the use of cold weapons. However, the characteristics of the mask imposed a cap on his abilities, necessitating that he engage in battle to surpass his limits. As the saying goes, the quickest way to become a seasoned veteran is to partake in the chaos of the battlefield. As long as one survives the ordeal, they emerge as a battle-hardened soldier. Bai, however, did not have the luxury of time to train at the Night Watcher's base. His sole method of advancement lay in combat, relentless combat. The wild man, witnessing Bai charge at him with claws bared, felt a surge of fear. Having lingered in Sangnan City for so long, he was not devoid of intelligence. Thus, upon realizing his confinement, his fear far outweighed his anger, particularly as he found himself trapped with this nascent humanoid aberration. He sensed that his fate might be sealed. Feeling fearful, are we? That hardly qualifies as training, Bai taunted, a smirk dancing on his lips as he radiated a crimson glow that enveloped the wild man in an instant. In the next heartbeat, the wild man, who had initially been apprehensive, erupted into a thunderous roar, as if succumbing to madness. What a splendid emotion-manipulating skill. This was the third ability he had acquired from Ahahaha, dominating the emotional states of all beings within a 100-meter radius. At that moment, Bai had successfully provoked the wild man's fury. Ahahaha. Let your anger flow, my darling. Your rage is simply magnificent. Suddenly, with an explosive force, Bai was sent flying, leaving behind an imprint of his form in the makeshift cage he had constructed. And Xingyu stood in bewilderment. What on earth are you doing? Even he could not comprehend Bai's thought process. Not only had he confined himself with a monster, but he had also incited its wrath. Was he eager for a swift demise? Yet, at that moment, Bai clawed his way out of the dented imprint, a frenzied smile spreading across his face, his eyes glinting with a predatory hunger. Marvelous. Absolutely splendid. My dear, you are simply extraordinary. The robust physique granted to Bai by his ample form rendered him remarkably resilient. Under normal circumstances, one would expect to suffer fatal injuries, or at least multiple fractures from such a blow. Yet Bai merely had a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, bearing no resemblance to someone who had just endured a direct punch from the wild man. Roar! The wild man charged directly at Bai Ye, determined to strike him with one punch, then two, three, until he was vanquished. At that moment, Bai Ye conjured two metallic rods. The reason he opted for blunt instruments was that he wished for this monster to linger in suffering a little longer. Indeed, my precious, I shall shower you with ardent affection. Bai Ye's combat skills were rather lacking. Even Xingyu could discern that he fought like a petty ruffian, devoid of any formal training. Yet, after enduring an extended battle with this enigmatic adversary, Xingyu had begun to witness Bai Ye's evolution. From an almost turn-based style at the outset, he gradually learned to evade two strikes intermittently. Now, he could dodge the majority of his opponent's assaults. Bai Ye was drenched in blood, yet he fought with increasing fervor, paying no heed to the wounds that marred his body. The wild man's emotions had been stripped away, leaving only raw fury, which transformed this cunning, treacherous creature, once a stealthy assassin, into a full-fledged warrior. Its injuries were hardly less severe than Bai Ye's. Its fangs lay shattered, 7 claws crushed, and its shins grotesquely contorted. At last, with a final blow, Bai Ye shattered the wild man's other shin, rendering it incapable of further combat. As he gazed down at the enraged wild man kneeling before him, a smile crept across Bai Ye's face. My dear, look at these wounds. Who could be so cruel as to inflict such pain upon you? Truly inhumane. To strike my precious. Do you wish for death? Oh, it is I. Then all is well. Bai Ye's demeanor was utterly chilling. Even Xingyu, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of him. Concurrently, his gaze towards Bai Ye grew tinged with madness. He was consumed by an urge to dissect him and uncover the secrets within. Standing before the wild man, Bai Ye seized a handful of its fur, grinning mischievously. Well then, darling, our little TTE has concluded. Shall we now engage in some unspeakable activities? Roar! In an instant, the wild man's previously half-meter-long claws surged in size by 50%, swinging toward Bai Ye's throat. Bai Ye's eyes narrowed, and he leapt backward. But the wild man's claws were swifter, descending directly upon his neck. Blood gushed forth as Bai Ye collapsed to the ground, and Xingyu sprang to his feet in shock. With Bai Ye's neck severed, blood flowed incessantly, and his head hung precariously by a thin strip of skin at the nape, unmistakably lifeless. This gruesome struggle in the depths of despair concluded with the wild man's last desperate counterattack claiming victory. And Xingyu clenched his fists tightly. Bai Ye had perished, and in such an incomprehensible manner. To him, Bai Ye had always been an enigmatic figure that appeared in the tapestry of his life. It all began with a deranged zealot escaping from a psychiatric hospital, who later transformed into an unexpected ally. Despite the various chaotic antics of Bai Ye, he could not fathom that Bai Ye would face defeat. Yet, to his astonishment, this individual met an untimely demise in such an obscure manner. Alas, it hurts so much. However, my dear, your strikes were excessively forceful. Such a grisly, child-inappropriate scene should befall you instead. As a sound reminiscent of rusted gears echoed, Bai Ye gradually lifted and straightened his head, only to discover a dark thread had materialized in his hand. under the watchful eyes of Qing Yu and the wild man. He meticulously stitched his head back onto his neck, a glimmer of eerie light flickering in his gaze as he beheld the mystery before him. Very well. You have severed my head. Now it is my turn. With that, Bai Ye dispelled the effects of the emotion-controlling skill. Chapter 19. Since you're not going to die, why not indulge me? The wild man's crimson eyes suddenly dulled as he beheld the figure before him. Meticulously stitching together the severed remnants of his own head, terror flooding his gaze. Roar! His body began to tremble. The overwhelming emotion of fear swiftly subdued the pain coursing through his limbs. Though his calf had been shattered by the white beast, he persevered through the excruciating agony and stood upright. Whirling around, his claws relentlessly slashed at the iron cage crafted by the white creature, even as his bloodied and mangled talons continued their assault without faltering. The white beast tilted its head slightly, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood and the sound of cracking bones. Why must you flee? Why can you not stay with me? As these words escaped, the wild man's fear surged once more, igniting within him an astonishing strength. Yet this newfound power was not meant for combat, but rather for escape. Ultimately, the cage forged by the white beast could no longer withstand the wild man's desperate onslaught and was shattered completely. Without a moment's hesitation, the wild man dashed out, not bothering to mask his presence as he fled through the sewer, stumbling numerous times, yet rising again, never daring to glance back. On King Yu, it was his first encounter with the legendary creature, and he was taken aback by its sheer terror. Observing the bloodied form of the white beast, and Qing Yu contemplated urging it to rest, but the creature smeared its own blood into its hair, causing it to stand on end. Heartless wretch, you've drained my lifeblood, and yet you dare to flee? I swear if I do not capture you, I shall not bear the surname Bai. Before Qing Yu could offer any counsel, the white beast seized 2 clubs and charged towards the direction in which the wild man had escaped, an expression of wild exhilaration upon its face, the blood dripping from its hair resembling that of a hellish specter. Red Tassel, it reeks here. Once this task concludes, I must indulge in a proper bath. Xiao Lan pinched her nose as she arrived at the coordinates provided by Old Wu. However, the sewer system of Songnan City was exceedingly intricate, and it took them quite a detour to reach this point. At that moment, Red Tassel's expression darkened, for she caught a whiff of the metallic scent of blood nearby. It must be noted that the sewers were notoriously foul, yet to detect the stench of blood in such a place implied something dire. Someone had perished, likely drained their lifeblood. Red Tassel spoke little, instead tugging at Xiao Lan as they hurried towards the source of the sanguine odor. Just moments ago, Wu Xiangnan had informed her that the mysterious signal had vanished. This revelation filled Red Tassel with agitation, as it suggested they had arrived too late, that the mysterious figure had already completed its grim task, leaving them akin to the police in a film, perpetually unable to arrive at the scene in time. Ah, Red Tassel, this is a cage. Why is there such a large cage here? Red Tassel stood frozen, gazing at the cage that had inexplicably materialized in the sewer, her pupils constricting and her breath quickening. She suddenly dashed into the confines of the cage, her eyes widening in utter shock at the horrifying spectacle before her. Blood. It was all blood. Fragments of various biological tissues lay scattered across the ground, the crimson stains still fresh, indicating that a massacre had recently transpired here. The sheer volume of blood suggested that a mysterious entity had been keeping humans in this cage, consuming them piece by piece. The mere thought of such a scene caused Hong Ying to instinctively cover her mouth, retching violently. This visceral reaction left her feeling profoundly unsettled, and Xiao Lan shared her discomfort. They had encountered death before, yet witnessing beings treated like livestock, reduced to mere scraps of biological matter, was an unprecedented experience for them. Hong Ying, we have arrived too late. This enigmatic figure, possessing a high intellect and a chilling cruelty, had indeed treated humans as livestock, subjecting them to brutal slaughter. I must eliminate it. At that moment, Xiao Lan wanted to voice her thoughts, especially since they had encountered no one after traversing the sewers for so long. Could these tissue fragments possibly belong to? But she refrained from speaking, fully aware of Hong Ying's compassionate nature. If she were to learn that the individual in question was likely the boy who had entered the sewer, it would burden her with guilt. Although they were merely acquaintances, he had been a living person not long ago. Hong Ying, let us gather evidence from the scene and return to have Xiao Lan analyze it. Hong Ying suppressed her fury and nodded in agreement. All right. In the sewer laboratory, and Qing Yu observed Bai Ye returning nonchalantly, even bringing back the corpse of the wild man, which inspired a measure of respect in him. Particularly, he noted the crude stitching around Bai Ye's neck, resembling that of a burlap sack, which struck him as rather unsettling. Hey, Xiao Yu, I dispatched this creature. Though the body is no longer whole, it should suffice for our purposes. However, what Bai Ye did not notice was that Qing Yu, who typically regarded corpses with more familiarity than his own parents, was now fixated on him, as if he were a Navi youth captivated by a maiden emerging from a bath, his demeanor bordering on madness. More than that, I am curious about your condition. I recall your head. Oh, I forgot to mention, I am a dual Forbidden Ruins entity. In addition to my ability to create, I possess another, immortality. 2 Forbidden Ruins? How impressive. Do you truly require such astonishment? Yet, I have never encountered someone who could survive decapitation. Bai Ye, since you cannot die, why not allow me to? Get lost. Though I cannot perish, I still feel pain, and I do not wish to endure unnecessary suffering. Besides, there is another corpse here. If you do not dissect it, it will surely begin to rot. And Qing Yu adjusted his glasses and, with a smile, lifted the wild man onto the dissection table. This creature bears a striking resemblance to the venomous demon ape of rural folklore. The venomous demon ape, you ask? Indeed, it is a cunning and treacherous being, adept at concealment, its claws exuding lethal poison. Yet, I must admit, I never anticipated that such a creature could instill such fear in you, rendering you utterly paralyzed with terror. At times, I ponder whether the true essence of your character was revealed in that cage just moments ago. After all, its venom cannot extinguish my life, and even with a fractured skull, I can rise to confront it. It is indeed remarkable that a creature of such intelligence would not be rendered completely terrified. After Bai Ye concluded his thoughts, he leisurely reclined upon the bed, gently caressing the wound on his neck. It appears that the regenerative powers of this robust form are not as formidable as he had imagined. For the time being, it seems he must endure life with a neck resembling a burlap sack. Chapter 20. The gruesome execution ground of mystery. Is this the biological tissue you discovered in the cage within the sewer? Wu Xiangnan gazed at the fragments of flesh brought back by Hong Ying and her companions, which were tainted with the grime and filth of the sewer, inducing a sense of nausea. Perhaps this could unveil information about the victim. After all, an ordinary citizen had already fallen prey. However, before Hong Ying could finish her sentence, Wu Xiangnan's brow furrowed slightly as he observed the hair. Are you certain it belongs to a human? Given the deplorable conditions of the sewer, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan had merely collected a few tissue fragments without a thorough examination. It was only after Wu Xiangnan cleared away the dirt that he discovered the dark green strands of hair. At this moment, not only Wu Xiangnan, but also Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan were utterly bewildered. How could this be? Old Wu, I heard that the mysterious entity has fled. Can you still track its whereabouts? Wan Qima and Lung Xian had entered the sewer from another side, but shortly after, they received a cancellation notice for their mission. Wu Xiangnan's expression was somewhat ambiguous. Upon seeing the shattered tissue fragments, he seemed to have surmised something. Wait for me just a moment. I will conduct an analysis. With that, Wu Xiangnan took the fragments of flesh and headed towards the basement, leaving the other 4 in a state of confusion. Hong Ying, what on earth is happening with old Wu? It appears we inadvertently stumbled upon some mysterious hair, but how could that be possible? Could it be that the human in that cage managed to inflict harm on the mysterious entity before being devoured? Yet, upon contemplation, that too seemed implausible. Sigh, if only Bai Ye were here. At least his mundane divine realm would facilitate inquiries in this regard. Indeed, not only Bai Ye, but even the captain had gone to the night watchman's new recruit training camp days ago. Who knows when he will return? With both the captain and Bai Ye absent, the entirety of Team 136 was left with just the 4 of them, creating an initial sense of unease. especially the captain. Ever since his conversation with the one who called himself the fool, he had been acting rather strangely, as if he were concealing something from them. Enough of these thoughts for now. Let's consider what we ought to do. We have spent quite some time crawling through the sewer. We are filthy. Let us hurry and take a hot shower. Upon hearing the mention of shower, when Shima immediately spoke with righteous fervor, Hong Ing, Xiao Lan, when you bathe, could you refrain from draining the water? Our office has recently incurred excessive water and electricity bills, and I would like to conserve some resources. Observing his serious demeanor, Si Xiaonan took several steps back, her expression one of disdain, while Lung Xian could no longer contain himself and remarked, when Shima, is that truly about conserving water? I would feel embarrassed to point this out. If you genuinely wish to save water, why not request to shower together with them? Ah, such delightful news. When Shima instinctively uttered these words, completely oblivious to the fact that he had been labeled a pervert by the only two female members of their team. When Shima, the great pervert, I must keep my distance from you henceforth. No, Hong Ying, what I just said was unintentional. Never mind, Sister Hong Ying. Let us return home to wash up. We shall leave this place to the two of them. Speaking of which, Xiao Nan's lips curled slightly. Since you wish to save water, why not wash with Lung Xian? That scene. I would never bathe with him in this lifetime. It's disgusting. When Shimol, it seems I am once again the object of disdain today. Yet, this playful banter truly brings a sense of comfort. If only this world were devoid of mysteries, deities, and fog. When Wu Xiangnan emerged from the basement, her face was a canvas of disbelief. Old Wu, what is the matter? The mysterious data has been uncovered. It pertains to a mythical creature from rural folklore known as the poison demon ape. Poison demon ape? What is its strength? It seems to be at the initial stage of the pool realm, but even more astonishing are these fragments of an organization, which include some internal organs. This implies that this mysterious entity has perished? Wu Xiangnan nodded. Indeed, perhaps the cage you saw was not a haven for the mysterious to imprison and torture humans, but rather its grave. No, that seems implausible. Wu Xiangnan's conjecture left everyone incredulous. After all, the pool realm is not comparable to the lantern realm. Even a novice in the pool realm cannot be vanquished by an ordinary person. Not even those who have just awakened their forbidden ruins could succeed, for they lack systematic training and possess weak combat will, rendering them wholly incapable of confronting the mysteries of the pool realm. Yet, the evidence lay before them. Compelling belief. At that moment, Wu Xiangnan continued. In fact, while I was conducting the analysis among those fragments of flesh, there was another individual, but what? The cells I encountered are unlike any I have ever seen. In other words, it is the first time I have witnessed such vigorous cellular activity outside of its original body. It resembles, as she spoke, Wu Xiangnan glanced at her own arm. If the one who killed the poison demon ape awakened the forbidden ruins and coincidentally awakened the same as mine, then to slay the poison demon ape should. No, that cannot be. What am I thinking? It merely involves killing a few more times, and besides, my cells are not so extraordinary. These cells, aside from their inability to divide, are virtually indistinguishable from those of a living organism. What perplexes even further is, logically, after slaying the poison demon ape, shouldn't they have departed immediately? Why did Hong Ying and Xiao Lan not discover the corpse of the poison demon ape? Alas, ever since that rascal Qi Yi arrived, the peculiar incidents within their office have multiplied, and even the mysterious occurrences have increased. It seems that for the time being, Sangnan shall not enjoy peace. Meanwhile, at the Sangnan City newcomer training camp, Chen Mai gazed at the resolute man before him and gradually revealed his intelligence. Yuan Gang, I have brought the child, Chia, but there is another matter I must convey to you. What is it? The ancient god church may soon take action. Not to mention that there is a young master from the Bailey family present here. Furthermore, Sangnan is currently not limited to just one divine agent, Chia. Chapter 21. The Retirement Life of Team 136 Ola. Ola. Observing the mysterious creature being brutally murdered by Bai Ye within the confines of its cage. And Xingyu has grown accustomed to such sights. Ever since he began collaborating with Bai Ye, several months have passed, and the new year is fast approaching. During this time, he has assisted Bai Yi in dissecting 17 mysterious corpses, while Bai Ye's methods of dealing with the enigmatic have remained both primitive and savage. Despite the myriad of ways to conquer these mysteries, he seems to revel in confining them to cages for mutual combat. At times, and Xingyu even questions whether Bai Ye harbors some psychological affliction. Little fish, I've dispatched yet another mysterious creature. Aren't I impressive? Bai Ye exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow as he lounged nonchalantly on the sofa, entirely unperturbed by the fierce battle he had just endured. The scar on his neck, once a prominent reminder, now bore no traces. And Xingyu prides himself on his ability to see through many individuals. Yet even after months of cohabitation with Bai Ye, he remains unable to penetrate his psyche. Their daily exchanges are quite simple, primarily revolving around inquiries about meals, which Bai Ye conjures using his ability, fantasy weaving. This power, without question, is the most convenient, producing everything from furniture to experimental apparatus, food, and water. Every resource and supply for his life in the sewers is manifested by Bai Ye's extraordinary capability. To this day, and Xingyu has yet to comprehend why Bai Ye sought him as a partner. Suddenly, a shadow of gray flickered before Xingyu's eyes. Noticing the change in his expression, Bai Ye softly inquired, "Little fish, what troubles you? Encountered another mystery?" "No, it's just that recently there have been many strange individuals in Songnan City, seemingly in search of something, and their intentions do not appear benevolent. Moreover, each one possesses a forbidden domain." "Oh, so it has come to this." Upon hearing Xingyu's description, Bai Ye gradually rose from the sofa. "Little fish, let's not focus on the mysterious for the time being. These past few days, Songnan has been anything but peaceful." Observing Bai Ye's actions, and Xingyu immediately grasped the implication. Is it the ancient god church? Their target is Lin Xia? Astute deduction, indeed. As the divine agent, they would never let Lin Xia slip through their fingers. Furthermore, the ancient god church is ruthless in their endeavors. Let us redirect our attention to them for the next few days. Once the storm passes, we shall confront the mysteries. Besides, at this point, a glint of madness ignited in Bai Ye's eyes. I have slain so many mysterious beings, yet I have never engaged in combat with a human. It is rather exhilarating to contemplate. Hong Ying, he continued, do you not feel that we have been rather idle these past few months? Whether we are on the hunt for cats or dogs, it has been 4 long months without discovering a single mystery in the vast expanse of Songnan. This is exceedingly strange. I feel as though I have entered the retirement life of an elder in my 20s. When Shimon, reclining languidly on the sofa with a cup of goji berry tea in hand, silently lamented the unproductive nature of the past months. The absence of the mysterious is rather pleasant. Those of you engaged in direct combat need only concern yourselves with vanquishing foes, while I, as part of the logistics team, must ponder additional matters. Xiao Lan replied with exasperation. Yet the prolonged absence of the mysterious had indeed imbued the members of Team 136 with a rather complacent demeanor. Long Xian, polishing his weapon nearby, coldly remarked that it was quite peculiar for an entire city to remain devoid of the mysterious for nearly half a year. Indeed, one would expect that such phenomena would proliferate more rapidly in densely populated areas. Although Songnan is not a major city, it boasts a population exceeding 1 million. Thus, the fact that not a single mysterious occurrence had transpired in half a year seemed rather anomalous. Chunmai had already deduced the underlying reasons, but ever since that individual known as the Fool had departed, he had not encountered him again, as if he had vanished from existence. Ladies and gentlemen, since you all appear to be rather idle, I shall now unveil a significant revelation. Upon hearing Chunmai's words, Long Xian ceased his polishing, and the others gazed intently at him. Captain, what is this significant revelation? Could it be that our superiors deem us too idle and have dispatched new orders? Chunmai shook his head. Recently, the ancient god church has made some moves, and I plan to visit the new student training camp, requesting that Xia return to our team 136 during this period at the very least. Here, we are surrounded by trustworthy individuals. The ancient god church? Have they finally set their sights on Xia? It is understandable, given that the identity of a divine agent holds immense significance for any faction, particularly since Xia was recently discovered to be the divine representative of Nyx, the goddess of night. A dual divine agent. Chia's prospects are indeed soaring. However, it is somewhat regrettable that upon completing his training, he will likely be assigned to the capital. Hong Ying felt a twinge of disappointment. But the thought of his promising future brought her a sense of joy. If I were the ancient god church, I would rather destroy what I cannot possess. Moreover, I have noticed an increase in spies lurking within Songnan. Wu Xiangnan's expression darkened. The ancient god church had begun to infiltrate Songnan at this juncture. Ladies and gentlemen, time is of the essence. We must take action. Our current situation is precarious, and the sole objective of this mission is to protect Xie. Indeed, upon emerging from the sewers, Bai Ye's first act was to indulge in a hot shower, swiftly washing away any lingering odors. Over the next few days, he would encounter many intriguing individuals, and he had no desire to present himself as a disheveled character. He then reclined on the large bed of his inn, accompanied by an ever-watchful and Xingyu, a living surveillance of the entire city, rendering him entirely unconcerned about the invasion of the ancient god church. His current strength had ascended to the pool realm, and months of training had honed his close combat skills to a remarkable degree. Thus, it was time to unlock the door to the third room. Starlight Train. Greetings, conductor. You have accumulated 2 chances for a draw. If you do not take your chances soon, they may become stale. A delicate sound, akin to the whispering of tiny stardust, reached Bai Ye's ears, prompting him to inspect the panels of the 2 residents. The correction value for the joyful star deity, Aha, stood at 57, while the abundant star deity, Apothecary, registered at 51. It could be said that once the value exceeded 50%, each incremental increase became exceedingly arduous. However, Bai Ye had not paid much attention to the 2 of them for a considerable time. These past few months had been consumed with engaging in the mysterious or traversing the paths of the enigmatic, leaving him busier than a typical 996 employee. Did Abundance still have 2 draws remaining? Never mind. It was better to ascertain which star deity resided in the next room. Without hesitation, Bai Ye strode towards the 3rd door, yet upon glimpsing the emblem upon it, his expression shifted to one of unease. A sharp arrow was prominently displayed above the 3rd door. Subsequently, Bai Ye cast another glance at the ear of rice adorning the entrance of the 2nd room. Swallowing hard as he murmured, "They wouldn't dismantle my train, would they?" Chapter 22, Aha desires to witness the confrontation between the deities of Abundance and Hunt. Are these 2 destined to meet? Bai Ye's hand, which was poised to open the door, hesitated as little Aha slowly poked his head out from the room. "Bai Ye, what are you doing?" I wish to open the 3rd door, but could you please open the 3rd room for me? I want to see who is inside." "Oh." Aha's eyes narrowed, and then he cast a glance at the rice ears in the adjacent room, his expression suddenly brightening with joy. It must be said that although he currently appeared as a young boy, his visage already bore the potential for delight, particularly given that his correction value approached 60%. His original personality had nearly returned to its former self. "Open it quickly. Aha wants to see the clash between Abundance and Hunt. Hurry." Aha was entirely the instigator, relishing the drama unfolding, while Bai Ye inhaled deeply and slowly pushed the door open. Yet, once more Bai Ye was taken aback. Having encountered the first 2 celestial beings, he surmised that this 3rd celestial entity would be worlds apart from the one he was familiar with. As the door swung open, a cacophony of sounds erupted from within, revealing a delicate-looking youth slumped on the floor, his expression one of trepidation as he gazed at Bai Ye. Please do not bully me," he stammered, trembling visibly. Bai Ye and Aha exchanged glances, stunned. Is this the Hunt deity, who disregards life and death and confronts challenges head-on? Looking at the fair youth before him, Bai Ye found it difficult to reconcile this figure with the relentless Hunt deity, whose ambition was to eradicate all manifestations of abundance. "Hello. May I ask who you are?" "Don't hit me." The youth swiftly darted to the bed, cocooning himself under the covers, embodying a picture of cowardice. Bai Ye's expression shifted subtly upon witnessing this. Aha had transformed into a weeping child, the apothecary ensnared by the energy of death, resembling a mere husk. And now the Hunt deity had become a timid figure. Truly, they were all troubled souls. "Hey, get yourselves together. You are the most formidable celestial beings. Each one of you could obliterate entire star systems. Though Bai Ye longed to express his frustration, according to Ahahaha, they were merely avatars of the true celestial beings, and they had been tainted, resulting in a complete upheaval of their personalities and temperaments. Bai Ye, perhaps I should bring the apothecary over? Betty's a noble. Ah, I was never human to begin with. With that, Aha merrily dashed to the adjacent room, forcibly dragging the dazed girl from her bed. The apothecary said nothing, her expression unchanged, still bearing the look of someone who had lost their luster. However, the oppressive aura of death surrounding her had diminished considerably. At least she was no longer gasping for breath under the heavy weight of it. Come on, Sister Apothecary. There's a dashing young man in the next room who says he likes you very much and wants to be your friend. Before the dazed girl could react, she was already pushed by Ahahaha to stand beside Lan. Slowly, Lan extended her small head, gazing at the expressionless girl. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Suddenly, Lan's attack surged towards the apothecary, who instinctively raised her hand to block it, causing the entire room to tremble. The clash of abundance and pursuit had commenced. However, this confrontation lasted merely 3 seconds before dissipating entirely with the image of a figure being sent flying. That figure was Lan, who had been utterly defeated in her initial encounter with the apothecary. At this moment, the previously lifeless eyes of the apothecary flickered with a hint of tumult, her voice murmuring softly, "Why?" Her tone was frail and innocent. After all, she had been brought here against her will, and yet she was struck upon arrival. What had she done wrong? Alas, Lan had lost, unable to endure even for 3 seconds. From now on, I shall refer to you as 3-second Lan. Aha appeared to be relishing the spectacle, but as he approached Lan to check on her, he discovered she had already fainted. Bai, witnessing this, immediately clenched his fist and began to mercilessly jab at Aha's head. Ouch, Bai, that hurts. Be gentler. Are you not concerned that they might demolish the train? Not all. After all, Lan's power is insufficient. She is no match for the apothecary. I merely wish to test if they could engage in combat, and the result. Sigh. These 2 star-crossed adversaries are in this state, and still unable to fight. Bai's lips twitched. Aha was indeed an expert in stirring trouble. Why? Why are you hitting me? Why? Observing the apothecary, resembling a lovesick maiden, repeatedly questioning the unconscious Lan, Bai felt a wave of frustration as he rubbed his forehead. Why do I feel that my train resembles a mental institution even more than Lynchius? After considerable effort, Bai finally managed to escort the apothecary out of the room. However, after this battle, the girl was no longer mute. Hello, do you remember why you came here? Why did he hit me? Why? Goodness. One has gone mad. This apothecary has become a mere echo of herself. Because hitting is a form of affection. The harder he strikes you, the more he loves you, the more he adores you, dear apothecary. The pure little angel Aha began to comfort her, and these words noticeably lifted the cloud from the apothecary's eyes. He likes me? Indeed, dear sister, have you not heard? Hitting is a form of love. His immediate strike upon meeting you signifies love at first sight. Bai. When it comes to deception, Aha is a true master. Has he perhaps elevated her correction value too high? He likes me? Likes me. After repeating twice, the originally numb girl suddenly felt her cheeks flush with a rosy hue, a delightful surprise that enchanted Bai Ye. Why are you blushing like a teapot? She stammered. If he wakes up, could you please tell him that I didn't mean to knock him out? I truly apologize. If he wishes to continue fighting, I promise I won't retaliate next time. No problem, Sister Pharmacist. Leave this matter to me, he exclaimed, brimming with confidence. The pharmacist nodded, then shyly hurried back to her room, leaving behind the exuberant Aha and the blushing Bai Ye standing outside. What are you up to? Aha. Of course, I'm going to bring those 2 together. You see, they're different from me. They lack the memories of the original world, possessing only the instinct of their own destinies. Although they are avatars of Lan and the pharmacist, they merely inherit abilities. If I can unite them, oh, how delightful it would be. Bai Ye murmured, indeed, how fitting for joy. Chapter 23. Who truly is the villain? Has night fallen? Bai Ye, unaware of how much time had passed, had lingered on the Starry Express for quite a while, almost forgetting the essence of time. He then glanced at the two new skills he had drawn from the apothecary. Seed of Abundance, the purest embodiment of abundant power, capable of nurturing the tree of prosperity, bestowing eternal life upon all beings. However, such growth demands a substantial amount of life force. Side effect: succumbing to the shadow of corruption. Endless vitality. This skill allows one to absorb the life force within a certain radius, thereby enhancing one's own strength and healing wounds. Effect enhanced tenfold within the vicinity of the tree of prosperity. Hunt. Designate an enemy, significantly amplifying the damage dealt to them, while your attacks transcend time, distance, and evasion. It must be said, whether it is the skill obtained from the door-opening reward of Lan or the two bestowed by the apothecary, the enhancements are remarkably formidable, particularly the hunt skill. The very notion of transcending time and distance renders it a weapon of causality. Bai Ye gazed at the three newly acquired skills, his lips curling into an irrepressible smile. Just then, he was startled by a cacophony of wailing and lamentation emanating from the adjacent room, its piercing intensity nearly overwhelming. Were it not for the hotel's commendable soundproofing, he feared the song might have spirited him away. Nevertheless, there was a reason he had chosen this room. For next door lay the finest presidential suite in the city, and he was all too aware of who resided within. Bai Pang Pang and Xiao Yuan. Indeed, it seemed a scuffle was imminent. How delightful! The new recruits were on leave, and the ancient god church would likely commence their activities soon. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Ye promptly pushed the door open and strode out, fiercely knocking on the wall adjacent to him. It was the dead of night, and the volume was excessive. Did they possess no sense of decorum? Hey, you in there! Don't think that just because you're in the presidential suite you're someone special. We live in a society governed by law. Believe me, I can report you. The singing abruptly ceased, and soon after, a chubby figure wrapped in a towel and a fierce-looking young man emerged. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Bai Pang Pang momentarily froze. Then his face broke into a broad smile as he jovially draped an arm around Bai Ye's shoulder. My friend, I apologize. The pressure has been overwhelming lately, and I simply needed to sing to unwind. Making friends is my greatest joy in life. Here is a box of Rolex as a token of our first meeting. I hope you can forgive me. But don't get me wrong, I'm just an ordinary lad from a humble background, not some rich heir. As a box of Rolex found its way into his hands, Bai Ye couldn't help but smirk. Truly, as the Greek deity overseeing Rolex, this was a grand gesture. Pang Pang, didn't you say your situation was perilous? You shouldn't casually converse with strangers. Hey, old Chow, you're such a blockhead. And this isn't a stranger. He is my newly acquainted friend. What is your name, brother? I am Bai Tu Ming, but you may call me Bai Pang Pang. Looking at the amiable little chubster before him, Bai Ye nodded slightly. I am Bai Ye. It's a pleasure to meet you. Bai Ye, Bai Ye. Fate, oh fate. What fate? Xiao Yuan queried, puzzled. However, Bai Pang Pang interjected. Today, I encountered Brother Bai Ye. What does Bai Ye mean? It signifies an all-night escapade. Today, the three of us are set to revel through the night that is settled. An all-night escapade. Pang Pang, are you serious? Of course I am. Dice, mahjong, poker. These are perfect pastimes in a hotel. With that, Bai Pang Pang pulled Xiao Yuan and Bai Ye directly towards his presidential suite. Shortly after, he produced a deck of cards, grinning as he remarked, Xiao Yuan. Let's entertain Brother Bai Ye for the night, as a form of compensation for disturbing his rest. This phrasing is quite misleading. Bai Ye. When it comes to familiarity, Bai Pang Pang could be deemed the foremost among the gods of camaraderie, as he contemplated ways to forge connections, only to unexpectedly solidify his own rapport first. While he was keen on playing, he inquired, are you certain that what we are about to do next is not to flee? At Bai Ye's utterance, both Bai Pang Pang and Xiao Yuan momentarily froze. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, engulfing the entire presidential suite in chaos. By the time the three in the room processed the situation, they found themselves suspended in midair. Damn, these individuals are truly resorting to any means necessary to eliminate me. How outrageous! And you, Xiao Yuan, are you satisfied now? The entire city is likely teeming with those who wish to do me harm. And yet you, unperturbed, have come right up to me, Serves you right. Nevertheless, Xiao Yuan replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. I'm unafraid." Bai Ye's eyes narrowed as he observed the airborne exchange between the two, instantly realizing that he had inadvertently stumbled upon a burgeoning ship. Who let out that fangirl-like exclamation? "What on earth are you doing here?" At that moment, Pang Pang noticed Bai Ye, who had also been propelled into the air by the explosion, and cursed under his breath. Bai Ye merely shrugged, clearly unbothered. "It's evident that we've been blown away. Regardless, this predicament is my fault. You are collateral damage. I assure you, I will ensure your safety, Yao Guang." With that, Bai Li Pang Pang inexplicably produced a necklace from somewhere, and golden clouds appeared beneath the three, allowing for a gentle descent. Phew, that was terrifying. I'm grateful for Yao Guang's intervention. Otherwise, I would have met a grim fate. But do not celebrate too soon, dear Pang Pang. The assassination attempts against you have only just commenced. With that, Bai Ye conjured two staffs, adopting a combat-ready stance. "Damn, brother, you are no ordinary person." Xiao Yuan glanced at Bai Ye. Although his arrival was suspicious, it was evident he harbored no ill intentions towards Pang Pang. Thus, he could temporarily be regarded as an ally. "Pang Pang, the atmosphere here has become rather ominous. In this unbarred void, it appears the night watchmen are the ones attempting strike. How intriguing. Truly, money can indeed move mountains." Bai Ye laughed heartily and immediately spoke of the situation surrounding them, shrouded in the realm of unrestrained emptiness. No sooner had his words escaped his lips than a towering figure materialized before them, followed closely by another man burdened with 3 swords upon his back. The two men regarded them with a mocking expression, as if they were mere morsels upon a chopping block. Just when Bai Fatty was about to voice his concerns, Bai Ye surged towards the imposing man, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle and madness. "Ahahaha, you scoundrel, prepare to meet your demise." The burly man responded, "Wait, my friend. Who among us is the villain here?" Chapter 24. The deceptive tactics of combat. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the burly man experienced an immediate surge of intense energy, transforming him from a robust figure into a diminutive dwarf, reminiscent of Conan poisoned by a cask of gin. This muscle reconfiguration was the hallmark of his unique ability. However, Bai Ye recalled that this individual was ranked over 200 in the hierarchy of such abilities, thus rendering him not particularly formidable. "Brother, allow me to assist." "Fatty, you go help Xiao Yuan. I can handle this little dwarf 10 times over." Upon hearing this, the adversary's expression darkened ominously. "You think you could take me on tenfold? Sharp-tongued brat, let us see how I shatter your bones one by one." With that, the man stomped his foot, causing the cement ground beneath him to fracture as though struck with tremendous force, propelling him towards Bai Ye like a cannonball. Observing Bai Ye wielding merely 2 broken sticks against him was nothing short of delusional. The density and strength of his muscles were not to be underestimated. However, just as he was about to collide with Bai Ye, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A 3-meter-thick titanium alloy steel plate had mysteriously materialized before Bai Ye. The man crashed into it, sustaining damage equivalent to being struck head-on by a speeding bullet train. Where on earth did this steel plate come from? It nearly killed me. He felt dazed. The impact had even knocked out 2 of his front teeth. Bai Ye, with a mischievous grin, beckoned with his hand, his expression dripping with mockery as he regarded the man as if he were merely an amusing toy. "Damn it, you insolent brat, just wait." Yet before he could make his next move, Bai Ye discreetly activated his newly acquired skill, Hunt. This ability significantly enhanced the damage inflicted upon his target. Although the exact extent of this increase was uncertain, it surely wouldn't be negligible. Bai Ye hurled the 2 sticks towards the compressed man, yet this attack was easily evaded. "This time, I will tear you apart." "Arg!" The man howled again, only to turn and discover that the 2 sticks had lodged themselves squarely in his rear. Despite his muscular reconfiguration, the sheer pain from this unexpected assault drastically diminished his combat effectiveness. It hurts like hell." On the opposite side of the battlefield, Bai Fatty winced at the sight, unable to comprehend how Bai Ye's thrown sticks had found their way to such an intimate location. The mere thought sent a phantom pain coursing through him. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Bai Ye's lips, thanks to the Hunt skill. Any attack he unleashed upon his target was inescapable, allowing him to toy with his opponent at will. You bastard, I will kill you. Patience, my friend. I have something even more entertaining in store. With that, Bai Ye produced a large bag of laxatives, his gaze gradually taking on a more twisted demeanor. Since your muscles have been remarkably restructured, granting you formidable defenses, allow me to present this. With that, Bai Ye hurled a concoction of laxatives directly toward the man, aiming solely for his mouth. Unaware of Bai Ye's unique abilities, the enraged man charged at him once more. Struggling to endure the excruciating pain, he lost all rationality. Only realizing something was amiss when a substantial amount of the substance was forcibly injected into his mouth. "What have you done?" he gasped. "Oh, nothing much. Just wait a moment for a splendid show to unfold." "You." Before he could finish, a wave of agonizing cramps seized his abdomen, a surge of energy roiling within him, threatening to escape through his rear. Clutching his stomach, his face contorted in agony, he spat, "You despicable cur." "Thank you. I do relish being called despicable. The thrill of toying with my adversary is simply delightful." Bai Ye spread his arms wide, akin to an artist savoring the fruits of his labor, his expression radiating joy in the appreciation of his craft. "Are you humiliating me?" The man clenched his legs tightly, clutching his belly, his visage resembling that of a distressed maiden, casting a resentful yet somewhat vulnerable look at Bai Ye. My friend, this seductive tactic won't work on me. You might want to try it on that chubby gentleman. Perhaps his heart will soften and he'll spare you." "Nonsense. My heart belongs solely to Molly." Bai Ye, the stout man, retorted, yet the other man, suppressing his agony, braced himself for a final charge. Bai Ye then slowly extended 3 fingers, counting down, 3, 2, 1, here comes the flood, with a splattering sound. The man finally comprehended the meaning of those words as a foul, brown liquid gushed from beneath him. Even the frenzied Xiao Yuan instinctively recoiled from the scene. The overpowering stench sent Bai Ye retreating in disgust, while Bai Ye, grinning, waved a hand in front of his nose. "Oh dear, how embarrassing. At your age, to lose control like this is truly shameful. I will kill you." The man, who had spent his life taking lives on the battlefield, had never before faced such degradation. He felt utterly humiliated in every aspect: strength, character, and emotion. Was this not akin to being stripped and assaulted by a throng of naked men in public? Yet, as the man charged toward Bai Ye, the latter swiftly advanced, forcefully pressing the man's head down against the ground, delivering a crushing blow. The man's skull was smashed into the earth, blood pouring from his orifices, and he breathed his last. "Restructured muscles? My robust physique rivals yours. Had it not been for my desire to humiliate you, you would not have survived this long." Bai Ye stood by, unsure how to assess the battle. Feeling that neither side particularly required his involvement, he had merely been an observer. As for Xiao Yuan, he had long since dispatched his opponent and was now mercilessly desecrating the remains. Yet this newly acquainted fellow displayed such remarkable composure during the recent skirmish, not only eliminating the adversary, but also subjecting him to a severe humiliation before his demise. It is likely that tales will circulate regarding the state of his bowels at the moment of his passing. At that moment, Bai Ye spoke nonchalantly. "Friends lurking in the shadows, do come forth. There is no need for stealth. I would never harm a friend who bestows upon me a Rolex." Bai Ye Pang appeared momentarily taken aback, and in an instant, a man clad in a black trench coat emerged from the darkness. "Chi!" Bai Ye Pang exclaimed with delight, for his presence instilled a sense of reassurance. "Who are you?" Lin Chi inquired, glancing at Bai Ye with an added measure of wariness. However, Bai Ye turned to face Lin Chi and chuckled. "We meet again, Lin Chi. It feels as though an eternity has passed since our days at the Sunshine Mental Hospital." Upon hearing this, Lin Chi was instantly reminded of the lunatic who had caused a ruckus at the asylum, almost leading to his own misidentification as a mad accomplice. "It's you. Have you awakened the forbidden abyss?" Chi remarked. "Brother Chi, while a reunion is indeed sweeter than a wedding, I understand your inability to suppress your excitement. However, are there not more pressing matters to consider in this moment?" With Bai Ye's teasing remark, Lin Chi's lips twitched, and he instinctively took 2 steps back, a sudden chill emanating from his being. Yet, in the next instant, a voice echoed in the ears of the 3. Kisi. Chapter 25. Little Fish. Help me find a beautiful serpent. It can be said that under the influence of the Black King, Xiao Yuan poses a far greater danger than the assassination attempt at hand. With a foolish grin plastered across his face, Xiao Yuan charged directly towards Lin Xie, empowered by the Starry Night Dancer, engaged in battle without a moment's hesitation. The two clashed fiercely, exchanging dozens of blows, locked in a tense stalemate. However, it was evident to any discerning observer that Lin Xie was steadily overpowering Xiao Yuan. Oh dear, Comrade Xiao's strength is quite formidable. I shall join in, Bai Ye exclaimed, swiftly manifesting two short staffs in his hands. Seizing the moment, while Xiao Yuan and Lin Xie were locked in combat, Bai Ye delivered a swift strike to the back of Xiao Yuan's head. The singular blow left Xiao Yuan disoriented, as if he were caught in a tumultuous whirlwind. Imagine, while engrossed in a fierce battle, suddenly being struck from behind by an unexpected assailant. The sensation is far more disconcerting than one could articulate. The sound of the staff colliding with Xiao Yuan's skull resonated in the air, igniting a thrill within Bai Ye that he could scarcely contain, though he had to restrain himself from voicing his exuberance, lest it be deemed inappropriate. Rubbing his head, Xiao Yuan felt a profound sense of grievance, momentarily disregarding Lin Xie's onslaught as he lunged towards Bai Ye. The black flames of malevolence that engulfed him were imposing, and it was clear that the pressure Bai Ye felt during their prolonged skirmish had reached its zenith. Yet, it was merely pressure. Bai Ye, endowed with a robust physique, was capable of overpowering any corporeal adversary, save for the immortal. Retreating swiftly, Bai Ye showcased his prowess with the two short staffs, deftly countering Xiao Yuan's attacks. Even facing the notorious Black King's slaughter, which had confounded many a novice, Xiao Yuan found himself unable to gain the upper hand against Bai Ye. For Bai Ye, the training period had at least allowed instructors to temper their ferocity, but since opening the door to abundance, he had become indifferent to his own life. For 4 months, he had engaged in relentless hand-to-hand combat with enigmatic foes. Without the blessing of abundance, he could scarcely fathom how many times he might have perished. It could be said that he had nearly honed his instincts to a primal level. Roar, roar, roar. Not laughing yet. Smile for me. I want to be the king of mischief, Bai Ye declared, as he brought his staff crashing down upon Xiao Yuan's head, momentarily clearing the latter's vision. Fatty, unleash the sealing scroll. With Bai Ye's intervention, Lin Xie had been relegated to the sidelines, prompting Bai Li Fatty to produce the famous Xiao Yuan's chastity lock. Armed with the sealing scroll, Lin Xie rejoined the fray. If Bai Ye and Xiao Yuan's clash could be described as a deadlock, then with Lin Xie's arrival, the battle swiftly tipped in favor of the duo. Xiao Yuan found himself utterly defenseless against their combined onslaught. Poor Xiao Yuan, despite possessing the power of a being above all, was now akin to a fledgling chick, ensnared and utterly powerless. Ouch! Your strikes are truly severe. This was the first utterance from Xiao Yuan upon waking, yet Bai Ye discerned a hint of grievance and ire in his tone, reminiscent of a petulant young bride. Ah, Sanjiu, if you were to abandon writing Danmei in the future, you would undoubtedly achieve great success. What are you saying, my friend? Ahem, it's nothing. Lin Xie, seeing that Xiao Yuan's issue had been resolved, turned his gaze toward Bai Ye. Are you the one from that day, the one in the asylum? Indeed, I awakened the forbidden abyss, escaped from the psychiatric hospital, and have since roamed the streets and alleys of Songnan. With that, Bai Ye conjured a small knife in his hand and continued to explain. This is my forbidden abyss, a tapestry of imagination that allows one to project thoughts from the mind into reality, a rather convenient asset in daily life. Not wishing to pry further, Lin Xie approached Bai Ye. Thank you for assisting Pang Pang. Oh, don't mention it. Even without my help, they likely would have been fine. Besides, you arrived quite promptly. At this point, Lin Xie's tone darkened. How do you know my name? Let us not forget from whence I emerged. I have heard quite a bit about you. Old Han never ceases to mention you. My ears have nearly become calloused from it. Lin Xie thought to himself. Being frequently cited by a psychiatric doctor is rather uncomfortable. My friend, your name is Bai Ye, right? You help Pang Pang. So at the very least, dinner is on me. Just as Lin Xie was about to voice this, Bai Ye gently shook his head. No, I must meet a friend shortly, so I will forego dinner this time. Until next time, I hope to see your Rolex by Li Pang Pang. Absolutely. As Lin Xie observed Bai Ye's retreating figure, an inexplicable sensation lingered within him, as if something had been quietly altered in the unseen realms. At that moment, Chao Yuan leaned in. Xie, you've hurt me. This time, you shall treat. All right, I will treat. After Bai Ye's departure, and Qingyu, intrigued, inquired through his headphones. What are you planning to do next? Little fish, help me find someone. Mobilize your connections. She can certainly be located throughout Songnan. Who? A woman. When did you develop an interest in women? And Qingyu's tone was tinged with amusement, yet Bai Ye refrained from elaborating too much. She is affiliated with the ancient divine church, and I wish to engage with her briefly, along with. A glimmer of madness flickered in Bai Ye's eyes. Meeting her will undoubtedly be quite intriguing. As long as you are pleased, what are her characteristics? Her figure is sinuous and alluring, akin to a serpent, like Lin Xie. She is an agent of the divine. Her expressions and demeanor are somewhat eccentric. Let me think. Understood. Her mental state is likely similar to yours. That should make her easy to find. Bai Ye remarked, little fish has become increasingly loquacious lately. I must discipline him properly. For once he becomes the key of the door, he will no longer be subject to bullying. On a signal tower in Songnan, a woman of enchanting beauty and captivating charm suddenly felt a shiver run through her, as if she were under the gaze of some unsavory entity. However, she paid little heed to this unsettling sensation and instead gazed longingly at the city before her, her expression imbued with a sense of rapture. Ah, Lin Xie, the dual deity's agent. How splendid, simply marvelous. I shall transform you into my devoted servant, to wield my whip upon you fiercely, to shower you with affection, and to reward you abundantly. Ah, Lin Xie, your essence must be exquisite. Chapter 26, The Encounter of Two Unhinged Souls. The first mission of the Serpent Woman upon her arrival in Songnan was to recruit Lin Xie. Should she fail, she would be compelled to eliminate him on the spot. As the agent of the malevolent deity Medusa, despite being a newcomer to the ancient god society, her peculiar abilities, in conjunction with Han Xiaoyan, rendered her nearly invincible in a place like Songnan. This city, though modest in size, was surprisingly filthy, teeming with an abundance of rodents. Upon noticing these vermin, the serpent woman's expression reflected a hint of disdain. Nevertheless, she continued to indulge in her dreams, hoping that Lin Xie would not be as unappreciative as her previous acquaintance. However, her solitary musings about the yet unseen Lin Xie had not gone unnoticed by Qingyu, who promptly informed Bai Ye of her whereabouts. After months of collaboration, Bai Ye and Qingyu had developed a remarkable synergy, and upon receiving the news, Bai Ye hastened toward the Serpent Woman's location with utmost urgency. As the Serpent Woman gazed upon the nocturnal splendor of Songnan, she had to admit that, despite its diminutive stature, the city possessed its own serene beauty. Witnessing the impending doom of this city filled her with a thrill. She was well aware of the immense resources the ancient god society had invested in capturing Lin Xie. All but the members dispatched by the Whispering Sect had converged here, ready to execute their plans. With Han Xiaoyan alone capable of wreaking havoc across half of Songnan, the thought of its imminent destruction invigorated her both physically and mentally. Why had they not yet disclosed Lin Xie's whereabouts to her? Lin Xie. She desired Lin Xie. She yearned to transform him into her slave and indulge in unparalleled ecstasy. To her astonishment, even at such a late hour, this place still harbored life. Upon hearing voices, the Serpent Woman swiftly turned to find a fair-skinned youth standing behind her, momentarily oblivious to his presence. The boy bore a somewhat pallid complexion, reminiscent of one suffering from malnutrition, yet he retained a certain attractiveness. In the eyes of the Serpent Woman, he could easily score a 7 out of 10. Indeed, he was worthy of becoming her slave. Dressed in a deep green gown, the Serpent Woman's serpentine waist swayed enticingly, her every gesture radiating seduction. Observing this, the boy's cheeks flushed crimson, and he abruptly turned away, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor as he spoke. Miss, the wind is quite strong here. You are dressed too lightly. You should wear my coat. lest you catch a chill. The serpent woman was taken aback. Among her slaves, there were either those utterly entranced by her beauty or those groveling before her like swine. Yet, she had never encountered such an innocent boy before. His bashful demeanor and gentlemanly gesture stirred within her reluctance to reveal her true identity. An innocent youth? This was a type she had never seen, and suddenly she found herself hesitant to transform him into a slave so swiftly. After all, the directive to recruit Lin Xie had not yet arrived. Perhaps she could indulge in a little diversion first? The serpent woman took the young man's garment, adorning herself with it, and smiled sweetly. Thank you, little brother. Are you here to admire the night scenery as well? I thought such a splendid place was known only to me. The young man's face flushed crimson, resembling an apple. The serpent woman immediately discerned that this innocent youth likely had very few encounters speaking with girls at school. How amusing. Perhaps I should indulge his conversation further. Well, I came here to clear my mind, as I've been feeling rather troubled. Troubled? What could possibly weigh on your heart? The serpent woman feigned annoyance. It's just that my sister called me ugly and mocked me, saying I would never marry. How infuriating. No, that cannot be true. I think you are quite beautiful. Is that so? I don't believe you. Why not? Because since we began speaking, you have not looked me in the eye. Surely, it is because I am too hideous to behold. And no, the young man hastily waved his hands, instinctively glancing at the serpent woman. She noticed that the moment he beheld her, his cheeks reddened once more, even more so than a monkey's rear. The serpent woman chuckled inwardly. Oh, is that so? Really? Yes, indeed. I'm not deceiving you. You're the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Your sister must be envious of you, hence her cruel words. Upon hearing this, the serpent woman laughed heartily, though she had heard such flattery countless times before. Yet, the words spoken by this naive youth resonated far more melodiously than any praise she had previously encountered. By the way, little brother, what is your name? I have yet to learn it. I am Bai Ye. And you, miss? I am called Little Snake. Just call me that. All right, Little Snake. Then we are now friends, gazing at the night sky together. Wait a moment. I have stargazing equipment hidden here. Let me find it. With that, Bai Ye immediately rose to search among the clutter on the rooftop, while the serpent woman observed him, feeling a newfound sense of satisfaction. Sometimes, after indulging in lavish feasts, savoring a simple vegetarian dish can be quite delightful. Such an innocent youth. The serpent woman hesitated to taint him with her own essence, for should he undergo her trials, this comforting purity might vanish entirely. Bai Ye, what a lovely name. I wish to devour you, bite by bite. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful and Xingyu mused. Wait, are you really that depraved? You're quite desperate. Before Bai Ye's arrival, and Xingyu had envisioned numerous scenarios. Perhaps a twisted gathering or a sudden confrontation. Yet, he never anticipated that this fellow intended to masquerade as an innocent young man to seduce the serpent woman. And he seemed to revel in it. An innocent youth? You think you are worthy. If Xingyu were to pen a book about Bai Ye, it would undoubtedly be titled A Treatise on 100 Methods of Mysterious Torture. The White Wild Killer has never dispatched his victims swiftly and cleanly. Instead, he subjects them to physical torment followed by psychological anguish, ultimately obliterating them when their minds and bodies are on the brink of collapse. Over the past few months, he has witnessed an abundance of the White Wild Killer's cruel methods of extermination. It is safe to say that any entity unfortunate enough to encounter him would likely retreat in tears, seeking comfort from their mother. There is no remedy for this. After all, his immortality renders him exceedingly formidable. Furthermore, considering his only recently emerged from psychiatric facility, his mental state is rather unhinged. Xingyu sometimes ponders whether this individual might be a divine agent of the demon Satan. No, surely even Satan himself would rank him as a close second. Someone is heading towards Lin Xie's residence? Very well, I shall notify him. After all, these individuals have come to Tsangnan with intentions directed towards him. Should he perish, it would indeed spell trouble. Chapter 27, Little Fish. I'm going to meet the beautiful serpent. Won't you feel jealous? After noticing that the little mouse had left, Bai Ye fully let himself go, not wanting any dark history to be held against him in the future. It seemed as though he was rummaging through some abandoned boxes. But in the next moment, his palm turned revealing a small telescope. Little serpent, look! How could one enjoy the night's scenery without a telescope? Do not underestimate it. It can clearly see the moon. As he spoke, Bai Ye dashed to the side of the snake woman, his rosy cheeks and excited expression causing her to momentarily lose her focus. Instinctively, she took the telescope from him, and Bai Ye continued, "Point this lens upwards and gaze at the sky. The night sky is truly beautiful. You should give it a try." His words resonated with the snake woman. It was the first time she felt treated as an ordinary person. This sensation, surprisingly, she found it delightful. "How do I use this? Teach me," the snake woman exclaimed, startling even herself at the innocence of her tone, reminiscent of a naive girl. Bai Ye hesitated for a moment, seemingly deep in thought, before skillfully setting up the small telescope. "Little serpent, pardon me." Before the snake woman could comprehend what was happening, Bai Ye grasped her arm, guiding her hands to control the telescope's focus. His actions were restrained, always maintaining a respectful distance, embodying the nature of a modest gentleman. The snake woman noticed his restraint, pondering, is he truly too virtuous to take advantage of this opportunity? Perhaps he is a reincarnation of Lu Xiaohui. However, when she glanced at Bai Ye, she found his cheeks once again flushed with color, prompting a playful smile to spread across her face. How pretentious. I apologize." "Why are you apologizing?" "Because I was just thinking about things I shouldn't have been concerning you, little serpent. I am truly sorry. You are quite honest. Relax. Did you not do anything wrong? Quickly, how do I adjust this? Oh, you just need to turn this. Let me see. Ah, truly, so many stars. And the moon is crystal clear, but it is so far." At that moment, the snake woman was completely absorbed in the scene of the night sky, shared with Bai Ye, even forgetting the mission assigned to her by the ancient god cult. The brightest one up there is Sirius, and that spoon-shaped constellation is the Big Dipper, while that one is the North Star. Bai Ye patiently explained the names of the stars in the night sky to the snake woman. Yet for someone like her, who is somewhat peculiar, his words went in one ear and out the other. She did not remember a single name he mentioned, but she cherished the feeling, as if her twisted heart was being cleansed. After a while, the clouds in the sky gradually gathered, completely obscuring the stars, prompting Bai Ye to shake his head in disappointment. What a pity. It has only been 20 minutes, and I had hoped to enjoy this moment a bit longer. It seems today, as stargazing must come to an end, it is time to return. Ah, has it truly only been 20 minutes? The serpent maiden, almost with her eyes closed, listened intently, feeling as though an entire century had passed. Yet you tell me it has merely been 20 minutes. This sensation is something she had never experienced before. "Little snake, where is your home? Allow me to escort you back. Tonight is New Year's Eve. You must spend it with your family." The serpent maiden hesitated, uncertain why. Ever since she met this young man, she felt profoundly different. A conflict stirred within her. She wished to make this fellow her personal servant, yet she did not want to tarnish his innocent and pure nature. Just as the serpent maiden wrestled with her thoughts, Bai Ye chuckled softly, acknowledging, "Indeed, after all, it is our first meeting. Asking a girl about her home right away seems a bit abrupt. Then will we be able to meet again? Next time, I shall prepare a grand telescope for you, introducing you to Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune." Observing the boy's cheerful demeanor, the serpent maiden resolved firmly. She had plenty of slaves, but such a pure-hearted youth was a rarity. She did not wish for him to be tainted by any other influence. He needed to remain as he was, pure white, belonging solely to her. "Very well, it's settled. Let us meet again in this same place, shall we?" Bai Ye smiled, "All right." Just as Bai Ye turned to leave, the serpent maiden pondered for a moment, then promptly approached him. "Even if we plan to meet again, our time together is not over yet. Today is New Year's, and I have not yet had my fill of fun. How about accompanying me for a bit longer? Or do you wish to spend the holiday with your family?" Bai Ye's expression stiffened, and a flicker of pain crossed his eyes. "I have no family." "Then let me keep you company this new year. You do have family, don't you?" "I do not like them." "Does that not suffice?" "Regardless of their presence, it makes no difference to me." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's eyes glimmered with surprise, and he nodded with excitement. "All right." Truly deserving of admiration is Lin Xie, who managed to eliminate all those foes. And Xing Yu initially thought Lin Xie would require her assistance, yet he single-handedly vanquished so many enemies. Now, another one wished to dissect him. Having observed that Lin Xie had thoroughly resolved the troubles, and Qingyu, dressed in a chef's attire, seemed at odds with her usual mad scientist persona. Once clad in her uniform, she headed directly to the kitchen. After a while, her clothes became dusted with flour, and a simple, tidy dining table was adorned with a plethora of dumplings, thin-skinned and generously filled. Then, glancing at the time, her brow furrowed slightly as she muttered, "Why hasn't Bai Ye returned yet? If you do not return soon, I shall not save even a single dumpling for you. Not even one for me. Aren't you concerned about bursting your belly?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, and Qingyu's expression softened slightly. "Why the delay? Could it be that you are reluctant to part with your enchanting little snake girl? Are you feeling jealous? Away with you." Bai Ye laughed heartily, and then cast a flirtatious glance at Qingyu. "How could your captivating little snake girl possibly compare to my clever little fish? Wouldn't you agree?" And Qingyu felt a shiver run down her spine before turning to say, "The dumplings are ready. Let us enjoy them while they are hot. By the way, little fish, what is it? Happy New Year." "You too. Happy New Year." Chapter 28. Bai Ye, I desire to transform you into my servant. Bai Ye, Bai Ye, dir Bai Ye. O egeli anticipate o next enjunter. After parting ways with Bai Ye, the true nature of the serpent woman erupted forth. She had long suppressed her essence while in his presence, and the sensation of betraying her own character was exhilarating. At that moment, she reclined upon a bed in a modest inn, struggling to fathom how a mere youthful lad could stir such emotions within her. This only intensified her resolve to claim him as her own. Had she not faltered this evening, she believed they could have shared an unforgettable night. After a considerable time, she slowly rose from the bed and gently ran her fingers through her hair. The 16th disciple, Lu Liang, confirmed dead. Quite unexpected. Had it not been for the demise of all those Lu Liang had taken with him, she would not have been forced to part with Bai Ye midway. The news of Lu Liang's death was indeed startling. It is worth noting that among the ancient deity cult's envoy, only 2 possessed maritime prowess. While she had only recently joined the order, merely a novice in her own right, without the advantages bestowed by her divine ruins, it would have been impossible for her to be dispatched for this mission. She recalled Lu Liang, a peak-level river boundary individual, one of her subordinates. As a loyal servant, he possessed both strength and obedience, and most importantly, he was remarkably cautious, never engaging in unprepared confrontations. Yet, such a person had been slain. Was it Lin Xie? Lin Xie, the dual deity agent, able to kill across such vast realms? How intriguing. Lin Xie, I eagerly await our meeting. To make Lin Xie my servant, alongside Bai Ye. The 2 of them together, paradise could be no sweeter. Meanwhile, in the subterranean caverns, a sneeze. Who could be thinking of me? Bai Ye, having thoroughly enjoyed the dumplings that Qingyu had prepared, reclined languidly on the sofa, yet inexplicably began to sneeze repeatedly. Perhaps it is your little admirer who is pondering you. Oh no, it is the little serpent. And Qingyu chuckled, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, leaving Bai Ye somewhat speechless. Was it truly necessary to dwell on such trivial matters? Furthermore, my intentions are purposeful, and even you doubt me. Yes, purposeful indeed, and perhaps to charm a maiden as well. However, I am quite curious. That serpent woman does not appear to be a benign character. Do you truly believe that your innocent facade can manipulate her? Is that credible? Perhaps she has grown accustomed to exquisite delicacies and would prefer simple, home-cooked fare like mine. Bai Ye jested lightly, offering little explanation, while Qingyu perceived in his gaze a cunning and shrewd nature. Cough, that term's not quite right. Never mind. Whatever you choose to pursue is of no concern to me. I shall take no part in what transpires in Songnan. Do as you will. Oh, my astute little fish. You ought to let your fist strike my ears with fervor. How have you transformed into such a selfish individual? This behavior could very well earn you a vicious kick from the demon. Enkinjiu. This fellow has clearly lost his mind. What manner of eccentricity is this? Just listening to him ignites an impulse to strike. I still possess a mystery that remains unexamined. I see. You shall spend your life with your corpse. Perhaps you should seek a zombie as your wife. That way, in your idle moments, you can indulge your peculiar tastes. Upon hearing Bai's words, Enkinjiu surprisingly fell into deep contemplation, and soon a spark of color danced in her eyes. Indeed, since both mystery and divinity have been established, the notion of a zombie doesn't seem entirely implausible. A zombie girlfriend, how splendid that sounds. He, however, your future partner, shall not be a zombie, but rather a ghostly companion. The next day, on the first day of the new year, for someone like Bai, whose entire family has perished, the concept of visiting relatives holds no significance. After resting, Bai once again departed from the underground cavern. The aura of destruction is so intense. Shortly thereafter, Bai sensed the absence of Enkinju's little mouse, and a subtle smile curled his lips as he activated his mask skill. This time, he transformed into none other than Lin Xie, the primary target of the ancient god cult's mission. It was Bai's first experience embodying Lin Xie, and he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this new form. He gradually closed his eyes, attuning himself to Lin Xie's abilities. Is this the realm of immortal gods? Such a wondrous sensation. Well then, little snake, yesterday Bai brought you a sweet encounter. Today, Lin Xie shall commence your unforgettable suffering. Brace yourself, it shall be quite painful. Bai appeared languid, making no effort to conceal his presence as he strolled through the secluded streets surrounding the Bureau of Peace Affairs. If memory serves, the snake woman has likely set up the divine ruins nearby, and his unmasked aura would surely draw her attention. As anticipated, hardly had Bai wandered a few circles when the atmosphere around him grew frigid. Though it was winter, this chilling sensation bore no resemblance to mere coldness. The buildings were adorned with eerie and unsettling large vertical pupils. Then, he heard the sound of graceful footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw the same girl from yesterday, who had pretended to be an ordinary girl, approaching him. Upon sighting Lin Xie, the snake woman's eyes sparkled with excitement. I had initially thought to discreetly eliminate you before the cult, but I never imagined you would turn out to be such a handsome lad. You surpassed the one I encountered yesterday. Your looks earn a solid 9 in my book. Bai, thank you. I feel somewhat offended. You belong to the ancient god cult, a divine agent of Medusa? You seem quite knowledgeable, albeit a bit handsome. Your aura lacks the comforting essence that the wild one brought me yesterday. You too. How I long to transform you both into my subservience, to have one beneath my foot. Merely contemplating it elevates my spirits. However, let us maintain the decorum befitting a serious narrative. We must temper our expressions lest we face censure. TSK, such a lack of wit. You pale in comparison to the likes of the captivating little wildlings. Nonetheless, I shall grant you a choice. Join the ancient god cult and become my thrall. Not only will you find yourself beneath my fragrant and delicate foot, indulging in boundless ecstasy, but such treatment is a privilege few slaves ever experience. What say you? Bai Ye's lips twitched. From Lin Xie's perspective, this woman bore no distinction from a depraved fiend. Since time immemorial, good and evil have been irreconcilable. As a night watchman, how could I consort with the likes of you pitiful wretches? Your repugnant perversion is a dream unworthy of pursuit. Upon hearing this, the serpent woman's expression darkened instantly. Since you refuse to join, then meet your demise. With that, the serpent woman lunged toward Bai Ye, and the battle was imminent. Chapter 29. Yesterday's Lover. Today's adversary, the serpent woman, launched a fierce assault, her strikes unyielding. Upon realizing that Lin Xie could not be subdued, she wasted no time in attacking him. Bai Ye swiftly dodged, conjuring 2 machetes for defense. You may wonder why he did not transform them into the starry blade. It is a valid question, for doing so would likely drain his mental energy, rendering him incapable of engaging in combat. The realm of the mundane unfolded, allowing Bai Ye to perceive the serpent woman's movements and attack patterns with clarity, even without the use of his eyes. It was akin to wielding a true combat artifact. With the Starry Night Dancer activated, coupled with his naturally robust physique, no matter how cunning the serpent woman's techniques, she could not breach Lin Xie's defenses. Yet, the serpent woman was no pushover. She stained the entire street crimson, with buildings, shops, and the thoroughfare marked by countless eerie vertical pupils. However, she could utilize these innumerable eyes for instantaneous movement, launching surprise attacks on Bai Ye time and again. This divine realm was peculiar, rendering it impossible to strike or touch. It was a fitting domain for guerrilla warfare. Alas, she was unfortunate enough to encounter Bai Ye. Look into my eyes. The serpent woman intended to petrify Lin Xie with the gaze of Medusa, but he unexpectedly hurled an uncountable number of chili flakes at her. Strangely, these chili flakes struck her eyes directly, as if bound by fate, leaving her no chance of escape. Ah, my eyes! You bastard! I will kill you. Lin Xie, I will dismember you and ensure you never find peace. Agonizing pain surged within the serpent woman's eyes as her vision began to blur, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Little did she expect that her divine technique would succumb to chili flakes, leaving her with not only hatred but a profound sense of humiliation. In that fleeting moment when her vision faltered, Bai Ye soared forward, delivering 2 powerful kicks to the serpent woman's chest. Caught off guard, she was sent flying, feeling as though her ribs had shattered under the force of his blows. Bai Ye's strike was unrelenting, making her insides feel as if they were about to shift. Bai Ye shrugged, noting that due to her injury, her divine realm had completely dissipated. He approached her step by step. TSK, TSK. No wonder you are the divine agent of Medusa. You possess quite the allure. By the way, since Medusa was violated by Poseidon, do you think you might share a similar fate as her? You scoundrel! I never expected you to be such a despicable and vile person. The serpent woman trembled in fury, yet her temporarily blinded state rendered her unable to respond to Lin Xie's humiliating taunts. Bai Ye smiled nonchalantly. A scoundrel? In the realm of victors and vanquished, any means may be employed to secure triumph. Were this in ancient times, I would assuredly cast you into the military camp to reward those valiant soldiers. They would undoubtedly express their profound gratitude, and I would don the imperial yellow robe. Yet, observing your demeanor, I suspect you would relish such an experience. After all, your character aligns more closely with that of the agent of the god of debauchery than with that of Medusa. Upon hearing such lewd remarks, the snake woman seethed with both anger and indignation, questioning the lowly standards of these night watchmen, who bore an uncanny resemblance to ruffians and brigands. However, at this juncture, Bai Ye was merely proficient in verbal sparring, for what lay ahead was a formidable battle. As anticipated, once the snake woman's divine realm dissipated, a long spear lunged toward Bai Ye, who instinctively parried with his twin blades. The force of the strike sent him reeling, shattering the makeshift weapons he wielded. A strikingly handsome man approached, his gaze fixed upon Bai Ye, his expression revealing a mix of complexity. You are not Lin Xie. What? The snake woman was taken aback, frozen in place upon hearing Han Xiao Yun's words. How could someone with the essence of the mortal divine realm not be Lin Xie? Almost immediately, several figures descended beside Bai Ye, establishing a standoff with Han Xiao Yun. Among them was indeed Lin Xie. 2 Lin Xies. Is this the night watchman's scheme? A ruse to ensnare the snake woman? Han Xiao Yun remarked nonchalantly, but Shenmu Yi shook his head. No, this is not our strategy. Rather, it is the work of this individual alone. The other members of Team 136 regarded Bai Ye with complex expressions. Those who had previously interacted with Bai Ye were acutely aware of Lin Xie's true identity and pondered why this self-proclaimed fool would assume such a significant risk to impersonate him. Long before Lin Xie set out, he sensed the aura of the mortal divine realm emanating from a location not far from the office. And not just he, but Shenmu Yi and the others also felt it immediately. Yet, Lin Xie stood before them. Where had this aura originated? Eventually, they scrutinized the surveillance of the surrounding area and unveiled the truth. They witnessed another Lin Xie engaged in combat with the snake woman, and subtle expressions of intrigue crossed their faces, particularly Lin Xie's. After deliberating, they resolved to converge and eradicate the ancient god church, capturing all infiltrators within Songnan City. Han Xiao Yun possessed formidable strength, being the only Sea Realm expert present. In a one-on-one confrontation, only Chun Mu-Yi, who had liberated all, could contend with him. Yet, most of Chun Mu-Ye's focus lay in suppressing the wrath of Shiva, indicating that this battle would not be an easy one for Team 136. Snake Woman, flee. Leave this place at once. Han Xiaoyun urgently instructed the injured Snake Woman, knowing full well that should a confrontation ensue, she would undoubtedly perish against such an opponent. Though he himself was indifferent to the outcome. Yet, the task assigned to him was to eliminate Lin Shiyi while simultaneously safeguarding the Snake Woman. For him, it was a solitary endeavor to prevent everyone from advancing, allowing the Serpent Woman to escape. Aware that lingering would likely seal her fate, the Serpent Woman gritted her teeth and turned to depart. Meanwhile, Bai Ye gazed at her retreating figure, a soft smile gracing his lips. Captain Chun, you handle Han Xiaoyun while I confront the Serpent Woman. What do you think? What ulterior motive do you have? What motive could I possibly possess? We are aligned on the same front. Can we afford to let an unformed divine agent of our enemy slip away? We cannot. Therefore, let us divide our forces. Chun Mai pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Bai Ye chuckled softly and swiftly moved forward, preparing for a game of hawk and chick with the Serpent Woman. However, in the next instant, a powerful whirlwind centered around Han Xiaoyun surged forth. The frigid winds, mingled with snowflakes, resembled the wrath of a winter deity descending upon the mortal realm. Han Xiaoyun wielded his long spear, aiming directly at Bai Ye, who was poised to pursue the Serpent Woman. Without hesitation, Chun Mai stepped in, his blade intercepting Han Xiaoyun's lethal strike, shielding Bai Ye from imminent peril. Han Xiaoyun's expression remained unchanged, yet he spoke with a hint of reluctance. I will not permit you to leave this place. Bai Ye replied. Such a loyal subordinate. Today, I find myself envious of Chun Erniu. Chapter 30. Little Snake. Little Yi is here to save you with the arrival of Wenqima. Han Ying, Lin Shiye, and Chun Mai. The battle intensified, and despite Han Xiaoyun's formidable strength at the Sea Realm, contending with 5 opponents proved to be quite troublesome. Among these 5 was Chun Mai, one of the infamous Yin and Yang enforcers who had made a name for himself in Shangjing City a decade ago, which made the situation even more challenging for him. Suddenly, Bai Ye let out a fierce shout and launched himself at Han Xiaoyun's back, only to be effortlessly blocked. The audacity of a mere pool realm fighter was indeed remarkable. After that, Han Xiaoyun executed a sweeping strike, forcing the surrounding individuals to retreat. His spear aimed directly at Lin Shiye. Instinctively, Lin Shiye raised his straight blade to parry, but in that moment, Han Xiaoyun abruptly shifted his target, darting towards Bai Ye with blinding speed. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. Bai Ye instantly became the primary target of Han Xiaoyun's assault. In the blink of an eye, he was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through several dilapidated buildings and becoming buried under the rubble, a sight that was truly harrowing. Chun Mai's expression turned grave, while Han Xiaoyun's gaze momentarily blurred as he regarded Bai Ye, now entombed in ruins, his countenance reflecting a peculiar mix of emotions. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable fury surged within him, compelling him to eliminate this impostor, though he had previously possessed the opportunity to slay the genuine article. Why then was he intent on extinguishing this counterfeit? However, Han Xiaoyun's actions incited the ire of Chun Mai and the others. A terrifying aura radiating from Chun Mai as an imposing and sinister presence enveloped the air. The Black Wraith, Chun Mai, was prepared to get serious. The Serpent Woman's vision had yet to return. She was forced to flee, her chest severely injured from the 2 kicks she had received, and she was temporarily blinded. Her predicament was perilously dire. The arrival of even a single night watchman would spell her doom. Blood continued to pour from her wounds, and she felt as though she was nearing her end. Her mission today was to eliminate Lin Shiye, yet only 2 Sea Realm acolytes had infiltrated Songnan City. One was engaged with the Night Watchman squad, while the other was occupied with restraining the rookie Night Watchman, Commander Yuan Gang. Thus, she had no choice but to rely solely on herself. If she could find a secluded spot to hide, her regenerative abilities might allow her to regain her strength in 10 days or so. How infuriating! Her eyes still throbbed with pain, and even the simplest act of opening them was an arduous task. That fake Lin Shiye was utterly ruthless, and the Night Watchman deserved to perish. Suddenly, due to her temporary blindness, The serpent woman stumbled over a step and fell hard to the ground. Her injuries were grave, and this fall only exacerbated her condition. Now, the notion of finding a safe place to cling to life felt utterly unattainable. It hurts so much. Am I really going to die in a place like this? Is there anyone who can help me? Huh? Little snake? Upon hearing a familiar voice, the serpent woman's body trembled violently, and she felt herself enveloped in a thick coat. In the next moment, she was cradled in a pair of warm arms. And in this seemingly hopeless situation, this warmth became her lifeline. You are. Little serpent, you are gravely injured. I will take you to the hospital. Just wait. I will not let anything happen to you. The familiar voice echoed in her ears again, causing the serpent woman to shiver slightly. And she clung tightly to the man beside her, knowing that this might be her last hope for survival. Bai Ye, I don't want to go to the hospital. No, you are bleeding so much blood. Listen to me. I will get you to the hospital. Right? The ambulance. Just as Bai Ye was about to make the call, the serpent woman grasped his arm, her voice tinged with desperation. Please, don't take me to the hospital. My injuries aren't as severe as they seem. I just need a few days of rest. I want to go to your home. Bai Ye seemed to sense her plea and relented. All right, I understand. But little serpent, if your injuries truly worsen, I will still take you to the hospital. The serpent woman softly hummed an acknowledgement, burying her head deeper into Bai Ye's embrace. Despite his narrow shoulders and frail physique, in this moment, he felt remarkably sturdy, his body radiating warmth. She had prepared herself for death here, as her injuries were grave, her eyes barely able to open, making it impossible for her to escape Sangnan alone. However, hearing him call her little serpent struck her heart profoundly, igniting an impulse to weep. She never anticipated that a simple encounter from the previous night would save her life today. Fate truly is a wondrous thing. Cradled in by Ye's arms, the burning sensation in her eyes became insignificant. All she desired was to bask in this precious warmth. Time passed, and the serpent woman felt herself gently placed onto a soft bed, at which point she finally allowed her body to relax. At least she knew she could survive. Little serpent, tell me, what happened after you left with me yesterday? Upon hearing Bai Ye's question, tinged with anger, she experienced a surge of unfamiliar emotions. This feeling was quite comforting. Could I possibly tell him that I am a member of the ancient god church, a proxy of Medusa, and that I fought with an organization of night watchmen, nearly losing my life? No, there's no way I could say that. This was done by my sister. I don't know why. Bai Ye gently caressed the serpent woman's eyes before lowering his voice. Did your sister throw chili powder in your eyes? Does she not realize that this could potentially blind you? How despicable. Is this truly what a sister does? I shall report this to the authorities. This constitutes intentional harm, and I wish for her to languish in prison. No, please don't. Why? After all she has done to you, you still. I implore you, do not. Call the police. Allow me to gently wipe your eyes. Neglecting this could truly lead to complications. With that, Bai Ye promptly fetched a basin of clean water and a pristine towel. He dampened the towel, wrung it out, and delicately began to cleanse the eyes of the serpent woman. She felt the coolness against her eyes, although the torment from the chili pepper persisted. The soothing chill significantly alleviated her suffering. Does it hurt? Upon hearing Bai Ye's gentle voice, the serpent woman instinctively shook her head. No, it does not hurt. You are deceiving yourself. How could it possibly not hurt? Bear with it. I shall assist you in removing the chili, and then I will wash your eyes with eye drops. All right. As the pain in her eyes gradually diminished, the serpent woman managed to open her eyes just enough to behold a modest and dilapidated dwelling. The indistinct figure beside the bed grew clearer, prompting her to smile softly. Bai Ye, it truly is you. Yes, it is I. I apologize. My abode is rather humble, and I can only offer you this modest shelter for now. The serpent woman shook her head, feeling that this simple yet cozy little home was far more comforting than the luxurious hotel she had occupied the previous night. Where is this place? This is an urban village. Currently, not many wish to reside here. A real estate company once planned to develop the area, but they went bankrupt, leaving these cottages in limbo. Now, Only a few homeless drifters inhabit this space, and I consider myself fortunate that the house still contains a fair amount of living essentials. Listening to Bai Ye's explanation, the serpent woman surveyed her surroundings once more, realizing it was merely a small house of about 40 square meters. It was equipped with a sofa, a bed, and a kitchen, all essential amenities. Although aged, it was commendably tidy. Is there only one bed? Ah, do not worry about me. I can actually sleep on the sofa. However, your injuries appear rather severe. It would be wise to visit a hospital. No need. I merely fell from upstairs when my eyes were hurting. A little rest should suffice. I have some remedies for treating falls. Let me search for them. Observing Bai Ye bustling about, the serpent woman slowly closed her eyes. Although the pain in her eyes had subsided, a lingering discomfort remained, rendering it unsuitable to keep her eyes open for long. Yet, Bai Ye truly is a good person. In all her life, she had never before used such a term to describe anyone. How wonderful it would have been had I encountered you sooner. Chapter 31. The gentle abode of Bai Ye now. Your eyes should feel much more comfortable. This room is filled with the refreshing essence of mint, wrapped in gauze and placed over your eyes. Does it not alleviate the pain? The serpent woman's eyes were tainted by the devilish chili pepper. Had she not possessed the sanctuary of Medusa, that infernal spice might have rendered her entirely blind. Thus, to facilitate her healing, it was prudent to wrap her eyes with gauze until the pain subsided. She touched the gauze upon her face, and the cool sensation emanating from her eyes indeed confirmed Bai Ye's assertion. It was exceedingly soothing. You are quite thoughtful, she murmured. By the way, you must be hungry. I made some dumplings yesterday for the new year, filled with sauerkraut. I wonder if you would enjoy them? I like them, the serpent woman replied, nodding eagerly and reaching for chopsticks. Yet, in the next moment, her lips brushed against something greasy, leaving her momentarily stunned. Open your mouth. With your eyes wrapped in gauze, it's inconvenient to pick up the dumplings. Allow me to feed you. Upon hearing this, the serpent woman felt her heart race, and without uttering a word, she obediently parted her lips. A plump dumpling, bursting with filling, was promptly bitten into, and the savory aroma of sauerkraut and pork immediately tantalized her taste buds. It had been far too long since she had enjoyed a proper meal of dumplings during the new year, when had such ordinary joys begun to drift so far from her grasp. Is it to your liking? If not, I can prepare some noodles instead. No, there is no need for trouble. The dumplings are delightful. Bai Ye smiled. Then please indulge yourself further. The more you eat, the quicker your body will recover. The serpent woman relished this simple existence. Though her vision was temporarily obscured due to her injury, and she bore the wounds inflicted by that false Lin Xie. Within this modest little abode, she experienced genuine care for the first time. Unlike the flattery from the slaves in the ancient god church, this concern was pure and untainted. If possible, she hoped her recovery would take a while longer. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Bai Ye, since I met you, how much time has passed? Perhaps 3 or 4 hours. I haven't been keeping track. Why do you ask? A complex mix of emotions stirred within the serpent woman. 3 or 4 hours meant that Han Xiaoyan had not laid waste at Songnan. It was known that Han Xiaoyan possessed the strength of the Sea Realm, and the Forbidden Sanctuary was one of great peril, a catastrophic storm. If he had been unable to eliminate Lin Xie, then, as per his plan, he should have unleashed the storm to engulf all of Songnan. Yet, so much time had elapsed, and Songnan remained unscathed by the tempest. There were 2 possibilities. Either he had slain Lin Xie himself, or he had fallen to the Night Watchers. Regardless of the outcome, she harbored a desire deep within her heart that the tempest would not ravage Songnan, setting aside her own precarious state of survival. The mere thought that Bai Ye might become an innocent victim amidst this catastrophe left her feeling quite uneasy. She hoped fervently that he had dispatched Lin Xie, along with the false Lin Xie, thus ensuring a happy resolution for all involved. Little snake, what occupies your thoughts? You seem rather distracted. Nothing. By the way, I need to step out for a while. I may be gone for some time. Step out? Where to? The snake lady felt a twinge of anxiety. Her current condition was less than favorable, and having someone by her side provided her with a sense of security. Do not fret. I merely intend to procure some ingredients. After all, I plan to celebrate the new year alone this year, and there are no preparations for the festive season at home. Now that it's two of us, I cannot afford to hastily throw together a meal as I usually do. Upon hearing this, the snake lady sighed in relief, then returned promptly. Indeed, I shall. Not long after Bai Ye had stepped outside, he encountered Xingyu standing before him, with a mouse at his feet. Has the autopsy concluded? Yes. It was finished some time ago. I had intended to see what you were up to today, but by the way, how did you manage to assume Lin Qiye's appearance? I wove a forbidden object that allows me to alter my form. I see. So, what is the rationale behind your actions? What do you mean? What's there to question? You transformed into Lin Qiye and mercilessly pummeled your little love snake to the point of near incapacity. Yet, you then reverted to your original form to rescue her. What is this? Did you break her leg and gift her a crutch, only for her to express boundless gratitude? I cannot fathom what you are trying to achieve. Bai Ye chuckled softly before patting Xingyu on the shoulder. After all, she was an agent of a deity, and now she was in his grasp. He could either hand her over to the night watchman to earn a commendation or eliminate her to prevent future troubles. So why not choose a more intriguing course of action? After all, the encounter I orchestrated yesterday was precisely for today. And Xingyu warned, be cautious not to play with fire, Bai Ye. She is no innocent maiden. When it comes to ruthlessness, she is quite formidable. I am aware. Yet, that is precisely what makes it interesting. Besides, she cannot kill me, so I shall proceed in whatever manner I find entertaining. By the way, would you care to join me for a meal? The snake lady is currently injured and poses no danger. Upon hearing this, Xingyu's mind immediately conjured the snake lady's previous menacing words, and she shook her head. No, I wish you joy in your revelry. But do not be caught off guard. I still have a partnership with you. Ah, little fish, are you genuinely concerned for my well-being? I am deeply touched, almost to the point of tears. Come, let us share a heartfelt embrace before parting. And Xingyu thought, how has this fellow grown increasingly insufferable? He was not like this when we first met. As Bai Ye lunged towards her, and Xingyu swiftly pressed her palm against his face, warning him not to disgust her, for she truly would vomit upon him. Humph, you find it repulsive when I engage with you, yet you have no qualms about dissecting corpses, she retorted. Well, for now, the crisis in Songnan has temporarily subsided, granting us a brief respite. I do relish seeking amusement during moments of tedium. Ah, and perhaps I could entice the little serpent. If I managed to seduce her into my bed, life would be utterly fulfilling. Little fish, I must say, your ability to deliver sarcastic remarks has grown remarkably sharper. Bai Ye remarked, and I harbor no intentions of trading on my looks. Huh, who would believe that? If the snake maiden were a rough and tumble man, you would have long since dispatched him. Of course, expecting me to employ charms on a rugged brute is simply unrealistic. Moreover, let me enlighten you. A living divine agent holds far greater value than a deceased one. Upon finishing her words, Bai Ye's eyes sparkled with a peculiar smile, causing Xingyu to feel a sudden chill at her back. There is a peculiar advantage to being in Bai Ye's company. No matter how twisted or unhinged one may feel, in comparison to him, one cannot help but feel like a paragon of normalcy, inflicting both physical and psychological torment upon one's adversary. One might find themselves feeling a tinge of sympathy for the Serpent Maiden. Chapter 32. The Serpent Woman. Ah, how I yearn to transform Bai Ye into my devoted servant. I have returned. Upon hearing Bai Ye's entrance, the Serpent Woman's countenance brightened with delight. You have returned. And so swiftly, I was concerned for your safety at home, especially since this place is a village within the city, beyond a handful of residents. The majority of the houses are occupied by ruffians and rogues. If they were to discover that you, dear snake, are here, who knows what calamities might ensue. But why do you reside here? I have nowhere else to go. After all, I am an orphan. My meager earnings from part-time work at the convenience store barely suffice for my sustenance. As she spoke, Bai Ye promptly revealed the groceries he had procured. Thanks to you, I can indulge in such delectable fare. It has been ages since I have enjoyed so much. Usually, I can hardly bring myself to purchase such luxuries. The Serpent Woman pursed her lips and softly inquired, what did you buy? 2 pounds of hefty carp, ribs, and pork belly. Oh, And I also acquired some cabbage and vermicelli. In short, a veritable feast. I shall marinate the meat now, and by evening, we can enjoy it. Hearing this, the serpent woman let out a sigh of relief. Her phone had been damaged during the fray, and she was temporarily unable to contact the ancient god church. Now she could only await the gradual healing of her wounds. How amusing indeed, as the divine agent of Medusa and a core member of the ancient god church, to think I was saved by an ordinary person. Should this news reach the church, it would surely provoke uproarious laughter among them. Listening to Bai Ye prepare the ingredients, the serpent woman felt an unparalleled tranquility within her. Before arriving here, she had harbored a desire to eliminate both the true and false Lin Xie, as well as the Night Watcher. However, upon her arrival, much of that animosity had dissipated, at least to the extent that she no longer felt the same frenzied impulse to confront the false Lin Xie. Once her injuries had healed and she returned to the ancient god church, she must take Bai Ye with her to make him her devoted companion. No, her cherished consort. Unlike those slaves whose suffering elicits no compassion, she would have him as her exclusive male companion. Yes, that is settled. Yet, he is but an ordinary person. What if he becomes fearful upon learning the truth? Even if he does not fear her, he may distance himself from her. Such a dilemma. Unaware of the tumult within the serpent woman's mind, Bai Ye remained focused on his culinary tasks. The tempest had spared Songnan, and Han Xiaoyan was likely facing Chun Mai's wrath at this very moment, bringing a temporary conclusion to the affairs of the ancient god church. The next pivotal turn of events felt distant. If he did not occupy himself, he would surely succumb to boredom. Little snake, do you prefer a light or a strong flavor? I wish to prepare accordingly. A stronger flavor, please. Very well, let me see the seasonings. Ah, they are still here. I shall marinate this piece of pork belly. It should absorb the flavors nicely over the afternoon. Bai Ye's words reached the serpent woman's ears, filling her with immense contentment. This experience of concealing her true identity and living from the perspective of an ordinary person was indeed delightful. Suddenly, I came to understand why those foolish figures in mindless short videos, the crooked-mouthed dragon kings, prefer to conceal their identities as consorts. It is truly exhilarating when the moment of revelation arrives. While Bai Ye is here training the Snake Maiden, the Night Watchmen have already meticulously cleared the battlefield. Captain, we have removed all the rubble caused by Han Xiaoyan. However, we have not found the body of that fool, reported Wen Qimo, while Hong Ying, standing nearby, expressed her astonishment with a few murmurs. During the battle, I sensed that he only possessed the strength of the pool realm. Yet he managed to withstand a full-force strike from the sea realm without perishing. Truly, he is a monster. Is it possible that he was reduced to ashes? Si Xiaonan timidly added, but Chun Mai shook his head. Impossible. Although Han Xiaoyan's strike was immensely destructive, it could not obliterate a person to the point of leaving no trace. Moreover, that individual is the divine agent of the god of magic and prophecy. It is conceivable that he possesses some extraordinary means of survival. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie's expression became subtly complex. He felt that everyone had fallen prey to the web of lies spun by this fool. Regrettably, none could discern the deception. And had he failed to break through to the pool realm after this training, opening the second gate, he too might remain in the dark. Merlin had been confined in a mental institution, yet when lucid, he asserted that he had never been a divine agent. This implies that the fool is lying. However, he could not reveal this falsehood to others, for the asylum of the gods is his greatest secret. Exposure could lead to monumental troubles. The mere identity of a dual divine agent has already prompted the ancient god church to dispatch numerous individuals to Tsangnan to apprehend him, should another secret be unveiled. It is unfathomable. Next time, they might send beings of the infinite realm or Klein realm. He merely wished to remain in this modest Tsangnan, to protect his aunt and Jin within the limits of his capabilities. That alone would suffice for his contentment. Fortunately, matters have concluded, and the higher-ups of the Night Watchmen will regard this issue seriously. At least for the foreseeable future, the ancient god church is unlikely to disrupt Songnan. Chia, you have achieved merit this time. Perhaps you will even be awarded a medal. Wu Xiangnan patted Lin Chia's shoulder. As a former member of a special squad, He understood the impact of Lin Chie's actions over the past few days. Obtaining an individual merit medal was undoubtedly within reach. I'm just average. Shouldn't the greatest credit go to Brother Zhuang? Were it not for him, Sangnan would have likely been destroyed by Han Xiaoyan, replied Shenqingzhu, who had remained silent until now, shrugging his shoulders. It was merely a coincidence. My forbidden abyss countered him. Nothing more, he stated nonchalantly. You may say that, but deep down you must be elated. After all, you saved half the city. Bai Li Fatty chimed in, leaning on Shun Qingzhu's shoulder with envy. Ahem, just a little bit. Speaking of which, we only have one day left of our holiday. Do you have any plans? The assassins of Young Master and Chie have been defeated, and naturally, it calls for a day of exuberance. I have no preference for the location, but it is certainly more enjoyable to accompany the plump one, as he offers delectable treats. Chao Yuan shamelessly remarked, while Shun Qingzhu's lips twitched slightly. These two truly are a pair of lively treasures. Chun Mai gazed upon the group of children with a heart filled with gratitude. Whether it be the dual deity agent Lin Chie, or Chao Yuan by Li Pangpang, and Shun Qingzhu, they represent the future of the Night Watchers of Daxia. The mere fact that they have earned merit medals while still in training is exceedingly rare, and their futures are destined to be far-reaching, perhaps even beyond his imagination. Just then, Chun Mai's phone abruptly rang. Instinctively, he picked it up, and the name Commander Yi boldly appeared on the screen. Without hesitation, he answered the call. Mai, can you locate that fool? Commander, what has transpired? Chen Lu has gone mad. After months of investigation, I discovered that his hometown harbors some peculiarities. Today, when I confronted him about his origins, he suddenly descended into madness. Madness? Indeed, utterly insane, emanating a blood-red aura. This sensation, even in that battle when I faced the divine, I have never felt such heart-pounding terror. He keeps muttering, humanity cannot triumph, Daxia cannot prevail, they have awakened, and humanity is doomed. Therefore, I wish to consult that fool regarding the truth of Chun Lu's claims. Chapter 33. Long time no see, I miss you so much. Let us share a kiss in the evening. Bai Ye prepared an extravagant dinner for the snake lady. Although she was shrouded in gauze and could not see the array of dishes, the delightful aroma wafting through the air revealed the care he had invested in the meal. How fragrant! Since it pleases you, indulge yourself. Consuming more meat will aid in your recovery. The snake lady gradually lifted a bowl of rice. Noticing that Bai Ye had thoughtfully placed several pieces of ribs and braised pork atop it, instantly awakening her appetite. Strangely, despite having just met the previous night, she felt an irresistible pull towards him. What was merely a simple home-cooked meal transformed into a source of profound satisfaction for her. Previously, her sense of fulfillment was derived from inflicting violence upon her slaves, relishing the ecstasy found in their dazed expressions. Yet now, in this modest abode with ordinary dishes, her heart felt unexpectedly full. Bai Ye's cooking was exquisite. Even in her injured state, she devoured 2.5 bowls of rice. Little snake, are you satisfied? Tomorrow, I shall prepare more delicious dishes for you. Thank you, it's no trouble at all. After all, we are friends. Bai Ye's words struck a chord within the snake lady, prompting her to lower her head slowly, savoring his sentiment. Meanwhile, Bai Ye skillfully tidied up the bowls and chopsticks, engaging her in conversation as he washed them. Little snake, is there no one at home who treats you well? Perhaps you should inform your family. They might be worried. No, it's unnecessary. I am content here. Or are you saying you no longer want to stay? The snake lady was taken aback by her own words, which sounded almost like a playful pout, despite her status as a queen. Impossible. Bai Ye replied immediately. You can stay here for as long as you wish. I'm merely concerned that you might find it uncomfortable. After all, the temperature in this room can be rather low at night. As long as you don't cast me away, I am fine. If even you abandon me, how would know what to do? Bai Ye cleared his throat, his tone tinged with nervousness. Little snake, I'm feeling a bit warm. I shall step outside for some air and return shortly. Hearing Bai Ye's anxious voice brought immense joy to the snake lady. The innocent bashfulness of a young man was undeniably endearing. Regrettably, her eye injury had yet to heal, preventing her from witnessing his shy expression. She then reclined slowly on the bed, contemplating how to bring Bai Ye back to the ancient god church. Although the church did not accommodate idlers as a divine agent, supporting an unthreatening ordinary person should not pose a significant challenge. Just as Bai Ye stepped outside, a small mouse scurried to his feet, and he instantly recognized it as Qingyu's little companion. Subsequently, Bai Ye donned his headphones, and in the next moment, Qingyu's voice resonated in his ears. A notice was affixed to the front door of the Peace Affairs office, reminiscent of a missing person announcement. The individual sought was described as a masked fool. And perhaps that person is you? Oh, Chimai is looking for me? He doesn't think I'm dead, does he? Haha, well then, I shall take a stroll over there for the time being. Immediately, Bai Ye transformed into the likeness of Hong Ying and swaggered towards the Peace Affairs office. As Lung Xian gazed at the notice on the door, he found it increasingly peculiar and awkward. This missing person announcement was utterly perfunctory, lacking a photograph or detailed information. It merely stated the words masked fool, followed by the promise of a generous reward upon discovery. Even a primary school student could craft a better notice than this. Captain, is this reliable? This is the only tactic we have left. I have been pondering why our office has encountered no mysterious incidents over the past few months. Perhaps, unbeknownst to us, someone has resolved these mysteries. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiangnan rubbed his wrist. Are you implying that those mysteries might have been eliminated by him? Is that even possible? Can one individual be swifter than our night watchman in resolving such matters? Moreover, without undergoing the basic training of a night watchman, how could he eliminate so many mysteries? It is no wonder that Wu Xiangnan expressed skepticism. After all, even Lin Xie had honed his combat skills and techniques through the rigorous training of the night watchman. However, Wen Shima's reaction was far more entertaining. He abruptly stood up, his expression contorted in anguish as he pounded the wall, exclaiming, "Heavens! Now there are individuals attempting to usurp the night watchman's livelihood? Is there no justice left in this world? What if I were to be laid off in the future? Captain, we want to be dismissed for being idle, will we?" At that moment, Lin Xie, who had been seated on the sofa, suddenly rose, and a tall figure appeared before the group. "Ah, Sister Hong Ying. He has transformed into your likeness again." Hong Ying's expression tightened. Why did this fool always favor her face? If he were to commit any misdeeds while bearing her visage, the blame would undoubtedly fall upon her. "Hello, members of Team 136. It has been quite a while. I've missed you all dearly. Let's share a kiss." Upon entering, he uttered such audacious words while simultaneously lunging towards Wen Shima, who was furiously pounding the wall. Clearly startled, Wen Shima had no time to react before being enveloped in Bai Ye's embrace. Wen Shima, utterly bewildered, found himself in the arms of the fool in Hong Ying's form. By rough calculation, could this be considered as being embraced by Hong Ying? As Bai Ye leaned in for a kiss, Wen Shima surprisingly remained still. However, just as their lips were about to meet, a large hand seized Bai Ye by the hair, forcibly pulling him away. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Miss Hong Ying, please don't pull my hair. Can you see how much Qima is enjoying this? You're ruining his happiness." Wen Shima, Hong Ying, I have long stated that Wen Qima is not trustworthy, and indeed, this rascal was just reveling in his own thoughts. I am no Hong Ying. Do not believe Xiao Nan's words. I truly did nothing at all. I'm absolutely innocent. In a desperate bid to salvage his reputation among his teammates, Wen Qima quickly knelt down. However, it appears that Brother Qima enjoys being passive. I understand now. Next time, I shall transform into a serpent maiden and deliver a thrilling experience to you, one that will bring you unparalleled joy. My dear father, you are my true father. I implore you, spare me from your antics. Wen Qima was nearly bowing in reverence to Bai Ye, for every time he arrived, calamity inevitably followed. At that moment, Hong Ying glanced at the identical figure in her hand and, brimming with annoyance, exclaimed, "Why must you transform into me, rather than someone else? Why not become Xiao Nan? Do you dare?" Observing Xiao Nan clenching her tiny fists, Bai Ye chuckled softly, noting that this Xiao Nan was quite convincing. "All right, enough with the jesting. You summoned me for a reason. What is it?" After silently enjoying the absurd antics of his teammates, Chen Mai gradually rose and approached Bai Ye, patting him on the shoulder. He then handed him a note, saying, "Remember to call this number when you return. Someone wishes to speak with you. I am merely a messenger." Chapter 34. My purpose. To bestow a perfect conclusion upon everyone. Ah, I see. Allow me to make a phone call. Shall I? Very well. Since there is nothing pressing for me at the moment, I shall take my leave. Farewell. Just as Bai Ye was about to turn away, Lin Shi abruptly stood up. Dear friend, allow me to escort you. I shall also seek out my brethren. Lin Shi's words caused Bai Ye's eyes to narrow slightly, and he immediately draped an arm around Lin Shi's shoulder. Ah, my dear brother Yi wishes to accompany his sister on a date. Thus, I cannot let him down. Hong Ying interjected. How irritating is this boundaryless fellow? I wish I could just end him with a single shot. Lin Shi's cheeks flushed a faint red as he took 2 steps back. Must you rely on your face? By the way, we have yet to see your true appearance. Of course. I cannot. With so many handsome men and beautiful women around, why would I revert to my utterly ordinary self? Wouldn't you agree? Now, weren't you supposed to escort your sister? Let's hurry. Observing the resolute Hong Ying before him, Lin Shi felt a sense of helplessness. Yet, in pursuit of clarity regarding his intentions, he decided to take a chance today. Shortly after the two departed from the Peace Bureau, Bai Ye transformed into the likeness of Long Xian. Upon encountering that familiar expression, Lin Shi couldn't help but recall the matters concerning Zhao Kong Chung, and instinctively, he clenched his fists. What? Do you intend to strike me? No. I merely wish to inquire. Do you intend to ask whether I am the divine agent of Mei Lin, correct? Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's pupils constricted, and Bai Ye's words sent a tremor through his heart. His gaze remained unwavering, as if he could see through everything. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Lin Shi asked, "So what is the outcome?" Bai Ye smiled lightly, then turned away, nonchalantly stating, "Do you not already know the answer? Is it amusing to inquire? Are you truly that uncertain?" At that moment, Lin Shi's expression darkened, his fists creaking as he clenched them tightly. "What is your true intention? What schemes have you devised by coming so close to us?" Bai Ye smiled faintly, leaning closer to Lin Shi's ear, the warmth of his breath brushing against Lin Shi's skin, rendering his expression rather peculiar. Passers-by on the street observed this scene, many capturing photographs. Why not just speak plainly? Why come so close? Lin Shi promptly pushed Bai Ye away, yet Bai Ye did not shy away from revealing his intentions, articulating his thoughts candidly. Of course, I intend to craft a narrative. What? My sole purpose is to compose a script. I wish for everyone I cherish to have a blissful ending. Each of you is a character in my narrative. Lin Shi stood in stunned silence. What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to deceive us again? Ah, Lin Shi, I am not lying. Not lying? Who do you think you are deceiving? If everyone is destined for a happy ending, then why is Zhao Kongcheng's fate as it is? As Lin Xie beheld the expression of the indifferent Long Xian, memories surged within his mind, memories of a cold, detached Long Xian who regarded human life with utter disregard. Although Zhao Kongcheng's demise bore no relation to him, Lin Xie reflected that had he exerted even the slightest effort, Zhao Kongcheng might have survived. In response to Lin Xie's accusatory inquiry, Bai Ye merely patted his own shoulder and offered a nonchalant smile. Ha ha ha. For him, such an outcome was the epitome of happiness. By the way, Zhao Kongcheng does not exist in my script. Upon witnessing Lin Xie's anger teetering on the brink of eruption, Bai Ye gently patted Lin Xie's shoulder, reassuring him, in truth, you are not a character in my script either. I have great confidence in you. You must strive to live well, Lin Xie, for you are the most pivotal character throughout this narrative. By the way, today marks the first day of the new year. Perhaps you should return home for a visit. After all, the days spent together during the new year are few and far between. What did you say? Lin Xie's expression grew solemn, arousing his suspicion, as Bai Ye's words bore a threatening undertone concerning his family. His hands instinctively rested on the blade at his side, should Bai Ye utter any further words. Lin Xie would not hesitate to strike him down with the star blade. Are you that tense, Lin Xie? My previous words held no ulterior motives. As the divine agent, the ancient God Church has already sought you out. Your family is your Achilles heel. Fortunately this time, only 2 from the Sea Realm have come. But what about next time? Or the time after that? Moreover, As a night watcher, it is possible that you could sacrifice yourself on the battlefield, just like Zhao Kongcheng. Thus, the day Zhao Kongcheng perished would not only signify a farewell between you and him, but also a final parting from your family. It would be prudent to visit home often. It would benefit you. After Bai Ye concluded, Lin Xie fell into deep contemplation. Yet, when he finally gathered his thoughts, he realized Bai Ye had vanished entirely, as if he were merely a whispering breeze, leaving no trace behind. The sounds of firecrackers on the first day of the new year filled Lin Xie's ears, creating a stark contrast with the turmoil within his heart. He continued to ponder Bai Ye's words, recognizing his mystery and strength. This strength did not manifest through sheer power. After all, his ability was merely transformation, and the capabilities of his transformed self could not surpass the original. However, his true strength lay in his unflappable composure in the face of adversity, a demeanor that suggested an unsettling clarity of perception regarding all matters. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xie exhaled deeply. Bai Ye's words had shaken his resolve. He had already bid farewell to Zhao Kongcheng that day, and he had no desire to part ways with Jean and his aunt. Since that day, he had not seen either of them again. With his thought, Lin Xie made up his mind and directly dialed a number. "Hello, fatty. Why don't you all hang out today? Do not wait for me any longer." Bai Ye wandered into a narrow alley, glancing at the phone number that Chan Mai had handed him, and a subtle smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Subsequently, he began to leisurely dial the number inscribed on the slip of paper. In the next moment, a deep voice resonated from the other end. "Hello? Hello, Commander Yi. It seems you have come to believe in my prophecy, have you not? Chun Lu has gone mad. He spoke of many peculiarities, and I yearn to uncover more about him and the enigmatic group he mentioned. Commander Yi, one must be cautious of overindulgence. After all, Merlin has not shared much information with me regarding him. I am merely curious about who they are, as referred to by him. Although this intelligence is substantial enough to warrant a transaction with you, I shall divulge it freely for the sake of a single phrase. However, upon hearing it, you might consider discussing this matter with Jean Yin, for she possesses greater knowledge than I do. What could it possibly be? Commander Yi Fan, have you ever heard of Cthulhu? Chapter 35. The Gentle Trap, the first day of the Lunar New Year, is traditionally a day for family reunions. Yet for Bai Ye, there is no one in this world with whom he can celebrate. Well, Xiao Yu can be considered one, but having spent the previous night with him, he cannot afford to be overly greedy. Today, Lord Bai Ye rightfully belongs to the enchanting little snake. However, this outing took Bai Ye a full 2.5 hours. To prevent the blind snake from harboring any errant thoughts, he conjured 2 skewers of candied hawthorn to present to her. "Little snake, I'm back." Upon hearing Bai Ye's voice, the snake girl visibly perked up, but then turned her face away, expressing her displeasure. You ran off for so long. Am I really that frightening?" No. A friend asked me to help him move something, and I returned immediately afterwards. See? Oh wait, you can't see. Here, take a whiff. What is this? Bai Ye playfully held the candied hawthorn to the snake girl's lips. She sniffed and then took a lick. "It's sweet. It's candied hawthorn. Indeed. I bought on my way back." The snake girl immediately seized the candied hawthorn and took a hearty bite. The sweet and sour treat was her absolute favorite. "All right, but after you finish, remember to brush your teeth. I've already prepared the toothpaste and toothbrush for you. Do you need me to assist you in the bathroom?" "No need. I can manage on my own." The gentle world Bai Ye wove was warm and inviting, a fairy tale the snake girl had never experienced throughout her life. Even as a divine agent, the snake girl found herself transformed into an innocent little girl, stepping cautiously into the sweet trap laid before her. After finishing the candied hawthorn, Bai Ye stretched. "Little snake, I plan to take a nap on the sofa today. If anything comes up, just call for me. No need to feel shy." Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, the snake girl was momentarily taken aback. "You're sleeping on the sofa, are you certain?" "Of course, why do you ask?" "It's just, you're sleeping on the sofa? Haven't you ever thought about? The snake girl faltered, her thoughts becoming jumbled. Logically, a normal man encountering a delicate beauty like her, who bore the marks of injury, should harbor some inappropriate thoughts, shouldn't he? Yet, judging by his demeanor, he seemed utterly devoid of such notions. Could such a man truly exist? "Little snake, what haven't I thought about?" Your face is a bit flushed. Are you feeling unwell? Bai Ye slowly approached the snake girl, gently caressing her forehead. Strange, you're not hot. Why is your face so red? The snake girl felt so embarrassed she could almost tear the bedsheet. Here she was, the proud divine agent of Medusa, a member of the ancient cult, being teased by an ordinary person. Have you never considered sharing a space with me? Living together? It's cold outside, and sleeping on the sofa might give you a cold. Her voice grew increasingly softer until only she could hear it. However, Bai Ye promptly replied, of course not. Listening to Bai Ye's firm rejection, the serpent woman felt an unexpected surge of frustration and despondency within her. Why? Because she was a girl? How could he possibly commit an act that would tarnish her innocence? Merely sharing a bed, doing nothing else, was not permissible either. A girl must protect herself diligently in the outside world. Little snake, do you understand? As she absorbed Bai Ye's words, the serpent woman stood momentarily frozen, at a loss for words, yet the tumult of emotions within her lingered. Innocence? He actually considered such a thing for me? Who cares about that in modern times? Is he an antiquated relic? Yet, why did this concern evoke feelings of loss and sadness in her? Do you value this highly? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye chuckled and scratched his head. Sao, how should I put it? This is perhaps the most cherished treasure of a girl. I am unsure if I can maintain my integrity while lying beside you, so it is better to sleep separately. Nevertheless, I take this matter lightly. After all, who hasn't he encountered a few scoundrels in their youth? Moreover, I believe that what truly matters is not the body, but the heart. Bai Ye purposefully articulated this ambiguous response to alleviate the serpent woman's worries about her past. She lingered on his words, enveloped in silence for a long while. Seeing that the moment had passed, Bai Ye cheerfully advised her, it's getting late. You should rest early. Staying up late is detrimental to your recovery. With that, he returned to the sofa, and soon the sounds of his deep slumber filled the room. The serpent woman's heart experienced a tumultuous upheaval. She admitted to herself that she harbored feelings for Bai Ye, a sentiment unlike any she had experienced before. If it weren't for her physical constraints, the former version of her would have stripped him bare and indulged herself on the bed. Yet what was this impulse? The yearning to share a lifetime with him drove her nearly to madness. Was there any difference between sacrificing a forest for a single tree? But how perplexing it was, this inner turmoil. The serpent woman could not comprehend why she felt affection for a man she had known for less than 2 days. However, her heart was not deceitful. If you are unperturbed by my past, no, I shall not let you learn of it. I will ensure that those individuals remain silent forever. The serpent woman murmured to herself, seemingly having made a decision that would irrevocably alter the course of her life. As the serpent woman drifted into slumber, Bai Ye gradually opened his eyes and gazed at the sleeping figure before him, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. The ability to influence emotions was simply remarkable. In less than 2 days of contact with the serpent woman, he had already left an indelible mark on her heart. Indeed, the reason the serpent woman appeared as an innocent girl was that Bai Ye had employed his emotional influence upon their first encounter. This time, he chose a subtle approach, akin to boiling a frog in warm water, to gradually transform her, establishing himself as a unique presence in her heart. A pure-hearted young man, a savior, and a selfless angel who wholeheartedly respects and cares for you. This series of attributes has gradually placed the serpent woman under the influence of Bai Ye. However, this fondness is merely in its infancy. If time extends a little further during the period of the serpent woman's recovery, he will inevitably become the unattainable white moonlight in her heart. As for this act, it shall conclude in the most tragic manner, compelling the ancient god cult to pay a painfully steep price. Chapter 36. Launching fish Bai Ye, you shall surely meet an untimely demise in the future. 7 days later, within the subterranean hollow, launching fish gazed with exasperation at Bai Ye, who was engaged in a frivolous game of make-believe with the serpent maiden. Internally, he had berated this fellow countless times. The crux of the matter was that even he could not fathom the purpose behind Bai Ye's actions. How long did he intend to prolong the charade? It had been a week, and the serpent maiden's wounds were nearly healed. Bai Ye chuckled, stating, I must wait until she is fully recovered. Otherwise, the narrative cannot unfold smoothly. By the way, there is a grand spectacle to behold shortly. If you wish to watch, it is certainly worth the wait. Launching Fish replied, "No, I am not so idle. I have research to attend to. You're not that busy? Who is it that controls the little mouse to spy on me daily? Are you afraid I might succumb to the serpent maiden's allure and abandon you, my dear wife? Could you please be quiet? I fear I might inadvertently strike you dead." "Haha, no worries. I am not so easily dispatched." Launching Fish sighed. Having spent ample time with Bai Ye, he increasingly perceived him as utterly shameless. Indeed, he might well be the most shameless person in the world. Speaking of which, do you not worry about your enchanting serpent escaping while you remain away for so long? Bai Ye waved his hand dismissively. "Fear not. She is currently ensnared in the fairy tale I meticulously crafted for her, unable to extricate herself. To ensure the story progresses seamlessly, I intend to introduce a crucial element, the Serpent Maiden. Her body and soul are entirely within my grasp." As he spoke, a confident yet chilling smile graced Bai Ye's face, a smile that made Launching Fish feel assured that this fellow's future would certainly not be a pleasant one. "You are destined for a grim fate." "Huh, that may be, but it requires someone capable of ending my life first." After a week of interaction, the Serpent Maiden discovered her growing dependency on Bai Ye. Whenever she closed her eyes, thoughts of him consumed her. Her vision had also nearly returned to normal, and today was likely the day she would remove her bandages. Yet, she hesitated. Would Bai Ye continue to care for her with the same meticulousness once her sight was restored? The Serpent Maiden pondered, reflecting on her wounds, which had healed significantly. Under normal circumstances, the ancient god society should have sent someone to seek her whereabouts. Though she was a novice, she was nonetheless a divine agent, possessing the essence of Medusa. Until they laid eyes upon her lifeless body, they would not cease their search. But what if they found her? Would she simply vanish without a trace? Or would she need to bring Bai Ye back to the ancient god society? But he was merely an ordinary person. If she revealed her true identity to him, would he still engage with her as he had before? As the Serpent Maiden continued to contemplate these matters, Bai Ye returned, bearing a large cabbage and a substantial bone. "Little serpent, today the bandage over your eyes can finally be removed. To celebrate the restoration of your vision, I have procured a large bone for you, and I shall prepare a nourishing pot of fresh soup to replenish your strength." Despite Bai Ye's assertions, the Serpent Lady has indulged in countless delicacies these past few days. Ever since her arrival, Bai Ye has been serving her lavish feasts of fish and meat, and she feels as though she is on the verge of becoming quite plump. So much has been purchased. It must have cost quite a bit. Not much, just under 30 yuan. Your recovery is of utmost importance. Thereafter, Bai Ye arranged the ingredients and approached the Serpent Lady, gently unwrapping the bandage. As the fabric fell away, she slowly opened her eyes. The first sight that met her gaze was Bai Ye's tender face, and an immediate joy surged within her heart. "Bai Ye, my eyes are well again, truly well," the Serpent Lady exclaimed with delight, and Bai Ye smiled knowingly beside her. "Ah, it is a relief to see your eyes well. Shall we take a stroll outside? You must be feeling quite stifled being cooped up indoors for so long." "Of course, but will you not accompany me?" Bai Ye chuckled, gesturing toward the kitchen. "I still have to prepare the meal. Just don't wander too far. This area is teeming with unsavory characters and can be quite perilous." The Serpent Lady smiled alluringly, her charm captivating Bai Ye, who was momentarily lost in admiration, a reaction that delighted her immensely. "Fear not, I shan't stray far. I merely wish to step outside for some fresh air." However, the Serpent Lady harbored other intentions within her heart. Her cultivation was at the Pool Realm, and possessing the divine ruins, even the average newcomer to the River Realm would be no match for her, let alone a gaggle of ruffians. Upon exiting the room, Bai Ye's expression transformed into one of triumph. The show was finally about to commence. Shortly after the Serpent Lady ventured outside, her whereabouts were swiftly uncovered by some external associates of her followers. "Lady Serpent, we have finally found you. It is true that you still live." 3 individuals approached her, each possessing strength within the Pool Realm, and in the hierarchy of followers, they were not particularly formidable. Their excitement upon discovering the Serpent Lady alive was palpable. They were well aware of her distinct allure, and although their time in the sect had been brief, Many among the followers longed for deeper engagement with her. After all, those who aligned themselves with the Serpent Lady could truly experience the exquisite pleasures of both body and spirit. The three had deliberately sought her out, hoping to impress her and earn the honor of being accepted as her devoted servants. The Serpent Lady merely regarded them with indifference before turning away. "You have found me. Your task is complete, and you may return a report. I intend to remain in Sangnan for a while longer." The three exchanged uncertain glances, but, "Lady Serpent, the Oracle instructed us that upon confirming your survival, we must bring you back." The three of us bore expressions of discontent. Although the followers belonged to the ancient God Church and treated every member with utmost reverence, it was clear to all that only the Murmurer held dominion over them. The Serpent Woman's demeanor grew somber as she pondered deeply for a considerable time before finally speaking. "Following the last Great War, Han Xiaoyan had perished, and I was severely injured. These past days, I've been recuperating, my body not yet fully healed. Should the Night Watchers discover me, it would spell catastrophe for both myself and for you." Upon hearing this, the three fell into hesitation. The Serpent Woman continued, "Do you truly believe that the three of you can best Chun Mai of the Chuanjing and protect me from him? Remember, Han Xiaoyan fell to his hands." Upon hearing these words, the three ceased their doubts and replied without hesitation, "Understood, Lady Serpent." Seeing this, the Serpent Woman refrained from elaborating further and simply waved her hand. "In that case, you may depart. Once I have fully recovered, I shall seek you out." Chapter 37. Shattered dreams. The three companions had initially hoped to escort the Serpent Lady to a luxurious hotel in Sangnan City for her recovery. However, she waved her hand dismissively, rejecting their offer, leaving them somewhat perplexed. After all, the Serpent Lady was renowned within the church for her opulent and extravagant lifestyle. How could she possibly choose to reside in such a modest urban village? Instead of departing, the trio cautiously trailed behind her, not out of mere curiosity, but to ensure her safety. The position of a divine agent in the ancient God Church was exceedingly prestigious. Yet, it wasn't long before they witnessed the Serpent Lady entering a humble little house. As they pondered why she would prefer such a quaint abode over a hotel, the truth soon unfolded. "Little Serpent, you're back so early. My meal isn't ready yet." A pallid youth emerged from the room, startling the three onlookers, for his demeanor towards the Serpent Lady was rather casual. Nevertheless, the Serpent Lady smiled and approached him, saying, "Didn't you ask me not to wander too far? What if I encountered some ruffians? I thought I'd return to help you cook instead. By the way, I've never cooked before. Could you show me how? Of course, if you wish to learn, I can teach you anything." The Serpent Lady blushed with a shy smile and promptly entered the kitchen with Bai Ye. The sight of her joyful expressions profoundly astonished the three devoted followers who had come specifically to seek her out. What is happening? Why has the Serpent Lady changed like this?" One murmured in disbelief. I do not know. I have never seen the Serpent Lady display such an expression as if she were a lovesick maiden, though it may not be entirely fitting." "It's close enough." The three remained silent, their aspirations to curry favor with the Serpent Lady now overshadowed by the unsettling reality of her affections for an ordinary boy. This revelation was difficult for them to accept. The Serpent Lady was meant to be a regal queen, capable of chastising them, trampling over them, hurling insults, and bestowing rewards. Yet, they could not fathom her transforming into a delicate girl due to the whims of infatuation. Every time they glimpsed her and the youth in the kitchen, behaving like a typical young couple, cooking, teasing, and laughing, their gazes darkened with palpable resentment. Soon after, they resolved upon a course of action to eliminate him. As long as this boy was removed from the equation, the Serpent Lady would return to her former self. She belonged to them. Her affection could not be monopolized by this one individual. Unbeknownst to them, jealousy had begun to silently gnaw at their hearts. Meanwhile, as the youth continued to enjoy the sweet moments in the kitchen with the Serpent Lady, a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. "Ah, little Serpent, I just recalled that we've run out of MSG at home. I must step out to buy some. Shall I accompany you?" She offered eagerly. "No, it's best if I go alone, with the soup boils dry. Do not worry, I shall return shortly." Bai Ye gently patted the head of the serpent maiden, a scene that caused the three observers in the distance to seethe with jealousy, while the serpent maiden's heart brimmed with joy. At this rate, it was not beyond a realm of possibility for her to win Bai Ye's acceptance. However, the moment Bai Ye turned away, he unleashed the full extent of his ability to manipulate emotions, targeting the trio of followers who were secretly watching them. "Hey, that pretty boy has left. This is our chance," one of them exclaimed. "Indeed, if we eliminate him, the serpent maiden will return to her former self. I still can't fathom why she would take a liking to such a delicate fellow. He lacks both physique and muscle, merely an ornamental figure, utterly useless. Enough complaining. We must act swiftly." This scoundrel had the audacity to touch the serpent maiden's head. He's truly brazen. The trio, consumed by jealousy, failed to recognize the impropriety of their conversation and actions. Once Bai Ye departed, they almost simultaneously shifted their focus to him. Meanwhile, the serpent maiden pondered, "The soup is nearly ready. Where's my dear Bai Ye? He promised to return promptly." Half an hour passed, and the soup was prepared, only awaiting a sprinkle of seasoning. Yet, Bai Ye remained absent. But he is Bai Ye. Perhaps he stopped to buy something along the way. After all, he often brings me little gifts as surprises. She mused, deciding to wait a bit longer. An hour slipped by, and once again, there was no sign of Bai Ye's return. The serpent maiden's heart sank, her gaze growing colder. She was convinced that Bai Ye would not linger away for no reason. If he had not returned in a timely manner, it could only mean one thing. He had encountered trouble. Damn it, why didn't I notice sooner? Realizing this, she wasted no time in thought and dashed outside. The urban village was not extensive, and the nearby convenience stores were clustered together. She headed straight for the closest one. For reasons unknown, the absence of Bai Ye stirred an unsettling anxiety within her, a sensation she had never experienced before. Surely, it was simply her overactive imagination. The serpent maiden moved swiftly, reaching the convenience store in under 3 minutes. "Excuse me, have you seen a fair-skinned young man come in to buy seasoning?" she inquired. "He did come by, but he left over an hour ago." "Is something wrong?" He had left over an hour ago, yet he had not returned home. The serpent maiden's unease peaked. Clutching this anxiety, she hurried back to the urban village. Bai Ye had mentioned that the area was rife with unsavory characters. If he had inadvertently crossed paths with some ruffians, it could spell trouble. At that moment, the serpent maiden's slit pupils radiated a chilling determination. No matter the cost, she would find Bai Ye today. In the narrow alleyways and hidden corners, she was resolute in her quest to locate Bai Ye. Otherwise, she would turn the urban village upside down in her fervor. Yet, as she ventured into a secluded alley, she suddenly halted, her previously anxious gaze rendered vacant. Her lips trembling slightly, struggling to comprehend the unfolding reality before her. A young boy lay sprawled in the desolate passage, blood staining the pristine white snow beneath him, the relentless wind and snow gradually concealing his form. However, the boy clutched a withering rose tightly in his hand, with a few petals scattered on the ground, evoking profound sorrow. The serpent woman knelt before the youth, gently touching his body, only to discover that it had grown cold and rigid. The lifeless form shattered her last vestige of hope, forcing her to confront an unbearable truth. Her Bai Ye was gone. Chapter 38. The Deceased White Moonlight. Unmatched by anyone, the anguish. The serpent woman was engulfed in torment, a visceral pain that paled in comparison to her heart's despair. She clutched tightly to the lifeless form of Bai Ye, yearning to gaze upon his face once more. Yet, as she turned his body, a more harrowing sight met her eyes. Bai Ye's sternum lay shattered, his abdomen effortlessly sliced open, and even his innards were exposed, a gruesome testament to the agony he must have endured merely an hour prior. The serpent woman longed to weep, to embrace Bai Ye and let her tears flow freely, but at that moment, no sound escaped her lips. Why? Why had fate allowed her to encounter someone she truly cherished only to snatch away his life? "Sister, are you a friend of Brother Bai Ye?" At that moment, a filthy little boy appeared beside the serpent woman, his demeanor timid yet eager to speak. Though she was too consumed by her sorrow to truly listen, she did not dismiss him, but instead redirected her anguish towards him. "Who are you?" I am Xiao He, a friend of Brother Bai Ye. Sister, he was murdered. It's terrifying. He was killed by 3 individuals with superpowers. I was so frightened when I witnessed it that I ran away and hid for a long time. But Brother Bai Ye was always kind to me, so I sought a compassionate soul to help retrieve his body. Sister, do superpowers really exist in this world? It's so frightening. Why do they have to kill Brother Bai Ye? A chilling coldness seeped into the serpent woman's lifeless gaze. 3 individuals. Superpowers. This information was sufficient for her to deduce who had taken Bai Ye's life. Those so-called superpowers must be the forbidden abyss. The Watchers would never harm civilians. So it was undoubtedly these 3 that had perpetrated the crime. A seething fury ignited within her. Damn wretches! I shall have you torn to shreds. As the serpent woman's face contorted with rage, a flicker of triumph crossed the little boy's eyes. A divine agent was about to turn rogue. You think if we kill that brat, Lady Serpent will blame us? What are you afraid of? P.S. Just a stray child. Besides, no one will know it was us, right? True, but that boy truly deserved to die. He won Lady Serpent's favor. He could die 100 times, and it would be no loss. The trio deliberated over their heinous act, utterly oblivious to the dire consequences that awaited them. Suddenly, the entire street darkened ominously, countless vertical eyes materializing, fixated upon the 3 of them, as if the very blood coursing through their veins threatened to congeal. This is the deity of the Serpent Lady. Before she could finish her sentence, one of the heads suddenly soared into the sky. He even witnessed his own decapitated body slowly collapsing in midair. This is bad, Serpent Lady, we are. Before he could complete his words, the Serpent Lady's gaze enveloped the remaining 2 individuals. In an instant, their bodies began to stiffen, and within the blink of an eye, their forms, save for their heads, transformed into unyielding stone. The Serpent Lady did not immediately kill these 2. Instead, she spoke in a dispassionate tone. Why did you kill him? The 2 were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend that the Serpent Lady's assault stemmed from that yellow-haired boy. A surge of inexplicable fury ignited within them. Why? Because that boy deserves death. Serpent Lady, I do this for your own good. Lord Murmurs commanded that you must be brought back. Boom! With a single punch, the Serpent Lady shattered the stone form of one, silencing his words and extinguishing his life with a look of defiance. After dispatching the 2, the Serpent Lady harbored no further thoughts, but turned her gaze to the last remaining individual, who was already paralyzed with fear. Originally, he had approached to curry favor with the Serpent Lady, yet he found himself unwittingly sacrificing his life here, an unacceptable reality. As Serpent Lady, you cannot kill me. You are the divine agent of the ancient God Church. You cannot ruin yourself over such trivial emotions. That boy has ensnared you too deeply. We only wish to save you. You know, Lord Murmurs does not want you to become this. Listening to his frantic cries, the Serpent Lady merely cast him a sidelong glance. Finish speaking, then go die. Her fist descended once more, and the stone body shattered with a resounding crash. In a mere 3 minutes, these 3 acolytes were slain by the Serpent Lady, without any hesitation or delay. After completing her grim task, the Serpent Lady said nothing and returned to the alley, cradling the lifeless form of Bai Ye as she made her way home. Yet this time, the innocence of the young girl was entirely absent from her eyes, replaced solely by anguish and sorrow. The nearby Bai Ye, disguised as a young boy, was taken aback by the Serpent Lady's decisiveness. He had anticipated a captivating display of combat, considering they were both in the same realm and the presence of 3 opponents. However, he was astonished at how quickly the battle concluded, lamenting that he hadn't even had the chance to enjoy his popcorn. These 3 wretched beings had failed to provide any entertainment. Nevertheless, the Serpent Lady's actions further astonished him. Her swift elimination of former allies indicated that the fairy tale he had woven had shattered, leaving a profound scar on the heart of this enchanting serpent maiden. Truly, this was the divine ruins. Compared to other ordinary forbidden realms, its might was overwhelming. Yet, it was still insufficient. Soon, the little serpent maiden would transform into a serpent of death. Upon returning home, the Serpent Lady gazed at the aromatic bone broth wafting from the kitchen, but found herself devoid of any desire to partake. Bai Ye has perished, and with him, the one she held dear has also departed. Yet, The culprits behind this tragedy are the three wretches she regarded as mere lackeys and slaves. Subsequently, she cradled Bai Ye's lifeless body, slowly reclining upon the bed, uttering not a single word. It is a cruel irony that during these past days, she had dreamt fervently of the moment when they could share the same bed, only to find that upon its arrival, they were irrevocably separated, and she would never again behold his innocent smile or gentle visage. No longer would anyone tenderly prepare soup or meals for him. In that instant, a fervent and obsessive thought surged within the mind of the serpent woman. What if there were no followers? How blissful that would be. What if there were no whispers? How liberating that would be. What if there were no ancient god church? How serene that would be. At this moment, her heart brimmed with an unprecedented loathing towards the whispers, the followers, and the ancient god church. Chapter 39, I Shall Avenge the Harm Inflicted Upon Bai Ye by Do Sha. The serpent woman has committed murder in the urban village and exorcised the forbidden abyss. Though brief, her presence and movements were detected by the members of Team 136. With their speed, they would reach the scene in no more than 20 minutes. Watching as she lay in bed, clutching the illusionary corpse she had woven through fantasy, Bai Ye transformed once more into the guise of a young boy. Sister, it's bad. It seems someone has called the police. You must flee quickly. The serpent woman uttered no words, merely casting a fleeting glance at the young boy. Why do you warn me? Sister, you're also a superhero, right? Those three villains were slain by you, weren't they? You avenged Bai Ye, so I believe you're a good person. Bai Ye and T want you to be taken by the police because of this. The serpent woman's eyelids flickered. She harbored no fear of the police. After all, her current strength rendered even the most elite special forces inadequate in her presence. Yet, she understood that her use of the Forbidden Abyss had already alerted the Night Watchmen, and it was likely they would come for her within half an hour. Seeing this, Bai Ye grasped the serpent woman's hand and said, Sister, there's a secret passage in the urban village, known only to me and Bai Ye. I will lead you away from here. The serpent woman hesitated not, particularly upon realizing that this child was one of Bai Ye's few friends. Her fury did not extend to him. Soon, Bai Ye guided the serpent woman swiftly through the shortcut, leaving the urban village behind. Reluctant to abandon Bai Ye's body, she procured a leather suitcase to contain him. This scene caused the true Bai Ye to twitch at the corners of his mouth. This beautiful serpent had been trained into a twisted obsession, originally a deviant, now transformed into something far more disturbing. Once beyond the confines of the urban village, the serpent woman remained silent, prompting Bai Ye to muster his courage and inquire, Sister, what will you do next? What shall I do? In her past, after being chosen by Medusa as a divine agent, she commanded winds and rains at will. The ancient god cult had extended olive branches to her, and those willing to be her slaves came in droves. Beauty, wealth, and gourmet delights were all within her grasp. Yet, it was only upon Bai Ye's arrival that she realized how laughable her previous possessions truly were. In contemplation of this, a cold glint emanated from her eyes. Had it not been for those three scoundrels among the cultists, Bai Ye would not have perished. The cultist, the one named Muyu, was the architect behind it all. He deserved death, and Muyu belonged to the ancient god cult, which too deserved annihilation. Everything must die. I shall ensure that those who have brought me pain, those who inflicted suffering upon Bai Ye, pay the most excruciating price. After the serpent woman uttered those words, a subtle smile crept onto Bai Ye's lips. The serpent woman had been thoroughly transformed into a ticking time bomb under his guidance. Her future actions would depend solely on her own capabilities. Having evaded the Night Watcher's search, the serpent woman secluded herself in the mountains near Tsangnan. However, Bai Ye lacked the energy to track her whereabouts. It had been quite some time since he had shared a bed with Xiao Yuer, and he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the absence. Is it true that a member of the ancient god cult, the divine agent of the malevolent goddess Medusa, has been so easily deceived by you? This was the first thing Qing Yu said upon seeing Bai Ye. Frankly, the serpent woman did not have the best reputation, at least. And Qing Yu's impression of her was far from favorable. She was ruthless, deranged, and bloodthirsty, yet within less than 10 days of knowing Bai Ye, she had become this way. Even he could not fathom what had transpired. Bai Ye, however, remained calmly seated on the sofa, his demeanor unperturbed as he replied, "This is the power of love, something you, a solitary old bachelor intent on spending your life with corpses, cannot comprehend." And Yu retorted, "Can this truly be considered love? In observing your interactions over the past few days, all I have discerned are two words: deception. This is what they call a benevolent lie. Alas, she is still too weak. Had she reached the Klein realm, I could have easily manipulated her to upheave the entire ancient god cult." At this point, Bai Ye's gaze shifted, revealing a hint of other emotions. Nevertheless, the past few days must have been among the most unforgettable of her life. Although it was a fairy tale I wove for her, breaking it myself brought a sense of reluctance. This experience of playing house was rather enjoyable. Xiao, I have yet to satiate my craving for it. How about we play house too? I'll be the father, and you could be the mother. With that, Bai Ye mischievously lunged towards Yu, who instinctively raised her hand. Frost, poison, flames, a myriad of skills erupted in succession. Bai Ye promptly dodged, exclaiming, "What s with the hostility? No need to go all out, you miser." "No, for you, the concept of going all out does not exist. After all, you cannot die, can you?" Bai Ye shrugged and then lazily reclined on the bed, observing Yu as she dissected a corpse she had already examined, seemingly conducting research. Bored, he tossed and turned on the bed, his movements akin to a maggot writhing, causing the bed to creak incessantly. This prompted a few dark lines to appear on Yu's forehead as she focused on her research. "Can you be quiet for a moment?" "But I am bored," he lamented, putting aside everything else. "While the little serpent is indeed troublesome, her presence alleviates my boredom. At least I have something to occupy my time. Now I'm merely lying here. I might very well be the first person in this world to die of boredom." And Yu's lips twitched. "If you're so bored, why not use your phone to read a novel and pass the time? What captivating tales can be found among the myriad of unsavory YY novels online? Particularly, I recall several works by an author possessing a rather artistic name, Bai Ye, who unfortunately had the misfortune of having both of his initial novels confined to the shadows, with no sign of their release. By the way, have you heard of him?" And Yu's lips twitched slightly. "I have not read his works, thus I am unaware." "Oh, how fortunate it is that you remain oblivious, for otherwise his writings could surely infuriate you." Faced with the incessant chatter of Bai Ye, and Yu let out a heavy sigh. Previously, when this fellow was engaging in make-believe with the serpent woman, the atmosphere felt rather desolate. Yet now, upon his return, why does it seem so overwhelmingly noisy? Chapter 40. The perverse celestials of the Astral Express. Bai Ye once again found himself aboard the Astral Express, having been absent for nearly 20 chapters. He was curious to know how the three venerable beings were faring in his absence. During this period devoid of hunting the mysterious, their correction values had ascended at a glacial pace. Bai Ye had observed that initially, when only Ahahaha was present, the increase in correction values had been remarkably swift. However, with the arrival of the apothecary, the rate of improvement had evidently slowed. Yet, he did not dwell on it excessively, until the reappearance of Lan brought clarity to his understanding. The experience he garnered from slaying the mysterious entities was being diluted among the three of them. If he were to unleash the subsequent entities, even with relentless effort, his gains would likely be minimal. This peculiar train seemed to follow a similar pattern to Mihuyo, easy beginnings, but mounting pressure as one advanced. Deciding to cast aside such thoughts, Bai Ye reminded himself that his future was still bright. At worst, he could capture a black goat, compelling it to bear offspring daily to serve as his experience bundles. With this notion, Bai Ye resolved to gather the three living beings for a proper meal, as they were, after all, akin to family, were they not? "How have you been lately? Lan, why have you been ignoring me these past few days? Open the door. You used to enjoy tormenting me, didn't you? Here I stand, ready for your punishment. A whip, a candle, anything will suffice. If all else fails, bind me up, but please do not hide away in your room." Upon his arrival, Bai Ye was met with a scene so explosive that it rivaled the notorious antics of the Indian trio and the lizard lady. At that moment, the apothecary resembled a caring neighbor, knocking on Lan's door, while Bai Ye could scarcely believe his ears. He conjured a cotton swab to clear them, only to hear, "Brother Lan, I implore you, please come out. At the very least, you could poison me, set me ablaze, or perhaps carve my heart out. The more pain, the better, as it allows me to truly feel your love for me." What sort of ravenous declarations were being uttered here? Go away. Do not seek me out, you pervert. Who finds addiction in being beaten? The farther you stay, the better. Do not knock on my door again. Lan's anguished roar echoed from within, yet the apothecary appeared to be selectively deaf, blushing as she exclaimed, "No, do not knock. Does that mean I can simply enter your room? Splendid. I knew you harbored feelings for me, Lan. Leave me here to my own devices. I can no longer endure this." Bai Ye pondered after a dozen chapters of absence. Has Lan been driven mad by the apothecary? Once a timid and easily bullied individual, he has transformed into a tempestuous figure, and the apothecary, once a girl devoid of vitality and expression, has morphed into a complex of masochism and perversion. As for the instigator of all this, Bai Ye cast his gaze towards the mischievous little imp sitting at the entrance of his room, perched on a small stool, delighting in a bucket of popcorn. In that moment, Bai Ye discerned precisely who was responsible for these antics. The conductor returns. How delightful. Ahahaha has intertwined the lives of the pharmacist and Lan. What a joyous affair. Would you care for some popcorn? As he watched Ahahaha extend a bucket of popcorn towards him, Bai Ye's lips twitched with such frequency that one might liken it to a miniature electric motor. Observing Ahaha's correction value lingering at 57, it became evident that this was the extent of his character at this juncture. Should it rise any further, who could fathom the consequences? Pray tell, what transpires? It was simply the benevolent Ahahaha, unable to bear the sight of Lan languishing alone in his room like a sullen gourd. Hence he introduced him to a girlfriend. And thus, their lives had devolved into this. The pharmacist clinging to Lan retaliating against the pharmacist reveling in the chaos. Only for Lan to flee in disgust while the pharmacist pursued him. Truly, Ahahaha could watch this farcical drama for a century without growing weary. Bai Ye interjected, "Return that weeping child to me, Ahahaha. Everyone, assemble before me and stand at attention." With a single command from Bai Ye, Ahahaha sprang to his feet, while the thrill-seeking pharmacist and the terrified Lan, who was hiding in his room, reluctantly approached. Yet, the moment the pharmacist laid eyes on Lan, she could no longer contain her excitement. Conversely, Lan trembled, his eyes brimming with disdain and fear. However, as the pharmacist prepared to leap forward, Bai Ye deftly intervened. "During my address, such exuberance is forbidden. Otherwise, I shall confine you to your quarters for a month without reprieve." As the master of this train, Bai Ye's words carried a modicum of authority, albeit just a modicum, for he had scarcely conversed with the pharmacist, and Lan had only met him briefly upon his release. It was somewhat disheartening to realize that the individual he was most familiar with here was none other than the whimsical Ahahaha, instilling within him a sense of defeat. Nevertheless, it was indeed the opportune moment for them to forge a stronger bond. "Now, conductor, everyone, please call me Bai Ye." Referring to me as conductor feels rather distant, does it not? Bai Ye donned a countenance he believed to be amiable, a sight that left Ahahaha feeling somewhat apprehensive. After all, he vividly recalled the time Bai Ye had invaded his room, incessantly uttering the words, "Child, you have done wonderfully." Every recollection of that phrase sent a shiver down his spine. "Miss Pharmacist, Mr. Lan, you three have been acquainted with me for a while now. Yet due to my busy life, I have lacked the opportunity to get to know you better. Thus, despite the passage of time, we still feel like strangers. Kulme, let us sit down for a meal today. It is the perfect occasion to nurture our relationship." Upon hearing this, Ahaha's expression dramatically shifted, and his mind raced with thoughts as he scrutinized Bai Ye's demeanor. Without further ado, Bai Ye conjured an impressive array of delectable dishes, smiling as he addressed the trio. "Please take a seat, my friends. Today marks our inaugural gathering for a meal. Shall we indulge in some light-hearted conversation?" The pharmacist appeared somewhat bewildered. Although she was the second to emerge from the room, her time spent with the conductor was hardly longer than that of Lan. She could not comprehend why the conductor, who usually remained elusive, would extend an invitation for dinner. "Conductor, why? I have already told you not to call me conductor. You are all considered my family, given that we share this train. Just call me Bai. Bai offered a more amiable smile, recognizing that the pharmacist was a young lady, albeit somewhat eccentric. Yet her demeanor should remain benevolent, especially since she had aided in liberating me from the clutches of the Shakti's curse. Meanwhile, Aha pondered over Bai's earlier words, casting a glance at Bai's expression directed toward the pharmacist, momentarily grappling with conflicting emotions. Ultimately, he abruptly rose to his feet. Bai, no, conductor, you cannot do this. What? You intend to harm Sister Pharmacist? That is utterly inconceivable. I'm Aha, the foremost supporter of the pairing between Sister Pharmacist and Brother Lan. Even if you are the conductor, I shall not permit you to sever their bond. Your intentions are too transparent. As long as I, am here, you shall not lay a finger on Sister Pharmacist. The pharmacist, astonished, covered her mouth. Her expression directed at Bai filled with disbelief. Conductor, do you truly have feelings for me? Lan interjected, how wonderful. The days of hardship have finally come to an end. Aha, with a hint of distress, added, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. Actually, I can transform. Whatever form you prefer, I can embody it. Please spare Sister Pharmacist. I cannot allow my cherished pairing to be dismantled. With that, the small yet spirited Aha instantaneously morphed into the likeness of the pharmacist, his expression turning bashful, hands fidgeting as if he were a blossoming maiden. Well, if you do not fancy this form, I can continue to change. Nurse, beast-eared maiden, elf, schoolgirl, female knight, shrine maiden, housewife, nun, goblin. I can fulfill any of your desires. Bai responded, is there something peculiar mixed into this conversation? And what are these lascivious statements you are uttering? Do not presume to interpret my thoughts. Both the pharmacist and Lan have already noticed that my expression is amiss. Perhaps it would be best to execute Aha in a drawn-out manner, followed by dismemberment. Chapter 41. Jungle, Jungle, I yearn a venture into the wild. Ultimately, this meal was not to be, as Aha found himself confined in a room by Bai Ye, compelled to endure an entire night of the chaotic truth monologue. As Aha languished under the mental torment, even the pharmacist felt a shiver of trepidation. The mere thought of potentially undergoing similar trials at the hands of the trained conductor stirred a strange sense of excitement within him. No, dear pharmacist. Your heart and soul belong to little Lan. How could you entertain such thoughts? Your body is meant only for little Lan's whims, not for the imagined cruelty of the trained conductor. With this realization, the pharmacist began to writhe, panting heavily, resembling a deviant woman in fervor. Lan's plight was even more dire. Upon witnessing Aha's condition, he resolutely resolved to remain within his chamber, shutting the door firmly against any entreaties. What was meant to be a harmonious meal had devolved into this chaotic state. Bai Ye sighed deeply, enviously reflecting on the harmonious relationships within Lin Xie's mental asylum. The three celestial beings had begun as a weeping child, a taciturn figure, and a timid soul. Yet now, they had transformed into a source of amusement, a masochist, and another, timid homebody. Among the three celestial beings, not a single one could be deemed normal. Upon departing the astral express, Bai Ye's eyes fluttered open, and he immediately lunged towards Anqingyu. In response, Anqingyu delivered a sharp slap to Bai Ye's face, her expression rife with disdain. What? Have you been indulging in spring dreams? Unable to contain yourself so early in the morning? No, I merely had a sudden realization. Little fish, your character is rather commendable. At least you resemble a person. Huh? Are you serious? Absolutely. Compared to those three on the train, Lan is relatively normal. 2 out of 3. Aside from his penchant for dissecting corpses and his morose demeanor, Little Fish possesses no significant flaws. At least he can be considered a person. Indeed, the key to rationality is the most normal one. You, my friend, are truly inscrutable. By the way, I have news. After conducting a thorough search in Tsangnan with my little laboratory mice, have you uncovered mysterious traces? No, all the mysteries have fled to the mountains. It seems the recent battle in Tsangnan scared them away. However, considering the mysteries in Tsangnan primarily reside in the realm of lamps and pools, their numbers were already limited. This fright only exacerbated their disappearance. They retreated to the mountains? Bai Ye suddenly recalled that in the original plot, during Lin Chia's assessment, those instructors seemed to have captured a few mysteries for training purposes. Although he couldn't remember the exact timing, one thing was certain. The mountains surrounding Songnan were likely teeming with mysteries. By the way, little fish, have you ever considered relocating the research base to the mountains? I contemplated it initially, but after much reflection, I realized it was not suitable. Why? And Xingyu cast a sidelong glance at Bai, remarking, "Your strength is at the pool realm, and I have only recently entered this realm myself. Are you certain we can survive against those beings in the mountains who possess the strength of the river realm?" "Of course. I'm Xingyu. I almost forgot that this fellow is virtually immortal. That's not the point. You haven't grasped my meaning. Establishing a base requires time, and the experimental equipment is quite troublesome." "Not all. Can't it be conjured directly?" "I'm Xingyu. It seems that with this individual around, nothing is truly insurmountable." As Bai hoisted Xingyu onto his shoulder, he declared, "In any case, Songnan City has lost all mystery. If you wish to accompany me into the mountains, do so. Otherwise, I shall be left with nothing to occupy my time for the next few months. Do you truly believe you have a significant chance of overcoming the mysteries of the river realm? Your demise is a trivial matter. I lack any form of immortality." At that moment, Bai suddenly recalled that Xingyu had yet to unlock the regeneration skill on her skill tree. That indeed posed a dilemma. Furthermore, Xingyu was still merely at the pool realm, and facing a multitude of river realm mysteries would likely result in her receiving a thorough beating. Consequently, Bai unceremoniously tossed Xingyu onto the sofa. He had momentarily forgotten that if Xiao Yuer were to be accidentally killed, he would feel a pang of sorrow. "Bai, you are utterly disgusting." And Xingyu began to question whether Bai harbored an unusual affection for her. Otherwise, why would he constantly bombard her with such predatory remarks? Bai, in a leisurely manner, continued, "By the way, Xiao Yuer, I will be heading into the mountains shortly. I do not know how long I will be gone, but rest assured, I will leave you the corpses." "Thanks." In May, for months had passed since Bai ventured into the mountains. During this time, he had traversed the suburbs and forests surrounding Songnan. Within this period, he had slain 2 mysteries of the river realm and 8 of the pool realm. Alas, the vastness of the outside world made it a daunting task to locate a single mystery, and Xingyu's search efforts were nearly exhausting. Yet finding a mystery proved to be no easy feat, however. Bai had encountered a timid spider, which scurried away at the sight of him, fleeing faster than a rabbit. Bai surmised that this spider had lived for over 130 years, yet retained the mentality of a child. Bai found this mystery quite endearing, thus deciding to leave it for Lin Chia. After all, the spider's speed in flight was far too rapid for him to pursue. Now resting in a cave, Bai found that despite its rugged appearance, it was well equipped with all the essentials: a sofa, bedding, kitchen, everything one might need. Though he had failed to locate a mystery today, he had eliminated quite a number recently, and he felt that slaying another of the river realm would nearly elevate him to that threshold. I suppose I shall take a brief nap. One cannot rush such matters. Before he could finish his thought, an overwhelming aura suddenly enveloped the entire cave, causing it to tremble perilously. Bai steadied himself and focused his gaze. Before him stood a formidable figure, a headless man, his exposed skin revealing an ashen hue under the dim light. One of his hands rested behind him, dragging an exaggerated executioner's sword that measured a staggering 3 meters in length. Upon sighting this peculiar entity, Bai Ye momentarily froze. Wait, wasn't this the mysterious figure conjured up by Yuan Gang and the others during the new recruits training? What was it called again? The name eluded him. Just as Bai Ye was lost in thought, the headless man swung his sword directly at Bai Ye's head. Undeterred, Bai Ye instantly summoned a straight blade to defend himself. In an instant, sparks flew as he was jolted back several steps by the sheer force of the blow. This creature was indeed vanquished by Chao Yuan and a group of new recruits. Its raw power was undoubtedly top tier within the realm of Chuanjing. How intriguing. Little spider is so endearing. It is understandable that I refrain from harming it. But as for you, I shall wield my blade against you like a butcher. At that moment, a glimmer of anticipation and madness flickered in Bai Ye's eyes. After lingering here for so long, He finally encountered a foe presented to him on a silver platter. Bai Ye sensed that if he could slay this being, it would surely allow him to break through and enter the Chuanjing. Chapter 42. The intestines indeed read, quite beautiful. The headless man, often referred to as the hunter of sounds, possesses no head, yet his sensitivity to sound is remarkably acute. It appears that the louder the surrounding noise, the more formidable his power becomes. He is not an adversary to be easily vanquished. Although Bai Ye has numerous methods to contend with and restrain him, he still prefers to conquer him through the most savage and primal means. After all, with so many abilities at his disposal, resorting to cunning schemes would be akin to humiliating oneself in front of those three lunatics aboard the train. The weaving of illusions instantly conjured two machetes into Bai Ye's hands, and the inexhaustible energy of life rapidly converged towards him within several miles. The hunt commenced, targeting the very hunter of sounds before him, significantly amplifying the damage he inflicted while ensuring each strike found its mark. Once prepared, Bai Ye immediately taunted the hunter with a provocative tone. "What are you babbling about, you little coward? I've been waiting for you here for ages, useless wretch." With that, Bai Ye began sharpening his machetes, the clash of metal only serving to incite the hunter's attacks into a more frenzied fury. The audacity of such a brash individual before him felt akin to defecating atop his head. The decapitating blade swung horizontally, a 3-meter-long cleaver hurtling towards him, the reverberation of its edge causing a shiver of trepidation. This was the mysterious full-force strike of the Chuanjing, a mere basic attack. It had undeniably surpassed Bai Ye by an entire realm. However, as the massive cleaver approached, Bai Ye neither chose to evade nor defend. Instead, he wielded his seemingly unremarkable machetes, directly disregarding the blow, and aimed for the hunter's shoulders. Should anyone nearby witness this battle, they would surely deem Bai Ye a madman, for the hunter's physique was remarkably sturdy. Even after being struck by Bai Ye, he might merely sustain a superficial wound. Yet, should Bai Ye receive that blow, the consequence would be akin to the fate of Li Si, being cut in half. In an instant, blood gushed forth as Bai Ye clutched his abdomen and swiftly retreated. The blade had struck him squarely in the belly, yet that was all there was to it. The strike did not sever Bai Ye in two. Rather, the blade embedded itself halfway into his abdomen, lodged firmly and unable to be withdrawn. Meanwhile, the hunter found two machetes embedded in his shoulders, the intense pain rendering his movements wildly erratic. He likely could not fathom that merely two machetes could injure him, with his left arm rendered all but immobile. In mere moments, Bai Ye had severed the hunter's left arm, a feat he could scarcely believe, as he had overwhelmed an opponent of an entire higher realm, easily breaching his defenses. Yet, Bai Ye paid little heed to his offensive prowess. Instead, he gazed down at his own body, now partially cleaved in two. His abdomen was slit open, blood flowing profusely, and as he looked upon his exposed intestines, he could not help but be astonished. It turns out, intestines are indeed quite lengthy. It appears that it has been severed in several places, vivid red and truly exquisite. Little fish would certainly be thrilled upon seeing it. Listening to the enemy before him, who remained alive and continued to utter disparaging remarks, he felt an overwhelming sense of insult. Even as a hunter, his left arm was incapacitated and his right arm was injured, yet his hand never relinquished its grip on the hilt of the executioner's blade. He clutched the hilt tightly, summoning every ounce of strength to cleave through the deranged adversary before him. However, the blade felt as immovable as if lodged in a great mountain, refusing to budge. Endless vitality surged within Bai Ye, continuously enhancing the resilience and restorative ability of his formidable body. The destructive force of the blade and Bai Ye's regenerative prowess were in a delicate equilibrium. A little pain indeed. After admiring his own innards, Bai Ye conjured a sturdy bow in his hand. Since the blade was lodged at his waist, he had become a living target before Bai Ye. The sound of the bowstring tightening seemed to resonate with the hunter, who immediately abandoned his intention to sever Bai Ye and instead withdrew his great blade, aiming once more to strike at Bai Ye. This time, the target was Bai Ye's head. Bai Ye released an arrow that struck the hunter's navel, then discarded the bow and swiftly materialized two broken blades to counter the impending blow. The tremendous pressure caused the stones beneath Bai Ye's feet to shatter, and the blades he wove began to splinter. Yet, rather than panic, Bai Ye embraced the enhancement of strength and vitality bestowed upon him by the eternal life force. Not only had his recovery speed increased, but it seemed his power had surged as well. I have not employed this technique before. How unexpectedly effective it is. 30 seconds after the executioner's blade withdrew from Bai Ye's body, he had completely healed from what was once a grievous injury. In stark contrast, the wound on the hunter's left arm remained grotesque. Observing this, Bai Ye stood upon the scales of victory. With a swift motion, the hunter, suppressing his agony, unleashed 2 hatchets from his shoulder, determined to slay this foe despite his injuries. His swordsmanship was bold and sweeping, a singular force overwhelming multitudes. Yet Bai Ye countered each strike with precision. After all, an immortal enemy has little fear of attrition. For a time, they exchanged blows, each sustaining injuries, with Bai Ye's being notably more severe. However, Bai Ye was his own healer, while the hunter was not. Bai Ye's attacks were calculated, not aimed at inflicting indiscriminate harm, but rather honing in on the hunter's left shoulder with pinpoint accuracy. At this point, the hunter's shoulder was a gruesome sight, barely held together by a few tendons, and Bai Ye showed no mercy. "Big fellow, allow me to demonstrate my unique skill." The crane wing triple strike. In almost an instant, numerous daggers flew out from Bai Ye's body, spinning around the hunter of sound. For a moment, even the hunter was bewildered as to where these flying blades would strike, compelling him to abandon his defense and launch an all-out assault, determined to reduce Bai Ye to mere pulp. However, in the next heartbeat, all the daggers seemed to have been equipped with precise targeting, simultaneously slicing towards the hunter's left arm. Fueled by an unyielding amplification and the effects of the hunt, the hunter's left arm was severed entirely at that moment. The excruciating pain rendered the knife in his right hand almost unmanageable. He could hardly fathom that he, a seasoned warrior, would lose an arm to a mere weakling of the realm. Alas, not only have you become a victim, but you have also transformed into a tragic figure, devoid of a beautiful savior to rescue you. Bai Ye reveled in his triumph, delighted that his skills had proven to be bountiful rather than burdensome. The synergy of these abilities was akin to a tempest of blades. With his arms severed, the hunter's resolve began to wane, as he recognized the perilous situation he was in. If this continued, he would indeed meet his demise. Yet, Bai Ye offered him no avenue of escape. The activation of emotional dominance surged forth, filling the hunter's chest with a torrent of fury. The momentary flicker of retreat was overshadowed by an overwhelming surge of hatred and combativeness. Observing this transformation, Bai Ye could not help but marvel at the effectiveness of his hate-inducing tactics. Gazing at the disarmed hunter before him, a glimmer of madness ignited in Bai Ye's eyes. "My dear, do not be angry, nor fear, for I shall not end your life so swiftly. I intend to torment you thoroughly, ensuring that your body remembers me for eternity." Chapter 43. Bai Ye Ahahaha. The new recruit's assessment. Here I come. The hunter had perished, his body marred by over 100 wounds, having been mercilessly tormented by Bai Ye for more than 2 hours before finally succumbing. It must be said, the resilience of the beings from the Chuan realm is remarkable. As per Qi Jing's words, they usually fall within half an hour. Gazing at the lifeless form of the hunter before him, Bai Ye suddenly pondered what Yuan Gang and his team would seek to replace this entity. A bold thought swiftly entered his mind, and a sly smile crept across Bai Ye's lips. It seemed delightful to orchestrate such a scheme. 3 nights later, Yuan Gang and a group of instructors hastily ascended a nearby mountain in search of the mysterious entities suitable for training the new recruits. However, they soon discovered that the vast majority of these mysteries were from the Qi realm, wholly inadequate for training purposes. "Commander Yuan, I've caught a spider. Remarkably swift indeed. It pertains to the mental domain and could serve as a lesson for those young rascals." One instructor chuckled, envisioning the recruits' struggles with glee. "Hey, old Hong, not bad. But I've also captured a rather peculiar entity that can alter the terrain. Had it not been for my clever wits, I might not have been able to catch it," another instructor boisterously proclaimed, drawing the attention of the others towards Yuan Gang. "Commander Yuan, with one entity from the mental realm and another from the control realm, both at the Chuan level. This should suffice for our training, don't you think? Let us see if we can't push them to their limits. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Yuan Gang scrutinized the two captured entities, then shook his head gently. Not quite enough. What? Commander, not enough? Are you jesting? The difficulty of these two is already considerable. The others expressed their disbelief, but Yuan Gang remained serious. He was aware that among the new recruits were the dual divine agent Lin Xie, the doryman of the Bailey family, the headstrong Shun Qingzhu, and the one possessing the first forbidden domain of the divine ruins, Qiao Yuan. This time, they must be challenged rigorously. Let us capture another from the Chuan realm. Just then, an astonishing sight unfolded before them. A headless entity wielding a 3-meter-long great sword unexpectedly came into view. Upon seeing it, Yuan Gang's face broke into a satisfied smile. What fortune! They had stumbled upon a hunter. This aura is unmistakably from the Chuan realm. His words elicited gasps from the crowd. With combat, mental, and control entities all present, Yuan Gang was determined to subject those young ones to an intense trial. They would endure sympathy for but 3 seconds. Having made his decision, Yuan Gang, harnessing his power from the sea realm, swiftly descended upon the hunter, effortlessly subduing it. Little did he know, capturing this hunter for training would soon become his most regrettable decision in recent years. Bai Ye merely felt as though he had taken a brief slumber. Upon awakening, he found himself unceremoniously deposited in a dormitory, surrounded by a cacophony of various sounds. The voices here are predominantly female, and from the tone and inflection of their speech, it is evident that most find themselves in a state of sheer panic. It is only natural, considering the tragic demise of all the instructors and the mysterious invasion. For these fledgling soldiers, who have yet to step onto the battlefield, this training session strikes them with a force akin to an apocalypse. Bai Ye stretched his limbs. Having transformed into a sound hunter, he lacked a head, which rendered him voiceless. He could only wield the 3-meter-long great sword with his arms. However, the perceptive abilities of the sound hunter were rather intriguing, akin to a bat's echolocation. Although he was headless, he could navigate his environment through sound, which made it relatively effortless. After dispatching the sound hunter, Bai Ye, leveraging the experience gained from its demise, successfully crossed the threshold of the river boundary. Despite becoming a sound hunter, his strength was merely half that of the creature he had slain. Yet, he remained unfazed, for he possessed the forbidden ruins, the bounteous vitality bestowed upon him by immortality, along with his perpetual existence, rendered him invincible. Yuan Gang, oh Yuan Gang, since you instructors delight in orchestrating the demise of these fledgling soldiers, I shall grant you your wish. Judging by the sound from outside, it seems the girls have discovered the chaos in the hallway. After all, apart from him, this building harbors the enigmatic Chaos Cube. I recall that the instructors had a morale team, since they are ever vigilant in safeguarding the new recruits. He would not hold back, but instead create a spectacular uproar. At that moment, the instructors observing the training camp from outside furrowed their brows. The Chaos Cube and the Spider Child had already commenced their actions, with the latter incapacitating 70% of the new recruits into slumber, while the former instilled panic in the female dormitory by distorting the space. Yet, the instructors had high hopes for the only formidable entity, the river boundary mystery, which had not made a single move since being casually tossed into the warehouse. What could this mystery be doing inside? Pray, do not tell me the Chaos Cube altered the terrain and trapped him as well. Or perhaps, lacking a head, he is oblivious to how to escape? Instructor Hong's remarks elicited chuckles from the other instructors, who chimed in, Old Hong, this creature navigates through sound. It doesn't require a brain. The warehouse is deserted, devoid of any noise. Surely it is quiet? But something seemed amiss. This mystery embodies the river boundary's might. And, given that 2 girls were only a few dozen meters away moments ago, he should have heard them. Could it be that he perceives the prey as too feeble and thus refrains from attacking? The instructors engaged in a lively debate, attempting to discern the reason behind the sound hunter's apparent lethargy, yet their discourse yielded no conclusive insights. At that moment, the sound hunter stirred. Seemingly bored of meandering within the warehouse, he raised the 3-meter-long blade high and, in the next instant, struck the warehouse door with such force that it shattered into splinters. At that moment, due to the chaos caused by the Rubik's Cube, 3 unfortunate young ladies inadvertently encountered the fearsome Bai Ye. It must be said that Bai Ye's appearance at this juncture was truly terrifying. Before the trio could even comprehend the situation, he swiftly executed a horizontal strike, sending the 3 hapless souls off the stage as effortlessly as slicing through cabbage. These 3 recruits, who had trained diligently for over half a year, appeared utterly defenseless before the enigmatic presence of Chuanjing. The sensation of the blade severing flesh is indeed an unforgettable experience. Little bunnies, be sure to hide well. The big bad wolf is coming to devour you. Chapter 44. I have never witnessed such audacity, no. 24. This enigma is truly defying the heavens. His shamelessness knows no bounds, daring to strike at those who are unconscious. How utterly brazen. Moments ago, we were lamenting the inefficacy of Instructor Hong, who had summoned this mysterious figure, and now he is furiously glued to the screen, seething at this audacious intruder. It is not merely him. The expressions of the other instructors reveal a subtle complexity. However, their bemusement stems not from the prowess of this hunter, but rather from his choice of a swifter means to claim his trophies, targeting those poor souls rendered insensible by the abilities of the Spider Child. To put it plainly, he is akin to a predator selecting only the most vulnerable prey, preying upon defenseless female soldiers. In less than 10 minutes, he has eliminated over 20 recruits, akin to a wolf among sheep. Aside from the initial 3 who fell to his blade, the remainder were mere spoils gathered from his ruthless hunt. He casually entered a dormitory, where 2 souls were ensnared by the Spider Child, lying motionless as the female soldiers slumbered. Yet, this mysterious figure exhibited no mercy. With a swift stroke, he severed heads and departed with ease, seeking his next quarry. The unfortunate maidens merely sought a peaceful slumber, their trials and assessments now concluded. Meanwhile, the Atmosphere group, lurking in the shadows, was nearing madness. The audacity of attacking the sleeping was beyond comprehension, just as they feared the annihilation of the female dormitory. 4 girls surrounded the mysterious figure. These were early risers, fortunate enough to evade the Spider Child's grasp. Upon discovering the disarray among the rooms and staircases, they banded together for safety. After all, training had commenced and caution was prudent. However, they had just witnessed a headless man enter another dormitory, wielding his weapon without hesitation, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. This abhorrent behavior filled them with disgust and rage, gazing upon the dismembered body sprawled upon the bed. They could scarcely believe this was part of their assessment. Their minds raced with a singular thought. The training camp had been invaded by this malevolent entity. Each individual, regardless of gender, who aspired to join the camp possessed a heart filled with righteous fervor. Witnessing the gruesome slaughter perpetrated by this headless fiend ignited an uncontrollable fury within them. In an instant, 4 attacks surged toward the mysterious figure from different directions. The girls, in sync and bonded by camaraderie, executed their assault. Observing from afar, the instructors began to score their performance, but before the pen could even touch paper, it was over. The figure merely gripped his weapon with both hands and whirled his body like a top, transforming into a human blender in the blink of an eye. The girls' proactive assault swiftly turned them into moths drawn to the flame. Their strikes had yet to land before they were utterly vanquished. Something feels amiss, quite amiss. Is this entity truly that intelligent? Can it not sustain even 2 breaths against 4 novices? Moreover, shouldn't it grow stronger with louder sounds and weaker with quieter ones? Yet, it seems otherwise. Commander, are we certain that this entity we captured is indeed a sound hunter? At this moment, Yuan Gang harbored doubts about its identity. Yet the thought of halting their training and rendering it futile propelled him to dismiss his uncertainty. It is a sound hunter, albeit a rather peculiar one, possessing an unusual intellect. This being, originally headless, has somehow become more astute. The nature of mystery is indeed perplexing. The colossal sound of destruction caused by Bai Ye instantly captured the attention of the other awake individuals. Upon discovering this imposing, headless figure, The expressions of everyone transformed dramatically. Molly, observing this enigmatic presence, tightened her grip on the knife in her hand, an overwhelming battle intent radiating from her. However, they all comprehended that a being capable of effortlessly dispatching 4 novices must possess strength at or above the river realm. Her current prowess would be insufficient against it. The atmosphere felt as if it had solidified, with everyone holding their breath in a profound silence, the tension palpable. At that moment, the headless man abruptly ceased the swinging of his weapon, appearing as confused as a monk unable to grasp a simple concept. Like a headless fly, he wandered beneath the gaze of the crowd before gradually departing. Molly's complexion paled. It was her first encounter with a being of the river realm. Had it not been for its departure, had it chosen to attack, few would have survived. Molly, I can establish contact with all the surviving female soldiers through my forbidden ruins, allowing us to communicate telepathically, consolidate our forces, and coordinate our efforts. Perhaps we can eliminate this monster. Yang Zi, who typically refrained from speaking, suggested. Molly nodded in agreement. Given the circumstances, they had little choice. Yang Zi slowly closed her eyes, initiating a connection with the spiritual pathways of everyone in the building. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, her expression alight with surprise. Ji Ye, Lin Qi, and Xiao Yuan are also in this building. With Yang Zi's human wireless communication, Lin Qi and Xiao Yuan swiftly reunited with the female soldiers. After exchanging intelligence, their expressions turned somber. Outside, there was even another being of the river realm. Including the 2 in this building, there were already 3 river realm entities invading. It is worth noting that even the leaders of some urban night watch teams likely only possess this level of strength. Lin Qi sighed deeply. To dispatch 4 novices in one breath was far from good news. Lin Qi, with your mortal realm and the powers bestowed upon you by the night goddess, combined with our numbers, we should be able to confront that being without significant difficulty, correct? As the dual divine agent, Lin Qi had already been regarded as the strongest force by the new recruits, and his presence provided a sense of reassurance to all. Yang Zi tentatively inquired of Lin Qi, yet she did not include Xiao Yuan in her considerations, for all the new recruits were well aware that Xiao Yuan, in his frenzied states, was incapable of distinguishing friend from foe. However, Lin Qi had never encountered that enigmatic figure and was unaware of his true capabilities. Just as she was about to speak, an ear-piercing crackle resonated from a short distance away. Bai Ye, at that moment, brandished a 3-meter-long machete like a butcher from a slaughterhouse, striding forward with his head held high and chest out, presenting himself before the crowd. Sensing Lin Qi's presence, his body seemed to exude excitement as he slowly raised the large blade and pointed it in her direction. This gesture was laden with provocation, as if to say, "Come forth, insignificant wretch, and spar with me." Lin Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. It appeared that this confrontation was inevitable. Chapter 45, Apothecary, you are my deity. Turning back, he packaged Lan and sent her to your room. Bai Ye harbored a desire to engage in a contest with Lin Qi, for since his arrival in the realm of god-slaying, he had yet to exert his full strength against an adversary. This masquerade of mystery presented a unique opportunity for him. Lin Qi narrowed his eyes, and in the next instant, the abyssal god-S domain was activated, 2 straight blades firmly grasped in his hands. Although the enemy's strength resided in the Chuan realm, thus diminishing the effects of the abyssal god-S domain, it was still the sacred domain of the night goddess Nyx, which should help bridge the gap in combat power. With this thought, Lin Qi surged forward, manipulating the abyssal god-S domain to hurl one of the straight blades forcefully towards Bai Ye's chest. Sensing Lin Qi's dark power, Bai Ye relaxed his body, but soon realized that he felt no discomfort. The dark energy halted upon entering his body. The richness of its golden essence continued to rise. He would return and bind Lan in the apothecary's room for her amusement. You think Lan would disagree? What ayist? The whole train belonged to him. That timid little thing wouldn't dare oppose him. With the decapitating blade positioned before him, Bai Ye exhibited little reaction to Lin Qi's assault. After all, The abilities Lin Shi had temporarily acquired lacked significant destructive power, and even if they did, the richness was adept at overcoming various forms of defiance. Lin Shi's blade was thwarted, prompting an immediate change in strategy. The Starry Night Dancer unfurled, within the confines of the abyssal god's domain. He could attain a terrifying amplification of power. The rapid enhancement of speed and strength placed additional pressure on Bai Ye. Should he employ the relentless vitality? No, that would alert Yuan Gang. Should that old fox intervene, the game would be over. Bai Ye then tightened the muscles in his arms and swung his large blade with all his might, his broad strokes causing Lin Shi, who was proficient in technique, to grimace in distress. Bai Ye's strength was overwhelming, especially since he surpassed Lin Shi by a considerable margin in cultivation. In the eyes of an average person, being struck by so many blows from Bai Ye would have resulted in an early exit. In an instant, Lin Shi found himself at a disadvantage. Molly and the others observed as Lin Shi was forced into a defensive stance, even showing signs of retreat. Their expressions were fraught with anxiety. However, they could not intervene in this fierce clash. Any rash attempt to join the fray could lead to their being swept up in the onslaught of these two formidable combatants. Just then, Yang Zi suddenly gasped. What's wrong? So many people. The ones who had fallen unconscious are awakening. How many? Approximately. Over 70. Enough, how splendid. Molly felt a surge of confidence, her grip tightening around her unfamiliar blade. Once those revived individuals arrived, they would possess the strength to fight back. As the saying goes, a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. And with Lin Shi and nearly 80 female soldiers of Pool Realm strength, they stood a chance. At this moment, outside the training camp, Lin Shi's prowess is indeed formidable. He has managed to withstand the hunter for an extended period during their one-on-one confrontation. His performance this time should certainly yield a commendable score. That little chubby fellow is also impressive. Upon awakening, he promptly released all those captured by the Spider Child, though it is unfortunate that the female soldiers eliminated by the hunter never even had a chance to begin. As the numbers gathered, the hunter felt considerably less pressure. However, before the thought could fully form, Bai Ye moved once more. He abandoned his defense against Lin Shi's onslaught and, with a great stride, charged directly towards Molly and the others. Wielding his large blade, he aimed to eliminate these few girls without hesitation. A mysterious figure from Chuanjing recklessly surged forward, and even Lin Shi found it impossible to halt his advance. Observing this, Molly immediately leaped forward, using her unfamiliar blade to unleash a series of sword energies through high-frequency vibrations. Yet, to Bai Ye, these attacks seemed merely a tickle. With a clang, the moment their weapons collided, Molly's arm went numb, and she was forced back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The sheer terror of that single strike was palpable, and Lin Shi had managed to contend with him for so long. But before Molly could gather her thoughts, Bai Ye's assault came crashing down once again. Lin Shi was at least several meters away from Bai Ye, unable to reach Molly in time. Yet at that moment, Chao Yuan sprang into action. With so many people present, he refrained from drawing his sword. After all, should he lose control, it was likely that these female soldiers would perish not at the hands of the mysterious figure, but by his own. However, he could not simply stand by and watch Molly die before his eyes. Witnessing the dark aura emanating from Chao Yuan and hearing his sinister laughter, Bai Ye felt a wave of relief wash over him. The familiar presence of the King of Laughter had returned. Lin Shi's temporary strength was insufficient to pose a threat, and Chao Yuan's reluctance to draw his sword only added to the pressure. Once Chao Yuan made his move, it was clear that he meant business. The Black King's slash was unparalleled in its destructive power, far beyond what Lin Shi could contend with at this moment. Moreover, the Black King's terrifying regenerative abilities made him a veritable giant sponge for damage. As they exchanged fierce blows, the two of them wreaked havoc, each strike landing with devastating impact. The destructive force had already collapsed an entire floor, and the room was severely battered. Even Lin Shi could not help but admire the speed at which they were demolishing the surroundings. Grasping two straight blades, Lin Shi prepared to join the fray alongside Chao Yuan to vanquish this mysterious foe. The realm of mortal gods unfolded, the abyss of darkness activated, and the Starry Night Dancer was set into motion. Regrettably, his summoning magic required a sacrifice, rendering it temporarily unusable. Just as Lin Chia stepped into the battle zone between Bai Ye and Xiao Yuan, the space and room shifted once more, and he found himself completely separated from the main force. The initially excited crowd felt a chill in their hearts upon seeing Lin Chia whisked away by the strange corridor. Turning to Xiao Yuan, a timid girl asked, "Do we really have no choice but to fight? Whichever of these two emerges victorious has the power to tear us apart." A profound silence ensued, a silence as oppressive as death. Had Lin Chia been present, he might have been able to rein in Xiao Yuan. However, since Lin Chia's departure, Xiao Yuan has descended into madness, and no one can restrain him. This wretched being has slain so many female soldiers. I would prefer to perish at Xiao Yuan's hands than allow this scoundrel to escape unscathed. Yes, let us eliminate him. With our numbers, a single strike from each of us could bring him down. At that moment, Molly forced herself to rise, gripping her dagger, and cast a fiery gaze of hatred towards Bai Ye. Kill. Chapter 46. Bai Ye. From now on, please call me the indomitable little cockroach. After Lin Chia departed, Bai Ye found herself cursing the meddlesome origins of that troublesome cube. This wretched artifact was indeed excessively intrusive. I merely intended to unleash Xiao Yuan for a bit of intensity. Yet unexpectedly, this contraption whisked away the most formidable Lin Chia. Fortunately, the female soldiers had already congregated, utilizing one of their number S abilities, seemingly strategizing and planning, though Bai Ye did not intervene. After all, the greater the challenge, the more captivating the game becomes. With thoughts of Molly occupying his mind, Bai Li Pang arrived at Building 3, only to find it on the brink of destruction. Xiao Yuan had been sent flying countless times, yet each time, he resurrected like a resilient cockroach. His journey consisted of enduring blows, recovering, grinning, and charging forth once more, in an endless cycle. However, Bai Li Pang was aware of Xiao Yuan's strength. Thus he remained unfazed, instead focusing on his search for Molly alongside Yao Guang. Upon witnessing the blood at the corner of Molly's mouth and the wounds adorning her body, Bai Li Pang felt a pang of sorrow, swiftly igniting a flame of anger within him. "Bai, Tu Ming, what brings you here?" Molly appeared quite unwell, standing only through sheer will. Thankfully, a comrade with healing abilities was by her side, gradually aiding in her recovery. "Do not speak just yet. I possess numerous elixirs that will aid in healing your wounds. Ladies, do not hesitate. There is enough for everyone." It must be said that Dora A. Pang was akin to a treasure trove, always able to produce whatever one needed. Molly accepted the medicine without hesitation, swallowing it and closing her eyes to recuperate, then weakly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Bai Li Tu Ming. No need for formalities. You may simply call me Pang. But speaking of which, what is the nature of this creature?" Yang Zi's fatigued voice suddenly resonated in Bai Li Pang's mind. "Do not be alarmed, Bai Li Tu Ming. This is my ability. Allow me to elucidate briefly. Thanks to Xiao Yuan's distraction, we have acquired intelligence at the cost of several sisters. This scoundrel is a sound hunter, capable of amplifying his combat prowess through the volume of surrounding sounds. We discern this pattern through battle. Hence, it is imperative that we refrain from speaking. We can communicate mentally through my ability." Regrettably, Xiao Yuan is currently in a frenzy, unable to cease his laughter. Bai Li Pang observed Bai Ye engaged in combat with Xiao Yuan, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. Subsequently, various treasures emerged from his spatial realm, landing in the hands of the female soldiers. His intent was unmistakable: to unite in the effort to vanquish this enigmatic foe, collaborating with Xiao Yuan for a decisive strike. Aware of the necessity for silence, Bai Li Pang swiftly drew a flying sword. In the next moment, a torrential storm of swords manifested in the air, cascading down upon their adversary. Each female soldier gradually rose, their gazes towards Bai Ye unwavering, filled solely with the resolute conviction to vanquish him here. Within the female dormitory, the only sounds resonating were Xiao Yuan's chuckles and the clashing of weapons. an atmosphere thick with the scent of impending violence. It appeared this battle had persisted longer than anticipated. Meanwhile, on the instructor's side, these young individuals displayed remarkable prowess, especially the chubby boy who managed to unleash a wave of gold coins, thus elevating the fighting capabilities of the female soldiers to an entirely new echelon. The third building ceased its rotation, and the enigmatic cube had been vanquished. It was Lin Qiyi who, single-handedly, had dispatched a mysterious entity from the Chuanjing region. Impressive indeed. Shen Qingzhu, that audacious rebel, had also led a group to drive away the Spider Child, showcasing the formidable potential of youth. All the instructors exchanged remarks, clearly satisfied with the outcome of the training. They diligently noted the names of those who had excelled in their performance. For them, this training session was nearing its conclusion, for they had discerned that although the Spider Child was powerful, it was inherently timid and unlikely to pose a significant threat. With Lin Qiyi having neutralized the controlling cube, as long as Shen Qingzhu could capture or even slay the Spider Child, they could then rally everyone to assault the Sound Hunter in the third building. With an assault force of nearly 200, even the strongest Sound Hunter would struggle against such an influx of new recruits. However, judging by the expressions of Shen Qingzhu and the male soldiers outside, it seemed capturing or killing the Spider Child would require considerable time. Nevertheless, the effectiveness of this training exercise had far exceeded their expectations. Whether it was by Li saving individuals from the Spider Child's clutches, Lin Qiyi's solo defeat of the chaotic cube, Xiao Yuan stalling the Sound Hunter, or Shen Qingzhu encircling the Spider Child, each performance was commendable. Indeed, the future of the Night Watchman must be entrusted to this promising generation. The Spider Child is slain. The Spider Child is dead, exclaimed an instructor, exuberantly leaping in delight, showing no sorrow for the demise of the seemingly harmless creature, but rather exhibiting the exuberance of a child. Oh, who was responsible for this? It was Lin Qiyi. Lin Qiyi withdrew his blade from the Spider Child's form. Glancing wearily at the approaching Shen Qingzhu, he remarked, "This should be it. Lin Qiyi. After chasing for so long, you snatched the kill. How unsatisfying." Shen Qingzhu retorted, "Apologies, but there remains a mysterious entity in the female dormitory that you might wish to engage with. However, at this moment, it should also be drawing to a close, with the combined assault of Xiao Yuan and nearly 80 female soldiers. It was likely that the mysterious entity had already expended much of its stamina. Furthermore, with the chaotic cube now defeated, the male soldiers outside could venture in to eliminate the remaining mystery. Lin Qiyi was uncertain how this entity could possibly survive. At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted from the vicinity of the three buildings, and the entire female dormitory collapsed in an instant. These youngsters were indeed ferocious. They had literally brought down an entire structure. It seemed that Wang Mian would once again be summoned to restore the scene. The instructors couldn't help but jest about this batch of recruits, while others merely chuckled, for these soldiers were indeed the ones they had trained. Observing the hunter, whose body bore no less than 100 scars, both the female soldiers and the instructors felt a sense of relief. This hunter appeared to be on the brink of death. However, at that very moment, the injuries that should have led to his demise began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The expressions of the instructors, who were still outside the training camp preparing to pop champagne, gradually turned into a look of shock. Soon after, the sound of a blade scraping against the floor echoed once more. The battle raged on. Chapter 47. Chief, where did you capture this lively father? Hiv hiv. Oh, hiv hiv hiv. I am. At this moment, the frenzied Xiao Yuan was so exhausted that he could no longer muster his signature laughter. The number of female soldiers surrounding Bai Ye had dwindled to less than half. Yang Zi sat slumped on the ground, appearing to have suffered a significant mental blow, while Molly was drenched in blood. Despite possessing the miraculous elixir from Bai Li, she had completely lost her combat capability. The hunter appeared to be engaged in a frenzied battle with Xiao Yuan, but his true objective was to destroy the load-bearing walls and foundation of the female dormitory, with most female soldiers perishing due to the collapse of the floors. However, Bai Ye, who had remained at the center of the battle, had now fully recovered. While even Xiao Yuan was beginning to falter, As the hunter advanced step by step towards the female soldiers, any semblance of resistance had vanished from their hearts. Was the disparity between Qi Jing and Chuan Jing truly so vast? Nearly 80 soldiers had besieged the hunter, yet fewer than 30 remained alive, and the morale of the survivors was on the brink of collapse. The wounds they had painstakingly inflicted upon this monster had now entirely vanished. There were no visible signs of injury on its body. Was he truly an entity they could conquer? Fear surged within the hearts of all at a terrifying speed. The morale that Molly had painstakingly built was utterly shattered by Bai Ye at this moment. Even Bai Li, who had been relentlessly attacking Bai Ye from above, now felt a twinge of helplessness within, unable to inflict fatal harm on this monster, and with Xiao Yuan defeated. The tide of battle had turned overwhelmingly against them. Despite the female soldiers' meticulously crafted plans, equipment, and strategies, every aspect flawlessly designed, in the face of absolute terror. Their preparations were akin to mere paper tigers, easily crushed. Just as Bai Ye raised his large blade, preparing to strike, a sudden barrage of attacks surged towards him. Bai Ye swung his sword to block, yet he was forced back several steps. The male soldiers had arrived. After the chaotic cube was dismantled, the strange space was completely unraveled, and a multitude of male soldiers surged in eagerly. After all, how could these men stand idly by while the female soldiers were being oppressed? Bai Ye looked at these male soldiers, feeling a sense of weariness. Had he known it would escalate to this extent, he would have refrained from making it so grand. Initially, he had merely intended to spar with a few members of the Nightfall squad present. However, having inadvertently caused an explosion at the female soldiers' camp, and with Xiao Yuan collapsing from exhaustion, he found himself facing an overwhelming number of opponents, even after the high-rise collapse. Reluctantly, he had to unleash emotional manipulation to instill fear within them to bring the battle to an end. Yet, at this moment, this group of male soldiers had emerged. And how fortuitous it seemed. Wait, according to the typical script, wasn't he now the villain with a notorious reputation? Ah, I see. It turns out he is portraying a villainous role. That seems only natural, for justice is an unrelenting pursuit. Indeed, unity begets strength. After silently lamenting for a moment, Bai Ye continued to observe the male soldiers who had temporarily relocated the female soldiers to safety, encircling themselves around him. A wave of headache washed over him. No, he was a hunter of sound now, devoid of a head. How frustrating it was to be stripped of even the authority to feel pain. Goodness gracious, Xiao Yuan has been defeated. Only a few female soldiers remain, and this creature is far superior to that spider outside. As he noticed the eager expressions of those around him, Bai Ye could only shake his head in resignation. Since everyone was so confident in their own abilities, alas. Do not blame me. After all, it was your coach who brought me in to rigorously train you. Blame them instead. Allow me to demonstrate the terrifying chasm between the Chuan Jing and Qi Jing. Hith. With his mindset adjusted, Bai Ye gripped his great sword tightly and leaped forth, resembling an arrow released from its bow, charging swiftly toward the male soldier who had been the most boisterous moments earlier. Before they could react, Bai Ye had already plunged into the throng, chaos erupting instantaneously as over 100 male soldiers fell under the influence of a mysterious force. Compared to the previously adeptly commanding female soldiers, these impetuous young men charging forward were nothing but a bunch of Na'vi hotheads. Unbeknownst to them, due to a disparity in information, they were unaware that sound significantly impacts the hunter of sound's power, thus amplifying Bai Ye's strength with every utterance they made. This fellow grows stronger through sound. Everyone, do not make a single noise during battle. Yang Zi transmitted a crucial piece of intelligence to the male soldiers, who gradually steadied their stance upon receiving this information. Seeing that he could no longer reap easy victories, Bai Ye resorted once more to his emotional manipulation. Alas, in his current state, he could not employ the dream-weaving technique. Otherwise, he would have already begun a massacre. Throughout this battle, Bai Ye realized a significant shortcoming in his combat skills. He lacked the ability to swiftly clear out lesser foes, resulting in his path being obstructed by a group of nameless individuals from the original narrative. There was no other option. He invoked emotional manipulation at maximum intensity. Fear, tremble. as Bai Ye intensified his attacks, and fear silently took root in everyone's hearts. Within 5 short minutes, terror spread across the faces of all the male soldiers. In that brief span, Bai Ye dispatched over 50 male soldiers, right before their very eyes, severing them in a brutal display. Imagine one moment, sharing laughter with a classmate beside you, and in the next, witnessing a grotesque separation of head from body, leaving no remains. Such instances were not uncommon. The ruins of the third building were strewn with the corpses of soldiers. Blood, entrails, and severed limbs lay starkly visible in the aftermath. In just a few fleeting minutes, a quarter of the recruits in the entire training camp perished here, and when combined with the earlier losses of female soldiers, the number of sacrifices has surpassed half. This monster, this insurmountable beast, is indeed unbeatable. Fear has shattered their psychological defenses, and they gaze upon Bai Ye as though he were a demon risen from the depths of hell. Yuan, Commander Yuan, over 130 recruits have been eliminated, and those remaining possess no combat capability. Have we perhaps been a tad too ruthless? If they are left in a state of despair from this point forward, it is certainly not our original intention. Instructor Hong's expression bore a hint of complexity. Although their initial aim was to elevate the difficulty and rigorously train this group of recruits, they had not anticipated that the mysterious individual brought in by the commander would exhibit such formidable combat prowess. He possessed no extraordinary abilities, merely the capacity to fight and endure, coupled with astonishing recovery. Yet this seemingly ordinary skill has wreaked havoc throughout the training camp. Over 80 individuals besieged him, but he left them with fewer than 30 standing. Subsequently, another 100 arrived, only to be swiftly overwhelmed. Yuan Gang's countenance darkened. Capturing this entity had required little effort on his part, even with strength at the boundary of the Chuan realm. He should have been able to triumph against Xiao Yuan and the group of female soldiers. Initially, that was his assumption. No, under normal circumstances, a typical hunter would have faltered, overwhelmed by the coordinated assaults of Bai Ye Meng, the frenzied Xiao Yuan, and the strategically adept female soldiers. Even if he had stepped into the sea realm, he would have been left incapacitated or worse. Yet who could have anticipated that the hunter's recovery would be so extraordinary? With so many fatal wounds, he recovered instantaneously. This entity, let alone the recruits, would likely prove too formidable even for the city guardians who have battled for years against mysterious foes. This cannot continue. If this persists, the hearts of these recruits will be shattered. Such psychological collapse cannot be mended in a day or two, should it escalate to the point of mental illness. This training would yield disastrous consequences. It is best to cease. Wait, Commander Lin Xie and that troublemaker Shin Qingzhu are approaching. It seems there may still be hope. Sensing the familiar presence drawing near, Bai Ye immediately halted his assault. Lin Xie surveyed the surrounding ruins, his expression dark and foreboding. However, Bai Ye paid no heed to Lin Xie's countenance. Instead, he drew a large smiley face in the dirt with his sword. He then inscribed a line above it. "You've finally returned. I've grown weary of thrashing these rookies." Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Xie suppressed his inner fury and replied with a calm demeanor. "Is that so? I apologize for dampening your spirits. However, I assure you that I will make your demise a most unpleasant affair." Chapter 48. The frightening instructors in the new recruit training camp. Shin Qingzhu commanded immense respect. With his presence, the trepidation and despondency etched on the faces of the male soldiers were significantly alleviated. However, the notion of them engaging in combat remained a fanciful dream. Observing the imposing hunter of sound, Shin Qingzhu's fists clenched, producing a series of ominous cracks. At that moment, Bai Pang's sword to Shin Qingzhu's side. "Bro, this guy's quite formidable. Even Xiao Yuan has been knocked out of the fight. Qi Yi cannot handle him alone. We must assist him and, in the process, avenge Mo Li and Xiao Yuan." Shin Qingzhu glanced at Bai Pang. "What do you propose?" This creature is a hunter of sound. In an environment filled with noise, it grows powerful. However, in silence, it becomes weak. "So, I understand." With that, Shin Qingzhu stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Qi, followed closely by Bai Pang. The trio prepared to unite in their battle against this enigma. As the Nightfall squad advanced together, Bai Ye, a devoted bibliophile, suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to weep, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. Nightfall has 7. I single-handedly took down 4. What a thrill. Let me think of some rhymes. Nightfall min number 5. I took down 4. And Qing Yu, you're not one of them. The rhymes flowed beautifully. Forget it. A family should stay together. Since we've breached the Chuan boundary, I shall return and teach little fish a lesson. The vice captain of the Nightfall squad cannot escape. Unbeknownst to the trio, Bai Ye's musings left him still. With no action from him, Shun Qingzhu took the lead. With a snap of his fingers, a vast area surrounding Bai Ye transformed into a vacuum, sound incapable of penetrating this absolute silence. For a moment, Bai Ye felt his strength rapidly diminish. Truly, the prowess of the bro was remarkable. The vacuum created by his snap was the bane of all wind, fire, and sound. Were it not for Bai Ye's robust physique, he might have been swiftly dispatched by Shun Qingzhu in this void. As Bai Ye found himself enveloped by the vacuum, Bai Li Pang unleashed a torrent of sword rain, while Lin Chi Yi gripped his blade tightly, charging into the vacuum to eradicate this mystery. To prevent Qi Min from injuring Lin Chi Yi, Shun Qingzhu minimized Qi Min's range, ensuring Bai Ye remained encapsulated. However, this demanded the utmost precision and drained mental energy, meaning Shun Qingzhu could only spectate in the ensuing battle. Stripped of sound, Bai Ye felt the pressure from Lin Chi Ye's onslaught escalate dramatically, a stark contrast to before. Beside him, Bai Li Pang relentlessly bombarded the foe with forbidden items. Realizing the futility of pretense, Bai Ye decided to unleash his full power. The hunt commenced, targeting the plump figure flitting about like a fairy in the sky. The priority was to bring him down. With a thunderous stomp, Bai Ye sent countless fragments soaring into the air. He planted his blade into the ground, swiftly gathering the debris in his grasp, and with all his might, hurled them toward Bai Li Pang. Disregarding distance, time, and evasion, the devastating power of the causality of hunting was vividly displayed at this moment. Bai Li Pang observed the stones hurtling towards him, yet he remained unfazed. After all, with Yao Guang beneath his feet, evasion was a mere matter of course. Furthermore, he possessed an array of defensive talismans, rendering him impervious to such assaults. However, an extraordinary occurrence transpired. These stones, as if equipped with a tracking mechanism, relentlessly pursued him, seemingly vowing to not relent until he was struck down. What sort of ability is this? He exclaimed. Swordsmanship of 3,000 styles. Realizing evasion was futile, he resolved to counter the stones, redirecting a torrential downpour of sword rain towards their trajectory. Yet at that very moment, an even more bizarre phenomenon unfolded. The rapidly approaching stones vanished upon colliding with the sword rain, as though they had never existed. With a series of anguished cries, Bai Li Pang, who bore an assortment of talismans, unexpectedly plummeted from Yao Guang. His body was bruised and battered, and the defenses he had relied upon crumbled swiftly under the onslaught of the stones. Even he struggled to comprehend why these projectiles possessed such formidable power. However, there was little time for contemplation. As the stones struck, he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Lin Chi Yi, witnessing Bai Li Pang's fall, swiftly leaped forward to catch him, fearful that a moment's lapse could lead to his demise. Observing Bai Li Pang's injuries, Lin Chi Yi furrowed his brow. Although Zhuage had created a vacuum zone with his chi, how could this fool's casual toss of stones breach Pang's defenses? Yet at that moment, Lin Chi Yi had no time to ponder further, for Bai Ye was charging towards him once again. With no options remaining, he steeled himself and communicated his plan through the human wireless radio to Yang Zi, who was now filled with dread. Gradually, a glimmer of resolve returned to her eyes as she closed them gently, relaying this plan to all the new recruits still capable of fighting. Bai Ye noted the dissipating fear among the recruits, but he paid it no heed. He was curious to see what strategies these fledgling warriors would devise to confront someone with his immortal prowess. Meanwhile, Shun Qingzhu trembled involuntarily, meticulously arranging vacuum zones around Bai Ye while struggling to keep pace with his movements, her mental energy nearing its limits. In the face of Bai Ye's relentless attacks, Lin Shi could only adopt a defensive posture, pressed into a corner throughout the encounter. The disparity in their realms was not easily bridged. Observing Lin Shi's gradual retreat, the watching instructors instinctively rose to their feet. General Yuan, are you certain that this creature you captured is from the river domain and not the sea domain? This is simply too extraordinary. I doubt even I could match him in single combat. The instructors observed the unfolding battle, noting that Dora of Fat had already succumbed, while the duration of Shun Qingzhu's precarious position remained uncertain. Lin Xie was struggling valiantly, yet it was evident to any discerning eye that within 5 minutes, he too would likely face defeat. Should the assessment result in failure, what measures would they take? Would they annul their scores, or would they scornfully berate them for their lack of diligence? After all, even in a one-on-one confrontation, they might not be able to overcome this fiendish adversary. What right did they have to mock these young individuals? Yuan Gang slowly closed his eyes, his heart filled with regret. Why had he not tested the creature's strength before enlisting it for training? Who could have anticipated that the monster he had so easily captured would possess such extraordinary power? Suddenly, the sound of another defeat reverberated through the air, chilling the hearts of all the instructors. Lin Xie had lost. Chapter 49. Your grandfather's grandmother's grandfather Lin Xie's body was utterly exhausted, his twin blades having been sent flying, leaving him collapsed before Bai Ye. In stark contrast to Bai Ye's imposing figure, his defeat appeared so desolate and forlorn. Qi Qi is lost? Surely not. If even Lin Xie cannot vanquish this monster, are we doomed? It is over, utterly over. Most of the onlookers lamented, their hearts stripped of confidence by Lin Xie's downfall. Many slumped to the ground in despair, as hopelessness gradually seeped into their souls. Bai Ye gazed down at Lin Xie, motionless, and began to etch a message into the earth with his mighty blade. You have lost. Struggling, Lin Xie cast a glance upwards and nodded. Indeed, he had succumbed. Yet, we have not lost. Molly now. At Lin Xie's fervent cry, Molly stood resolutely before Bai Ye. Before he could comprehend her intentions, Molly pressed both hands firmly against the ground. Vibration of all things. This was a forbidden realm capable of inducing rapid vibrations through contact with objects, categorized among the most perilous of forbidden realms. As her palms met the ground, Bai Ye realized the girl's intentions, but alas, it was far too late. The earth trembled violently, fracturing around Bai Ye, and in an instant, the sensation of weightlessness enveloped him and Lin Xie as they plummeted into a vast chasm. At that moment, a powerful current of air lifted Lin Xie, suspending him mid-air, preventing his descent. With a resounding crash, smiles of relief blossomed on the faces of the spectators. The hunter had landed, allowing for a temporary respite. Xie, we have succeeded, Molly exclaimed, breathless. When Yang Zi revealed Lin Xie's scheme to the group, they had deemed him mad. He had instructed them to loosen the stones of their training ground, while retaining a half-meter layer of soil to mask the internal instability. Lin Xie and Shun Qingzhu's role was to buy time and lead Bai Ye towards the trap. Should Lin Xie falter, Molly would unleash the forbidden realm to shake the earth violently, shattering the surface layer of soil, leading to a bottomless abyss. Together, they had spent nearly 10 minutes employing various forbidden realms to excavate a massive pit nearly 40 meters deep. Even this enigmatic foe, powerful and resilient, would find it impossible to escape. The instructors, witnessing this band of recruits collaborating to craft an enormous trap that ensnared the hunter, were moved to tears. In the moment of Lin Xie's defeat, they had feared the training exercise was doomed, envisioning the moment of submitting their results, only to be scolded by Commander Yi. Yet now, the instructors were flushed with excitement, their faces alight with fervor, as if celebrating the arrival of new life in a hospital. We have triumphed. At last, we have triumphed. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I was not mistaken about these little rascals. If they cannot be vanquished, then they shall be ensnared. Truly, there's something else. Ha ha ha. I wonder who is just drenched in sweat, continually murmuring about what to do if the entire battalion were to be annihilated. Ha ha. Primarily because this situation is utterly bizarre. I had even contemplated the format of my resignation letter. Truly, I would not deceive you. It is exhilarating, far more thrilling than watching an hour-long film. The plot is rife with twists and turns, never ceasing to surprise. You are not making sense. What you utter are mere words of a ferocious beast. Moreover, are those phrases not too trite, seemingly plucked by the author from mere pawn? Yuan Gang observed the fervent expressions on the faces of those around him and could not help but smile gently, though his palms were already slick with perspiration. If this motley crew were to truly lose, his reputation would be tarnished, and he would face ridicule from his comrades for an entire year. Nonetheless, after much tribulation, victory has finally been secured. All right, everyone, it is time to tidy up the scene. Additionally, let us treat the Atmosphere crew to a chicken leg for dinner tonight. They have worked tirelessly since morning. By the way, do not wait for me. Today, let the cafeteria prepare a delightful meal for the children. They deserve it. Sir, what are you planning to do? Yuan Gang, exasperated, replied, I must venture to the depths of that pit and eliminate the mysterious entity. This assessment nearly went awry due to my oversight, and it is imperative to resolve any lingering issues. Is it not? Understood. Thank you for your efforts, sir. At this moment, Bai Ye lay in the pit, staring listlessly at the stars. Oh, but he has no head to gaze upon the night sky. In truth, he possesses countless means of escape, such as transforming into a bird to soar upwards or into a mouse to scurry away. However, he shall forego such thoughts. It is time for this assessment to draw to a close. Perhaps he should return to embrace the pure and innocent little fish to unwind a bit. After all, his 4 brothers have been beaten, and he cannot flee. Upon reflection, today has been quite exhilarating. He is engaged in relentless combat. Not only did he confront Xiao Yuan, but he also bested the Rotund One and faced Lin Chia head-on. Wait, it seems that Zhua Ge did not receive any punishment. How careless of me. Realizing this, Bai Ye felt a tinge of regret. He had been so preoccupied with battling Lin Chia that he had forgotten about Zhua Ge, who had been consistently applying debuffs upon him. He is truly the one who deserves a good beating. Without hesitation, he shifted his target, Shun Qingzhu. Subsequently, Bai Ye picked up a small pebble and tossed it into the air. At that moment, the only one still standing was Shun Qingzhu. You all, bring Qie and the others back inside. Do not. Oh, who is it? Who threw a stone at me? Step forward. All right. Today's task has been completed to 4/5 of its entirety. Let us take a moment to rest before tackling the final 5th of the task. Just as Bai Ye prepared to lie down and recuperate, an overwhelming pressure surged before him, an icy intent to kill enveloping his entire being. However, Bai Ye remained unfazed. What ist? Such murderous intent must possess the capability to truly extinguish his life, to pose a threat. To speak rather ungraciously, even if one were to summon the supreme deities such as Zeus, Vishnu, Brahma, Odin, and Michael, they would be utterly incapable of vanquishing him. It is time to retire for the night, disregarding all else. Subsequently, Bai Ye turned over, as if nothing had transpired, and lazily scratched his posterior, exuding an aura of complete relaxation. He was preparing to deal with the enigmatic Yuan Gang. Wait, how can you be so relaxed? Just moments ago, your strikes were quite fierce. How can you become so lethargic so swiftly? Your blatant disregard for me is rather embarrassing. Yuan Gang kicked Bai Ye lightly, evidently without any intention of taking advantage of the situation, wishing instead for Bai Ye to rise and engage him. Nonetheless, Bai Ye slowly extended a finger, leisurely inscribing on the earthen wall, "Please remain silent. Disturbing someone's slumber is the epitome of rudeness. Should you dare to wake me, I shall curse your ancestors for 18 generations and wish upon you the misfortune of bearing a son without a rear. Yuan Gang, to be chastised for a lack of decorum by a being of mystery. How outrageous! Chapter 50, Brother Zhuai. After you fainted, someone made me bleed. Yuan Gang, feeling a slight headache, rubbed his forehead. He had been contemplating testing this enigmatic power, as it had not caused much trouble when he first captured it. However, this assessment nearly went awry due to this creature, and he was now eager to discern the true extent of its capabilities. Yet, it was inexplicably asleep, having seemingly rendered itself foolish after falling into a pit. No, it lacked a brain altogether. Gazing at the inscriptions on the wall, Yuan Gang inhaled deeply and calmly stated, "You can understand my words, can't you?" Bai Ye continued to slumber, feigning ignorance. "Get up and fight me. If you can survive my onslaught, I shall release you and allow you to return to the forest. What do you say?" Yuan Gang began to weave enticing promises, yet Bai Ye merely turned over, undisturbed by his words. As the vice-captain of the Night Watch Team 006 in the capital, Yuan Gang had never been so disregarded. Despite the palpable aura of intimidation and murderous intent emanating from him, this creature remained unfazed. It was absurd. Even those newly initiated into the realm of the mysterious would likely be terrified in his presence. Yet this being exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Frustrated, Yuan Gang delivered several kicks to Bai Ye's rear. After a few strikes, Bai Ye finally extended a finger and began to inscribe something on the ground. Yuan Gang leaned in to read the message, nearly exploding with rage. "I curse you to have a son without an anus, you wretched ancestor. Damn it, enough of this. It would be simpler to eliminate him entirely." Did he think he was the emperor of the Qing dynasty, flaunting a placard of grandeur? With a swift motion, he drew the starry blade and plunged it into Bai Ye's heart. In a fit of anger, Yuan Gang twisted the blade multiple times. Finally, it was over. After wasting so much time on this creature, he felt as if he had lost his sanity. He withdrew the blade and wiped the blood from its surface when the familiar sound of writing echoed once more. "Is this the end? Continue. I'm not dead yet. Haven't you eaten?" Observing the nonchalant hand inscribing such audacious words, and witnessing the wound on its chest visibly healing, Yuan Gang's eyes widened in disbelief. No, this creature was not dead. Defying the odds, Yuan Gang drew the starry blade once more, this time delivering a total of 18 strikes, each one penetrating to the bone, each one lethal. Even he found it hard to watch his own brutality. As he sheathed the blade, he noticed Bai Ye's severed wrist gradually inching its way back to its arm, reconnecting itself right before Yuan Gang's eyes. Then before his very gaze, other severed limbs followed suit. Yuan Gang was left in utter shock. The sky felt as though it had collapsed upon him. Was this creature a sound hunter? When had sound hunters acquired the ability to be immortal? Was it evolving? If every mysterious entity could evolve, what hope remained for the great Xia? With an unyielding regenerative power, Bai Ye marveled internally at his newfound strength, slowly rising to his feet. As he rose, he did not forget to inscribe a line in the dirt. "You, the son without an orifice, shall we settle this? Once it's done, do not disturb my slumber." Yuan Gang rubbed his eyes, astonished to find that he was not hallucinating. The sky had fallen. He had been humiliated by a mysterious being to such an extent. Has the mystique of the Chuan realm become this formidable? Regardless of these thoughts, Yuan Gang grasped the star blade, and the forbidden domain began to unfold. Under normal circumstances, a Chuan realm mystic could be dispatched with a mere flick of his finger, yet the entity before him was extraordinarily bizarre. The lack of clarity gnawed at his peace of mind. As Bai Ye seized the executioner's blade, Yuan Gang also drew forth his star blade. However, before he could make a move, Bai Ye collapsed before him. "Ah, I concede. You are simply too powerful. Is this the power of human ki? Terrifying. To possess such strength even before the blade strikes. Imagine the consequences once it does." Yuan Gang was left speechless. Was this truly the same relentless hunter that had wreaked havoc moments ago? Why did he now seem like a mere rogue? Just as Yuan Gang contemplated lifting him up again, he gave him a kick, only to discover that the man remained utterly motionless. Yet, with his other hand, he had just scrawled another line. "I am dead. Do not think of me. You son without an orifice, farewell." Yuan Gang, bewildered, kicked him a few more times, only to find that he exhibited no signs of life. At this point, a question mark loomed large in Yuan Gang's mind. "What on earth, my friend? Just moments ago, you seemed invincible, yet now you claim to be dead?" This incident would henceforth rank as the most bizarre event Yuan Gang had ever encountered, even upon reaching retirement. He would remain ignorant of the true nature of this enigmatic hunter. Not long after, in a small grove not far from the training camp, a diminutive groundhog slowly emerged from a burrow, leisurely crawling out. Upon discovering that the vicinity was deserted, it transformed back into its original form. The art of illusion weaving is indeed a splendid skill, Leaving a corpse behind serves as a fine alibi, and it feels far more comfortable in one's own body. Today, as escapade had been exhilarating, a pang of hunger struck him, and he resolved to treat himself to a sumptuous meal. Yet, he recalled that he had yet to complete 1/5 of today's task. Little fish, here I come. Brothers must be in perfect harmony. Following this training session, although those who participated in the final excavation victory were thrilled, those who had directly faced Bai Ye's terror were shrouded in a veil of gloom. Even after the instructor appeared to clarify that they had misjudged this mystic and that it was beyond the scope for new recruits, rendering it unnecessary to dwell on it. It was impossible to simply brush it aside. After all, they had toiled for over half a year, only to see over 200 of them thoroughly thrashed by a single mystic. And this was merely a Chuan realm mystic. What would happen if a Sea realm, Infinite realm, or Klein realm emerged? What significance would their diligent training hold then? Most of the new recruits appeared as wilted eggplants, dejected, showing little interest even in the cafeteria's additional servings. Except for those eliminated in their dreams, they were entirely oblivious to the events unfolding around them. They merely retired for the night, only to awaken the next day to be informed that the assessment had concluded. At that moment, Xiao Yuan, Bai Li Pang, and Lin Xie were seated together, dining while engaging in a reflective discussion about the recent skirmish. You cannot fathom the ferocity of that individual. There were dozens of us, and Xiao Yuan was valiantly restraining him. Before your return, he truly treated Xiao Yuan as a mere punching bag. But the hunter was extraordinarily formidable. Even more astonishing was the fact that the stones he casually hurled could curve midair, and it was one of those that sent me tumbling down. Bai Li Pang lamented his struggles, while Xiao Yuan, with a hint of exasperation, retorted, "You merely suffered a blow from a stone, while I was sent flying time and time again. Is there such a vast disparity between the Qi realm and the Chuan realm?" Lin Xie, savoring a morsel of food, meticulously recalled the hunter's movements. All he could surmise was the remarkable ability of this hunter to comprehend human script. It was somewhat absurd, yet at least it bore a resemblance to the enigmatic wisdom of Li Yifei. However, with such overwhelming power and intellect, could he truly be underestimated? In any case, this enigma seemed particularly eager to engage me in combat. Yet, it is regrettable that my current prowess cannot contend with the battle-hardened entities of the Chuan realm. Should I ever ascend beyond the Chuan realm in the future, I would certainly seek retribution. However, such a prospect appears unlikely. From the side, Shun Qingzhu's voice chimed in. Noticing this, Pang immediately beamed, saying, "Brother, it's quite rare to see you dining with us. But what was that about impossibility? You were unconscious, weren't you? After the assessment, you all collapsed. The rest of us, still conscious, intended to bury the pit alive, but Instructor Yuan suddenly appeared, claiming he would handle that enigma. Therefore, it is likely that the enigma met its demise at the hands of Instructor Yuan. In any case, we shan't hold our breath for vengeance." Upon hearing this, Bai Li Pang observed Shen Qingzhu's nonchalant demeanor, and a twinge of envy stirred within him. "You are fortunate. You emerged from the battle unscathed. I aspire to be a support in the future. Being a tank or marksman is far too perilous, enduring the brunt of the assaults." At this remark, Shen Qingzhu instinctively touched the sizable bump on the back of his head, which had yet to subside. Moreover, he felt too embarrassed to disclose his own injury, as it was, after all, a source of shame. Others bore wounds as honorable scars earned in battle against enigmas. But his injury was merely the result of small stone careening from an unknown direction. It is worth noting that the assessment had already concluded by that point. What a disgrace of monumental proportions. Chapter 51, Little One, I have delicious lollipops for you. In the underground air raid shelter of Sangnan City, and Qingyu gazed at Bai Ye, whose face bore the marks of time's passage. For a moment, he was lost in thought. Even the surgical knife in his hand dripped with fresh blood, left uncleaned. "You actually dared to return? Have you endured the hardships of life out in the open?" Bai Ye smiled nonchalantly, then flexed his muscles. "Little fish, I have broken through the boundaries of the Chuan realm. Impressive, isn't it? Look at my robust muscles. I permit you to touch them. So soon? What has transpired over the past few days?" And Qingyu inquired, somewhat taken aback. After all, His little mouse had perished during Bai Ye's confrontation with the hunter, leaving him unaware of Bai Ye's recent developments. I took down quite a formidable creature. It was extraordinary. I've preserved its corpse for you, but it's in the back mountains. The mysterious beings I've slain over the past few months are all there, frozen in ice. When will you come to see? Upon hearing about the corpse, and Xing Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, only to be quickly reminded of his unseemly eagerness, leading him to clear his throat. Any time works for me. During your absence, a portion of the mysterious has indeed returned to Tsangnan City, yet they are rather elusive. It took me quite a while to capture one, and it was merely a preliminary realm entity. Bai Ye chuckled lightly. After all, a reliable partner like me is hard to come by. By the way, little fish, come closer. I have something to share. And Xing Yu felt puzzled, wondering why this could not be said openly. There are ears on the other side of the wall. And Xing Yu retorted, Brother, have you forgotten we are in a sewer? Are there any other living souls here besides us? However, Bai Ye's whimsical tendencies were not a new occurrence, and Xing Yu had grown accustomed to his unpredictable nature. He leaned in closer to Bai Ye, his expression calm. What do you want to say? Before he could finish, Bai Ye playfully flicked his finger against Xing Yu's forehead, delivering a resounding thwack. Yes, successful check-in. 1/5 of the way done. Good brothers should be perfectly aligned. And Xing Yu stepped back a few paces, rubbing his forehead with a hint of grievance, his gaze toward Bai Ye now tinged with irritation. Seriously, Bai Ye, are you out of your mind? Why flick my forehead for no reason? Are you looking for a fight? Hearing in Xing Yu's coarse words, Bai Ye lifted his head with a melancholic expression, reminiscent of an ancient scholar gazing at the starless sky. Little fish, you have changed. You were once an exemplary student, gentle and refined. You are a product of 9 years of compulsory education, and your cursing would surely break your elementary teachers' hearts. They've lost all their illusions about you. What should my reaction be then? Bai Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this, his expression turning incredulous, with a few tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Brother Bai Ye, you actually struck me. You dare to hit me for her. Do you not love little fish anymore? I beg you, do not abandon little fish. Little fish will learn to eat properly in the future, no longer running around or causing you trouble. I implore you. Bai Ye, twisting his body, spoke in a soft, beguiling tone, as if after spending months in the mountains, all vestiges of his humanity had been eroded. Xing Yu, had it been anyone else, they would have already punched you in the face. Do you not possess even a modicum of self-awareness? Uncle B, who released Hercules, he must continue to protect Ilya, enduring until the end of time. Xing Yu, forget it. Conversing with a fool would only diminish one's intelligence. This individual has reached an irretrievable state of communication failure. After finishing with little fish, Bai Ye swiftly made his escape, for he had not felt the city's vibrant chaos for several months and yearned to fully immerse himself in the life of Tsangnan, considering that this city would soon turn to mere vapor. However, just as Bai Ye emerged from the sewer, a soft, sweet voice immediately addressed him. Uncle, how did you crawl out of the sewer? Turning to see the speaker, Bai Ye found a small boy, fair-skinned and delicate, resembling a porcelain doll, the type that anyone would want to scoop up and affectionately ruffle. Bai Ye awkwardly smiled and conjured a lollipop. Little brother, what do you call me? Uncle. My mother told me to call adults uncle. Bai Ye. He was still a pure and innocent youth of merely 18. How had he suddenly been dubbed an uncle? Come, call me brother, and I shall give you this lollipop. The little boy hesitated, then shook his head. Uncle, my parents told me not to accept things from strangers. Very well, still calling me uncle, are we? Today, I shall engage this little brat. Little friend, my name is Bai Ye, Bai from White Cloud, and Ye from Wild. Does this not make me less of stranger? The boy tilted his head, pondering, and seemed to agree. Then I shall call you Uncle Bai Ye. Bai Ye. Today, it seemed he was destined to be called Uncle. By the way, Uncle Bai Ye, since you've introduced yourself, I shall share my name too. Bai Ye tossed the lollipop to the boy and waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. We shall likely never meet again. My name is Fong Mo. Fong as incorrect, and Mo as in bubble. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's steps came to an abrupt halt, and he turned to regard the boy, surprise etched across his face. You're called Fong Mo. Fong Mo, clearly startled by Bai Ye's expression, nodded slowly. Is there a problem with my name, Uncle Bai Ye? Is there a problem? Indeed, a significant one, for your name is on my list of those to be saved. Fang Mo, the captain of the demon squad, met a heroic end after luring the chaos of Fuxing to its demise. The demon squad, with no survivors. In addition, there are the 12 golden immortals of Sangnan. This represents an unfulfilled longing within his heart. Bai Ye chuckled softly as he approached Fang Mo, smiling as he spoke. Little Fang Mo, in truth, I am your uncle, a Taoist priest, and I possess the ability to tell fortunes. Would you like me to read your fate? Ah, uncle, you aren't a charlatan, are you? Fang Mo retreated a few steps, while Bai Ye continued to smile. I shall say this only once. This time, I am divining matters of love. In the future, you will fall in love with a girl residing in Shangjing City, marry her, and lead a blissful life together. Ah, is this truly fortune-telling? Moreover, uncle, I am not yet 10 years old. Do not fret. In a few years, you will meet her. And I assure you, happiness awaits you both. Chapter 52. The infatuated serpent woman Xiao. What brings you here? Did I not instruct you to refrain from accompanying strangers? In the next moment, a woman in her 30s hurriedly approached, pulling Fang Mo protectively behind her, her expression rife with vigilance as she regarded Bai Ye. Bai Ye offered a calm smile, then waved at Fang Mo. Little Fang Mo, remember what Uncle said. It will come true. As he turned away, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel a pang of reflection. His singular aim was to grant everyone a beautiful resolution. The demon team had suffered greatly, and with the 12 golden immortals, they were merely a group of children. Except for Fang Mo, the remaining 11 had been confined by the immortals in a cave for cultivation since the calamity of Sangnan. Yet after years of training, their first act upon emerging was to meet their demise, merely to eliminate the chaotic pawn of Fuxing. This time, Fuxing's chaos would not require their intervention. As long as I am here, that entity shall not emerge. In Huaihai City, at the Pearl Grand Hotel, a voluptuous woman reclined languidly upon the bed, adorned in a seductive gown. Her alluring demeanor was imbued with temptation. Any youthful man encountering her would be rendered a primal beast in an instant. Yet, this enchanting figure bore a gaze filled with profound affection, gently resting her head upon the chest of her beloved, feeling the coolness radiating from him. With a beaming smile, she spoke softly, Xiao Yi, my dear Xiao Yi, today your little snake has surpassed the boundary of the Chuan realm. Am I not impressive? Among the divine agents, my cultivation speed is indeed swift. Rest assured, I shall not let a single one of those who wronged you escape. In her murmurs, she lamented. Were it not for him, you would not have become this way. Just wait, 5 years. No, 2 years. Within 2 years, I shall ensure that scoundrel meets his end. At that moment, the serpent woman's gaze towards Bai Ye's lifeless body was tinged with a hint of obsession. The wound on the corpse now neatly stitched, resembling a doll with a split seam. The serpent woman had employed a peculiar method to preserve Bai Ye's remains. Ever since she departed Sangnan with his body, she could not bear to bury him. Instead, she kept him close. Each night, she would adorn herself as if a newlywed, whispering sweet nothings to the corpse until the early hours of dawn. Although these were her solitary soliloquies, it was in these moments that she felt a sense of fulfillment within her soul. Despite the chill emanating from the lifeless form, her face radiated joy. Are you not pleased for me? Ha ha! My Xiao Yi is indeed adorable. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, all of my followers' servants have perished, each one slain by my own hand. Aha! Ah, you inquire why? Because now, I shall forever belong to you alone. Are you moved? Are you shedding tears of emotion? From this moment forth, my little snake shall eternally be yours. As she spoke, the serpent woman gently pressed her lips against the cold cheek of Bai Ye's lifeless body, her face radiating an inexplicable joy. Dear little Yi, may you have sweet dreams tonight. With that, the conversation came to an end. The serpent woman delicately removed her garments, embracing the corpse tightly, a smile gracing her lips as she drifted peacefully into slumber. Meanwhile, Bai Ye felt an inexplicable chill creeping up behind him. What on earth? Goosebumps are sprouting everywhere. Could someone be using a voodoo dull against me? Yet, as a bright and cheerful young man, he pondered who could harbor such malevolence towards him. Ah, whatever. After all, I can't die. He resolved to indulge in a warm bath and enjoy a good night's sleep instead, having spent several months in the mountains. The luxury of a bath was a rare treat. Finally back in the city, he intended to savor every moment, for in just a few days, he would be trudging back into the mountains, where opportunities were scarce and resources even scarcer, to support the 3 companions aboard the train. He had no choice but to tirelessly search for the mysterious. He felt akin to General Duanmu, riding an electric bike across the land in search of elusive treasures. Wait a minute. Since it's hard to find in Songnan, why not venture elsewhere? After all, there is still time before Songnan concludes. With this thought, Bai Ye contemplated other locations. He recalled that the mysteries in Jingjing City were abundant, but could only be subdued through intimidation. No, that place's mystery level was too high. He could not tackle it at the moment. As Bai Ye wrestled with his thoughts, his phone suddenly rang. The sound jolted him from the bath, and upon seeing the caller, he promptly answered, "Hello? Commander Yi, when did you find the time to call me? Stop the banter. Has that great wizard Merlin sent you any dreams lately? If there is any news, feel free to share. Just let me know what you desire," Bai Ye remarked, considering Yi Fan as a harbinger of misfortune since the latter had divulged his knowledge of Chun Lu and the Cthulhu cult behind him. Ever since then, Bai Ye had felt increasingly convinced that Merlin had indeed imparted dreams to Yi Fan. After handling a series of matters concerning Chun Lu, Yi Fan had reached out to Bai Ye, hoping for further insights. Bai Ye pondered for a moment, and then smiled slightly. "I do have a piece of information, but I wonder if you can muster the manpower to address it." Upon hearing of another lead, Yi Fan's tone turned more animated. "What is it? Speak quickly. Don't rush me. This information comes at a cost," Bai Ye replied, knowing the transactions were reciprocal. Yi Fan, understanding the nature of an exchange, did not take offense. "I have some forbidden items at hand. You need to? You must capture 3 Wuyang. No, that is too risky. I need 3 nearly dying sea realm mysteries. Remember, they must be on the brink of death, not already dead. Understand?" Yi Fan's brow furrowed. "What do you want these mysteries for? And why must they be on the verge of death?" "Certainly, I possess my own thoughts. Those 3 enigmatic entities hold significant value for me." "Understood. Name a location, and a week hence, I shall have Zhuqing deliver them to you." Zhuqing, the 6th commander-in-chief of the Night Watch of the Great Xia, is indeed a figure of considerable renown. I suspect his prowess aligns with that of the Klein realm. It is somewhat surprising that he would be tasked with delivering these mysteries. Given your decision to send him, there is no need to rush regarding the 3 enigmas. Simply have him visit Songnan at the beginning of August. I shall await him before the peace office, thus resolving both my remuneration and your intelligence. Yi Fan. Could you refrain from speaking in riddles? Yi Fan could not help but interject at this point, while Bai Ye tapped his ear. At the conclusion of the new recruits training camp in August, the ancient God Church is poised to launch a second assault on Songnan, exploiting the occurrence of mudslides that will result in numerous civilian casualties. If possible, a preemptive arrangement on your part could potentially avert this catastrophe. Yi Fan paused for a moment, then said, "All right, I comprehend. Once again, I express my gratitude for your intelligence, fool." Chapter 53. Ankinjiu today marks another day of yearning to Tees Bay. August shines brightly under the scorching sun, casting its relentless rays upon every corner of Songnan City, seemingly intent on banishing all traces of coolness from the world. Bai has just returned from the mountains, where the mysteries have been scant lately, allowing him only to capture a few meager mosquito morsels. The 3 fellows on the train had proven utterly ineffective. Moreover, the sweltering heat makes it unbearable to linger in the mountains. At times, Bai finds himself marveling at Ankinjiu's brilliance in selecting such a refreshing location for their experimental base. Truly commendable. Alas, Ankinjiu is perpetually engrossed in dissection, especially since he has brought back all the game he hunted over the past few months. He hardly ever leaves the dissection table. "Ankinjiu, how dreadfully boring. Come and talk to me," Bai implored. Ankinjiu remained unresponsive, fully devoted to his work, while Bai persisted. "Little fish, do join me for a chat. Or shall I predict your fortune and find your future wife?" Ankinjiu paused momentarily, but still offered no reply. Little fish. My dear fish, my pure and pristine treasure. Enough, Bai. Are you out of your mind? Enkinjiu finally snapped, rising abruptly to scold him, while Bai wore an expression of delight. Ah, so you can hear me. I thought you were deaf. By the way, I can predict your fortune and help you find a wife. Sorry, that won't be necessary. Why not? Because I have no interest in normal women. What a coincidence. Having grown up in a mental institution, no one understands abnormal women better than I do. There are plenty in Sunshine Mental Hospital. Enkinjiu felt a surge of irritation at Bai's incessant antics. Just as he clenched his fists, preparing to retaliate, Bai's phone suddenly chimed, prompting him to spring to his feet. Little fish, you'll have to manage on your own for a while. Your adorable Bai can accompany you. Remember to eat well while I'm away, flush the toilet after using it, and don't grind your teeth at night. Enkinjiu's expression darkened. Bai certainly had a knack for vexation. Get lost. Oh, I haven't finished. Little fish is such a good baby, I must. Leave? All right then. Each day, I annoy the lovely mermaid, and it feels like divine bliss. What? You say yes, boy? That makes it even more delightful. After leaving the underground cavern, Bai headed straight toward the Peace Affairs office, for he was ready to collect his rewards. Red Ing and Xiao exchanged wary glances at the unexpected visitor. Even the usually unserious Wen Qima and the perpetually aloof Long Xian felt a twinge of anxiety upon seeing the middle-aged man. Only Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan maintained a calm demeanor, recognizing the identity of the person who had suddenly appeared at the office. Zhuqing, it has been a long time since we last met. Surely, the appointed hour has not yet arrived, Chen Mai inquired with a sense of bewilderment. Pondering the sudden arrival of this prominent figure, the head of the Night Watch Special Operations in Songnan City, one must recognize that this individual is a trusted aide to the commander of the Night Watch, indicating that significant matters are afoot. Zhuqing merely smiled gently, assuring everyone, do not be alarmed. I am here merely to negotiate a transaction. The reason for choosing the Peace Affairs office as their meeting place was simply due to it being their designated venue. As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the office swung open, revealing a strikingly handsome young man who approached with enthusiasm, greeting everyone with exuberance. Everyone, I have returned. The sudden appearance of Lin Chia left the members of the Night Watch momentarily stunned. Was he not supposed to be at the new recruits training camp? Hong Ying, upon seeing him, expressed her delight. Chia, you're back. How is it that you've returned so early? Lin Chia confidently strode to the sofa, nonchalantly crossing his legs, and declared with an air of arrogance, of course, I secured first place in this training session, thanks to the rewards bestowed by General Instructor Yuan. After all, I am a dual divine agent. Achieving first place is only natural. How could those mere mortals possibly compare to me? Hearing this, Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow, while Long Xian and Wen Qima wore expressions of disbelief. Unable to reconcile this boastful persona with the humble and courteous Lin Chia they had known just over 6 months ago. Fool, shed your disguise. Chen Mai's voice resonated slowly, prompting everyone to awaken from their stupor. You're not Chia. Upon being exposed, Bai Ye's expression turned somewhat lackluster. Really? Discovered so quickly? How dull. He then rose leisurely and approached Zhuqing, playfully patting his shoulder as he quipped. So, where have you concealed my mystery? You didn't come here empty-handed, did you? Zhuqing sighed deeply upon encountering this brash young man, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Chia. You are the fool the commander spoke of? Indeed, without a doubt. From the moment Zhuqing laid eyes on Bai Ye, he discerned that this individual's temperament could never align with that of the Night Watch. His outlook was entirely one of frivolity and amusement. In other words, he was simply a jester. However, the awaited moment had arrived. Zhuqing gradually rose, stating then, Mr. Fool, let us embark on our journey. The items you seek cannot be brought into the city. Bai Ye smiled, inquiring, so how many companions have accompanied you? 9 individuals. That should suffice. Understood. Then let us proceed. Their exchange bore an absurdity, akin to a conversation between 2 individuals speaking different languages, leaving the members of Team 136 bewildered. As Zhuqing stepped outside, he turned to glance at Chen Mai, saying, Captain Chen, I appreciate your efforts. The words carried profound meaning, to which Chen Mai merely chuckled. It is our duty as Night Watch members, is it not? Indeed, this is the duty of the Night Watch. After departing from the Peace Affairs office, Zhuqing and Bai Ye made their way directly towards the mountains, leaving Bai Ye with a sense of helplessness. Just as they had begun to enjoy a brief respite, they were once again headed into the wilderness. By the way, Director Zhua, how capable are the individuals you're bringing this time? Can we rely on them? Let us hope we don't find ourselves in a perilous situation, Bai Ye remarked. Zhuqing cast him a sidelong glance, offering no elaborate explanation, but instead slowly uttered 2 words, the Phoenix. Chapter 54. The amusing Captain Xiao Lan. Bai Ye was somewhat taken aback. Not only had the future Night Watch commander, Zhuqing, been dispatched for this mission, but members of the Phoenix Squad were also present. In the original narrative, the Phoenix Squad was depicted as a relatively obscure yet unique unit. Bai Ye was only familiar with Captain Xiao Lan, the whimsical and humorous representative of the goddess of war and wisdom, Athena. It was unfortunate that during his vacation, he was unable to meet this intriguing captain, as she had been captured by Poseidon while valiantly fighting to save the people of Daxia. With a soft sigh, Bai Ye's expression prompted Zhuqing to elaborate further. You may not be acquainted with the Phoenix Squad. It is special unit number 003, predominantly composed of female members, all of whom possess the bloodline of the Phoenix. Upon the death of each captain, a new leader is chosen from among the ranks based on the purity of their Phoenix bloodline, who then undergoes an organ transplant to assume the mantle of the next captain of the Phoenix Squad. This unit is known for its frequent changes in leadership. Am I mistaken? Though Bai Ye phrased his statement as a question, his tone and demeanor were resolute, suggesting he was confident in his assertions. Observing Bai Ye's ease in divulging the squad's leadership replacement protocol, Zhuqing's eyes widened in surprise, his expression shifting as he finally exhaled deeply. You truly possess the gift of prophecy? No, this information was imparted to me by Merlin in a dream. My inherited ability is merely transformation. Upon hearing Bai Ye's explanation, Zhuqing felt a lingering doubt dissipate, hoping this time the commander had not erred in his judgment and that those present could save as many lives as possible. As they approached the rear mountain, Bai Ye heard the boisterous voice of a girl. I say, Zhuqing, that lefty has strolled into the city, leaving me here to drink the dry winds. I just wrapped up one task, and now another is thrust upon me. Even capitalists would shed tears over this. Captain, perhaps you should temper your words a bit. After all, Director Zhua is our superior. Superior. You all have grown accustomed to being exploited by capitalists. When I see him, I shall make sure he understands that the farmers are rising up. Rising up to do what? Upon hearing that Zhuqing had brought a handsome young man, Xiao Lan sprang to her feet like a startled mouse encountering a cat. Zhua. Director Zhua, why have you returned? Is the food in Sangnan unsatisfactory? Are you unaccustomed to the climate? Unaccustomed to the climate? I merely wished to gauge your attitude towards this mission, and from your tone, it seems you have some reservations about my bringing you all along. At this moment, Xiao Lan's face contorted in displeasure, akin to one who had swallowed a fly. Her team members exchanged glances of exasperation. Their captain was admirable in many respects, yet her unfiltered remarks and boisterous demeanor often left them at a loss for words. At this moment, Xiao Lan hesitated, her voice faltering. However, upon catching sight of a handsome young man nearby, she suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. With a burst of excitement, she exclaimed, Qi, is that you? Lin Qi? Ha. I remember Wang Mian showed me your photograph. It truly is you. How wonderful. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Lan, the captain of the Phoenix team. Our squad is the most united and amicable among all the special teams in Daxia. Are you accompanying Director Zhua this time to join us? As she spoke, Xiao Lan placed her hand on Bai Ye's shoulder. Looking at the boisterous and amusing blonde woman beside her, Bai Ye felt a twinge of admiration. Xiao Lan, you are quite fortunate. You are on my future list of those I intend to rescue. Zhuqing looked at her with a dark expression, exasperated by her antics. He is our transaction target for this mission. What about the 3 mysterious entities from the Sea Realm? You must not harm them. Oh, they're tied up over there. Wait, a transaction target? Isn't the treatment of a dual deity agent exceptionally good? How did you earn the privilege to trade with the commander? Well, directors what? You see, I'm also an agent, albeit not on the level of Michael and Nike's, but I'm still a representative of a major deity. Perhaps we could discuss my vacation. What did you say? The wind is too loud. I couldn't catch that. Xia Simeng replied. This is insufferable. Ha ha. Sister Xia is truly entertaining. Being part of your special team must be quite the adventure, right? Exactly. Look, aside from Kong Shang, our special team is all girls. If you join, it would be such a delightful benefit. If all else fails, I'll personally don a maid outfit for you. Ahem, Captain, mind your image. You need not make such a grand sacrifice just to recruit Lin Qi. The other members of the Phoenix team discreetly turned their heads away, feeling embarrassed for their captain. Meanwhile, Bai Ye smiled calmly. The invitation from the Phoenix team captain was indeed enticing, but I'm afraid you have mistaken me. I am not Lin Qi. What? Xia Simeng pulled out her phone and opened the photograph Wang Mian had sent her, scrutinizing both Bai Ye and the image, her brows furrowing slightly. Identical. If you're not Lin Qi, who could possibly believe that? Suddenly, flames erupted around Bai Ye, transforming her appearance dramatically. The other members of the Phoenix team gasped in shock, covering their mouths. For just moments ago, this Lin Qi had morphed into the likeness of Xia Simeng. Even those who spent every day with her could not discern a single difference between the two. Xia Simeng was utterly astonished, staring at Bai Ye in stunned silence. While Bai Ye explained, I am the prospective agent of Merlin, the god of magic and prophecy. This mission involves a transaction between Commander Yi Fan and myself. And the recompense is the 3 mysterious entities you have brought. Merlin, that legendary magician from English mythology? But what does prospective agent mean? As my agent can only be considered a novice, to put it plainly, my sole ability lies in transformation, while I possess no knowledge of prophecy. However, he frequently manifests in my dreams, imparting insights regarding causality and the future. Xia Simeng stood in place, lost in thought for a considerable time, before finally speaking in a measured tone. So, would you be interested in joining our Phoenix team? Chapter 55. Kong Aiching. How old are you this year? What nonsense. Me? Join the Phoenix? Sisters, I'm not Lin Qi yet, but you could become him. Such a rare ability, and by all accounts, you are somewhat of a divine agent, aren't you? This is hardly a problem. Xia Simeng waved her hand dismissively regarding the matter, while Bai Ye blinked in confusion. I'm not even night watchman. Not an issue. I am the captain of a special team, qualified to recruit external personnel. A simple report will suffice. Director's is right here. As long as you agree, I can write it up immediately. Bai Ye. Zwiqing. Seeing Xia Simeng pick up pen and paper to begin drafting the report, Zwiqing could no longer maintain his composure and awkwardly cleared his throat twice. Ahem, Xia Simeng. Perhaps we should hold off on this for now. Besides, your special team is already at full capacity. Kong Shang, noticing the situation, chimed in, indeed. Captain, we are already fully staffed in the special team. You. Ahem, may I ask, Kong Aiching, how old are you this year? Captain, didn't I just celebrate my 24th birthday a while back? Is that so? I could have sworn you were already 64. Kong Shang. What nonsense. Am I an old man now? How could I not know? Immediately, Xia Simeng continued speaking to Zwiqing. Well, directors look at my Kong Aiching, working diligently at over 60 years of age. I truly cannot bear it. Shouldn't he be considering retirement at this age? As she spoke, Xia Simeng blinked her large, sparkling eyes. Zwiqing's lips twitched uncontrollably, realizing her intentions were laid bare before him. Xia Simeng, bring over those 3 mysterious beings from the sea, and keep your ulterior motives to yourself. Facing Zwiqing's outburst, Xia Simeng fell into a stage of helplessness and complaint. Fine. If you don't want to do it, then don't. Why spray your saliva all over my face? How disgusting. Zwiqing. The Phoenix team is exceptionally strong. Each of the 8 members radiates an aura at least at the boundless realm or higher. After all, this is the special team now. 003. One must possess significant strength to navigate this realm. Unlike the mask, which is still in its developmental phase, akin to a sapling just beginning to sprout leaves, the Phoenix has borne ripe fruit, naturally exuding formidable power. It feels as though this time, the ancient god sect will face dire consequences. Bai Ye followed Xiao Lan to the location where they had imprisoned the mysterious beings. Upon witnessing three not overly large entities bound tightly and carelessly tossed to the back mountain, he fell into a moment of silence. These three mysterious beings exuded an aura of the sea realm, yet their wounds were so numerous it was appalling. Their bodies were nearly devoid of unblemished flesh. Had it not been for their faint, rhythmic breathing, Bai Ye might have thought they had brought him three corpses. Fool! The three enigmatic beings from the oceanic realm that you requested have been captured. You specifically instructed that they be alive. So what is your true purpose for these three creatures? Upon witnessing the three enigmatic beings, Bai Ye could no longer suppress the smile on his face. He rushed forward, patting them a few times, his lips curling in delight. He then turned to the onlookers and spoke slowly. Of course, it is to cultivate. With that, the aura surrounding Bai Ye surged violently. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his straight blade and plunged it directly into the crown of the first enigmatic being. The creature writhed in agony, yet could not alter the inevitable approach of death. Within 10 minutes, Bai Ye had dispatched all three oceanic enigmas, leaving the members of the Phoenix squad utterly bewildered. They had toiled extensively to bring these enigmatic beings here, only for him to slay them. Was this truly the outcome? However, Bai Ye remained unfazed. He gradually closed his eyes, attuning himself to the fluctuations within his body. The enhancement he gained from the three oceanic enigmas surpassed that of any previous kills. Aha's correction rate surged past 60, while the apothecary's correction rate reached an astonishing 56. As for Lan, his rate leapt from 19 to 47, marking a profound qualitative leap. Subsequently, Bai Ye sat cross-legged, much to the surprise of the onlookers. Though Xiao Lan observed him with unabashed curiosity, although he currently bore her visage, Xiao Lan sensed that this fool concealed an extraordinary secret. Director Fool. Is he cultivating through the slaughter of enigmas? Zhuqing scrutinized the situation closely and nodded. It was highly likely. His realm was beginning to shift. He is probably only 18 this year. To have attained the strength of the Chuan realm at such a tender age is truly a remarkable talent. It would be a pity not to enlist him among the Night Watchers. Directors, but we are here. If you give your consent, I will immediately recruit this individual into our group. A being capable of transforming into anyone is exceedingly rare. Observing the excitement radiating from Xia Lan's flushed face, Zhuqing sighed deeply. Do you think I do not wish for that? After all, the divine agents in the Great Xia are pitifully few. So far, only you and Wang Mian have genuinely grown. He is also the prospective agent of Merlin, the god of magic and prophecy, making his value even greater than we can imagine. But alas, Zhuqing lamented, why was he in Sangnan during the divine war of yore? The deadline of 10 years looms ever closer. On the celestial train, after acquiring the three star gods aboard the train, the correction rate had been crawling at a snail's pace. However, these three oceanic enigmas allowed Bai Ye to experience a feeling akin to riding a rocket. Congratulations, Trainmaster. The correction rate of the hunting star god, Lan, has surpassed 20. Shall we proceed with the skill extraction? The voice of Xiaoxing echoed once more. This time, Bai Ye did not hesitate in the slightest. Yes, as soon as the words left his lips, he felt a surge of power within his being, and the extracted skills subsequently manifested. Armor penetration. All your attacks will possess a 10% armor piercing effect, which will increase with your cultivation. Armor piercing, you say? In a certain sense, this means that I can truly inflict harm upon the divine. Moreover, this percentage will rise with one's realm. One could assert that once he reaches the Klein level, or the pinnacle of humanity, he will become an unprecedented numerical anomaly in the realm of god-slaying. The skill of Erasure compensates for his lack of lethality. Alas, this timid fellow proves to be quite useful. Wait, with such a high correction value, will he engage in daily duels with the apothecary from now on? Never mind, he hardly stays on the train anyway, as long as he doesn't dismantle it. All shall be well. Chapter 56. Journey to Jinan Mountain. Bai Ye gradually opened his eyes, feeling invigorated after acquiring a new skill. However, upon awakening, he found 9 individuals surrounding him. their gazes fixed intently upon him. "What are you all staring at?" he asked, exasperated. Zhuo with a hint of resignation, responded, "Now that you have received these 3 mysterious abilities, what shall be our next course of action?" Bai Ye shrugged. Merlin did not elaborate much on this matter. He merely mentioned that a heavy rain would fall in Xiangnan this August, which, due to an earthquake, would trigger a mudslide that could devastate villages. The cult of the ancient gods will launch an ambush with its followers, aiming to capture the divine agent, Lin Xie. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, the group fell into a contemplative silence, Zhuo brow slightly furrowing. Will the cult of the ancient gods whisper intervene personally? The whisper, originally known as Chun Erniu, is the creator of the followers and one of the 3 highest-ranking divine agents of the cult, possessing a peak Klein realm prowess. The revelation that the whisper would be involved added a weight of seriousness to Zhuo and the Phoenix Squad. However, there is no need for such anxiety. Bai Ye reassured them. The whisper's true form will not be present. Only a projection will arrive, possessing strength comparable to the Sea Realm or the Infinite Realm. Nevertheless, he wields the divine ruins, thus his power should not be underestimated. Bai Ye shared all he knew, feeling indifferent about the subsequent events. After all, who were these 9 individuals? They included Zhuo, the 6th commander of the future Night Watch of Daxia, and an entire Phoenix Squad. Even if the Whisper himself were to appear, he would inevitably face defeat against such a formidable assembly. Understood, Zhuo commanded. This mission's sole objective is to inform the villagers of Jinan Mountain to seek refuge in open areas and to lie in wait, eliminating all members of the cult involved in this operation. Yes, time flowed like a river, and soon, torrential rain began to pour over Xiangnan. During this period, Bai Ye remained with the members of the Phoenix Squad. To avoid alerting their adversaries, Zhuo refrained from joining Bai Ye and the Phoenix Squad in their movements. The members of the Phoenix Squad changed from their distinctive uniforms into the attire of villagers to maintain a low profile. After all, if their foes discovered that the Phoenix Squad was in Xiangnan, they would likely abandon their plans. As for Bai Ye, he naturally disguised himself as Lin Xie, as this operation required a bait. "Hey, I must ask, dear brother of folly, do you truly not wish to join our squad? After all, this team is entirely composed of beautiful maidens, and joining us would bring you endless benefits." Xiao persisted in her attempts to recruit Bai Ye. After all, he could be considered a prospective divine agent, and his prophetic abilities were invaluable. During this period, based on his habits, he should be a male. Thus, it is perfectly fitting for him to join the Phoenix Squad, which is brimming with beautiful girls. Although it is impossible to establish a harem like in mindless male-oriented literature, at least having all female teammates is visually pleasing. After all, why is Kong Shang so envied among all the Night Watchmen? It is simply because he is the only male member of the Phoenix Squad. Bai Ye cast a glance at Kong Shang, the sole male member of the Phoenix Squad, and wondered, "Isn't Kong my brother a man? If you care about it, I wouldn't mind arranging for him to undergo gender reassignment surgery." "Captain, you truly are my savior. Why is it always me who gets hurt?" Ha ha ha. Thanks to Xia, the atmosphere within the Phoenix Squad has remained delightful. Looking at this comical woman before him, Bai Ye's determination to save everyone grew stronger. As for how to save her, it couldn't be simpler. Just deny the Phoenix Squad a holiday and let them work overtime. It is well known that holidays for special squads seldom bring good news. As the rain intensified, everyone ceased their playful demeanor, sensing that the mountain seemed somewhat unsettled. Sure enough, as the earth trembled violently, the mudslide surged forth, just as Bai Ye had described, sweeping over the entire village like a ferocious beast. The 6 villages near Jinan Mountain were instantly submerged under the impact of the mudslide. Had the residents not been secretly relocated beforehand, this disaster would have claimed numerous lives. When the members of the Phoenix Squad witnessed the events unfolding exactly as Bai Ye had portrayed, their expressions towards him changed. This further solidified Xia resolve to take this fool away. For a teammate who could foresee and transform was exceedingly rare. Observing the situation, Bai Ye promptly declared, "All right, now I must go and provide assistance," luring the bait under the guise of Lin Xie. No sooner had he spoken than he departed like an arrow released from its bow, prompting a sigh from the Phoenix squad. Captain, what should we do next? What else can we do? Let's follow him. If he dies, who will I dig up? At this moment, news of the mudslide at Jinan Mountain had reached Yuan Gang's ears, causing him to rise in shock. There were at least hundreds of households in those 6 villages. Almost immediately, he prepared to send the instructors and the newly trained recruits to the rescue. However, just as he stood to leave, a figure appeared at his door. Yuan Gang, long time no see. Hearing the familiar voice, Yuan Gang looked towards the entrance, his expression one of astonishment. You, Zhuqing, what are you doing here? Zhuqing regarded Yuan Gang and replied calmly, no need to send people for support. We arranged for those villagers 3 days in advance. Only the houses were destroyed. There is no necessity for the night watchman to intervene. What? How do you know, Zhuqing? Zhuqing sighed deeply. This is an order from the commander. My purpose here is to prevent you from deploying troops. This task is ours. You all? Who else is there besides you? The entire Phoenix squad. As Zhuqing contemplated departing, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to turn back. During this period, keep the new recruits confined to the dormitory and refrain from taking any action. I have already contacted the local rescue team. They are on their way to provide assistance. Of course, this rescue operation is merely a ruse to deceive the enemy. What are you planning to do? I intend to eradicate those rats that covet Sangnan completely. As you gazed at the village, now ravaged by a mudslide, an air of elegance and a smile adorned his face. The village had been destroyed, and the night watchman should have already been deployed. Oh, wait a moment. We must intercept that fellow Yuan Gang. If he takes action, the mission will be compromised. Chapter 57. It's over, Phoenix. We are doomed, alas. It appears that there are quite a number of people in the mountains. It seems I must invoke the realm of mundanity. A gentle smile graced Bai Ye's lips as he activated the realm of mundanity, summoning the Starry Night Dancer to engage in dialogue with creatures such as little mice and bats. Presently, there were 5 individuals on the mountain, 2 at the summit, 1 halfway up and 2 at the base. It seems it is time to stir up some commotion. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a blinding light erupted from Bai Ye, unabashedly exuding the aura of the seraph. The implication was clear, to let the adversaries know that their target for this mission was right here. Indeed, according to the information provided by the bat, the individual at the halfway point was already making his way towards him. After all, as per the intelligence, Lin Xie currently possessed only the strength of the pool realm, while each member of this mission was at least a formidable figure of the stream realm, with some even at the sea realm. Even though Lin Xie served as a dual deity agent, facing those of the stream realm would not bode well for him. How reminiscent of the tale of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather. Bai Ye silently scoffed, and then a muscular man, bare-chested, appeared before him, wielding a massive axe. What good fortune! I never expected there would be a head waiting for me to claim. You fool, not concealing your presence at all. Bringing your head back will surely earn me great rewards from the Lord of Whispers. The burly man grinned widely, appearing to be a simple and honest fellow at first glance. Yet the gleaming battle axe in his hand revealed his considerable strength. However, it was merely considerable strength. Now that Bai Ye had transformed into Lin Xie, he possessed only about 50% of Lin Xie's cultivation, remaining at the pool realm, rendering him beneath the burly man's notice. Do you think you have me at your mercy? The realm of mundanity unfolded, enveloping the brawny man in an instant. Yet, he paid no heed and merely advanced, swinging his axe with brute force. Simple and savage, the 2 curved blades conjured by Bai Ye were directly shattered. Had it not been for his robust physique, that shock might have shattered Bai Ye's arm. 50% of Lin Xie's cultivation was woefully insufficient. Let it be. After all, by revealing my cultivation, I have already attracted the attention of others. My mission is essentially complete. It is time to revert to my true form. Once restored to his original self, Bai Ye couldn't help but stretch and move his limbs, relishing the return to his own body. How nostalgic. Wait a moment. You're not Lin Xie? The burly man rubbed his large, bell-like eyes vigorously, fixing his gaze intently on the somewhat pale-faced man before him. As their eyes met, the man's already dark expression deepened with fury. His brows furrowed, Veins bulged on his forehead, as if worms were writhing beneath his skin. Damn it! That deceitful night watchman has tricked me. I will chop you to pieces. Upon discovering that Lin Xie was an impostor, the burly man was seized by rage. Brandishing his axe and charging toward Bai Ye. His forbidden technique was rather simplistic, ranking beyond the 300 mark, merely augmenting the user's strength. Though elementary, it was formidable on a low-level battlefield. As the axe approached, Bai Ye's gaze turned icy. The fantasy weaving activated, and 2 straight blades appeared in his hands. The emotion control triggered, filling the opponent's fury to the brim. Clang! With a swift stroke, the burly man looked in disbelief at his axe, which was now utterly severed by Bai Ye's strike. In that moment, as he turned his head, a wave of vertigo overwhelmed him. His eyes widened in terror and disbelief. It was only at that instant that he realized his head had been forcefully cleaved from his body by that fierce blade. Yet, in these final moments of life, a torrent of questions flooded his mind. How could he not withstand even a simple strike from his adversary? What had caused his defeat to be so thorough and so utterly devastating? These inquiries spiraled within his consciousness like a curse, yet answers eluded him. The burly man's awareness gradually faded, ultimately leading to his demise. Bai Ye, witnessing a contender of the Chuan realm being slain by his blade, felt a surreal sensation wash over him. However, he soon reconciled with the reality. Even devoid of any skills, his passive ability, the bountiful body, enabled him to overpower most corporeal forbidden techniques. After all, his physique was so robust that he could survive a fall from an airplane. His body was astonishingly resilient. So how could he fear this lower-ranked, purely strength-based forbidden technique? It felt somewhat unreal. Meanwhile, Xia Simeng intercepted the followers preparing to descend the mountain, comprising 2 men, one from the Chuan realm and the other from the High realm. However, none of this mattered, as it was merely a matter of 1 punch. If unresolved, another punch would suffice. A woman? Ma Yiqian furrowed his brow. The woman's attire exuded a strong pastoral essence. Was she a villager? No. There were fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from her. She was no ordinary person. It seemed she was indeed a night watcher. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it. For the oracle had forewarned them that Songnan currently possessed only 1 high realm powerhouse, Yuan Gang. The oracle was occupied with Yuan Gang, leaving him, a high realm individual, to wreak havoc on Jinan Mountain. However, the man beside him was less contemplative. Upon seeing Xia Simeng approach, a murderous intent and madness flickered in his eyes. This young girl possessed an exquisite beauty. Her skin was as delicate as mutton fat jade, so tender that it seemed a light pinch would yield moisture. Though her attire was unrefined, it could not conceal the fact that she was a stunning beauty. Her finely sculpted features were like those of a masterfully crafted work of art, each aspect perfectly showcasing her enchanting allure. A chilling smile lingered at the man's lips as he slowly unsheathed a gleaming blade from his waist. With a finger caressing the edge of the knife, he murmured, "What a lovely little girl. Such delicate skin. Surely, the sound of my razor-sharp knife slicing through your flesh will be exquisite. Ha ha, what a delightful scene that would be. Hee hee hee." With that, he advanced step by step toward the young girl, the knife glinting ominously in the air. Xia Simeng gazed at the two with a hint of bewilderment. "Seriously, are you that thick-headed? You dare to speak so boldly before a mere sea realm and a river realm?" Yet, she realized that their Phoenix squad had been sent on short notice, and her attire was hardly distinguishable from that of a peasant woman. Had she not displayed her spiritual energy upon arrival, these two would likely have dismissed her as just another villager. However, this mission posed little difficulty. The battlefield lay not only in the mountains, but also the enemy's strength was far from formidable. They had underestimated her. Clenching her fists, a slight smirk graced her lips. "You wish to cut open my body? Watch as I send you both to the heavens. Arrogant little girl, you'll pay for your pride." The man swung his knife towards Xia Simeng's arm, harboring a peculiar inclination to torment women, especially the more beautiful they were, as if their screams were the most melodious symphony in the world. In this encounter, Ma Yiqian refrained from intervening, knowing that this rookie night watchman had been training for less than a year. and the so-called Lin Xie was likely only at the pond realm, let alone this woman. However, just as the man's blade was about to strike Xia Simeng, her body suddenly surged with heat, flames engulfing the steel knife, melting it into molten iron. What the hell? The man's mind struggled to comprehend the situation, only to see a fist the size of a sandbag hurtling toward his face. The speed was such that, as a River Realm practitioner, he had no chance to evade. His scream lingered for a mere 3 seconds before he was reduced to a cloud of ashes, vanishing as though he had never existed. What? Ma Yiqian was taken aback. Just a moment of distraction, and one of his comrades had disappeared. Gazing at the fiery woman, he instantly sensed a surge of caution. To eliminate a River Realm expert in an instant indicated that her power was at least at the Sea Realm level. How careless! The intelligence was flawed. Sigh. It seemed he was in for a tough battle. My lady, your strength is formidable but annoying. Xia Simeng unleashed a punch, and Ma Yiqian felt an overwhelming pressure, nearly suffocating him. What the hell, who are you? Before he could finish his thought, he was sent flying, his face a mask of horror. Damn, he had no means to retaliate. He couldn't even last a single round against this woman. The woman struck him as one would a mere chick, to put it bluntly, with effortless ease. In a realm of limitless potential, her prowess undoubtedly resided at least at that level. It was utterly astonishing. In truth, even the most prominent members of the faith, those of the limitless realm, could not exert such overwhelming pressure upon him. Still alive are we? Then let us exchange another blow. As the fiery phoenix unfurled behind Xia Simeng, Ma Yiqian belatedly grasped the identity of the golden-haired woman before him. She was the divine agent of the goddess of war and wisdom, Athena, and the captain of the 003 Special Squad, Xia Simeng. My word, did she really summon the phoenix? Ma Yiqian offered no resistance, for upon realizing her identity, he understood that any attempt at defiance would be utterly futile. Even if his level matched hers, with Athena's divine aura and the blood of the phoenix at her disposal, he was destined to be crushed. Perhaps only the foremost believer could contend with her. He had no regrets in his defeat, none at all. Lord murmurs, this task of yours is exceedingly arduous. I barely survived a single chapter. It is worse than the original narrative. Meanwhile, Murmurs approached with an air of elegance. Clad in a black tailcoat, his long hair cascading casually down his back, adorned with a purple kite brooch that lent him a rather flamboyant flair. He regarded the night watchman, who was deliberately obscuring his visage, with a slight smirk. The deputy captain of the night watch in Shangjing City, Yuan Gang. It seems fortune has not favored you today. You shall not reach the battlefield you were meant to. Your attire is rather outdated. Is this a deliberate attempt to conceal your identity? Yet your level cannot be hidden. Murmurs smiled gracefully. In all of Sangnan, Yuan Gang was the sole figure of the Sea Realm. Even if he were reduced to ashes, he would still recognize him, having built his reputation on mental prowess. Oh, is that so? Left Qing slowly removed the ring from his hand, and the fluctuations of his mental energy surged dramatically. Upon the release of his Klein Realm mental power, Murmur's smile vanished. Chapter 58. The Swift Passage Through the Jin Nan Mountain Dungeon Boom. A resounding explosion erupted at the summit, and the silhouette of a phoenix soared majestically into the sky. It was evident that Xia Simeng had engaged in combat with others. Yet the ethereal form of the phoenix faded away within mere seconds. Observing the fleeting battle, Bai Ye could not help but smirk. Indeed, Xia Simeng's cultivation was at least at the boundless realm, possibly even reaching the Klein realm, making her prowess somewhat excessive for dealing with such trivial opponents. At that moment, Xia Simeng brushed the dust off her shoulder, expressing her dismay. I expected something formidable. It appears the strength is rather underwhelming. Sigh. Where did the avatar of Murmurs go? I would love to give him a good thrashing. Before long, the other members of the Phoenix Squad returned, encircling Bai Ye and systematically dispatching the gathered followers, all of whom were of the Sea Realm at best, utterly insignificant before the might of the Phoenix Squad. Their offensive was relentless, effortlessly annihilating the opposition. This mission proved to be far less challenging than they had anticipated, while Bai Ye transformed into Lin Xie, allowing the little bat to flit through the forest ensuring not a single foe escaped. Bai Ye, feeling rather bored, lounged lazily on a tree branch. He had only eliminated one adversary during this operation, which, to be frank, was somewhat tedious. However, there was little to be done. Who could have predicted that Yi Fan would summon the Phoenix? After all, the Phoenix squad was only surpassed in seniority by the heroic spirits among the existing Night Watch teams. Since the appearance of the Phoenix, the ambush orchestrated by the ancient god church had turned into a complete farce. As dawn broke and the sun began to rise, Xia Simeng approached the tree branch where Bai Ye lay, unable to contain her laughter. Foolish little brother, rise and shine. The sun is warming your backside. Huh, is everything over? He inquired. Indeed, all the followers we encountered have been dealt with, but we have yet to uncover any trace of murmurs. Fear not, Zhuqing remains. That fellow cannot escape. Bai Ye descended from the tree, stretching languidly, relishing the moment. Xia Simeng blinked her large eyes at him, a smile gracing her lips once more. Now that the mission is complete, let us discuss our matters. What matters? He asked. At this juncture, Xia Simeng's once bright eyes began to shimmer with a thin veil of tears, reminiscent of the gentle mist that blankets a lake at dawn. Her delicate visage twitched slightly, and tears began to cascade uncontrollably down her cheeks, akin to pearls scattered from a broken string. Before long, she wept like a pear blossom ravaged by spring storms, fragile yet hauntingly beautiful. Crystal droplets flowed from the corners of her eyes, dampening her fair complexion, even causing her long eyelashes to tremble as they became moistened. She sobbed, her shoulders quaking rhythmically, producing heart-wrenching sounds of lamentation. Last night, Kong Aiching, due to his carelessness, fell into an ambush set by the enemy and sustained severe injuries, leaving him with the grim prospect of lifelong disability. He can no longer serve as the night watchman. Alas, our Phoenix team is in dire need of someone to fill his position. Dear brother fool, may I implore you to take his place? My Phoenix team requires a valiant young man to safeguard our safety. How wonderful! Xia Simeng's acting has significantly improved. Had it not been for Bai Ye's familiarity with the original text, he might have almost believed it. Today marks yet another day of Kong's injuries. At that moment, the recently arrived Kong Shang interjected, Captain, if you wish for my demise, you need not be so coy about it. Oh, Kong Aiching, there you are. By the way, should you be gravely wounded, clinging to life by a thread? As she spoke, Xia Simeng began to blink her eyes suggestively, seemingly urging Kong Shang to play along with her act. Ignoring her, Kong Shang turned to Bai Ye and inquired, Brother Fool, may I ask what actions the believers are planning next? Merlin hasn't divulged much to me. However, logically speaking, the ambushers from yesterday should be those individuals. Now that you have dispatched them all, the believers ought to be dealt with, correct? As for the one who murmurs, leave that to Director's Wa. Originally, a considerable number of casualties were necessary to handle such an ambush in the original narrative, yet this time it was resolved swiftly and efficiently, almost shockingly so. Gazing at the members of the Phoenix team, it was astonishing that apart from a bit of dust, none bore any injuries. This assault by the believers was entirely akin to sending themselves forth as cannon fodder. Meanwhile, Xia Simeng continued to cast sidelong glances at Kong Shang, hoping he would notice her hints. Kong Aiching, you're not injured, are you? No. Are you really not injured? At this point, Xia Simeng's face was nearly contorted in her efforts, and the other members of the Phoenix team turned away, desperate to keep the fact that this goofball was their captain a secret. With a sigh of resignation, Kong Shang replied, Captain, have your eyes grown weary? I possess an excellent eye drop solution. It's only 9 yuan with free shipping. I can send you the link. Ah, you wretched creature. Can't you see my hints? Must you remain unscathed and refuse to take a few months off to recuperate, only to return once you've healed? You're utterly hopeless, showing no sense of camaraderie after all this time. Bai Ye chuckled softly and said, All right, ladies, you've worked hard on this mission. Since Director Zwa has yet to return, how about joining me for a meal in Songnan? My treat. Dinner. Upon hearing the word, Xia Simeng's demeanor shifted instantaneously, her gaze toward Bai Ye brimming with anticipation, while Bai Ye involuntarily twitched his lips. Sister Xia, it's merely a meal. There's no need for such an exaggerated reaction. Why should I react this way? I've been entrenched in tasks for so long that my palate has turned bland. Quickly, I Xia Simeng. Must dine out today and indulge in a fine meal. Mark my words. As the spirited young woman hurriedly led her companions towards Tsangnan, Bai Ye suddenly recalled something of importance. Do we have any vehicles? He inquired. Weren't we supposed to be lying in wait here? He continued. Any mode of transportation will suffice. After all, as the representative of Merlin among the Night Watchers, he must conceal his ability to weave illusions. Otherwise, he could have conjured an off-road vehicle to return by now. Xia Simeng replied. It seems we do not have any. The heavy rains have caused landslides in the vicinity, rendering ordinary vehicles unable to enter. Bai Ye sighed softly, but at that moment, Xia Simeng appeared to have an epiphany. Right? Wasn't there a military rescue team that arrived yesterday? We could commandeer their vehicle. To ensure the performance was convincing, Zuoqing contacted military personnel who had dispatched search and rescue teams prior to the landslide to avoid alerting the enemy. While the residents of the 6 villages had been evacuated, safeguarding the citizens' property remained their duty, and thus, they had been actively working to protect the assets of the people since their arrival. Captain, remain calm. We certainly do not wish to find ourselves in a military court. Stealing a military vehicle is indeed a crime, one of the team members exclaimed. But what shall we do now? We can't possibly walk back, can we? I truly envy the medium team's lightning pillar. So striking and convenient, and it can even soar through the sky. Suddenly, Bai Ye seemed to have an epiphany, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Sister Xia, who says we lack transportation? It seems we shall have it shortly. Chapter 59, Chun Erniu. Have you lost your senses again? He pressed tightly against the grotesque wound on his left arm, from which blood continuously seeped as he stumbled and frantically fled forward. His once elegant and handsome visage was now contorted with extreme resentment and fury. His eyes, wide open and bloodshot, burned with an inferno of rage, resembling a malevolent spirit that had just crawled out of the depths of hell. He gasped for breath, each inhalation accompanied by excruciating pain. Yet this did not diminish his speed. The wind tousled his hair, and sweat mingled with blood trickled down his cheeks, pooling into a shocking crimson stain upon the ground below. Damn it! Why was Zuoqing in Songnan? Why had the plan been exposed? Why? Yi recalled the battle from the previous night, his eyes revealing an unmistakable malice. Initially, he had merely intended to locate Yuan Gang and subdue the most formidable force in Songnan City. If he could subjugate Yuan Gang, the highest-ranking guardian in Songnan, the remaining Night Watch recruits and their instructors would be as good as captured. Not only Lin Xie, but the over 200 recruits. If he could eliminate these individuals, it would send shockwaves throughout the entirety of the Great Xia and the Night Watch, repercussions that could linger for years. But where had he gone astray? At which juncture had things faltered? When he had prepared to strike Yuan Gang the previous evening, he was startled to discover that the man clad in Yuan Gang's attire, obscuring his face, was none other than Zuoqing. Who is Zuoqing? He was the chief of the Special Operations Division of the Great Xia Night Watch, the right hand of the esteemed Yi Fan, a formidable entity at the Klein Realm. In contrast, his own nightmarish projection was merely at the Sea Realm. Engaging someone of Zuoqing's caliber was akin to challenging a mountain with an egg. In but a fleeting encounter, Zuoqing had severed one of his arms and inflicted grievous injuries upon him, had he not been a divine agent. With the bizarre and cunning abilities of the Dream Abyss, he would have perished the moment he faced Zuoqing. Yet here he was, left with no choice but to flee incessantly. His true form was pursued by the Spirit Medium Squad, while his projection was hunted by Zuoqing. Was he destined to be perpetually on the run? Once the epitome of grace and nobility, he now fled like a stray dog, desperately seeking to consolidate the followers he had brought along, for only then could he hope to turn the tide. Soon, he would reach the vicinity of Jinan Mountain. If he could eliminate Lin Xie with the assistance of his followers before Zuoqing caught up, all would not be lost, and he could salvage this operation. However, at that moment, as he approached Jinan Mountain, he unexpectedly spotted a vehicle. No, to call it a vehicle was an exaggeration. 2 sturdy oxen mooing loudly, strained to pull a cart laden with 9 passengers. The cart was quite large, and the 9 individuals seated upon it appeared to have fled from a nearby village at the foot of Jinan Mountain, their attire suggesting a hasty escape. The 9 individuals appeared disheveled, as though they had not rested throughout the night, a reasonable state given the recent earthquake in Jinan Mountain. I remarked to my foolish younger brother that, despite our esteemed status, being compelled to return at Sangnan by ox cart would severely tarnish my reputation should any of my colleagues or acquaintances witness such a spectacle. Kong Shang, upon hearing this, expressed surprise. It seemed our captain was indeed concerned about losing face, a notion I had previously thought foreign to him. Kong Aiching, I believe you should consider retirement. I jested. Bai Ye chuckled softly and said, Sister Xia, your perspective is rather misguided. Before the advent of automobiles, were not our ancestors accustomed to traveling in such a manner? One must not forget their roots. Yet, the indignity of it all seemed excessive. Such scenarios often unfold in novels, where a rustic girl enters the city, only to be ridiculed by the snobbish daughters of affluent families. I couldn't shake the feeling that I might soon find myself in a similar predicament. Moreover, the pace of the oxen was excruciatingly slow. With a sigh of frustration, Xia Siming seized the whip, striking the 2 old yellow oxen to hasten their speed. The oxen, upon receiving the lashes, began to moo loudly, casting reproachful glances at Xia Siming, likely muttering some unseemly curses. Perceiving the simple attire of these individuals, decided to disregard them altogether. It was imperative to reunite with the members of our congregation without delay. However, recalling that foolish younger brother's earlier naming of the oxen, I inquired, "What were their names again? I do like to call them by name to spur them on." The notion of naming oxen struck me as absurd. What rational person would bestow names upon cattle? "Oh, one is named Chun Daniu, and the other Chin Erniu," came the reply. "You actually named them?" Such names are dreadfully antiquated, reminiscent of the 1960s and 70s. What distinguishes them from the likes of Air Guzi and San Langlang? "Why then the surname Chun?" I asked. "Because I like it," she replied, exasperated. Grabbing the whip once more, she urged, "Chin Daniu, pull harder. And you, Chin Erniu, no slacking off. Who are you glaring at? Another look, and I shall have you turned into meat." He could only exclaim in disbelief, "Ah, this is utterly insane." Chapter 60. Nyonyo, be my slave, damn it. You truly deserve to perish. At this moment, Yu was utterly enraged. These mere mortals had the audacity to name the 2 beasts Chindaniu and Chun Erniu. His true name was indeed Chun Erniu. Did they not intend to humiliate him with such mockery? Yu, consumed by fury, lost all restraint. The mere utterance of Chun Erniu sent him into a frenzy. He yearned to slaughter these ignorant creatures. He had nearly chosen to spare them, yet they seemed determined to court death. With swiftness, Yu launched an attack aimed at the golden-haired woman wielding a whip, who relentlessly urged the ox cart forward. However, in the next instant, Xia Ximing's fist collided with his own. "Who dares to ambush me?" The moment they made contact, Yu felt an overwhelming force strike him. Searing flames erupted upon his body, and in an instant, his expression contorted in agony. He had believed that a mere wave of his hand could dispatch a few. Yet he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. How infuriating. Yu staggered back, his arm numbed from the impact, his upper garments ignited, leaving behind grotesque scars. Upon sensing Yu's cultivation level, Xia Simeng leaped with excitement. "Ah, how delightful to encounter Yu here. It seems even old Zhua has faltered, but I shall claim this head for myself. Brothers, arm yourselves and let's take him down." The members of the Phoenix squad exchanged glances, feeling as though they were following a leader who resembled a band of marauding brigands. Yu was on the brink of collapse. Who would have imagined that a mere farm ox pulling a cart would lead him to such a formidable special squad? Designated as number 003, the Phoenix squad, led by Xia Simeng, was a divine agent of Athena. Even if the original entity were to confront the Phoenix, it would gain little advantage, let alone this form, which was merely a projection. The members of the Phoenix squad quickly surrounded the severely injured Yu. After taking a direct hit from Xia Simeng, he was nearly depleted of strength. Yu's gaze was as venomous as that of a viper, scrutinizing the members of the Phoenix squad, while Xia Simeng stood at the forefront, hesitating to act rashly. Those familiar with EU knew his divine domain was enigmatic and adept at evasion. Although his cultivation was merely at the sea realm, his prowess in fleeing was unparalleled. After all, how else could he have eluded the spirit medium's pursuit for so many years? Moreover, since he managed to escape from under Zhuqing's command, it was prudent to exercise caution. Yet, in that fleeting moment of restraint, EU spotted a gap within the encirclement. River realm. Among them was an individual whose cultivation was only at the river realm, which meant that if he could penetrate this person's mental consciousness, all obstacles would dissolve. The dream of the divine abyss activated, and the target surged directly towards Bai Ye, the weakest presence among them, presenting EU with a chance to flee. After all, the Night Watch has its own rules. One cannot sacrifice the life of an ordinary person merely to capture him. Contemplating this, EU's expression became imbued with a sense of resolution. Alas, foolish little brother. Upon discerning EU's intentions, Xiao Siming immediately positioned herself protectively in front of Bai Ye. Yet, EU's assaults were of a mental nature, elusive and insurmountable. Unfortunately, Bai Ye fell victim. The vast and boundless sea of stars left EU feeling profoundly alienated. He could not fathom why a being of such a humble realm as the river realm could possess a mental landscape resembling an ocean of stars. A train traversing the galaxy glided freely through this celestial expanse, leaving him perplexed and bewildered. He had invaded numerous minds before, but he had never encountered such an expansive spiritual realm. Nevertheless, EU did not dwell on it, despite the grandeur and mystery of this mental world. This individual's cultivation was far too low to pose a challenge to him in this domain. With a glance at the infinite galaxy, EU set his sights on the train. It was the first time he had seen a train journeying through the galaxy, yet it mattered not. Everything was about to come to an end. Just as EU was about to touch the train, its doors slowly opened, and a melodious female voice resonated gently. "Welcome aboard the starry train. The train is about to leap. Please ensure you are seated and secure." Startled by the voice, EU immediately sought its source, only to discover that it seemed to emanate from all directions, eluding his grasp. "Stop searching. This is artificial intelligence. You may liken it to the sword spirit found in a Xinxia novel. You will not find her. However, it appears that outsiders can enter this train. It seems today will bring some amusement." A small boy suddenly emerged to elucidate this to EU. Yet observing the boy's attire, an expression filled him with an unsettling dread of the unknown. He sensed no trace of cultivation in the child, no signs of the realms he was familiar with. Lantern realm, pool realm, river realm, sea realm, infinite realm, Klein realm. The familiar hierarchy of realms he knew seemed utterly absent before this child. The boy's gaze was rife with curiosity, though not the innocent kind. It was the playful mockery of a superior observing an inferior. This expression conveyed a complete disregard for him. "Who are you? Where's this place?" EU inquired. "Who am I? Entering without knowing where you are is akin to a moth drawn to the flame. Ha ha ha. What delightful entertainment." The boy laughed heartily, his mirth attracting the attention of other passengers from two nearby rooms. One a girl with a slightly twisted expression, and the other a somewhat introverted boy. Impenetrable, utterly impenetrable. Not only could he not see through this little brat, but he also found the other two equally inscrutable. "Ah, Chen Erniu, I never expected you to come knocking at my door." Upon hearing a voice laced with mockery, EU abruptly turned around, only to discover the seemingly unremarkable youth from the Phoenix squad standing before him, regarding him with the expression of a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Where's this place?" "Chen Erniu, are your ears deaf? Did not Xiao Xing just inform you that this is the Astral Express? You scoundrel! How dare you utter that name?" "I shall." However, as EU made his move, he suddenly felt an immense weight upon his shoulder. The apothecary's delicate hand had unknowingly settled there, rendering his shoulder as heavy as a mountain, cold sweat trickling incessantly down his brow. No, one must not resort to violence against the conductor. After all, the affection between men can take many forms. You must wholeheartedly embrace the conductor before you can act, understood? And you, Xiao Lan, must refrain from violence too. After all, you're only permitted to strike me. Clear? Lan, I wish I could remain in my room for eternity. Bai Ye feeling a twinge of headache, rubbed his temples, realizing that the apothecary had been led down a path of perversion by Aha, irreversibly. Observing Yu's pale visage and lack of resistance, Bai Ye chuckled softly. I say, Chen Erniu, have you surrendered so easily? What a surprise. Nevertheless, it matters not, for you could never prevail against them. Thus, I shall speak plainly. I intend to make you my slave. Remember, this is a notification, not a negotiation. Chapter 61. The matters that Bai Ye and Nyo must discuss. Yu stared wide-eyed at the youth before him, his expression somewhat fractured, as if caught in a bewildering dream. His mental prowess felt as though it were a mere trickle flowing into the ocean, incapable of stirring even the faintest ripple. Particularly concerning were the three enigmatic figures who, despite their youthful appearances and somewhat deranged minds, each possessed the power to extinguish his life with ease. Damn it! He had become a slave, reduced to the status of a mere spirit of the Chuan realm. How infuriating! What if I refuse? You smiled faintly, and you lack the authority to deny me. Upon hearing this, Aha regarded Yu's expression with newfound contemplation, promptly retrieving paper and pen to document this rare moment. Conductor Bai Ye stood proudly before Nyo, gripping his chin with one hand, his gaze exuding a seductive charm as a smirk curled upon his lips. You have no power to refuse me, so become my outlet for release obediently. No, absolutely not. You scoundrel, how dare you? Nyo's voice was steeped in fury. Yet Bai Ye responded with a chilling laugh. No? Do you understand the consequences of defying me? Or perhaps you are merely feigning resistance. Humph. What a cunning man you are. Your defiance only repulses me. But since you resist so fervently, I am eager to see how long you can sustain it. With that, Bai Ye hoisted Chun Nyo into his arms and strode toward the room, Nyo's expression shifting from anger to sheer panic as he pounded on Bai Ye's broad, sturdy shoulders. Pervert! You lunatic, let me go. Yet, Bai Ye let out a lascivious laugh and gave Chun Nyo a firm slap on the backside. Are you writhing in my embrace to entice me? In the end, Chun Nyo displayed a mix of humiliation and indignation as he was tossed onto the bed, fulfilling the duties expected of a slave. Their union was blessed with health and longevity. Nyo, in this life, you shall be my most cherished one, Bai Ye. If love were to have a time limit, I would wish for an eternity of 10 trillion years. Nyo shyly smiled. How dreadful. Henceforth, Chun Nyo became Bai Ye's exclusive possession, forbidden from being disrespected by anyone but him. What joyous tidings! What a delightful resolution that brings elation to all. Aha! Enraptured, recited the short story he penned about Bai Ye and Chun Nyo, while Bai Ye, aware of Aha's true nature, struggled to maintain his composure. He gazed at Aha, exhaling deeply. What a thoroughly indulgent farce. Aha, you truly excel. Hey, thanks for the compliment. That was not a compliment. Do not alter my preferences. You scoundrel. At this moment, Yu's expression shifted, though he feigned calmness. A slave? Nonsense. In this lifetime, I shall only have others as my slaves. How dare you seek to enslave me? This is merely a projection of mine, and even if I were to be shattered into pieces and my soul scattered, I shall never yield. Aha, take this fellow to your room. This train is in need of maid to clean, do laundry, and cook. I expect you to employ every possible means to ensure his willing consent. Otherwise, all these tasks will fall upon you. By the way, conductor, hiring child labor is illegal. This is a lawless land. In this train, I am the law. Do you have any objections? None. Subsequently, Aha turned to gaze at Yu, who could not help but shiver slightly at that moment. However, he was firmly held down by the apothecary, unable to escape. Sister Apothecary, could you do me a favor and tie him up? Ah, certainly. You scoundrels. Let go of me, you fools. I curse you all. This was the most vulgar Yu had ever spoken in his life. Yet Bai had faith in Aha's capabilities, considering that his correction value had already reached 60. Dealing with a mere projection of Yu would be an effortless task. With the two troublesome individuals gone, only Lan, the apothecary, and Bai remained in the train's lounge. Bai looked at the apothecary and Lan, a teasing expression crossing his face once more. You two, when did you become a couple? I still want to taste the wedding candy. Conductor, this This topic is not amusing, Lan timidly replied, though the increase in his correction value provided him with a modicum of courage amidst his timidity. Meanwhile, the apothecary shyly covered her cheeks, her body fidgeting, resembling a young girl in love. Oh dear, what is the conductor saying? We have merely just confirmed our relationship. Marriage is still a distant prospect. You can't just slander me. When did we confirm our relationship? You have already made her bleed. Now you wish to evade responsibility? Bai. Truly, the apothecary has ventured further down the path of madness, forcing herself to learn English in her struggle against the heavenly decree. Blame it all on Ahahaha. It is entirely his fault. Had he properly trained Shun'erniu, he would now be facing the consequences of his own actions. In the face of the apothecary's biting words, Lan was left speechless. Although the apothecary's words held truth, they felt oddly uncomfortable to hear. The arrows in his hands continued to coalesce, preparing to shoot 2 more at the apothecary to silence her. However, upon witnessing Lan gather the arrows, the apothecary's eyes brimmed with longing. It was a yearning akin to a fish for clear water, a bird for the blue sky, a seedling for nourishing rain. Hiss. Hey, apothecary, restrain yourself. You're a celestial being, and you're drooling. How absurd. You pervert, just die. Do not appear before me. With a flurry of arrows, several transparent holes were pierced through the apothecary's delicate body, blood flowing from the wounds. Yet, her expression was one of excitement, akin to a child. As she charged straight toward Lan, is being shot and bleeding so addictive? Have you transformed into a monster without realizing it? Stay away from me. As the tempestuous wind raced by, she pursued it, yet the wind, like a bird with clipped wings, could not escape. Ultimately, the wind was ensnared by the healer. Despite the wounds that bled profusely from her own body, gazed tenderly at the wind. With her bloodied hand, she caressed the wind's cheek. Do you truly love me? Your longing is so intense. No, I detest you. Indeed, the words of my younger brother were proven correct. Men are often fond of speaking in contradictions. When he claims indifference, it is but a veiled expression of deep affection. Allow me to rephrase. I cherish you. How wonderful. It appears that Aeon indeed loves me. How profoundly moving. The wind, taken aback, exclaimed, What on earth have I done to deserve this? Chapter 62. The Universal Explanation Formula. Merlin, as the door closed. None could fathom the events transpiring between Ahahaha and the Whisper. Nonetheless, the Whisper proved to be a formidable opponent, leaving one to ponder how long Ahahaha would require to successfully train him. The Astral Express continued its rhythmic journey, while the apothecary and Lan spent yet another day in a contentious dance of willingness to engage and endure. There was little left of significance here. It was time to depart. Xiao Lan gazed somberly at the unconscious Bai Ye, while the members of the Phoenix Squad held their breath in trepidation. The final mental invasion from the Whisper's avatar had penetrated the body of the Fool's subordinate, swiftly turning the tide against what had been their advantageous position. The prophecy abilities of the Fool's apprentice were indispensable to the entire Great Xia. Should he perish here, it would signify a catastrophic failure of their mission. Indeed, the Fool's apprentice possessed formidable prophetic abilities, granting him the standing to negotiate even with the Supreme Commander Yi Fan, despite his relatively low cultivation level. Alas, the Whisper's powers were exceedingly enigmatic, and while they possessed decent combat strength, they were mere novices in matters of the mind. Captain, what shall we do next? Xiao Lan inquired, her gaze fixed on Bai Ye, exhaling a heavy sigh. We must inform Director Zhua of everything here. This is beyond our capacity to handle. If Director Zhua cannot manage it either, we should arrange for the Fool's apprentice to be cremated, allowing him to rest in peace. At this, sorrow flickered in the eyes of the gathered, for though their time together had been brief, they had already come to regard Bai Ye as a comrade. To think that their first mission together would culminate in such a permanent farewell. They all understood that the Whisper's mental control was so potent that not even Director Zhua, or even the Supreme Commander, could contend with it. The case of the control believers stood as a living testament to this reality. No sooner had the words left her lips than Bai Ye stretched languidly, yawning. Oh, that was a splendid nap. Xiao Lan. Members of the Phoenix Squad. Why the bewildered expressions? Wait, why do you all look as if you were preparing to cremate me in a solemn vigil? Upon witnessing Bai Ye's awakening, the group could hardly believe their eyes. Their faces a canvas of shock. Xia Simeng, in a fit of excitement, grasped Bai Ye's shoulders, shaking him fervently. Fool's apprentice. You're still alive? That scoundrel whispered didn't kill you. Is my survival truly such a cause for excitement? Xia Simeng, realizing the awkwardness of her earlier words, offered a sheepish smile. No. The whisper's mental assault struck you. I thought you. By the way, how did you manage to survive? You were at a significant disadvantage. Xia Simeng's inquiry piqued the curiosity of the others, who turned their collective gaze towards him. Bai Ye's mind raced, and with a deep sigh, he replied, Sister Xia, have you forgotten my powerful backing? Your backing? Indeed. As the saying goes, one must consider the owner when dealing with a dog. After all, I am somewhat of a provisional agent for Merlin. He would not so easily allow my demise. But what do you mean by saying one must consider the owner? Wait, was it Merlin who saved you earlier? Indeed, that old fellow often visits me in dreams, leaving behind protective measures in my mental realm. It is quite normal. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Xia Simeng felt a pang of jealousy, so intense that she craved spicy noodles. Why is this deity so responsible? Ever since Athena bestowed her divine domain upon her, she has not made another appearance. It is utterly enviable. Is this the distinction between a domesticated and a wild upbringing? By the way, dear foolish brother, could you possibly inquire with Merlin if he accepts agents? Perhaps you could draw his attention toward me? As she spoke, Xia Simeng leaned on Bai Ye's shoulder, her expression eliciting a mischievous urge within him to tease her further. Sister Xia, are you certain? The dealings I have with Merlin are rather intricate. What dealings? He seeks to retrieve Excalibur from the Lady of the Lake, and it would be quite challenging to locate it without venturing to Great Britain. It seems unlikely to succeed without at least a decade or two. Once I present him with the sword, he shall impart his magic and prophetic arts upon me. Alas, it seems an eternity away. Xia Simeng fell silent. Without delving into further discussion, the exploration of the mist by the great Xia is exceedingly limited, let alone crossing the ocean to Britain. Observing that everyone was convinced, Bai Ye found amusement in this charade of embodying Merlin's divine agent, relishing the thrill of knowing the original plot, suddenly experiencing the joy of Lin Qie. Though his prophecies were indeed genuine, even surpassing those of the authentic deity of magic and prophecy, those he could not foresee. Then Bai Ye addressed the remnants of the dreamer's body. By the way, do you possess any rewards or the like? There are rewards. But before Xia Simeng could finish her sentence, Bai Ye's eyes lit up, and he dashed toward the remains of the dreamer. Although the mental essence had been given to Ahahaha, it was unexpected that the body still held value. At the very least, he could extract some benefits from the night watchman. If all else fails, he could have some fun mocking Zhuqing. As Bai Ye tossed the dreamer's remains onto a cart, Xia Simeng could not help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. Wait, foolish brother. If we enter the city like this, we might be invited to the police station. Oh, is there a police station in this world? No worries. We are all outlaws here, easily managing the situation. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, the members of the Phoenix Squad were taken aback. We are all law-abiding citizens. Apart from our captain, who occasionally gets into trouble, we are all good youths who respect the law. Bai Ye smiled faintly and said, Come now. How many people did you all kill yesterday? Let us each report our counts. I killed one. The others fell silent, realizing that yesterday had been an unrestrained thrill, akin to a king dominating a bronze league, resulting in an uncounted number of foes vanquished. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ye immediately remarked, Thus, we are all outlaws. Why should we fear this? However, we cannot brazenly display the corpse on the cart. It would be far too conspicuous and could frighten the children. Kong Shang suddenly realized that this foolish brother's thought process seemed somewhat disconnected, so he articulated his point with utmost clarity. Bai Ye stroked his chin and replied, Brother Kong, you make a valid point. Indeed, therefore we should sever his head and conceal it within Sister Xia's clothing. If we encounter an inspection, we can simply claim she is with child. What do you think? The members of the Phoenix Squad responded, Please do not speak so earnestly about such gruesome matters. Chapter 63. A single sentence left Lin Xie in cold sweat on the streets of Songnan City. A rather comical scene unfolded. Two bellowing yellow oxen pulled along 9 young individuals, their presence becoming a source of amusement for numerous passers-by in a modern city. Many stopped to film the spectacle and share it online, and amid the laughter and pointed fingers, Xia Siming felt, for the first time, a profound embarrassment. Dear, foolish brother, having come to the city, why are we still riding in an ox cart? Can't we hail a taxi or call a ride share? Bai Ye remarked nonchalantly. Ah, Sister Xia, you fail to comprehend. If we don't make it a bit more tragic, how can we elicit sympathy from Zhuqing? What if his heart softens and grants you a day off? Wouldn't that be delightful? Besides, these 2 oxen just happen to be available to us. We can't simply abandon them without returning them to the police station. That would weigh on my conscience. Do you even have conscience? You showed no remorse when you stole the oxen. Cough, cough. It's not as if we won to return them. Besides, these 2 oxen are quite swift. We reached the city in just 2.5 hours. Not bad at all. Xia Simeng, somewhat speechless, replied, It's fine, after all. You've joined us in our humiliation. We shall share both fortune and misfortune. Well, Sister Xia, I'm using Lin Xie's face, so the disgrace isn't mine, but his. Xia Simeng. Gazing into his innocent eyes, Xia Siming's instinctive reaction surpassed her logical thought, and she immediately grasped Bai Ye by the neck. Ah, change back. You must revert to your original appearance. We cannot bear the shame alone. Captain, remain calm. What do you expect me to calm down with? However, just as her words fell, a gentle breeze approached, and Zhuqing appeared beside them, observing with a smile that seemed to contain a hint of mockery. Xia Simeng, it appears you have accomplished your task quite well. It seems your interactions have been rather pleasant. However, your method of return is somewhat unconventional. Upon hearing this, Xia Siming's spirits lifted. Director Zhua, finally you are in my grasp. Ha ha ha. Come now. Tell me, what is your task? Zhuqing's expression shifted, revealing a hint of discomfort. After all, they had initially agreed that he would handle the mutterings while the Phoenix team dealt with the followers. Yet, with the followers entirely incapacitated, the mutterings had escaped his grasp. It must be said, mutterings certainly possessed some skill. He had never encountered anyone more adept at fleeing. No wonder the medium team had failed to capture him over the years. Ahem. Well, I've already grievously injured him. He won't escape far, as long as. Don't say as long as. If it's not feasible, then it's simply not feasible. By the way, let me show you something. As she spoke, Xia Siming lifted the straw from the ox cart, revealing the lifeless body of the muttering avatar buried beneath. Zhuqing's eyes widened in astonishment. No, how could he be here? Did you kill him? Indeed, Director Zhua. This time, I'm the one cleaning up the mess for you. So how will you express your gratitude? Without further ado, I wish to gaze upon the sea during the holiday. Before Xia Simeng could finish her sentence, Bai Ye interjected, saying, Just give Sister Xia a raise, and let me take them to have a day of fun in Songnan today. Is such a simple reward too much to ask? The sisters and Brother Kong have been working tirelessly since last night until dawn. Surely, even if there are no merits, there must be some labor involved. What a joke. How can a special team go to the seaside during the holiday? A couple of days of local fun will suffice. Zhuqing, observing the amusing antics of the group, couldn't help but sigh. Hand over the corpse to me. Really, not even handling the body. This is purely a show of force against me. Fine. You can enjoy yourselves in Songnan, but Xia Simeng, don't overindulge. We have a trip to the capital the day after tomorrow. You're back on duty then. Damn, huh? Thank you. Xia Simeng nearly let out a curse, exhausted from labor only to receive a mere 2-day holiday. Who claimed that the night watchers had high welfare? Anyone who dares to assert that the night watchers enjoy good treatment will face her wrath. After Zhuqing departed, Xia Simeng felt embarrassed to remain in the ox cart, promptly abandoning the ox at the police station before leaving with her brothers from Phoenix. Brothers, our holiday has finally arrived. Though it's only 2.5 days, we can truly have our fun during this time. Ahahaha. Oh, by the way, foolish little brother, you promised to treat us to a meal. Don't even think about playing tricks. Fresh from the village, Xia Siming still bore the dust of her travels, speaking with the wild abandon of a madwoman. Bai Ye's lips twitched. Xia Siming truly had little regard for her image. All right, I assure you I will provide excellent service. By the way, do you all enjoy hot pot? Hey, Chia, when did you sneak out? Do you realize you're trending? At least you've become popular in Songnan. Bai Ye Pang Pang rolled out of bed and began playing the most viewed video in Songnan featuring Lin Xie. The two bellowing oxen pulled 9 individuals, whose attire seemed utterly out of place in the city, appearing somewhat ridiculous. Especially the wild girl at the front, incessantly whipping the 2 oxen, her enthusiasm growing fiercer. Her demeanor and voice resembled that of the fierce warrior, Sun Ernyang, from Water Margin. However, this was not the most astonishing part. Seated upon the cart was indeed Bai Ye himself, even passing the whip to the wild girl while cheering her on. The remaining 7 individuals kept their heads down, fearful of being recognized. At that moment, the barrage of comments on the screen completely shattered his composure. Ah, is this a country bumpkin entering the city? That girl is quite beautiful. She must be the village flower. Not gonna lie, that young man looks decent too. Cheering her on from the side. How amusing. Is this a movie? But I don't see any equipment. Probably just here to work in the city. Haha. This is the most entertaining scene I've seen today. Uncertain as to why, the boy seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had crossed paths with him before. Why are you ignoring the charming young man upstairs? He is rather appealing. A mere 2,000 for a night with him. How enticing. That's perverse. Staring at the multitude of comments, Lin Xie felt utterly numb. Just then, a more distressing notification arrived. As the ringtone echoed, Lin Xie shakily reached for his phone, and upon seeing the name displayed, darkness momentarily clouded his vision. Reluctantly, he answered the call. Auntie, when will you be returning, little 7? Why didn't you inform me? Have you forgotten your auntie? Help! Those words made Lin Xie break into a cold sweat. Damn it, foolish one. How I despise you. Chapter 64. Her name is Wang Suihua, Aunt. I. At this moment, Lin Xie's mind raced frantically, searching for the most plausible excuse. Ahem. Explanation. Well, Aunt, we have returned to carry out a mission, and once it is complete, we shall return to the regiment. Mission? Didn't you go Chi-Chi-Har? How could a task in Songnan involve you? Goodness, how to explain this? Surely, I cannot divulge that I have been training in Songnan all this time. This is quite the predicament. Listening to the hesitant voice on the other end, Aunt let out a sigh. All right, you've grown up and have your own ideas now. If you don't wish to share with me, that's fine. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I just wanted to ask about that beautiful girl sitting on the ox cart in the video. Is she your girlfriend? Huh. Aunt's words were far from an interrogation. Instead, she took on the demeanor of a matchmaking elder, bombarding Lin Xie with her thoughts. I saw that girl. She has a cheerful and lively personality, and she is beautiful, albeit a bit clumsy. But she seems like a genuine girl. From the video, your interaction with her looked quite harmonious. I just wanted to know if you have any thoughts about her. If you do, I have saved some money over the years. You could buy her some gifts. If things progress, a bride price wouldn't be an issue. Stop. Lin Xie hastily interrupted as Aunt veered into the topic of marriage. Aunt, I just turned 18. Marriage seems a bit premature for me. Who said you have to marry right away? Nowadays, which young person doesn't date for a few years before tying the knot? I'm not an old-fashioned person. I understand. So you too. Aunt, we aren't that familiar. Getting to know each other better is key. By the way, what's the girl's name? You must tell me. Lin Xie thought desperately. Name, come on, think. Shui. Suihua. What? The girl's name is Wang. Suihua. Aunt. Is that what her parents named her? No, I just made that up. Of course. Lin Xie, would I dare to deceive you? What? Oh, all right, I understand. Aunt, my comrade is calling for me. I must step out for a moment. We'll talk later. With that, Lin Xie immediately hung up the phone, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. It was evident that his heart was still racing. This was even more nerve-wracking than battling a hunter. Chia, are you all right? You're sweating profusely. Is this exhaustion? Get lost. Useless fool. I will not share the same fate with you. Lin Xie shouted, venting his frustration, and then began to ponder quietly. The new recruit training was nearing its end, and soon he would serve in the Night Watch Team 136 in Songnan City. One day, he would surely cross paths with that fool. The next time I encounter him, I must exact a thorough revenge. Otherwise, it would be too stifling. He has persistently infringed upon my right to my likeness, And the most troubling aspect is that no one has yet discovered it. Should he find his face used in a crime, he would find himself inextricably tarnished, unable to cleanse his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Meanwhile, Captain Xia remains blissfully unaware that Lin Xie has branded her with the moniker of Wang Suihua, utterly lacking in sophistication. However, at this moment, Xia Simeng is far too preoccupied to concern herself with such matters. After enduring over a month of arduous outdoor missions, she is finally experiencing the splendor and clamor of the metropolis today. What? You say Cangnan is not a large city? Compared to the desolate wilderness, this is indeed a grand city. It is the largest urban area that our Phoenix squad has ventured into over the past month. Bai Ye casually mentioned indulging in hot pot, and the young ladies, disregarding their current appearances, immediately flocked to the hot pot restaurant, eagerly preparing to feast. Even Bai Ye was taken aback by their ravenous appetites, while Kong Shang, the only member of the team maintaining composure, exhibited a hint of nostalgia in his gaze. After such an extended period, they could finally savor a warm meal. By the way, isn't the salary of your special squad quite substantial? Where would you spend that money in the wilderness? That makes sense. Witnessing their enthusiastic dining, Bai Ye readily covered the bill. Following his previous admonishment from Qing Yu regarding the pitfalls of crafting paper currency, he had since taken to weaving gold jewelry for sale. It must be said, this skill has proven tremendously convenient for earning a living. Praise be to Ahahaha. After a while, seeing the glow of satisfaction on everyone's faces, Bai Ye smiled gently. Is this where it ends? Let's move on. What? Is there more? To the bathhouse and KTV we go. A holiday should embody the essence of leisure. Must it not? Moreover, you all ought to change out those outfits. Xia Simeng, upon hearing this, offered an awkward smile. Realizing she and T had the opportunity to wash in quite some time, Captain, please don't say that out loud. The other female team members, feeling quite bashful, rushed to cover Xia Simeng's mouth. Bai Ye sighed, amused by this lively captain. It would indeed be a pity if she were to perish. All right, Captain Xia, let us proceed to the next destination. I assure you, your holiday will be well arranged. Thank you, dear fool. However, might I ask you for one small favor? Just one, nothing excessive. What? May I see what you truly look like? After working together for a week, I still wish to know your true visage. Rather than seeing you through Lin Xie's face, Bai Ye raised an eyebrow, slowly meeting Xia Simeng's gaze, an awkward silence enveloping the moment. Very well, but under one condition. If you can manage to outdrink me, I shall agree. A promise is a promise. Soon, I will show you what it means to be the foremost drunkard of the great Xia. I guarantee you will regurgitate every morsel of your New Year's feast. When surrendering, one must refrain from shedding tears. Instead, one should kneel and sing of conquest. The crowd remarked, why is their captain bestowed with the visage of Lin Daiyu, yet possesses the temperament of Lu Zhishan? The dissonance is utterly overwhelming. Meanwhile, in the subterranean chambers, the diligent researcher in Qingyu toils away. Upon Bai Ye's return, he was promptly alerted, expecting that Bai Ye would once again engage him in their usual banter. To his astonishment, however, Bai Ye spent the entire day reveling with a group of young ladies. Has he forgotten he has a secret partner? Moreover, despite their long acquaintance, they have yet to share a drink together. Chapter 65. Dear brother, did I study the language merely to comprehend your speech? Seated at the bow of the boat, the sister watched as her brother strolled along the shore, their affection weaving through the gentle sway of the rope. Within the confines of the joyous KTV room, a golden-haired Lu Zhishan was fervently showcasing her vocal prowess, while her companions had hastily shielded their ears, fearful of the cacophony that threatened to shatter their eardrums. Upon arriving at the KTV, Xia Simeng resembled a wild stallion freed from restraints. Perhaps the stress of recent times had accumulated, and this venue provided the perfect outlet for her emotions. Yet, her singing embodied a certain beauty that disregarded the well-being of her teammates. As one song concluded, Xia Simeng promptly uncorked a bottle of beer, downing it with fervor, her eyes glinting with a provocative challenge directed at Bai Ye. Foolish brother, are you prepared for defeat? Bai Ye blinked in bewilderment at the preceding spectacle. He was aware of her boldness, yet he had not anticipated such audacity. Captain, That's not how one drinks. Alcohol is meant to be shared. The vice captain, Kong Shang, began a lecture once more, but Xia Simeng shot him a glance. Or will you drink for me? Captain, a small drink is delightful, but overindulgence is detrimental. Nay, Kong, you misunderstand. The drinking arena is akin to a battlefield. Once my wager with this foolish brother commenced, we became adversaries. Tonight, it shall be his downfall or mine. Wait, it's merely a drink. Must it be so intense? Vice Captain, you know well the nature of our captain. Let us drink in peace, ignoring their antics. Yet, it seems our foolish brother is in for a rough evening. Entangled with the captain, he may very well exit horizontally. The other team members had already poured their drinks, preparing to indulge. Kong Shang, though exasperated, did not wish to dampen the spirits and approached Bai Ye, patting his shoulder with an expression of sympathy. Come on, man, you truly doubt me? This much alcohol, I could consume an entire case in my previous life. Gagging sounds erupted from the restroom, accompanied by Xia Siming's mocking laughter, leaving Bai Ye in a daze. He had forgotten that this body, having resided in a mental institution since childhood, had never encountered alcohol and was, in essence, quite fragile. By the time he reached the fourth bottle, he found himself struggling. Yet, upon turning to survey the scene, he noticed the members of the Phoenix team had also succumbed to inebriation, singing and dancing with abandon. The atmosphere was delightfully vibrant. Xia Siming pressed a chilled bottle of beer against Bai Ye's face. So, shall we compete? Competing in drinking is rather dull. A true man ought to engage in something more daring. From this moment forward, I shall wield a knife, and you too shall have one. We will take turns stabbing ourselves. Whoever succumbs first shall be deemed the loser. What say you? Xia Simeng, upon hearing this, appeared perplexed, blinking her large, captivating eyes. Do you believe me to be so easily deceived? I am not some simpleton. Why would I harm myself for no reason? I am a girl, and I shall not engage in such a crude confrontation. Oh my, have you finally come to the realization of your femininity? Just earlier, when Xia Simeng was competing and drinking with him, this girl exhibited a ferocity that could rival the legendary Zhang Fei, downing nearly half a case single-handedly. What audacity! Such behavior is rather impolite. With such words, you may find it difficult to attract a partner in the future. Nevertheless, I merely wish to inquire. Does our wager still stand? You wish for me to kneel and sing conquer? Very well, I shall take the microphone now. As Bai Ye prepared to grasp the microphone, he was abruptly pulled back by Xia Siming. What on earth? Your true self? Your original appearance? Otherwise, why should I drink so much? Observing Xia Siming's demeanor, which hinted at a potential drunken revelry, Bai Ye shrugged. In that case, let us wait until everyone has finished singing before we see. Furthermore, no photographs or recordings are permitted, and I shall only allow you to witness it. Understood? Is that really necessary? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye bashfully covered his cheeks, exclaiming, I am so shy, how embarrassing. Xia Simeng, taken aback, pondered, is this the petulant side of Lin Qiye that I am witnessing? By the way, does Lin Qiye even know of his existence? It seems his reputation is on the verge of being entirely tarnished by his foolish subordinates. All right, I promise you this. Once my companions return to the inn, I shall. Before she could finish her sentence, a cacophony of sounds erupted nearby. Turning around, she discovered the members of the Phoenix squad sprawled haphazardly on the ground, their faces flushed, indicating they had unwittingly overindulged in both drink and song. Splendid. They have succumbed to inebriation. Foolish little brother, let me take a look. Seeing Xia Siming's voracious and predatory demeanor, Bai Ye sighed. Do you truly wish to see? I assure you, it is genuine. Well then, with a flicker of resolve, Bai Ye revealed his true visage, and as his pallid face emerged, Xia Siming felt as though she had misjudged. His complexion was strikingly pale, lacking any semblance of color, as if he had been raised in an environment devoid of proper nourishment. It was evident that he had likely been frail since childhood, possessing an utterly ordinary face, save for its unusual whiteness. Why do you not present your own face? Because it would be easily recognized. Recognized by whom? The sanatorium for the mentally ill wait. You are mentally ill? Upon witnessing Xia Siming's astonished expression, Bai Ye spread his arms in resignation. Indeed, I initially sought to interact with you as an ordinary individual. Yet the result was your alienation. I shall no longer pretend. The truth is, I am mentally ill. Is this truly something to boast about? Are you saying you escaped before receiving treatment? By the way, are your family members aware of your escape? Have they not attempted to return you? Family? Do you wish to know how I became mentally ill? Xia Simeng, with her slightly inebriated little head, shook it gently, and then Bai Ye continued. The father of the murderer, the unfaithful mother, the dismembered uncle, and the shattered family. In simpler terms, the mother and the uncle were unfaithful, which led to the father discovering the affair, resulting in him dismembering the uncle and killing the mother, all while leaving me traumatized to the point of developing a mental illness. Xia Simeng, my dear brother, did I study the language solely to comprehend your words? Therefore, if it weren't for that old gentleman in my dreams, Merlin, who awakened my senses, I would likely still be a deranged patient in a mental institution. Of course, I'm still a bit mad now, but it remains within a controllable range. Subsequently, Bai Ye transformed back into Lin Xia's appearance. So, Sister Xia, you wouldn't dare to speak of this, would you? Chapter 66. You must be Cui Hua. What do you think of my little Qi? That night, the Phoenix team had quite the revelry. Unexpectedly, Xia Simeng turned out to possess the strongest tolerance for alcohol among them, managing to imbibe copious amounts yet still having the energy to carry her companions back. Bai Ye also wished to lend a hand, only to be informed by Xia Simeng that men and women should maintain proper boundaries. In the end, he could only drag away the lone female member of the Phoenix team. Observing her team members sprawled across the bed in the inn, Xia Simeng shook her head in resignation. With such poor drinking capabilities, why do they attempt to drink like others? Sigh. As their captain, I feel utterly embarrassed. Bai Ye was taken aback. Sister, do you even have a right to speak of embarrassment? Your teammates aren't complaining about your conduct, yet here you are, criticizing them. However, since the rooms were already booked, Xia Simeng cast a resigned glance at Kong Shang, who was slumped on Bai Ye's back. You might as well get him a room, too. We can't just leave him here. It seemed plausible. When Kong woke up the next morning to find himself surrounded by beautiful teammates, one could only wonder what his fate would be. A novel of harem adventures might just unfold. And oh, how I have misjudged everything. What are you rambling about? Honestly, I doubt anyone in this world could comprehend your thought process. Furthermore, regarding Kong Shang, you are overthinking it. If you leave him here, he would likely be overwhelmed by 6 women and meet his demise. The deputy of the Phoenix team would meet an untimely end. Goodness. Xia, you've had too much to drink. Perhaps you should sit down and rest for a moment. You're misusing words. I'll take care of this guy. After saying this, Bai Ye booked a room next door and unceremoniously tossed Kong Shang onto the bed. He seemed to be mumbling something, albeit in a dazed manner. Bai Ye himself appeared somewhat inebriated, but he slapped his cheeks to regain some clarity. Just as he stepped outside, he spotted Xia Simeng emerging from a room. Aren't you going to sleep? I drank too much. I want to get some fresh air. Care to join? Why? I have a feeling you harbor many secrets, and I wish to uncover a few. Hearing Xia Simeng's candid words, Bai Ye chuckled. Rarely does one express their intentions so plainly. Yet, it was indeed peculiar, sharing a meal and drinks with friends, then helping a drunken companion back to the inn. This is the kind of experience most young people encounter. Engaging in such a life occasionally is not unwelcome. Strolling with Xia Simeng might yield new insights. Sister Xia, what do you wish to know? Will you speak of it? That's uncertain. The two exchanged faint smiles and stepped out of the inn. For Xia Simeng, the multitude of secrets surrounding this Na'vi companion was simply too intriguing. Although she often appeared carefree, her thoughts were more intricate than those of anyone else in the team. Thus, she had been observing his behavior intently over the past few days. Despite his frequent absurdity and eccentricities, she had discerned one significant truth. This individual was devoid of fear. He seems to possess an extraordinary depth of knowledge, exhibiting an unparalleled composure upon first encountering the Phoenix Squad. The more one delves into his character, the more enigmatic he becomes. Today, when he assigned names to the 2 old yellow cows, the names were utterly commonplace, yet they incited a furious reaction from EU. It is as if there exists nothing in this world of which he is unaware, both peculiar and powerful. After finishing his drink and enjoying the breeze, he turned to Xia's sister and asked, What do you wish to inquire about? Xiao Simeng was momentarily taken aback, her mind brimming with questions. Yet she found herself unable to articulate a single one. Would the great Xiao ultimately triumph? What truly lies behind the mists outside? And where have the deities of the great Xia mythos vanished to? With so many inquiries, could it be that the foolish little brother knows them all? Yet, he likely does not, for all he knows has been imparted by Merlin. Given that the foreign deities have been influenced, their knowledge is probably quite limited. Foolish little brother, I Shao Qi, what are you doing here? Upon hearing the voice, Bai Ye swiftly turned around, only to be met by the warm smile of a middle-aged woman, whose gaze held a mixture of 7-part surprise and 3-part scrutiny. Bai Ye glanced over, realizing it was Aunt Lin Xie. She approached, observing both Bai Ye and Xia Simeng, and then looked up, astonished to discover they were outside an inn. They had just exited the establishment. The world seemed to collapse around him. How could such a well-behaved Shao Qi be sharing a room with a girl? Bai Ye looked up at the inn, noticing some risque signs, then glanced at Xia Simeng, whose cheeks were tinged with a rosy hue from the drink. A silence ensued, and he sensed a misunderstanding brewing. But what did it matter? Lin Xie's misconceptions were of no concern to him, and it has been a long time, Bai Ye stammered, rubbing his hands together, his expression a blend of astonishment and a touch of embarrassment, one that did not escape his aunt's notice. Aunt? Xia Simeng was momentarily stunned. Hadn't he, the foolish little brother, claimed that his family was no more? Who could this aunt be? Wait, could she possibly be Lin Xie's aunt? At that moment, Aunt Lin wore a displeased expression as she seized Bai Ye's ear, her tone laced with reproach. Didn't I teach you proper conduct from a young age? How could you engage in such behavior before marriage? What will become of the young lady? Aunt Lin felt a pang of heartache. Xiao Qi had been away in the military for a year, and it seemed his heart had grown wild. She resolved to set him back on the right path. Clearly, she was quite the traditionalist. Bai Ye's mind raced, and he quickly attempted to defend himself. Aunt, it is not as you perceive. How else could it be? And by the way, I almost forgot to mention, weren't you supposed to be in the army? What brings you back to Tsangnan without informing me? When faced with uncertainty, he invoked quantum mechanics. When confronted with confusion, he spoke of traversing time and space. Aunt, I actually returned to assist with disaster relief. We were granted leave from the military to come back and check in, and I didn't inform you to surprise you. Upon returning to Jinan Mountain, a tremor struck the region. Could I simply stand by and watch? Without hesitation, I rushed forth to aid in disaster relief, dedicated to serving the people. As I spoke, Bai Ye saluted my aunt, his eyes resolute, as if he aspired to join the party. This girl, she's my comrade. With that, Bai Ye nudged Xia Simeng, who, with a resigned nod, acknowledged the situation. Aunt, greetings. What he said is indeed accurate, Before she could finish her sentence, my aunt beamed and grasped Xia Simeng's hands warmly. Young lady, you must be Tsui Hua. You are truly lovely. What do you think of my son Xia? Huh? Chapter 67. Sister Tsui Hua, come visit my home Shui Tsui Hua. A subtle twitch appeared at the corner of Xia Simeng's mouth. What kind of rustic name is that? Aren't you Wang Tsui Hua? I distinctly recall Xiao Qi mentioning it during our phone conversation today. Xia Simeng's expression darkened. Although she was unaware of which part had gone awry, it did not diminish her inner sense of helplessness. Wang Tsuehua, was this truly a name befitting the modern era? Even my grandmother would never bear such a commonplace appellation. Yes, aunt, she is indeed Wang Tsuehua. Bai Ye stifled a laugh as he spoke, prompting Xia Simeng to shoot him a fierce glare, which he appeared to disregard entirely. What is the matter? Are you going to take me down? However, why would Lin Xie mention the name Wang Tsuehua? There was no such character in the original narrative. This name could rival even Chun Erniu's in its absurdity. Could it be that Lin Xie had strayed from the main storyline during this new recruit training and taken a romantic interest in Wang Tsuehua? Goodness gracious, what a turn of events. It was evident that Aunt had mistaken Xia Simeng for Wang Tsuehua, so they might as well let it be. After all, it was Lin Xie's reputation that would suffer. By the way, Xiao Qi, will you be coming back today? You returned home unexpectedly during the new year, stayed for a day, and then left. Are you planning to remain for a few days this time? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's lips curled into a slight smile. Aunt, I originally intended to visit you tomorrow, considering we leave again the day after. However, since fate has brought us together tonight, I shall impose upon you this evening. My dear child, why be so polite after venturing out? By the way, do bring Suehua along. Aunt has noticed that this girl is quite beautiful and straightforward, perfect for marrying off. Aunt seemed to be indulging her matchmaking instincts, eager to pair young ladies with suitors. Bai Ye cast a glance at Xia Simeng, his eyes glimmering with amusement. Sister Suehua, would you care to join me in my home? Xia Simeng was incensed. She was not called Wang Suehua, who had bestowed such a tasteless name upon her. I refuse. Bai Ye stepped forward, whispering insistently, aren't you keen on luring Lin Xie into your squad? This is a splendid opportunity. By gaining familiarity with his family and preferences, you could easily secure his allegiance. Wait, you plan to use Lin Xie's identity to infiltrate his home? Aren't you concerned about being recognized? Trust in my acting skills. So, Sister Xia, will you join us? Xia Simeng blinked her large eyes, seemingly pondering the proposition, before eventually nodding in agreement. Very well. I have nothing pressing to attend to at the moment, and I am curious to discover your true intentions. With Xia Simeng's consent, Bai Ye immediately turned to wave at Aunt. Aunt, Suehua has agreed. Let's return. Upon hearing him refer to her as Suehua once more, Xia Simeng felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a punch that would leave him flat on the ground, never to rise again. Nevertheless, Bai Ye trailed closely behind Aunt, carrying groceries, suggesting that she had just returned from the market. What a fortunate coincidence. Xiao Qi, did you really not? Of course not, Auntie. I have never told a lie in my life. Do you not trust my words? Upon seeing Bai Ye's resolute gaze, Auntie nodded in acknowledgement, for indeed, he was not a child prone to deceit. Bai Ye smiled faintly. Since meeting Auntie, he had spoken little truth, weaving tales instead. However, fabricating his own fibs served to enhance Lin Xie's reputation, which was rather exhilarating. By the way, what do you think of that girl, Suehua? At the mention of her name, a bashful innocence washed over Bai Ye's face, reminiscent of a pure-hearted young man. Well, Auntie, I won't pursue her, but I feel a bit apprehensive. Oh, what is there to be afraid of? Boys should take the initiative. Also, stop sending all your salary back home. Buy Suehua some gifts instead. Don't be stingy, understood? At that moment, Xia Simeng's face turned a shade of green. Although the conversation between the two was quiet, it did not escape her keen ears. Bai Ye would occasionally glance back at her with a teasing look, and for some inexplicable reason, that arrogant gaze ignited within her an overwhelming urge to slap him. How brazen! Had she been too kind to this fool recently, leading him to believe she was a demure lady? No, Xia Simeng, do not lose your temper, breathe deeply. Everything is for the sake of getting the dual deity agent to join the Phoenix Squad. Since the fool's minion shows no interest in the Night Watchman, she had to approach Lin Xie instead. It is all worth it. After a few rounds of self-encouragement, a faint, artificial smile emerged on her face. Throughout their journey, Auntie and Bai Ye laughed and chatted until they arrived at the old residential building. As Annie entered the house, she called out loudly, Ajin, your brother has returned. He brought a girl with him. Come out and chat with him. I'll be making a feast for you both tonight. With that, Auntie headed to the kitchen to prepare the meal. When Yang Jin emerged from his room and glanced at Bai Ye, a momentary frown crossed his brow, while the small black dog beside him let out a low growl. Bai Ye smiled softly at the little black dog, saying, Xiao Hai Lai, have you forgotten my scent after a year? Such an ungrateful creature. He then greeted Yang Jin cheerfully. What is the matter, Ajin? After a year apart, why are you so distant with your brother? Do you have something on your mind? Feel free to share. A shadow passed through Yang Jin's eyes, but upon seeing Xia Simeng behind him, his expression returned to normal. This woman's aura, is she the divine agent of Athena, a night watchman? But why has she taken on my brother's appearance? Yang Jin was puzzled by the situation. Nonetheless, since they had come without malice, he would play along. No, brother. I simply struggled with a physics problem earlier and was unable to solve it after much effort, which left me feeling rather frustrated. Currently, Yang Jinkai is a middle school student at an age ripe for learning. The thought of Erlang Shun enduring the trials of schooling once more in his reincarnation brings a smile to Bai Ye's face. Alas, my dear brother, heed my counsel. In matters of education, do your utmost, for even with diligent study, the path to success is not guaranteed. Nevertheless, strive onward. Although your efforts may never rival those blessed with fortune and esteemed backgrounds, in moments of future failure, you may find solace in the excuse it provides. Thus, listen well. Dear brother, if you're not cut from that cloth, then why persist? There is no need to squander brain cells, only to end up as a mere security guard, taking a detour of 40 years. Yang Jin, winky face. Is this fellow unwell? Is this advice fitting for a middle school child? Brother, I was just about to ask, who is this sister? Ah, this is my comrade, whom I invited over for dinner. Her name is Wang Tsuehua. You may call her Sister Tsuehua. Xia Simeng. I'm so furious. The urge to slap him is growing. Earlier, I politely referred to her as Sister Xia. And now, there is no salt left in my demeanor. By the way, Tsuehua, this is my cousin Yang Jin. My greatest delight is to pinch his chubby cheeks. Oh, and the dog over there is called Xiao Lan. If you find yourself bored, petting the dog might be a pleasant distraction. Xiao Lan. Damn it, the imposter has shifted the focus onto me. Just as Xiao Lan was about to flee, Xia Simeng scooped him into her arms, finding solace in petting the dog to alleviate her frustrations. Surprisingly, the texture was quite delightful. Indeed, foolish Shi, your little dog is rather endearing. Bai Ye chuckled as he pinched Yang Jin's cheek, saying, of course, I've been fondling this dog since childhood, just as I've cherished this chubby face of yours since you were young. With that, Bai Ye began to playfully tease Yang Jin's face, seizing the rare opportunity to poke fun at Erlang Shun and the Celestial Hound, knowing their powers were still in a recovery phase and would not easily reveal their strength. Yang Jin and Xiao Lan. Damn it, is it truly fair to bully the innocent? Chapter 68. Lin Xiao Ajin, why is your face so chubby? Ajin, your little hands are so warm. Ajin, you are so adorably cute. At this moment, Yang Jin felt utterly bewildered. Who on earth is this person? Not only is he impersonating his brother, but he is also treating him like a pet. Even a clay figurine would have its pride. If I don't teach you a lesson, do you really believe that the title of one of the 3 rebellious figures of the heavenly court is merely a jest? However, just as Yang Jin was about to take action, Bai Ye swiftly wrapped his arm around Yang Jin's shoulder and whispered, Erlang, you wouldn't want your journey to regain your strength to be cut short, would you? Yang Jin was taken aback by these words. This person knows his identity. How is that possible? I am the divine agent of Merlin. Otherwise, why would I be here? Do not concern yourself with anything else. I am merely acting upon Merlin's instructions. What is Merlin's purpose? As a legendary wizard in English mythology, the god of magic and prophecy, he is renowned as a sage among wizards in various mythologies, and his actions and directives undoubtedly carry profound significance. It is crucial to understand the implications of this matter for the Great Xia. If that neutral deity has also set its sights on the Great Xia, then it is high time for action. Seeking a means to counter the mist, he hopes to start with the deities of the Great Xia to unravel the enigma. Yang Jin did not fully trust Bai Ye. This person knows far more than he lets on. Is he friend or foe? Yet, before Yang Jin could come to a conclusion, Annie's voice rang out. Ha, you two brothers are still so close. Alas, I wonder when Shao Qi will return next. Hee. Annie, I don't know, but I'll try to come back often. Saying this, Bai Ye playfully pinched Yang Jin's cheek, disregarding the latter's disgruntled glare. The face of Erlang Jinjuan is indeed quite delightful. After having his fun with Yang Jin, Annie's cooking was ready, and the sight of the fragrant and visually appealing home-cooked dishes laid out on the dining table stirred the appetite of Xia Simeng, who was already filled with alcohol. For a moment, even the sun-devouring god in her arms seemed less appealing. Miss Tsuehua, it's your first time here, so make yourself at home. All right, thank you, Andy. After a brief pause, Xia Simeng reluctantly accepted this rustic name. Annie's culinary skills were exceptional, especially when it came to home-cooked meals. The very aroma reminded Xia Simeng of her mother's cooking. Hey, Sister Tsuehua, you just petted a dog. Go wash your hands at the restroom. It's dirty. Bai Ye reminded her, and Xia Simeng, feeling a bit tipsy, could only nod in agreement. Okay, little black lie. You are the dirty one. Your whole family is dirty. As the braised pork ribs were served, Bai Ye was the first to dash to the table, placing a piece of rib into Annie's bowl. Auntie, thank you for your hard work. Please enjoy a piece of rib. Delightful, isn't it, Xiaoqi? It has been so long since I've savored Annie's cooking. How does it taste? Delicious, truly delectable. One cannot find such exquisite dishes in the army. Bai Ye continued to indulge in his meal. And one must admit that Aunt Lin Qia's culinary skills were remarkable. Her home-style dishes evoked memories of his past life. Ahem, I digress. It has been ages since I relished home-style cuisine, and this time I intend to feast to my heart's content. At that moment, Xia Simeng felt similarly. Had she been in her usual state, she might have restrained herself, but in her slightly tipsy condition, she exhibited just a hint of decorum. Oh, Andy, this is absolutely delightful. Your cooking reminds me so much of my mother. Witnessing the joy on the girl's face filled Auntie with genuine happiness. If you wish to eat more, dear Tsuehua, you are always welcome to visit. I will gladly prepare a meal for you anytime. Yes, please. Auntie grew increasingly fond of this girl. Aside from her slightly rustic name, she seemed devoid of flaws. One could only wonder if Xiaoqi had the fortune to win her affection. Meanwhile, Yang Jin quietly consumed his meal, his mind preoccupied with Bai Ye's earlier words. His gaze unwavering from the two. If what he said were true, and Merlin hoped to dispel the fog through the great Xia deity, then, in a certain light, it could be beneficial for all humanity. After all, he was a renowned sage in English mythology, and from that perspective, he might indeed unveil the secrets of the mist. Yang Jin harbored no doubts about Lin Qia's role as Merlin's agent. After all, the fact that he was the reincarnation of Erlang Shun was a secret even his closest family did not know. This suggested he had been summoned through Merlin's prophecy. Could it be that Merlin had discovered some hidden truth and required the assistance of the great Xia deity? The more Yang Jin pondered, the more distracted he became, even losing focus on his meal. Unbeknownst to Bai Ye, his casual remarks had nearly overwhelmed the CPU of Erlang Shun. However, he had no time to concern himself with Yang Jin's thoughts. He was presently occupied to an alarming degree. The dishes on the table were swiftly devoured, as Bai Ye and Xia Simeng wasted no time diving into the feast. Bai Ye even crunched the rib bones, leaving nothing behind, not even scraps for the dog. Originally waiting for a morsel of bone, the little black dog lamented. Are you both starving spirits reincarnated? Since your arrival, I have not had a single bone to gnaw on. Xiaoqi, slow down. Does the army not provide you with meals? You resemble a famished ghost. Auntie, you cannot imagine. When I first joined the army, I subsisted on raw meat and steam buns. Compared to the food here, home-cooked meals are a taste of heaven. Ah, was it truly that harsh? Auntie gazed at Bai Ye with a touch of sympathy, gently patting his head. Xiaoqi, you have endured much. It was nothing really. Of course, it was nothing for you, as you have never served in the army. You are merely a cunning trickster who feasts at our table. All the hardships have been borne by Lin Qia, yet the concern of family has been snatched away from you, which seems rather shameless. Xia Siming's inner monologue was filled with scorn. This fellow had not even joined the night watch, yet was already criticizing the rations of the new recruits. It was somewhat justifiable for her to make such remarks, as she had endured the trials and tribulations of new recruit training herself in the past. However, Xia Simeng refrained from voicing her thoughts, casting an exasperated glance instead, recognizing that his talent for spinning tales had only grown more formidable. It appeared that she would need to tread carefully in their interactions, for she could no longer discern the truth from the fabrications in Bai Ye's words. Nevertheless, she decided to dismiss such thoughts. Her mind, muddled as it was ill-suited for deep contemplation. What truly mattered at this moment was the delectable meal before her, which was simply too delightful to resist. At this very moment, in the new recruit training camp, Lin Qia, after completing his training, felt a shiver coursing through his body, a sensation akin to having been invaded by something vile, perhaps merely a figment of his imagination. Chapter 69. Alas, our home has been burgled after dinner. Xia Siming took the initiative to clear the table, which inevitably elevated her aunt's fondness for the girl. By the way, Tsuehua, what do you think of my little Qi? The aunt casually inquired while washing the dishes, leaving Xia Siming momentarily speechless, as she had never actually met the real Lin Qia. How was she to respond? He is a tenacious boy, full of spirit and a strong sense of justice. Well, if you feel he is suitable, could you perhaps consider my little Qi? If you don't like him, There's no need to force it. It's just that my little Chi's upbringing has been rather unique, and he is somewhat inexperienced when it comes to matters of the heart. Unique upbringing? Indeed. He spent some time in a psychiatric hospital during his childhood and was even blind for a whole decade. Upon hearing Xia Ximing's words, the aunt realized she had misspoken and quickly rectified herself. However, he is fully recovered from his mental health issues, and his eyesight has been restored. He is in excellent health. No, you misunderstand. I simply did not anticipate that Lin Xie had also spent time in a psychiatric facility. She then glanced at Bai Ye, finding it rather ironic that both divine agents had emerged from such places. It seems that the psychiatric hospital in Sangnan is a treasure trove of hidden talents. Oh, I have a friend who is also from a psychiatric hospital. After the dishes were cleared, Xia Ximing continued to discuss various topics regarding Lin Xie with her aunt, gaining insight into the simplicity of Lin Xie's first 18 years. Blindness, hospitalization, discharge, schooling, regaining sight, and military service. If there were anyone Lin Xie held dear, it would likely be his aunt and cousin, which was quite hard to believe. It was getting late. Aunt, I should be heading back now. Oh, all right. The aunt, noticing the darkness outside, felt a twinge of regret. She had hoped to have Tsuwa stay the night. Yet, considering that it was the girl's first visit, it seemed a tad inappropriate. Oh, aunt, I shall return as well. Bai Ye also stood to leave, surprising the aunt. Little Chi, aren't you staying over? No, aunt. I am merely seeing her off. It is too late to let her return alone, and I'm staying at a hotel tonight. I cannot waste money unnecessarily. Very well. You both may head back. After a while, the aunt approached Bai Ye again, seemingly slipping something into his hand. It was a sum of money she had saved. Your salary has been deposited. We do not need so much money. This is what the aunt has saved for you. When it comes to courting a girl, one must be willing to spend. I quite like Sui Hua, so do cherish her. I will. After taking the money, Bai Ye, seizing the opportunity while the aunt was distracted, slipped the money back into her pocket. Aunt, I am leaving now. I will visit again when I have the time. Do come back often. After departing from that place, Bai Ye's demeanor grew languid once more. I remarked, Sister Xia, your performance just now was quite commendable. You truly immersed yourself in the role. I believe Annie is nearly ready to consider you as a daughter-in-law. Are you jesting with me? Without you, would I have even made this trip? By the way, I almost forgot to ask. How much have you deceived me? Xia Ximing's words were somewhat nonsensical. Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback. What have I deceived you about? Everything. Since entering the house, you have scarcely spoken a truth to Auntie or Yangjin. Who knows if you have spoken honestly in my presence? At this, a faint smile graced Bai Ye's lips. Well then, Sister Xia, I do possess one truth. Would you care to hear it? 100% of it is the truth. If at ISNT, I shall eat dung. How can you say such things? Cough, cough, what is it? Bai Ye smiled slightly. Lin Xie will not join the Phoenix. Xia Ximing's expression became somewhat rigid. Wait, didn't you say that winning over his aunt would elevate Lin Xie's favorability? Is it not high enough? She is practically regarding you as her daughter-in-law. I am utterly infuriated. Foolish little brother. It seems the Phoenix does not exert its might, and you take me for a mere common fowl. Xia Ximing's cultivation far surpassed Bai Ye's. She embraced him tightly, then clenched her fists, her head spinning in frustration. Meanwhile, Annie, who witnessed this scene from the rooftop, immediately wore a smile of maternal affection. Youth is indeed splendid. It seems that even if Xiao Qi cannot succeed, he may still find a wife. Bai Ye and Xia Ximing did not return to the inn immediately. Instead, they wandered into a park and settled on a bench to absorb the ambience of the night. This outing led them not only to forego their meal, but also to indulge in another feast. Well then, foolish little brother, since Lin Xie cannot enter the Phoenix, why don't you? At the very least, your unique thought process can keep pace with mine. Bai Ye chuckled. Sister Xia, have you forgotten? I shall not join the Watchers. My heart is shrouded in darkness. To put it plainly, every action I take is driven by self-interest. It starkly contrasts the principles of the Watchers. Joining them would be sheer social suicide. An absolute egoist, are you? Yet you have helped us considerably, have you not? Were it not for you, the ramifications of the incident at Jinan Mountain would have been far more severe. Bai Ye smiled indifferently. This was merely a transaction. As before, Without those three mysterious entities, I would scarcely concern myself with such matters. Moreover, after joining the Watchers, every individual is bestowed with a spirit guide, which I absolutely refuse to utilize. You truly are something. But why did you visit Lin Chie's home today? Surely, there was no self-interest involved. Of course there was. A free meal is still a benefit. Do not underestimate the value of a simple meal. I concede to you. Hee. And this time, I prepared a little surprise for Lin Chie, one that is sure to leave him utterly astonished. Xiao Siming found herself at a loss for words. Having come to understand Bai Ye, she realized that his temperament would never allow him to become a Watcher. Alas, it seems the direction of turning the tide has been entrusted to Lin Chie, although Bai Ye has mentioned that Lin Chie has resolved not to join the Phoenix. What if the prophecy proves to be erroneous? She, Xiao Siming, is a woman who defies fate. She will not turn back until she collides with the southern wall. Meanwhile, while tidying up the room, Aunt discovered a set of keys that did not belong to the household. They likely belonged to Shao Qi or Tsawa. She hastily made a phone call to inquire. If these keys hold any significance, she must urge him to return promptly. At this moment, Lin Chie was on the brink of succumbing to slumber when Aunt's call interrupted him. Her frequency of communication had notably increased lately. Aunt, Shao Qi, you left a set of keys at home. Is it yours or Tsuehua's? Are they of any use? If so, hurry back before you stray too far. Oh, they're of no consequence. Suddenly, Lin Chie jolted awake. How could he have forgotten that he had just returned home? Chapter 70. Anxious Lin Chie. Alas. Lin Chie was taken aback. Upon learning of the situation, he hurriedly leaped out of bed. Just from a mere phone call from his aunt, he realized one crucial fact. His home had been robbed. If he did not return promptly, he feared that there would be nothing left to salvage. Bailey Pang, noticing Lin Chie's sudden urgency to leave in the dead of night, rubbed his eyes and asked, Chie, what are you off to at this hour? I'm heading home. Home? But so late. Besides, tomorrow is the night watchman's oath-taking ceremony. Rest assured, I will return before the ceremony. He was convinced that if he lingered any longer, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Heaven only knew what calamity had befallen his household. He needed to ascertain the truth to find solace. That night, Lin Chie summoned the Starry Night Dancer and sprinted towards his home with unparalleled speed. Upon his arrival, he was breathless, his face flushed, and his heart racing. Yet, he did not allow himself a moment's respite. He swiftly retrieved his keys and entered the abode where he had grown up. Shao Qi, take it easy. Why rush back? Just look at how exhausted you are. His aunt scolded him upon opening the door. She hastily produced a set of keys. By the way, is this yours or Suawa's? If it belongs to her, it must be something significant. You should return it to her at once. Lin Chie, still in a daze from his hurried return, felt his head spin at the mention of Tsawa. Tsuehua. Wasn't that the name he had fabricated? How could it possibly be? Wait, when had he concocted that name? Oh, right, during that video earlier in the day. Damn, that fool must be out of his mind. What was he doing at his house? Was he simply seeking trouble? Aunt, where is Ajin? Ajin is inside doing her homework. By the way, did you see Tsuehua home safely? You didn't leave her halfway, did you? Yes, I returned her home. It appeared that nothing untoward had transpired during their visit. This was indeed a stroke of luck. Lin Chie picked up the keys and suddenly noticed that the keychain featuring Doryman had a pocket that could be opened. As he slowly unlatched it, he was met with a note inside, which struck him as absurd. Turning away, he unfolded the note, and the words nearly sent him into a fit of rage. Lin Chie, surprised? Aren't you? Did I give you quite a scare? Damn, was this fool truly so petty? He had gone to such lengths to impersonate him just to frighten him. Observing Lin Chie's grim expression, his aunt grew concerned and inquired, is this something of great importance? She worried that this item might pertain to some secret, fearing it could adversely affect Shao Qi's future. Lin Chie rubbed his face, forcing his features to return to a semblance of calm. No, this is Tuawa's house key, but she won't be home for a while. I can return it tomorrow. Oh, the house key. It must be returned. Suddenly, Auntie's expression took on a playful demeanor as she beckoned Lin Chie. This was a side of her he had never encountered before. Oh, Shao Qi, how is it going with Tsuehua? Do you have any plans? During dinner, I could tell that she's a wonderful girl. If you marry her, you would be striking gold. As Auntie began to pressure him about marriage, Lin Chie's face darkened. But Auntie, I'm only 18 this year. Isn't that just splendid? At 18, engaging in a romance is perfect. It gives you a few years to court her. You must promise me that you will win her heart. You cannot deceive your aunt. Damn it, that foolish person. Why did you agree to anything using my face? Annie was lost in her fantasies, and Lin Chie chose not to shatter her illusions. It is said that a single lie requires countless others to sustain it. He felt this truth profoundly, though he did not comprehend why that woman would accept such a rustic name as Wang Soa. Everything would make sense if she were with the fool. Sigh. It was unrealistic to rush back to the training camp today. He might as well stay home for the night. Auntie, I'll tidy up my room. I'll be sleeping at home tonight. Huh? Weren't you supposed to stay at the inn? Didn't you say the inn had a no-refund policy? You can't waste money. Auntie's bewildered voice reached his ears, and Lin Chie felt a headache coming on. Think quickly. Well, a young couple just arrived in Songnan for vacation and wanted to stay at the inn, but there are no other rooms available. They paid double for my room, and I thought I could return to keep you company, so I agreed. Xiao Qi, why would you want to keep me company? Shouldn't you be with Suehua at this time? What blockhead? No, Lin Chie, stay composed. Do not laugh out loud. The name Suehua is just too absurd. Auntie, I'll go tidy up my room. It's been a long time since I've returned. I'm all right. Sister Xia, you should head back to rest. You've accompanied me to so many places today. It's been quite a challenge for you. Upon returning near the inn, Bai Ye bid farewell to Xia Simeng, who had spent the day with him. Aren't you staying at the inn? I let Brother Kong stay in my room. I actually have a peculiar habit. What habit? I enjoy living in the sewer. Impressive. Xia Simeng could only think of those two words to describe Bai Ye. Why not stay in a comfortable inn instead of choosing to dwell in a sewer? Is this even the behavior of a rational human being? Fool's little brother, you. You aren't still mentally unstable, are you? Xia Simeng pondered for a long time and could only conclude that this fellow must not have fully recovered during his time in the psychiatric hospital. Otherwise, how could he entertain such inhumane thoughts? What do you mean by that? Sister Xia, I won't say much else. But I personally believe my mental state is far healthier than Lin Chie's. The reason I live in the sewer is simply that I enjoy it there. Just like how pigs relish residing in filthy pigsties. Indeed, that is precisely the sentiment. Hey, you are cleverly insulting me. Alas, it appears you possess a modicum of reason, though not in abundance. Xia Simeng patted Bai Ye on the shoulder, saying, Dear foolish brother, what can I say? I shall return to execute my mission the day after tomorrow. Should you ever aspire to become a night watchman, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall ensure your entry. Bai Ye understood that Xia Simeng held the authority to utter such words, for as the captain of a special squad, she could directly recruit individuals to become night watchmen. After all, and Qing Yu, who had never undergone night watchman training, was a living testament to this fact. Then, Sister Xia, allow me to bestow upon you a prophecy concerning the Phoenix Squad. Oh, pray do share. In your future, you will encounter several unscrupulous superiors, the kind who will exploit you to the fullest. Furthermore, you shall engage in a battle of wits with these superiors for the sake of your vacation, though most of your endeavors will end in failure. Vacation? Do not even dream of it. Is that something for us, the working class, to ponder? Xia Simeng. I truly wish I could punch him into the ground. Chapter 71, Farewell. And Qing Yu, beloved little fish, I have returned to see you. Bai Ye swiftly navigated his way back to Qing Yu's research institute. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Qing Yu paused for a moment, then coolly remarked, You are willing to return? Little fish, how cold you are, it saddens me. Are you truly saddened? Was today not quite delightful? I indulged in hot pot with 7 charming ladies, soaked in a hot spring, then ventured to KTV to sing and drink, and to top it all off, I enjoyed a private rendezvous with a stunning blonde. What sheer joy! Upon hearing Bai Ye recount his day, even he was taken aback, his finger trembling as he pointed at Qing Yu. You were stalking me. How could you engage in such behavior? From now on, I shall no longer call you little fish. You shall be known as the voyeur fish, complete with your own signature line. Following that, Bai Ye adopted a sinister tone. I shall forever be your voyeur, watching over you incessantly, until the end of time, eternally. Upon hearing his words, and Xingyu could not help but laugh, a laughter born from anger. Who would have thought that extreme fury could evoke such a sensation? Bai Ye, I truly wish to punch you. Let me think. Where did I place those 3 mysterious corpses? What did you just say? I said I genuinely want to land a punch on your feeble back to alleviate the weariness of the day. And Xingyu's complete turnaround left Bai Ye displaying an expression of disappointment. Little fish, you have changed. You have sacrificed your dignity as a human for mere corpses. Resorting to flattery. With that, Bai Ye extended his middle finger. I disdain you. And Xingyu mused. It is yet another day when I wish to strike Bai Ye. But who could blame me for being so fond of the pure and innocent little fish? Just wait. I disposed of the corpses in a cave on the mountain. Retrieving them is rather troublesome, but I managed to bring back a portion of the tissue. With that, Bai Ye unfastened his belt, causing Xingyu to retreat several steps in fright. Wait, what are you doing? Why are you taking off your pants? At that moment, Xingyu's mind flooded with countless memories of their shared moments here. Little fish, come, call me daddy, and the corpses shall be yours. Little fish, the pure and innocent little fish. Little fish. Oh my, could it be that Bai Ye is an Antong? Good heavens! Reflecting on the times he had conversed with Bai Ye in a playful tone, the realization dawned upon him. No wonder he managed to maintain composure while residing with the serpent woman for a week. It turns out, he had lived in the underground sewer with a solitary man for nearly a year. The sky has fallen. By the way, little fish, this is that. Bai Ye, I am not interested in the living, be they male or female. So could you perish for a moment so I might attempt to accept you? Huh? What are you saying? Bai Ye directly tossed his belt to Xingyu, stating here, this is the mysterious tail root. I've temporarily repurposed it as a belt. See if you could dissect anything from it. Subsequently, Bai Ye rummaged through his trousers and retrieved a mysterious severed finger. And Xingyu was momentarily dumbfounded, exclaiming, dude, where on earth did you hide that? Faced with the bizarre finger Bai Ye had handed him, and Xingyu felt an overwhelming urge to discard it. His usual fascination with corpses waned significantly upon witnessing Bai Ye's hideout for the body. Wait, there's one last thing. Bai Ye then produced a knife and, with a swift motion, slashed open his abdomen, blood gushing forth. Even after spending a year with Bai Ye, and Xingyu was rendered speechless by the scene. Yet, Bai Ye dug into his own belly to extract a blood-soaked spherical object. This is a mysterious eyeball. It's rather large and can easily be concealed on one's person. Here, take it, he declared, throwing the dripping eyeball to Xingyu. And Xingyu thought to himself, every time I compare myself to you, I feel that my morbid fascination with dissecting corpses is utterly normal. Thank you for constantly reminding me that I'm still a sane person. He glanced at the 3 items before him, a tail repurposed as a belt, a finger reeking of odor, and an eyeball concealed within a belly. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, why on earth did you hide the eyeball and the finger in such a place? A simple backpack would suffice, because it's stylish, perfectly fitting my persona. And Xingyu observed Bai Ye, whose trousers sagged due to the absence of a belt, revealing a hint of red from his improperly secured underwear, while a wound on his abdomen bled profusely. Where's the style in that? Little fish, you don't understand. For someone like me, who can inflict a wound upon myself without hesitation, isn't that cool. Pull up your pants before you continue talking. Oh, come on. If I put on my pants, you won't recognize me. How cruel. And Xingyu slowly closed his eyes, reflecting on the countless profanities he had uttered moments ago. He couldn't help but reminisce about the person he was a year ago before encountering Bai Ye. Back then, he was merely an individual with a penchant for dissecting corpses, constrained to laboratories with frogs and mice. Aware of his dark tendencies and eccentricities, he still managed to present himself as an outstanding individual to the outside world, an exemplary student, respectful of his teachers, and, if he may say so, the envy of others. But after meeting Bai Ye, now, it seemed he would add cursing Bai Ye to his list of hobbies. Indeed, proximity to the red leads to becoming red, while closeness to the dark leads to darkness. Hey, little fish, what are you pondering so deeply about? Gazing at the bloodied hands of Bai Ye, and Xingyu resisted the urge to pummel him into the ground. Instead, he inhaled deeply and spoke with a calm demeanor. I am in mourning for the lost fragments of my past, my fleeting youth, and the time that shall never return. Transforming into a different being, I shall end you. Unable to endure any longer, and Xingyu unleashed a powerful fist towards Bai Ye's face, simultaneously allowing his eyes to slowly close. Farewell, the well-mannered, refined, emotionally stable, and academically exceptional in Xingyu. You have been utterly extinguished by Bai Ye. After executing a full 360-degree spin in the air, Bai Ye collapsed to the ground, blood splattering onto Xingyu. To an observer, Xingyu might have appeared as a remorseless, deranged killer. Ah, that feels satisfying. This is the tone befitting of Xiao Yu. The pretentious literary youth does not suit you. You are far more aligned with the temperament of a volatile mad scientist. On Xingyu, why was the ability of immortality not bestowed upon him? Chapter 72. Aha, the circle of chaos, the circle of chaos. I desire a river of blood. The next day, Bai Ye sprang from his bed with a swift motion, exclaiming, "Little fish, I shall step out for a while. Do keep the home safe. How long will I be gone? I know not. But should you miss me, do not hesitate to call. I shall return in a flash, ensuring my little fish is not left in solitude." On Xingyu, he remains as insufferable as ever. Bai Ye once again emerged from the sewers. While the idea of residing in such a place initially seemed daunting, one eventually grows accustomed to its confines. Today, Xingyu's little mouse failed to uncover any mysteries within the realm of Tsangnan. Thus, he resolved to seek out his companions for some amusement. Whom to visit? Lin Chia, Team 136, or the Phoenix Squad? Let us visit the Phoenix Squad. After all, I am more acquainted with them, and there are plenty of charming maidens to behold. The other members of the Phoenix Squad gradually awoke, realizing they were in a hotel room, most likely returned by their captain. Sigh, we retired rather early yesterday. Yet this room is quite spacious. Our gathering does not feel cramped at all. Let us pay a visit to the captain's room. Without hesitation, they proceeded, while Xia Simeng, having not enjoyed a restful slumber in ages, was blissfully asleep in her room. Even as her sisters approached her bedside, she remained oblivious, lost in her dreams. By the way, who triumphed between the captain and the foolish younger brother yesterday? Is that even a question? Clearly, it was the captain. You all know how formidable her drinking prowess is. Indeed, that seems accurate. At that moment, Xia Simeng's phone began to ring. The distant horizon is my love. Xia Simeng furrowed her brow, burying her head deeper in her pillow, resolutely ignoring the call, wishing to sleep a while longer. Upon seeing the caller ID, her teammates immediately shouted, "Captain, it's the commander. It's a call from Commander Yi. Hurry and get up. No more lazing about. Just 5 more minutes. Please let me sleep for 5 more minutes." Xia Simeng, determined to ignore the world, stubbornly clung to her slumber. Under the relentless ringing of her phone and the urging of her teammates, Xia Simeng reluctantly opened her eyes, glaring at her inconsiderate companions, her frustration boiling. Had she known, she would have left them asleep on the streets yesterday. Without regard for the caller, she answered the phone with indignation. "Hello, who is it? Do you not know I am on holiday? Disturbing someone's rest is the most unethical act." On the other end, Yi Fan nearly sputtered his drink at her words. Astonished at her audacity, this girl is becoming increasingly irreverent. "It's me, Yi Fan." Yi Fan? In that instant, Xia Simeng felt her intellect and composure surge. "Commander Yi, why are you calling me?" What orders do you have?" As Xia Simeng uttered those words, her brows furrowed slightly. Something felt amiss. Today was her day off. Why was she behaving so humbly? It seemed she had knelt for so long that she could no longer rise. "Fool, how are things between you two?" "Not bad. Quite well, actually. Tomorrow, when we return to the capital, bring him along." "Huh. Someone wishes to meet him. But his personality is rather peculiar. Merely saying so, I fear he may find it difficult to come. After all, he can transform, and if he becomes some cat or dog and hides in an alley, I may never find him again." Yi Fan also frowned slightly, then replied nonchalantly, "Just inform him that Jin Yin wishes to see him. He will understand what to do." Jin Yin? Xia Simeng was somewhat perplexed. Having served as a night watchman for so many years, she had never heard of this name. Yet it seemed this individual held significant importance to the fool's younger brother. "Very well." After hanging up, Xia Simeng sighed deeply. "It appears we will have an additional companion on our return tomorrow." Who? The fool's younger brother. The commander wishes to meet him. No wonder he is the prospective agent of Merlin. It is truly astonishing that the commander wishes to meet him in person. By the way, Captain, does the fool's younger brother live with the vice captain? Yesterday, several of us managed to get the vice captain drunk, so I suspect. Oh no, he has moved out. What? Xiao Siming sighed once more. She did not want others to know about the fool's younger brother's mental health history, as it was a secret of his. Moreover, residing in the sewers was hardly a respectable matter. But how should she go about finding him today? Surely, she could not actually venture into the sewers to search for him. Not only would it be filthy, but should anything mysterious arise down there, she feared she would be rendered incapable of fighting. After all, once ignited, the entire sewer system of Xiangnan might explode. Sigh. Never mind. Let us summon Vice Captain Kong. Today, we shall make a concerted effort to locate the fool's younger brother. Captain, he can transform. How shall we find him? Let us take it one step at a time. After a brief tidy-up, the members of the Phoenix Squad prepared to head out, hoping to accomplish this task today. Who would have thought that the illustrious Phoenix Squad had fallen to such a state of seeking someone? However, just as they were ready to set out, the manhole cover near the inn suddenly shifted. Bai Ye poked his head out to survey the surroundings, finding it crowded with people, then nonchalantly crawled out. No one saw. Splendid. Another perfect entrance. The Phoenix Squad. Damn, this guy really doesn't regard them as people. Xiao Siming rubbed her forehead. She had initially believed that the fool's younger brother was one of the few who could keep up with her pace, only to discover that this was not the case. She was merely a little fierce. He truly had a mental issue. Brother, have you been living in the sewers all night? Kong's mouth twitched slightly as he approached to inquire, while Bai Ye shyly smiled. Are you envious? Then let us cancel your room tonight, and I'll take you along for an experience. Kong Shang retreated silently a couple of steps, fearful of contagion. Meanwhile, Xiao Siming rubbed her temples and declared, Foolish little brother, let us depart from Xiangnan together tomorrow. What? Why leave Xiangnan? I still have numerous tasks left unfinished. It is crucial to note that little time remains before Xiangnan's disappearance, and at this juncture, he is reluctant to wander aimlessly. Commander Yi requests your presence. I shall not go. He mentioned that Jin Yin wishes to see you. Oh, Jin Yin? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye chuckled, surprised that the esteemed president of a Xiangye association has finally made an appearance. He has long suppressed his emotions domestically and now has a venue for their expression. Xiangnan's demise? What does it matter? As long as he follows the Phoenix, he is certain to return in due time. However, if he fails to meet Jin Yin this time, who knows when the next opportunity might arise. Let's unleash chaos. Let flow like rivers of blood. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Chapter 73. Dear Brother Chima, you shall thank me upon witnessing the exhilarated expression on the face of the foolish younger brother, which radiated an almost maternal smile. Xiao Siming found herself intrigued by the identity of this Genian. Earlier, she had discreetly probed the matter, noting that Commander Yi seemed indifferent to the summons, as if the allure of the great summer commander paled in comparison to this individual named Genian. Moreover, the name hinted at a feminine identity. Could it be that the foolish younger brother harbored affections for a girl? Such a notion was almost unfathomable. Who exactly is Genian? She pondered. Oh, merely an exceptionally formidable girl. Even Sanjia dares not pen the death of the protagonist, for her father looms nearby, sharpening his blades against him. Xiao Siming was momentarily taken aback. It must be quite challenging to understand Bai Ye. Is there truly anyone in this world capable of deciphering his words? No, Merlin should be able to comprehend, as all that Bai Ye knows has been imparted by Merlin himself. By the way, Sister Xia, today must also be a holiday for you all. Xiangnan has many intriguing places to explore. However, I cannot accompany you, as I suddenly recalled other commitments. I shall take my leave first. As soon as Bai Ye finished speaking, he dashed away, leaving the members of the Phoenix team somewhat bewildered. They perceived Bai Ye as a man akin to the wind, unfettered and carefree, as if no one could constrain his actions or freedom. In this age, rife with peril, he seemed to embody a certain joyfulness. Upon learning that he would accompany the Phoenix team back to the capital the following day, Bai Ye promptly altered his plans. After all, who could say when he might return again? It was only fitting to bid farewell to Team 136 while they were all together. The next time they met, Old Chun would be accompanying Old Zhao, leaving only 2 night watchmen behind. It would be a shame not to catch one last glimpse of them. Arriving at the Peace Affairs office, Bai Ye was overwhelmed by a surge of emotions. At that moment, he assumed the guise of Lin Qie, striving to appear convincingly so as not to be recognized. "Hello, Captain, Sister Hongying, Vice Captain, I have returned." Bai Ye greeted everyone as he entered, to which Hongying responded with surprise. Has the night watchman oath concluded so swiftly? Oh, so today is the day of the night watchman oath. Indeed, it has concluded, and I have returned. This place still feels like home. Bai Ye sank into the sofa, reminiscent of a newcomer who had long been away. Meanwhile, when Shima inquired of Chun Mai, "Captain, by all accounts, as the top of this new recruit training, shouldn't Xie be joining the capital team? Why then? Has he returned at Songnan?" Chun Mai shook his head. This was a decision made by the higher echelons of the night watchmen. I'm unaware of the reasons. At that moment, Hongying emerged, brandishing a long spear. "Chia, let us practice a bit. I wish to see how much you have progressed this past year." "Dear Sister Hongying, please go easy on me." Yet, just as Bai Ye was about to engage, Wu Xiangnan interjected, "Hongying, Chia has just returned. Allow him to rest before sparring." After much anticipation, he finally returned and planned to purchase some ingredients for a hot pot meal. Sounds delightful. However, just as Bai Ye uttered these words, he enveloped Wen Qima in an embrace. "My dear Qima, how has our office been faring lately? How many mysteries have we vanquished?" "Huh? Mysteries? The last battle I fought was against Han Xiaoyan. How long has it been since we encountered a mystery?" "No, that is not right. The last one appeared only to be swiftly eliminated by someone else. Alas, it feels as though my blade is on the verge of rusting." Bai Ye smiled faintly. "Is that so? Worry not. I assure you, your blade shall soon see the light of day." "Qima Jiji, it is wonderful to see you again." Bai Ye instantly transformed into Hongying, entangling Wen Qima. The abrupt shift startled everyone, and Hongying's face was a mix of anger and annoyance. "This fool has once again taken my form to stir trouble. How infuriating." Instinctively, Hongying lunged with her spear, but Bai Ye ducked behind Wen Qima, causing her strike to falter. Wu Xiangnan, Lung Xian, and Hongying surrounded Bai Ye, who looked at them with mild exasperation. "Ladies and gentlemen, I was merely jesting. Is it truly so difficult to endure a bit of banter? Just look at Qima Jiji's face. It has turned crimson. Could it be that he is smitten? Shall we engage in a little bondage play? Any position you desire? Unleash your innermost desires. No one shall judge you. It is but human nature." Bai Ye, using Hongying's visage, flirted incessantly with Wen Qima, who now bore an expression of impending tears. "Brother, you're my real brother. Why must you always tease me when you come around? Haven't I already lost enough face?" Since the day the Fool and their team 136 had met, it had always been Wen Qima who bore the brunt of the injuries. After the Fool departed, he was often met with disapproving glares from Xiao Nan and Hongying. Yet, any man embraced in such a manner, regardless of the knowledge that the other was an impostor, would struggle to remain indifferent. Oh, you wonder why? Alas, you foolish child, it is all for your own good. For my own good? Indeed, my actions aim to enhance your presence and narrative significance. Just look within the original text. Your presence is the most negligible. Whenever I ponder who comprises Team 136, I inadvertently forget you. It is truly pitiful for a member of Team 136 to possess such a low narrative weight. I am, in fact, rescuing you. Wen Qima, though he could not fully comprehend, he was utterly astonished. However, one thing became clear to him. The Fool claimed he had low presence. How could that be possible? How could I be the least significant member of Team 136? Surely, Lung Xian, that taciturn fellow, must rank lower than I. After all, Wen Qima considered himself quite cheerful, whereas Lung Xian spent his days merely cleaning weapons and taking photographs, rarely uttering a word. Bai Ye regarded Wen Qima with the bemusement one would reserve for a simpleton. When it comes to presence, you cannot compete. You truly cannot. Accept it. Your presence is the lowest. When Zhao Kongsheng is mentioned, readers envision the most striking blade that runs throughout the narrative. When one mentions Chun Mai, readers will inevitably think of the steadfast captain of the Night Watch team, who valiantly quelled the grievances of Shiva and safeguarded Songnan for a decade. Upon the mention of Wu Xiangnan, images of the immortal swordsman, who met his end alongside the Blue Rain team and Susanoo, come to mind when referring to Xiao Lan. One recalls the vengeful spirit who infiltrated the realm of the cunning god Loki, successfully orchestrating the demise of a new god of trickery. The name Long Xian evokes thoughts of the mortal sharpshooter, who, in a bid to alleviate Xiaonan's solitude, assisted in eliminating Loki, and was the sole one to deceive the new trickster god, a tragic yet poignant pairing. When one hears of Hong Ying, they envision the newly appointed leader of Team 136, who stands resolutely to protect a dilapidated home. And when the name Wen Qima arises, who, Bai Ye, upon reviewing the narrative, perceives that Wen Qima's presence is, in stark contrast to the aforementioned figures, absurdly negligible. As a kind-hearted individual, Bai Ye cannot bear to let this be. Thus, it is imperative to bring him into the limelight, even if it means he must bear the burden of ridicule, for he must not fade into obscurity. The present Wen Qima may not comprehend, even harboring resentment, yet the future Wen Qima will undoubtedly express gratitude for this intervention. Truly, his kindness is boundless. Chapter 74-3 Imaginary Fish. Seeing that the situation was becoming somewhat unmanageable, Chunmai slowly rose to his feet and regarded Bai Ye, his expression tinged with a hint of helplessness. Fool, what brings you here again? Surely, you haven't come merely to tease Chi-Mo. Of course not. I merely wish to bid you all farewell, for I shall soon be departing from Songnan. It is high time you all return to your former selves after a year of ease, Bai Ye replied. At this, Hong Ying immediately grasped the implication. Indeed, the past year in Songnan had been devoid of any mysteries. It was all your doing. Reflecting on the year, Songnan had been absurdly idle. There had been no mysteries to uncover, nor any bodies left behind, save for a pool of blood at the scene. Nothing else. Bai Ye merely waved his hand dismissively. No need to express gratitude. I perform good deeds anonymously. Why would you do this? Xiao Lan inquired, puzzled. After all, it seemed akin to idleness on his part, and he was not a night watcher. Thus he could not fathom why he was so eager to eliminate mysteries. Why? To alter the outcome, Bai Ye responded enigmatically, leaving the others somewhat bewildered. However, Chunmai appeared to comprehend something, for the fool was indeed one of those afflicted by Shiva's curse. Perhaps he sought to change his own fate of being obliterated. After all, the 10-year deadline loomed near. Well then, members of Team 136, I shall miss you during my absence from Songnan. With that, Bai Ye waved his hand and departed from the Peace Affairs office, as ephemeral as a gentle breeze, drifting away effortlessly. Captain, what does this mean? One asked. Is he merely informing us that he will no longer be in Songnan and that we must contend with the mysteries ourselves? It feels as though he is the true night watcher. Haha. Thanks to him, I feel as though I am on the verge of gaining weight, Hong Ying lamented. Indeed, during his time in Songnan, Bai Ye had consistently been ahead of them in uncovering mysteries. Yet Wu Xiangnan frowned. But it is rather strange. What is strange? We at least have a complete team and structure. So why is it that he could discover mysteries ahead of us? I don't quite understand. Cold Xian interjected, Deputy, he is the agent of Merlin. With the advantage of prophetic abilities, it is only natural he would find the mysteries before us. That makes sense. However, we must also adjust our own state, for it is time we engaged in the duties expected of night watchers. Xiao Lan pouted, If it weren't for that fool, would we have spent an entire year searching for cats and dogs for the citizens? That fellow is determined to undermine our livelihood. Haha. Well, at least he has left now, bringing some peace. By the way, Chi is attending the Night Watcher's oath ceremony today and will likely return to the team by afternoon. We should celebrate. Hong Ying smiled softly. Let us go to my apartment. It is spacious enough. All right. As he wandered the bustling streets, Bai Ye suddenly felt a profound lack of belonging to the city over the past year. On this final day, he could scarcely think of anyone to bid farewell to beside Xiao Yuer. What expression would Xiao Yuer wear upon learning of his departure to the capital? Hypothesis 1. The aggrieved and humble type. Why? Why must you go to the capital for a woman? After a year by your side, am I not worth as much? Are you truly willing to forsake the promise we made? Tears welled up in Qing Yu's delicate eyes, his crimson-rimmed gaze evoking a sense of heartbreak. He struggled not to weep, yet endeavored to maintain a semblance of smile. You must have something of great importance to attend to. I understand, but please don't forget me. Otherwise, faced with such a scene, Bai Ye could only helplessly embrace him, continually soothing Qing Yu's emotions. Xiao Yuer, I shall return soon. Do not cry. You will ruin your lovely face. I promise I will come back at once. Really? Indeed. Really? Of course. As true as steel. Hee. I thought you would leave without a word. Then I shall dissect corpses while I wait for you. The first hypothesis concluded, and it seemed Xiao Yuer was somewhat losing his composure. Indeed, the tearful Xiao Yuer was not the true essence of him. Hypothesis 2. The fiery temperament. Get out. You dare to break our promise for a woman? Leave. Get out. Amidst a flurry of mysterious remains, Bai Ye found himself battered and bruised by Qing Yu's wrath, while he continued to evade and inquire. Please, Xiao Yuer, don't be angry. I'll bring you a body when I return. Get out. Cold-hearted scoundrel. Who cares for your corpses? Get away and vanish from my world. Go as far as you can. Ultimately, Bai Ye was forcefully expelled from the dwelling by the furious Xiao Yuer. What a super masculine figure. I find myself somewhat intrigued. Hypothesis 3. The indifferent and unfeeling type. Xiao Yuer, I am heading to the capital. I do not know when I shall return, and you will need to manage on your own during my absence. Oh, is that all? Don't you have anything else to say to me? Will you return soon? Nothing more. Very well. Farewell. Oh, farewell. Under Qing Yu's gaze, Bai Ye eventually departed from his line of sight, turning away to resume his dissection. This portrayal most accurately aligned with Xiao Yuer's aloof and fervent scientist persona, yet the response felt too cold, leaving a tinge of sadness. Oh well, perhaps it was best to return home today. After all, he had no one else to bid farewell to. Upon reflection, it seemed more fitting to reserve this final time for Xiao Yuer, and he was indeed curious about Xiao Yuer's expression upon realizing he was leaving. Bai Ye navigated the familiar path back to the sewer, while Qing Yu merely cast a fleeting glance his way, somewhat surprised. Why are you back so soon today? I must take my leave now, heading to the capital, with my return time uncertain. Tomorrow, I shall depart alongside the Phoenix Squad. And Qing Yu furrowed her brow slightly. You're leaving? That poses quite a dilemma. What's the matter? Are you reluctant to part with me? Indeed. After all, someone as powerful and swift as you, capable of conjuring a plethora of supplies, is a rarity in all of Daxia. Rarity? Did you just refer to me as a rara avis? How absurd. We share a bond. After all, a year of camaraderie between us is no trifling matter. Come now, little fish, you are being rather heartless. I might weep. I truly could. Woe is me. Bai Ye, your tears are far too faint. By the way, you have never left Songnan before. Why the sudden journey to the capital now? To meet someone. Who? A woman. Upon hearing this, and Qing Yu's expression turned inquisitive. A woman? Pray tell, what new ploy do you intend to employ? A new ploy? The last time you were so invested in a woman, her name was Serpent Lady, and I witnessed her fate. What of this one? And Qing Yu's gaze was as piercing as a serpent's, leaving Bai Ye with only an awkward smile. But this is different. My collaboration with the Night Watch Commander is solely to meet her. After all this time, how could I possibly harm her? Is that so? Then allow me to extend my congratulations on achieving your heart's desire. Chapter 75, Ahaha's fanfiction and the twisted whispers of the astral train. Bai Ye returned to this place once again, only to discover that the entire astral train had undergone a remarkable transformation, though he could not quite discern how. The corridors, the lounge, the kitchen, everything seemed altered yet unchanged. It was indeed cleaner than before. What could be the reason for this? What has happened to the train? Goodness. Just as Bai Ye was about to call Aha to inquire about the train's peculiar state, he was struck dumb by the sight of a figure clad in a black and white maid outfit. In that instant, Bai Ye admitted that his mind had gone blank. With black stockings, a maid's attire, cat ears, and a tail, if it had indeed traversed into a fantastical realm, this would be a quintessential cat girl. Alas, the one donning such attire was none other than Shun Erniu. Master, you have returned. At that moment, The Whisper's eyes were vacant and devoid of life. Mechanically repeating the words, Bai Ye's eyes widened in shock. Oh no, I see. Chen, what on earth is happening? The Whisper showed no reaction to this disgraceful name, his expression betraying not even a flicker of emotion. Adi Uldaft. Bai Ye prodded his head, but the Whisper began to sway, adopting a dainty demeanor, saying, I hope my master can be gentle with me and not too rough. As he spoke, his body trembled, and he began to prepare to unfasten his skirt, causing Bai Ye to recoil in horror. Turning around, he saw Aha perched on a small stool, munching on seeds and sipping juice, thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding scene. Beside him, the apothecary covered his eyes with his palms, though curiosity led him to peek through his fingers, while Lan, though somewhat timid, appeared expectantly intrigued. Goodness, the apothecary and Lan had not bickered for once. Instead, they were merely spectators, and it was Bai Ye's own predicament they were observing. Seeing the Whisper about to disrobe, Bai Ye swiftly kicked him to the ground and dashed over, launching a flying kick straight to Aha's face. Thud! Aha was sent sprawling, seeds scattering everywhere, juice spilling across the floor. Yet, in the next moment, a scene even more astonishing unfolded before Bai Ye's eyes. The Whisper, upon witnessing this, seemed possessed by the spirit of a renowned painting, frantically rushed over and began picking up the fallen seeds, one by one. As for the juice on the floor, the Whisper extended his tongue and licked it clean. This was too much. He felt the need to momentarily shut his eyes. Bai Ye, why did you kick me? You've hurt me. Unless you bring me several amusing comic books, do not expect my forgiveness. Bai Ye slowly closed his eyes, forcing himself to regain composure, then turned to Aha with a pressing inquiry. Aha, I require a plausible explanation. Why has this fellow transformed into a lustful wild dog? Upon reflecting on the earlier spectacle of Yi's playful antics, only to now witness him akin to a dog lapping up the juice from the floor, Aha began to elucidate. Bai, was this not the task you set for me? Observe, Aha has accomplished it remarkably well. I have transformed him into Xingnu. Bai, taken aback, thought to himself, this is rather alarming. No matter how I ponder, I cannot fathom how the elegant and noble Yi has devolved into such a state. What on earth did you do to him? He was never like this before. Before? Oh, for him, that seems like a lifetime ago. A memory now overshadowed by the chaos of countless recollections. Although Aha's explanation left Bai bewildered, he instinctively inquired, what exactly did you do? I ensnared his consciousness within a dreamscape, a realm entirely of my design, where the duration and content were dictated by me. I cast him as the protagonist in my fanfiction featuring Bai X Erniu. Playing the role of the second male lead, Chun Erniu, Bai's lips twitched slightly. And then, well, you can surely deduce the rest. In the dream, from a moment he gained awareness, he became your Xingnu, required to attend to you 3 times daily, each session lasting over 3 hours. After enduring this for over a century, even the proudest of souls would succumb. Aha's laughter echoed, brimming with amusement. How delightful! And what transpired in the remaining 90,000 years? Aha confidently patted his chest. Naturally, I rewrote the fanfiction and reenacted every scene. Dominant Bai's forced affection. The fragile wife Erniu seeks mercy. Bai's mouth twitched again as he inhaled deeply. Could you briefly summarize the plot? Of course. It is a tale of tragic romance, replete with bloodletting, poisoning, organ harvesting, and abortion. Any form of suffering was inflicted upon Erniu. It continued for over 2 centuries. There is also as the holy maiden Erniu accidentally falls into Bai's goblin lair, where Erniu, as the Goblin King, savagely showcased Erniu's defeat. Quite splendid. And there's more. As a chambermaid, Erniu and the magnificent young Master Bai must address certain matters, and my personal favorite, the world crumbles. Reborn as a slave in another realm, where the protagonist, Chun Erniu, leads a scandalous life after being purchased by you at the slave market. As Aha grew increasingly animated, he recounted tales of teachers and students, tyrannical CEOs, and emperors, exploring a myriad of themes, effectively filling a 10,000-year sentence. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Bai turned to glance at the apothecary, only to find that both he and Lan had also ceased their combat, each engrossed in a novel they held. The title of the book: The God of War Bai returns. Wife Erniu sold to a brothel, starting with a 10,000-strong assault. Upon merely reading the title, Bai felt utterly speechless. The pharmacist's cheeks flushed, reminiscent of a maiden witnessing Liu Bai's prose for the first time, while Lan inadvertently revealed a shyness and blush that the youth had never experienced before. The blush of young hearts is the most sincere declaration. What nonsense! This is not the blush he desires. Damn it, in comparison to Aha, he is far too kind, far too much like a normal person. He finally comprehends the feelings that little fish harbored in his presence. If Aha's previous fanfiction about him and Erniu was akin to force-feeding him excrement, then this time, it felt as if he had gathered all the excretions of the world's creatures and forcibly poured them into his stomach. One word: disgusting. Truly, utterly revolting. Bai Ye inhaled deeply, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Aha, I have made a decision. What? I shall emulate Qin Shi Huang, burning books and burying scholars. The books are here. Can you guess who the scholars are? Chapter 76. Greetings. I am Shun Qingzhu, who was originally meant to be an undercover agent, but failed to fulfill that role. Zhengge, I finally comprehend your sentiments. Burning books is indeed exhilarating. Set them ablaze, let them burn. Birndemol. Bai Ye gathered all of Aha's fanfiction and, in front of Aha, incinerated his hard work to ashes. No, Bai Ye, the train conductor, you cannot do this. These are my creations, my heartfelt endeavors. You demon. Aha wept bitterly, witnessing his cherished writings reduced to mere ashes by the merciless flames, his heart torn asunder with anguish. Following his manic laughter, Bai Ye's gaze shifted back to Aha. As he gently caressed Aha's small head, with tear-streaked cheeks, Aha looked up at Bai Ye. Conductor. Bai Ye smiled faintly. The book burning is concluded now. It is time to bury you. Subsequently, Bai Ye conjured a large flower pot, bound Aha, and unceremoniously placed him inside, filling it with soil, leaving only his head exposed. Surrounding Aha were an array of cacti and prickly pears. Woe, demon! You are indeed a demon. How could you destroy my illustrious reputation? If this is merely 60%, what chaos would 100% unleash? Reflect upon your actions. After entombing Aha, the pharmacist, deprived of fanfiction, resumed his fervent pursuit of Lan, while Lan continued to retaliate. Clearly, the train had descended into chaos once more. At this juncture, the train transformed into a bizarre spectacle. Aha buried in a flower pot. Lan and the pharmacist locked in their tumultuous romance, while the drowsy Yu numbly tidied up the train's interior. Everything appeared strikingly peculiar. Henceforth, the starry train could be aptly renamed the Starry Spirit Car. Bai Ye sighed deeply, choosing to distance himself from this realm of turmoil. The following day, and Xing Yu continued his dissection of corpses. Yet today, as Bai Ye was set to depart, he exchanged more words than usual. Safe travels. Actually, I wish to experience the winds against me. What a peculiar thought. I am leaving now. The next time we meet, who knows when that will be? It is important to note that upon his return, Bai Ye would nearly coincide with the catastrophe of Tsangnan, witnessing the entire region's disappearance. With Team 136 reduced to 2 members, Lin, Chia hospitalized, and Loki's assault, so many events transpired, yet, in a certain sense, it was also when he encountered the most formidable beings and harvested correction values in a short span. Not to mention, even a single one of those mysterious frost giants from Chuanjing would offer Bai Ye an overwhelming amount of experience. Upon exiting the sewer, Bai Ye fell into silence once more, as it seemed Xia Simeng had anticipated his emergence, sitting nonchalantly on a small stool, legs crossed, exuding an air of arrogance. Bai Ye glanced around, nodding in satisfaction. Splendid. No one had noticed. Perfect infiltration. Hey, do you not regard me as a person? Xia Simeng grasped Bai Ye's hair and spoke with a friendly demeanor. Oh, it turns out there's a stunning beauty here. Were you waiting for me? How touching. I surmise you would emerge from this very place. Why? Because you had done so yesterday. Bai Ye, in a state of resignation, found solace in the fact that there were no others nearby, save for Xia Simeng, and thus he was untroubled by the visibility of his face. Subsequently, Bai Ye transformed once more, assuming the guise of Lin Xie. Observing this, Xia Simeng expressed her exasperation. Why have you morphed into his likeness again? Is there a problem? She added, exasperated as she tugged at Bai Ye, then caught a whiff of the odor of the sewers emanating from him, prompting her to deliver a swift kick. Hurry and take a shower. Then we shall depart for Shangjing. We might just catch a ride with the favorable winds. What? A ride? From where? From Yuan Gang. After all, he is the deputy captain of a Shangjing city team. With the vigilantes' oath concluded yesterday, it is time for him and the instructors to report back. Bai Ye chuckled awkwardly, but Yuan Gang. Last time, when I masqueraded as a hunter, I nearly drove him mad. Surely he won't recognize me. However, upon hearing about the Shangjing city team, Bai Ye suddenly felt he had overlooked something important, though he could not recall what it was at that moment. Forget it. It will come to me later. Soon, I shall meet with the president of the CS Society in Shangjing. The long-awaited operation to detonate the circle of destruction is finally set to commence. After a shower, the Phoenix team escorted Bai Ye directly to the new recruit training camp. With the vigilantes' oath having concluded yesterday, the camp was remarkably quiet, devoid of new recruits. Even Lin Xie had reported back to Team 136 after the conclusion of the vigil, leading Bai Ye to believe that there were no recruits left in the camp. Xia Simeng, it has been quite some time. Yuan Gang approached Xia Simeng with a warm smile, and upon gazing at her, he could not help but reflect on the rarity of true talent. At just over 20, Xia Simeng had already entered the realm of Klein, while still being in the marine realm. Truly, one cannot help but feel dwarfed by such comparisons. Commander Yuan, I trust all is well. I hope you do not mind our seeking a lift with you. Of course not. By the way, let me introduce you. This is our new recruit from the Shangjing City Vigilante team, Shun Qingzhu. He possesses considerable talent and is a promising prospect. Wait a moment, Chia, what are you doing here? At this moment, Bai Ye found himself utterly astonished upon seeing Shun Qingzhu, finally recalling what he had neglected. During the battle at Jinnan Mountain, the brash youth had, in pursuit of vengeance for the death of his brother, seized the vigilante badge from Instructor Hong and perished alongside Ma Etienne, only to be saved by the return of Bai Li's miraculous jade. Subsequently, he had been taken under the wing of EU, becoming an exceptional undercover agent, ultimately dismantling the entire cult and personally slaying EU. Yet, due to his interference, the Jinnan Mountain dungeon had been completed in record time, depriving Shun Qingzhu of the opportunity to serve as an undercover agent. According to the original course of events, Shun Qingzhu was destined to join the Shangjing City team. How intriguing. The situation is growing quite fascinating. It appears that on this journey to the capital, I shall accompany the charismatic gentleman with an abundance of personal charm. I hope that little Yuer won't feel jealous upon learning this. At this moment, Shun Qingzhu turned to Bai Ye, somewhat astonished. Qi, how did you? Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Fool, the prospective agent of the god of magic and prophecy, Merlin. I possess Merlin's transformation magic, and, due to certain circumstances, I have taken on the appearance of Lin Xie. Bai Ye's explanation brought a sudden realization to Yuan Gang. After all, Zhuqing had specifically sought him out a few days prior. So you are indeed that fool. Therefore, this means it is the commander-in-chief who has instructed us to escort him to the capital. It is said that someone wishes to meet him. As for the identity of this individual, I am unaware, only knowing that they are called Jin Yan. Xia Simeng explained with a hint of exasperation, while Yuan Gang pondered, ultimately deciding he did not recognize this Jin Yan and thus chose to dismiss the thought. However, Shun Qingzhu scrutinized Bai Ye closely, realizing that Bai Ye, in the guise of Lin Xie, was astonishingly identical to the original, truly unbelievable. Greetings, fool. I am Shun Qingzhu. Chapter Yitmishidi, Bai Ye. You are the illegitimate son of Instructor Yuan. The flight to Shangjing City had already taken off, and Bai Ye had taken a seat right next to Shun Qingzhu. Gazing at him intently, his eyes glinting with mischief, the question lingered, would the unfulfilled undercover agent, Bai Ye, remain in the Shangjing team, or would he continue to join the Nightfall team? It was indeed a fascinating inquiry. Shun Qingzhu felt somewhat uncomfortable under Bai Ye's scrutiny and snapped. What are you staring at? What is it to you? Just as he was about to retort further, He recalled that this individual was a guest of the commander-in-chief and decided to turn his head away, choosing to ignore him. Yet, the more he glanced at Bai Ye, the more he felt as if Lin Xie was watching him intently from the side. With a deep breath, he resolved to inquire, "Do you know Lin Xie?" "Well, sort of. We've crossed paths a few times. I'm quite familiar with him, but he knows nothing about me." Bai Ye chuckled, adding, "That is precisely it. He and I are not close, yet I know him inside out, just as I know you." Shen Qingzhu was taken aback. "You know me?" "Of course. After all, you're the standout among this batch of recruits, ranking second in overall performance, with an impressively high-risk designation of 68 in the Forbidden Ruins. Your future is exceedingly bright." Bai Ye elaborated vividly on Shen Qingzhu's accomplishments, yet Shen Qingzhu merely snorted in response. "All that information is in the reports. You just need to glance at them. Besides, I've overshadowed someone else's prospects." A hint of dissatisfaction flickered in Shen Qingzhu's eyes. He was not entirely pleased with his second-place ranking. He was acutely aware that he could not compete with Lin Xie, the top agent, yet it was disheartening that he remained in the third-tier small city of Songnan, assigned to the 136 squad. Even a transfer to the 007 Huaihai City Night Watch Squad or the 008 Lintang City Night Watch Squad would not pose a problem for him. However, being placed in the 006 squad, the best among the special units, felt more like a disgrace than an honor. Observing Shen Qingzhu's inner turmoil, Bai Ye quickly discerned his thoughts and, with a friendly gesture, draped an arm around his shoulder, speaking in a soft tone. "I say, buddy, why do you call me that? I told you. I know you well." Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brow slightly, still skeptical of the assertion. "Really? I'm not so sure." Bai Ye smiled faintly. "You doubt me? Then surely you cannot dispute that you have a little brother named Wu Quan from the orphanage, can you?" Shen Qingzhu's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Aside from his few close associates, no one was privy to his past in the orphanage, and he trusted that his friends would never divulge such information to outsiders. Not to mention the matter of Wu Quan. "Do you truly possess the gift of foresight? Why else would ye fans seek me out?" Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brows and let out a deep sigh. "Since you possess the gift of foresight, you must know why I was assigned to Team 006 instead of Xie, right?" "Indeed," Bai Ye replied. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingzhu immediately turned to Bai Ye, his eyes ablaze with curiosity. You actually know?" "Of course. Such matters are within my knowledge." "Then, might you enlighten me?" "No, you likely wouldn't divulge it easily." "What do you require? Speak freely. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request." A sly smile crept across Bai Ye's lips as he leaned closer to Shen Qingzhu's ear and whispered, "Because you are the child born of Yuan Gang's youthful indiscretion, and he happens to be the chief instructor this time, making it quite effortless for him to facilitate your placement. A rather straightforward matter." Shen Qingzhu was taken aback, his face flushing with indignation as he retorted, "You're talking nonsense. Humph, you don't believe the truth? Very well." With that, Bai Ye slowly closed his eyes, while Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brow, mulling over the validity of those words. He then recalled Yuan Gang's attitude towards him. It was not wholly positive, yet neither was it entirely negative. However, isn't a strict father-esque treatment of his son often characterized in such a way? But that didn't seem quite right. Wouldn't such favoritism be unjust? Yuan Gang hardly seemed the type to engage in such behavior. Yet why was it that he, whose scores paled in comparison to Lin Xie's, was transferred to the capital? The more Shen Qingzhu pondered, the more disoriented he became. Finally, he stood up decisively and made his way towards Yuan Gang, with Bai Ye stealthily trailing behind him like a shadow. At that moment, Yuan Gang was engaged in a discussion with other instructors regarding post-operation summaries. Shen Qingzhu's sudden appearance left everyone momentarily bewildered. "Ah, Qingzhu, aren't you supposed to be with those young ones? What brings you here with us? Are you feeling anxious about the impending arrival in the capital? If you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to share. Don't keep it bottled up, understood?" Upon saying this, Yuan Gang recalled his prior knowledge of Shen Qingzhu, who hailed from an orphanage. It was not unusual for him to feel out of place upon arriving in the capital. After all, isn't that the role of an instructor? Moreover, their relationship would soon evolve beyond mere instructor and student, transforming into that of comrades, with seniors and juniors supporting one another. Shen Qingzhu regarded Yuan Gang with a conflicted expression, gazing at the middle-aged man's smiling face before inhaling deeply. Instructor Yuan, there is something I do not comprehend. What is it? Why do you care so much about me? Caring about you? Yuan Gang was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he merely offered a word of encouragement? Did this count as caring? Or perhaps the boy was overly sentimental, exhibiting a cold exterior yet a warm heart. Could it be that his stern demeanor during military training had startled him with such unexpected concern? It dawned on him that perhaps Shen Qingzhu had grown up in an environment devoid of affection, leading to such contemplative tendencies. This realization compelled Yuan Gang to gently pat Shen Qingzhu's shoulder, stating earnestly, "If I do not care for you, who will? After all, we shall soon become one family." As a member of Team 006, we are all like a closely knit family, especially since he holds the position of deputy leader, embodying the role of a maternal figure within this household. However, upon hearing these words, Shen Qingzhu, who had never truly understood the life of a night watcher, felt as if struck by lightning. The weight on his heart finally fell away. A family, Yuan Gang is indeed his biological father. For the sake of my better future, he unilaterally decided to keep the most exceptional Lin Xie in Sangnan while sending his own flesh and blood to the squad in Shangjing City. That fool had not lied. In an instant, Shen Qingzhu felt as though the sky had collapsed. Nevertheless, all the doubts in his heart had now been clarified. After a brief moment of contemplation, he abruptly turned to Yuan Gang, his eyes now reflecting a tinge of disappointment. Wait, something is amiss. Why does he wear such an expression? Yuan Gang was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Shen Qingzhu displayed such disappointment. What had he been let down by? Wait, he is looking at me. Is he disappointed in me? Subsequently, Shen Qingzhu took a deep breath and declared, "Instructor Yuan, if you wish for me to acknowledge you as my father, you must immediately return and bring Lin Xie to the Shangjing City squad. Otherwise, I shall never forgive you in this lifetime." What? Goodness. After so many years of neglecting my studies, I suddenly find myself articulating with such clarity. Why does this statement sound so incomprehensible? Chapter 78. Arrival at Shangjing City. What a shocking revelation. Upon hearing these words, the other instructors rose in unison, their gazes towards Yuan Gang transformed, filled with eager anticipation for the two individuals involved. Ladies and gentlemen, there is gossip to be shared. Assemble quickly. Noticing the instructor's scrutinizing stares, Yuan Gang felt a shiver run down his spine, immediately recalling what Shen Qingzhu had just stated, his face contorting with rage. Shen Qingzhu, are you aware of what you are implying? I am. Yet, I am even more aware that this is your singular opportunity for redemption. If you truly care for my well-being, even if I am your illegitimate child, it is utterly disrespectful to employ backdoor tactics to insult me. Yuan Gang was on the verge of losing his composure, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Moreover, he was a married man with children. Such baseless rumors were outrageous. If his wife were to discover this, he would surely be subjected to a humiliating punishment upon returning home. Suppressing his fury, he glared at Shen Qingzhu, his anger escalating. You, my illegitimate child? Spare mis chos fomorope deist. If I had a son as infuriating as you, I would have cast you away long ago. And who would keep you by my side? For heaven's sake, I am merely in my 30s, and I have a son nearing 20. Did I give birth to you while I was still in elementary school? There are limits to absurdity. Who told you that you were my illegitimate child? Or did you conjure this notion from thin air? This was the first time Yuan Gang had expressed such intense anger, leaving Shen Qingzhu momentarily stunned. He had thought the esteemed instructor Yuan was a man in his 40s. Indeed, a fool, he remarked. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Bai Ye was already at the door, laughing uncontrollably, finding the situation utterly delightful. Shen Qingzhu had genuinely believed him and had confronted Yuan Gang about it. Given Yuan Gang's earlier reaction, he was likely to be enraged. At this point, Shen Qingzhu was fully aware that he had been ensnared by this fool, unable to bear it any longer. Shen Qingzhu stormed forward, delivering a right hook that struck Bai Ye squarely in the face. Bai Ye spun through the air twice and landed heavily on the ground. Yuan Gang was taken aback, for Bai Ye was someone the commander wished to meet. Should Shen Qingzhu inadvertently cause him grave harm, the consequences would be dire. As Shen Qingzhu realized this potential misstep, he stared blankly at his own fist, uncertain of how to proceed. "Ah, foolish brother, what has happened to you?" Xie Simeng and the others rushed over, discovering Bai Ye sprawled on the ground, his fate uncertain, causing them to panic momentarily. However, Bai Ye merely extended a finger slowly, playfully stating, "Please revive me." Damn! Seeing that Bai Ye was unharmed, Xie Simeng let out a sigh of relief and tapped his forehead. "You truly startled us. What on earth transpired?" At this point, Bai Ye recounted the tale of how he had tricked Shen Qingzhu, eliciting exasperated expressions from the members of the Phoenix Squad and the instructors. Yuan Gang and Shen Qingzhu's faces darkened. They had nearly been led to believe they were father and son. The absurdity of the situation was beyond comprehension, absurdity at its finest. Shen Qingzhu could not help but exclaim, "Why did you deceive me?" "Because it was amusing. But why me?" Yuan Gang grumbled. Yet Bai Ye waved his hand dismissively. "Who among us holds the highest rank here? Simply speaking, it increases the likelihood of deception." Shen Qingzhu turned pale at the thought of almost referring to Yuan Gang as father moments earlier, his anger flaring. However, Bai Ye patted his shoulder and said, "Calm down, my friend. I may know the answer to your question, but such matters cannot be disclosed. That is a top secret of the Night Watchers, known to only a select few in the entire Great Xia." Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang's fury gradually subsided. This was his first interaction with this fool. Perhaps the fool truly possessed some knowledge. Yuan Gang slowly rose and gazed at Bai Ye, hesitating for a moment, but curiosity ultimately triumphed over reason. Foolish friend, may we have a word?" "Go ahead, what would you like to ask?" "Why does Lin Xie remain in Sangnan?" Upon hearing this, Shen Qingzhu was utterly bewildered. "So you are unaware as well? What did you expect?" "The reason Lin Xie stays in Sangnan is a mystery I have yet to comprehend. Do you understand the worth of divine agents? Moreover, Lin Xie is an unprecedented dual divine agent. Yet I still do not grasp why the commander-in-chief ordered me to keep Lin Xie in Sangnan. Do you know the truth?" Bai Ye nodded. "Of course I know, but I can only reveal the answer with the commander-in-chief's permission. Otherwise, we are Night Watchers, and we absolutely shall not." Bai Ye waved his hand. "Have you forgotten about the possibility of being overheard? What if one of the Night Watchers present here were to be captured and controlled? However, you need not be overly curious, for soon enough you will understand why Lin Xie remains in Sangnan. Time is drawing near." Bai Ye's ambiguous statement left Yuan Gang feeling as if he were a man caught mid-relief, an unbearable discomfort. Meanwhile, Xiao Simeng poked Bai Ye's head and remarked, "Foolish little brother, don't you think the relationship between your sister and you is quite amiable? Perhaps you could share with me. I promise I won't tell anyone." "Sister Xia, if you were to learn this, the commander-in-chief might very well truly transform into Yi Papin." She giggled. Xiao Simeng felt helpless. Bai Ye's knack for stirring curiosity was formidable, yet this secret pertained to the higher echelons of the Night Watchers, making it unwise to resort to coercion. Ultimately, everyone returned to their respective places, while Shen Qingzhu, with a complex expression, returned to Bai Ye's side, wanting to say something yet unsure how to begin. "Rest assured, Lin Xie remains in Sangnan at the behest of the higher-ups and the commander-in-chief. Your entry into the Shoujing City team was solely based on your merit. Do not worry excessively. No, I want to know what truly transpired with Xie. Whether it is the relocation of the training site to Sangnan or the decision to keep the outstanding Xie in Team 136. It seems that every event is intricately linked to him. I find myself pondering whether, regardless of their performance, Xie will ultimately remain in Sangnan after this training." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's gaze revealed a hint of astonishment. "It seems you have discerned the truth. However, the specifics are rather intricate. You are merely a novice in the pool realm. Do not overthink matters. Instead, relish the ambience of Shoujing City. After all, it is the largest city in the Great Xia." Shen Qingzhu wished to articulate more, yet Bai Ye's voice preemptively interjected. "Shoujing City, we have arrived." Chapter 79. My name is Bai Ye, as the most prosperous city in the Great Xia. The enigma of Shangjing City is unparalleled within its realm. It is said that within this city alone, a considerable number of Klein-level mysteries abound. Such a plethora and caliber of mysteries cannot be eradicated through mere combat and bloodshed. Thus, there exists but one means to contend with them: intimidation. A formidable presence is required to instill fear amongst all mysteries, ensuring that every entity comprehends the regulations governing this city. Presently, the source of intimidation in Shangjing City is none other than the captain of a local squad, Bai Wuchang Xiaopingge. Upon disembarking from the plane, the splendor of the city enveloped them, and Xia Simeng, for once, wore a satisfied smile. At the very least, she could relish a day in Shangjing City. This holiday was indeed fortuitous, offering such an extended respite. With a holiday totaling less than 3 days, it was evident that she had begun to evolve into a formidable being. Shen Qingzhu arrived in Shangjing, appearing somewhat out of sorts, unsure of what to do next. Earlier on the plane, his impulsive actions had provoked Yuan Gang, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Yuan Gang, however, clapped him on the shoulder. "Come on, kid. Let's go meet your teammates. Instructor Yuan Yu. Remember, from now on, I am no longer your instructor. You are now my comrade. Just call me Vice Captain from here on out. You don't hold it against me?" Shen Qingzhu's inquiry elicited a chuckle from Yuan Gang. If such trivial matters could ruffle my feathers, I would not deserve to be an instructor. Besides, you were misled as well. Yuan Gang then turned his gaze towards the members of the Phoenix Squad. Xia Simeng, hurry and escort this fellow to the Commander-in-Chief. If you happen to overhear anything, do let me know. If I indeed catch wind of something, I shall surely inform you. Shortly thereafter, Xia Simeng smiled at Bai Ye, saying, "All right, foolish younger brother. We are about to arrive at the headquarters of the Great Xia Night Watchers. Are you excited? Surprised? After all, even most Night Watchers seldom have the opportunity to visit. Imagine how envious countless Night Watchers will be that you, an outsider, can enter. Should I be flabbergasted? Just maintain your composure. Besides, if you don't relax now, there will be no opportunity to do so later." Thanks to the presence of the Phoenix Squad, Bai Ye soon arrived at the headquarters of the Night Watchers. It seemed that the personnel at headquarters had received some directive, allowing their group to pass through unimpeded. Before long, they found themselves at the threshold of the office belonging to the Commander-in-Chief of the Great Xia. The other members of the Phoenix Squad promptly stepped back, leaving only Xia Simeng to stride forward and knock on the door. "Commander Yi, this is Xia Simeng, captain of the Phoenix Squad, here to escort the fool. Mission accomplished." As soon as her words fell, Yi Fan's voice resonated from within. Well done. You may take the remaining time for yourselves. Young friend fool, please enter for a discussion." Upon hearing the first part, Xia Simeng was nearly ecstatic. How wonderful to be released early. However, upon hearing the latter part of the conversation, she felt a twinge of regret. She was genuinely curious about the astonishing secrets that the fool's younger brother might discuss with the commander. Yet, it seemed the matters being deliberated within were meant to be kept from prying eyes. Thus, she decided to relinquish her curiosity and instead prioritize leaving work early to indulge in some leisurely time. "Fool's younger brother, you should." However, before Xia Simeng could finish her sentence, Bai Ye seized her by the arm. "Sister Xia, it's my first time in the capital, and I know no one here. I'm feeling quite anxious." Hearing this, Xia Simeng found it somewhat amusing. "Anxious? Who? The fool's younger brother? What do you intend to do? Accompany me inside." "You." Xia Simeng was about to decline when the commander's voice rang out. "Xia Simeng, do accompany him." What? In a mere 3 seconds, Xia Simeng's perception of the fool's younger brother elevated significantly, especially considering the commander had previously been adamant about not letting her in. Yet, with just a single phrase from the fool's younger brother, she was allowed to enter alongside him. How utterly absurd. Nevertheless, her curiosity was overwhelming. Although she knew that curiosity could lead to one's downfall, was not the exploration of the unknown a fundamental aspect of humanity? Thus, without further ado, Xia Simeng followed Bai Ye inside. At that moment, Yi Fan was seated in the commander's position, his expression composed. Upon noticing their arrival, he gestured to the adjacent chairs. "Fool's young friend, Xia Simeng, please take a seat. Xia Simeng and Bai Ye settled into their seats, though Bai Ye's brow furrowed slightly. Commander Yi, may I inquire about the whereabouts of Miss Jin Yin? She just returned to the Great Xian not long ago, and has already ventured to the snack street for a hearty meal. She will return later. However, this does not impede our conversation. You know, my purpose for being here is to meet her. But may I not wish to see you instead? If this were a romantic novel, such a line could easily be construed as flirtatious banter between two characters. As a seasoned reader of online literature, Xia Simeng thought that if it were a man and a woman speaking, she would be shipping them hard. Alas, the speaker was Yi Fan, a middle-aged man well past 40, making it impossible to ship him with a youth under 20. Nevertheless, the protagonist, Bai Ye, responded with a faint smile. To see me? Commander Yi, I merely receive occasional prophetic dreams from Merlin. There is no need for a formal meeting. No, it is necessary, out of both sentiment and reason. Your prophecies have aided the Night Watch in identifying an undercover agent lurking within the higher echelons and have saved the citizens near Songnan Jinan Mountain. On behalf of the Great Xian Night Watch, I express my gratitude for your assistance. Commander Yi, you are too kind. Our relationship is merely transactional. Surely, you do not intend to express gratitude for that? Yi Fan chuckled. Not at all. I am merely inquiring if you possess any further prophecies concerning the forthcoming events related to Songnan. At this juncture, Yi Fan's gaze sharpened, eager to glean from Bai Ye any means to rescue Songnan. However, regarding this matter, Bai Ye merely shook his head. The fate of Songnan had already been sealed, as you are aware. Indeed, are you not also one of those affected? Bai Ye smiled lightly, reassuringly stating that it was of no concern, for he had fulfilled a part of Merlin's commission, and Merlin had aided him in resisting it, which meant he would encounter no further issues. However, do not lose heart. When the day arrives for Songnan, the reincarnators shall return, and the gods shall be slain. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's breath grew heavy. Are you saying this is true? Certainly. This news is of paramount importance. I am immensely grateful to you. I wonder if you have any interest in the Night Watchman? No desire to take up that role? Haha. Your refusal is quite decisive. Their ambiguous dialogue left Xia Simeng completely bewildered, akin to a monk unable to comprehend his surroundings. She was utterly lost, having no idea what they were discussing. However, one thing was clear to her. Their conversation revolved around Songnan. Furthermore, compared to their cryptic exchange, Xia Simeng was more astonished by the attitudes of the fool's disciple and Commander Yi. Why, as fellow agents of the divine, was her treatment not as favorable? Is this what it means to take for granted what one has received? Just then, Yi Fan suddenly spoke. Young fool, may I know your appearance? And your name? Bai Ye paused for a moment, then smiled. Ah, indeed, this is the face of Lin Chia. If Commander Yi wishes to see, I will be most delighted. With that, Bai Ye dispelled his mask and revealed his pale visage. My name is Bai Ye. Chapter 80. The commemoration upon the departure of Bai Ye and Xia Simeng from the room. A young girl with flowing silver hair unexpectedly appeared beside Yi Fan. Her expression bore a hint of languor, yet she was undeniably curious about Bai Ye's true identity. She had been stealthily observing the conversation between the self-proclaimed fool and Yi Fan. As this fool wished to meet her, it was only prudent to ascertain his character. What do you think of Yi Fan? At least his previous prophecies have proven accurate. I believe he is trustworthy. Is that so? I, however, hold an opposing view. He just lied, and not just once. What? Yi Fan was taken aback. He had not detected any deceit in Bai Ye's words. Yet, since Jin Yin was an extraordinary individual, her certainty regarding Bai Ye's lies implied she possessed her own insights. Which of his statements was false? Jin Yin nonchalantly perched herself upon the table, crossing her long legs and swaying them with an air of arrogance. How should I articulate this lie? He is rather cunning, weaving half-truths into his statements, and this falsehood seamlessly intertwines with every word he spoke. No wonder you were unable to discern it. With that, Jin Yin leapt down from the table. Well, your conversation with him has concluded. Now it is my turn to take the stage. Yi Fan sighed, conceding, then I shall leave his matters in your hands, especially since he is so intent on accompanying you to the Xie Society that he refuses to enter the Night Watchers. Huh, an intriguing fellow indeed. Very well. As the president, I shall have a proper encounter with this young man. With those words, Jin Yin exited, leaving Yi Fan alone in the office, deep in thought. Did he truly harbor lies? Huh, to deceive me. This young man is certainly extraordinary. Let us go, Bai Ye. Today, Sister Xia will take you to indulge in every delicacy along the street. Upon learning Bai Ye's true name, Xia Siming no longer referred to him as the fool. It seemed that this venture had yielded unexpected rewards. Sister Xia, aren't we going to look for others? Hey, they've long since disappeared to revel somewhere after learning of the holiday. They can have their fun. We shall have ours. It's been ages since I savored the culinary delights of Shangjing City. I do miss it. With that, Xia Simeng approached the vendor. Boss, I'll have 20 skewers each of pork, lamb, and beef, and 2 chicken wings as well. Oh, and 2 skewers of eggs and kidneys. Observing as Xia Simeng eagerly ordered the barbecued delicacies, Bai Ye resigned himself to a nearby chair, quietly watching her procure an array of snacks. Come on, Bai Ye. Don't be shy. It's not every day you visit Shangjing. Consider this treat from your sister. With that, Xia Simeng grabbed a skewer of kidneys and took a hearty bite, savoring the rich flavors, unbothered by the image she projected as a young lady. At that moment, a silver-haired girl approached them, her eyes sparkling with intent. Wow, it smells divine. The first stop upon returning to the capital was a street renowned for its delectable snacks. A well-deserved treat for one's palate. Unfortunately, there were no available seats nearby. Upon noticing the newcomer, Xia Siming saw a beautiful girl with a somewhat languid demeanor. No place to sit? Today seems quite crowded. Why not join us? All right, thank you, sister. Ji Yin gently settled down, yet her gaze remained fixated on Bai Ye. It must be said, presented a far less refined image than Xia Siming. He had already begun to eat with his hands, gnawing on a freshly grilled pig's trotter as though he were a famished wild dog. He even neglected to spit out the bones, causing the girl's lips to twitch slightly. Was he, perhaps, the reincarnation of a starving ghost? Oh well, now that she was back in the great Xia, why bother with pretenses? Indulging in a hearty feast was, after all, one of her intentions for returning. With that thought, she too began to eat without concern for her image, drawing the attention of passers-by who chose to keep their distance from the table. Xia Siming laughed as she ate. Haha, young lady, you eat quite heartily. You might rival me. By the way, what is your name? Jin Yin glanced over at Bai Ye, who was oblivious, still engrossed in his pig's trotter, a smirk on his face. I'm Jin Yin. Huh. Bai Ye suddenly looked up, and upon seeing Ji Yin's face, he froze for 3 seconds before sliding to his knees and wrapping his arms around her legs. His greasy hands left smudges on her pants as he cried, President, President, I've searched high and low for you. Please accept me. The sudden scene startled not only Jin Yin, but also Xia Siming. What are you doing, Bai Ye? There are so many people here. Jin Yin was taken aback as well. She had speculated on how this fool would react upon meeting her. But this response genuinely shocked her. Could you please get up? No, unless you agree to my request. I want tea. Isn't this rather shameless? Even Xia Simeng was at a loss for words, as the crowd around them grew, with some even recording the incident. Quickly, Xia Simeng pulled Bai Ye to his feet and took Ji Yin's hand, leading her away from the scene of embarrassment. Moments later, Xia Simeng dashed back, exclaiming, I can't forget the barbecue. She hurriedly packed the food before escaping with a mortifying spectacle. Finally, they reached a quieter spot, where Xia Simeng delivered a sharp punch to Bai Ye's head. To act so foolishly upon our first meeting. I'm embarrassed for you. Jin Yin looked at the grease stains on her pants, speechless, and turned to Bai Ye. I heard from Yi Fan that you wanted to meet me. You wish to join my Shang-Xie society? Bai Ye nodded vigorously, while Xia Simeng stood in astonishment. This was the first time she had heard of the Shang-Xie society, and judging by Bai Ye's earlier address, Jin Yin was its president. Jin Yin found the situation amusing, remarking, You declined Yi Fan's personal invitation to the Night Watchman, yet you insist on joining my Shang-Xie society? However, the scrutiny for joining our ranks is rather stringent. At the very least, allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai Ye, a resident of the Sunshine Mental Hospital in Songnan, where I have endured a life shrouded in darkness since my childhood. It was not until I was chosen by Merlin, the deity of magic and prophecy, to become a prospective agent that I began to regain my faculties. Everything I know has been imparted to me by him. President, you must believe me. Upon hearing this, Jin Yin could not suppress a cynical smile. Such fabrications might deceive others, but could they truly sway her? Merlin? That fellow is confined in room number 2, consumed with thoughts of exploring the world, only to transform into a starfish. The notion of a divine agent under such circumstances is nothing short of a daydream. After all, as the former director of the Divine Mental Hospital, she distinctly remembers all the patients from the first 3 wards. I shall grant you another opportunity. I have no desire to keep a liar in my company. Bai Ye. This is challenging. She is not easily deceived. After all, she was the previous director of the mental institution. President Ji Nian, I will utter 3 words that are sure to pique your interest. Oh, such confidence? Jin Yin regarded him with skepticism, yet upon hearing the 3 words from Bai Ye, her pupils dilated and her mind went blank. At that moment, the 3 words reverberated in her ears. A person not of this world, her biological father. Yiqian Mink. Chapter 81. President, I am your fellow townsman. Xiao Siming noticed the change in Jin Yin's expression and momentarily struggled to comprehend who Bai Ye's reference to Ji Qianming could be. Wait, the surname Ji, could it possibly be a relative of Jin Yin? Perhaps Bai Ye possessed knowledge far beyond her imagination. At that moment, Jin Yin's body began to tremble. She clutched Bai Ye's arm tightly, her voice repeatedly uttering, "Impossible, impossible, impossible. How could you possibly know this name? President Jian, may I join the Xia Society now?" Jin Yin paused for a moment, then nodded emphatically yes, but you must explain what is going on. Of course, no problem, but glancing at the bewildered Xiao Siming, Bai Ye offered her an awkward smile. Sister Xia, I need to discuss some matters regarding President Jian's family, so. Oh, I see. Would you like some juice? I'll get it for you right away. In an instant, Xiao Siming, displaying keen insight, hurried away, while Bai Ye pointed to a nearby chair. President, please have a seat. Feel free to ask me anything. I shall speak candidly. On a secluded path, 2 individuals sat side by side on a park bench. Jin Yin's mind was in disarray, unsure of where to begin. You are not the agent of Merlin, correct? Of course not. You and Lin Xie are well aware of that, and I know that my deception could never fool the 2 of you, considering you both know Merlin's whereabouts. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Jin Yin began to doubt whether this person possessed some form of mystical foresight. Yet, contemplating her own origins, even Merlin could not discern them. Thus, no matter how adept his divination might be, it would surely pale in comparison to Merlin's abilities. Then how did you come to know all of this? The grievances of the wet nurse in Tsangnan, the infiltrator among the night watchmen, the crisis on Jinan Mountain, and that name, the mortal of this world, a name that no being, divine or otherwise, could possibly know. How did you come by this knowledge? In response to Jin Yin's inquiry, Bai Ye smiled gently. Because, Jin Yin, you and I are the same kind. Jin Yin furrowed her brow, puzzled. What do you mean? I am an unremarkable office worker. Yet my greatest joy in life is to indulge in novels during my leisure time. Once while moving, I fortuitously met someone named Ji Qianming, with whom I struck up a delightful conversation. It so happened that he was cohabiting with a novelist, coincidentally the renowned author Sanjiu, who resided in our neighborhood. In my excitement, I decided to pay a visit, and upon entering, I found myself transported into this narrative world, transforming into a character afflicted with madness. Jin Yin was utterly astonished, realizing that she had encountered a kindred spirit in this world, leading her to a torrent of emotions. Does that mean everything you know is derived from the original work? Precisely. And will I return in the end? In her gaze of remembrance, anticipation glimmered as she bestowed the asylum upon Lin Xie, preserving him beneath the shadow of Shiva's lament, her intent merely to return home. Yet at that moment, Bai Ye awkwardly cleared his throat, suggesting, perhaps we should be heading back. What does perhaps we should be heading back entail? Bai Ye offered a sheepish smile, confessing, when I traversed into this world, this novel was still being serialized, hence I am unaware of the ultimate conclusion, only familiar with certain plot points from the earlier to mid-narrative. Jin Yin's countenance turned a shade of green. Wait, I have been here for over a decade, and the author has yet to complete the story? How exceedingly lazy. Mm. In that world, only a little over 6 months have elapsed. If he wishes, he could write about events 300 years hence in mere seconds. But for you, it would indeed be a passage of 300 years. Genian exclaimed. Damn. However, she quickly found herself believing Bai Ye's explanation. For the only individuals familiar with her father's name were likely fellow transmigrators like herself. No wonder you knew about the upper evil society and my existence. It all makes sense now. Then, what of your transformation abilities? Is it too much to ask for a golden finger given my circumstances? That does possess a certain validity. Seeing that Genian had accepted his words, Bai Ye let out a resigned sigh. Recognizing that one lie necessitates the weaving of further lies to maintain cohesion. After all, Godslayer had long since concluded, even spawning an anime adaptation. Yet such information must remain concealed from Genian. Should she choose to remain in the Great Xia, how could he continue to wreak havoc? You previously informed Yi Fan that this world harbors Cthulhu's existence? It should be. That entity is exceedingly corruptive, and the deities of Japan's Takamagara have been decimated by its influence, with seemingly only a deranged Susanoo and an old dog barely clinging to life. Incredible. Genian sighed. I had intended to take action against the Japanese factions. Unfortunately, I cannot find a point of infiltration. By the way, do you know? Of course, it resides beneath the sea. However, he would not disclose this, for he holds a fondness for the game as protagonist, Yuzure Hataki. Cultivating a good rapport with him could yield the creation of Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail, leading to a real-life adventure in Teyvat. Wouldn't that be splendid? No, the plot hasn't reached that juncture yet. What updates were there before your arrival? The Buddha says it is unutterable. Amitba. Enraged, Genian delivered a punch to Bai Ye, exclaiming, You, my friend, are keeping secrets from me? After all, I am your president. The principle of after the bird is hunted, the bough is hidden, and when the rabbit is killed, the dog is cooked was not lost on her. If he knew everything, she would possess no value. Genian fell silent, pondering his thoughts. Well, my utopia does not depend on your sustenance. You still have the ability to transform in the Forbidden Ruins, making you quite suitable for infiltration tasks. Bai Ye smiled faintly. So, does this mean I am officially inducted into the society? That is certainly the case. However, I have not returned to the Great Xia in quite some time and plan to stay longer. Oh, that's perfectly fine, as I must return to Tsangnan before my disappearance to settle some matters. Would you like to accompany me back for a visit? After all, the combat prowess of Genian is quite formidable. Her cultivation system diverges from the worldview of the god-slaying realm. However, she should now possess strength comparable to Klein's. Genian waved her hand, recalling that she had ventured there a decade ago and rescued Lin Xie. Alas, the fate of Tsang-Nin seems to have reached its inevitable conclusion. By the way, Bai Ye, allow me to inform you. To join our Shang-Xie Association, one must relinquish that so-called benevolence. The Night Watchman's duty to protect the common folk is of no use to us. Our singular purpose is to save as many as possible from the clutches of the various divine realms. Those who cannot be rescued will perish alongside their circles of humanity. Can you accept this? Bai Ye smiled with a touch of bravado, stating, Do you think I refrain from joining the Night Watchman merely to establish contact with you through a transaction with Commander Yi? It is because I am acutely aware of the true nature of your Shang-Xie Association, and I also recognize that I am best suited to work within it. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Jin Yin's eyes gleamed with a mix of madness and anticipation, for it seemed she had acquired an extraordinary employee. Chapter 82. Your Future. Altered by me as time was drawing near, I decided to return and inform Yi Fan of the results of my probing. Haha, splendid, I'm quite pleased. It's just a pity that you are rather slender. If only you had a few more abdominal muscles. Jin Yin playfully patted Bai Ye's belly and left with a smile. Bai Ye, understanding the nature of this woman, recalled how she had once ventured into a host club upon her arrival in Japan. Had his physique been more robust, he would undoubtedly have faced daily entanglement in his superior's clandestine dealings. At that moment, Xia Simeng returned and, noticing Jin Yin's departure, inquired with curiosity, Bai Ye, have you finished your conversation? Yes, indeed. We have concluded our discussion. So about that Ji Qiming you mentioned, he is Jin Yin's father. Jin Yin was compelled to part ways with her father at a young age, and I suppose she was rather agitated upon hearing this revelation. Xiao Simeng had long been aware that Bai Ye, due to his connection with Mei Lin, possessed numerous secrets. Yet, did this secret not seem a tad excessive? Was Mei Lin truly a gossip enthusiast? It felt as though Bai Ye was privy to everything. Do you know of any prophecies concerning me? Not the previous one about being a servant, but genuine predictions about my future. I am aware of a few. Xiao Simeng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Dear brother, please tell me. The Buddha says it is not to be spoken of. Shah, how dull. Bai Ye, having treated you so kindly here, take this juice I just purchased. Let this sweet nectar quench the thirst of your wicked heart, ensuring you live perpetually in guilt. With that, Xiao Simeng handed Bai Ye a cup of strawberry juice, prompting a long sigh from him. Sister Xia, it is not that I refuse to speak, but your future indeed bears the fate of a servant. That is what Mei Lin has revealed to me. Beyond servitude, your luck is exceedingly poor, and you will frequently miss out on various accolades and honors. Xiao Simeng. That strikes deep, dear brother. Never mind. Do not speak further. The more you say, the heavier my heart feels. Today, let us indulge in every delicacy along the street, for you treated us in Songnan. It is only fitting that I treat you this time. All right. As the two continued to prepare for their gastronomic adventure, Jin Yin had already returned to Yi Fan's office. Upon her arrival, she settled into the chair with a confident posture, crossing her legs, exuding a sense of self-satisfaction. The faint smile at the corner of her lips indicated to Yi Fan that she had indeed uncovered something intriguing. Jin Yin, you appear to be in high spirits. Oomph. Indeed, this fellow is far more interesting than I anticipated. Yi Fan smiled slightly. And what the lies you mentioned? Oh, that was a misunderstanding. He did not lie. It was rare for Jin Yin to defend Bai Ye in this manner, for the notion of traversing into a narrative was rather implausible. After all, conveying to Yi Fan that they were mere characters within a novel, and that their lives and the mysteries surrounding them were all inked by an author, was a revelation of considerable magnitude. Yi Fan might well think she has lost her mind. It's not beyond the realm of possibility that she could be sent to a mental institution for treatment. She had heard of Lin Chia, after claiming to see angels on the moon, was confined to such an establishment. If she were to utter similar words, her fate would likely mirror his. Nevertheless, it matters little, for soon Bai Ye would belong to her, and it is the duty of a leader to safeguard the secrets of their subordinates. Alas, if only he had arrived after witnessing the grand finale, she could have foreseen many events. Sigh. Yi Fan, the decade-long deadline for Songnan is swiftly approaching. What preparations have you made? None. The destruction of Songnan has become an inevitability. The curse of Shiva is a forbidden relic, born from the death of the Indian creator deity, Shiva. Alas, at this moment, Jin Yin also fell silent, for she understood that once the 10-year limit expired, the population of Songnan City would vanish in an instant, bringing an end to the miracle that had endured for a decade. At the headquarters of the Beijing City team, Shen Qingzhu arrived alone, feeling somewhat apprehensive. The members of the Beijing City team greeted him with warmth and enthusiasm. Notably, they had taken a young girl, whose age resembled that of his younger siblings in the orphanage, creating a sense of familial ambience. Yet, uncertainty lingered in his heart. Perhaps a stroll would clear his mind. Shen Qingzhu learned that there were no issues with his joining the Beijing City team, but he was still beset by a question. Why could Lin Chia not join the Beijing City team? Why had this training deviated from the norm, taking place in the third-tier city of Songnan? He sensed a significant secret lay beneath the surface, one that the fool was aware of, though he remained tight-lipped. As Shen Qingzhu walked, deep in thought, he soon found himself amidst a bustling market, where people sang and danced, enjoying beer and engaging in lively conversation, while others flaunted luxury cars and embraced beautiful companions, reveling in merriment. Suddenly, he spotted a blonde woman, intoxicated, draping her arm around a man's shoulders. They appeared as two drunken revelers. He recognized her as Xiao Simeng, the captain of the Phoenix team who had returned with him. But the man he had never seen before. Was he a friend or perhaps a boyfriend? Never mind. It was none of his concern. Just as Shen Qingzhu prepared to turn away, a voice called out to him. Hey, ISNT to the cool guy? What are you doing here alone? Care to join me for a drink? Shen Qingzhu swiftly turned, his gaze directed at the man, revealing a hint of confusion. Before realization struck, you are the fool. Bingo. You got it right. Care for a drink? You seem a bit lost. At that moment, Xia Simeng patted Shen Qingzhu on the shoulder. Junior, are you here for a drink too? What's going on? Oh, my sister decided to indulge tonight, but my tolerance pales in comparison to hers. So, I suggested she have the hard liquor while I stick to beer, and she agreed. And then, well, she ended up like this. Shen Qingzhu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had learned from Yuan Gang that Xia Simeng was a formidable figure at the Klein realm. However, it was somewhat unbelievable that such a powerful individual could also possess a carefree and unruly side. Shall we have a drink? If you have any troubles, feel free to share. I am a renowned expert in psychology. Xia Simeng slurred. Psychology? Isn't Bai Ye's younger brother mentally ill? Have even the mentally ill become so knowledgeable these days? Bai Ye retorted, let me pour you some water to sober you up. You've downed nearly 2 gin of liquor. Truly, you are a remarkable character. If you were born in the Northern Song Dynasty, you would likely be the 109th hero of Liangshan. Then, with a tipsy grin, Bai Ye turned to Shen Qingzhu. What do you think, bro? Shen Qingzhu sighed deeply and opened a bottle of beer, addressing Bai Ye. Your name is Bai Ye? Is this truly your authentic self? Indeed. Since you claim to know everyone's future, do you know mine? Not at all. Bai Ye's response was blunt, something Shen Qingzhu had not anticipated. Why? Because your future has already been altered by me. Chapter 83. The genius who invented Xia Simeng my future has been rewritten? Shen Qingzhu was hearing such a notion for the first time. The concept of a rewritten future was utterly inconceivable to him. Bai Ye nodded, stating, according to the future foretold by Merlin, you did not join the Beijing team. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingzhu was taken aback. If it were not for him, then it was indeed Lin who joined the Beijing team. None of your cohort of new recruits joined the Beijing team, Bai Ye continued. Shen Qingzhu fell silent, still struggling to grasp the meaning behind Bai Ye's words, as Bai Ye pressed on. 2 days before your oath, there was an earthquake at Jinan Mountain. You were aware of this? Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brow and nodded. I know, we were supposed to rush to Jinan Mountain for rescue, but the chief instructor gave us no opportunity, so we did not go. The turning point lay here. According to your original life trajectory, 3 of your close associates were to accompany you. One, named Li Jia, was beheaded by a cult member, while the other 2 sustained severe injuries. You also perished in that mission alongside the cult member, Ma Etienne. This was your original fate. Shen Qingzhu jolted, and as Bai Ye mentioned his brother Li Jia, he found himself believing half of what was said. So, in the original prophecy, I was already dead? Indeed, after your demise, you were posthumously honored as a martyr, a night watchman. Your body was buried in the mountain, leaving no remains, your badge, the Starblade, and your clothing were interred in a symbolic grave. Shen Qingzhu fell silent once more. Though he still harbored doubts about Bai Ye's authenticity, a subtle feeling within him suggested that there was truth to this matter. Then why did things change? Because of the prophecy, I made a deal with the commander-in-chief. They directly dispatched the Phoenix Squad. They wreaked havoc at Jinan Mountain. What need was there for you to perish alongside anyone? Bai Ye then patted Shen Qingzhu on the shoulder. At least the next time Merlin sends me a dream, I shall not know what your future looks like now. Nevertheless, I have always believed that you are an exceptionally charismatic individual. With that, Bai Ye stretched leisurely. Do we have time now? Ah, well, yes. Help me carry this drunken phoenix. She downed 2 gin of liquor in one go. Even Lu Jishan wouldn't dare drink like that. Does she not realize that today's liquor is all blended? At that moment, Xia Simeng had already slumped over the table, teetering on the edge of consciousness, somewhat rational, but not by much. Is it truly appropriate for us, 2 men, to carry a drunken woman? Do you have her teammates' contact information? No. Then won't we be misunderstood? How about we take her to our squad? I see that Yuan Gang is quite familiar with her. Bai Ye nodded, realizing they had no choice but to heed Shen Qingzhu's suggestion. Just as they prepared to lift Xia Simeng, she suddenly wrapped her arms around both of them. What are you 2 planning to do with my sister? Xia Simeng's grip was so strong that Bai Ye and Shen Qingzhu found themselves unable to break free. Bai Ye, in a moment of exasperation, gently tapped Xia Simeng on the head. Come on, Lao Xia, have you lost your mind? We were just getting ready to take you home. You must be joking. I never overindulge. Who told you to drink 2 gin of liquor and then a bottle of beer? The fact that you can even speak coherently is nothing short of miraculous. Bai Ye couldn't help but admire Xia Siming's tolerance for alcohol under such circumstances. She still managed to retain some semblance of reason, albeit a scant amount. At that moment, Shen Qingzhu looked at Bai Ye with a hint of helplessness. Is she really a woman? Why does she speak like that? Just think of her as a modern-day Lu Zixin, a Lu Zixin in the guise of Lin Daiyu. It's truly hard to believe, Bai Ye. You ought to be cautious with your words, lest you provoke her wrath. Seeing Xia Simeng in such a drunken state, the two quickly hailed a taxi and soon arrived at the headquarters of their team in Shanjing City. Just as they were about to enter, Xia Simeng suddenly exclaimed, "Where are you taking me?" "To Brother Zhuang's team. We have nowhere else to go." Upon hearing this, Xia Simeng immediately pulled the two back. "No way. Absolutely not. What if I embarrass myself in front of another team? How will I ever show my face again?" With that, she turned to leave, but her unsteady gait made it quite comical. Shen Qingzhu was about to grab her back when his phone rang, prompting him to tap Bai Ye on the shoulder. "Bai Ye, I must attend to a mission now. I can't stay with you any longer." "But you just arrived." "Yes. And I happened to run into this situation right away." Bai Ye nodded in understanding. "Take care then. You're still a novice, so don't get yourself killed." Shen Qingzhu replied with a sigh. "You really have a way with words. As for team leader Xia, I shall take full responsibility for her. By the way, are there any other members at headquarters?" "There's a little girl named Li Jinjin, whom the team has adopted. She's quite young, so don't frighten her." "Oh, the divine agent of Cupid, future wife of Fang Mo, and yet still just a child." With that, Shen Qingzhu joined his teammates, while Bai Ye glanced at the still unsteady Xia Simeng and smirked. "Sister Xia, why don't we sit inside for a bit? There's no one in there right now." Xia Simeng shook her head, her tone heavy with reluctance. "No, there is a child inside. Just find me a hotel and toss me onto the bed. That doesn't seem right. What are you thinking? Hurry up and go." Drinking really complicates things. Look at how you are now. By the way, let me record a video so you can show it to your teammates next time you see them." Upon hearing this, Xia Simeng felt an overwhelming urge to punch him. How could someone be so insufferably annoying? Bai Ye carefully arranged his phone, aiming it directly at Xia Simeng's flushed cheeks. "Hello, members of the Phoenix team. This is your esteemed captain, Xia Simeng. As you can see, she has indulged a bit too much and is in a state of semi-consciousness. Even now, as I gently ruffle her hair, she shows no sign of awareness." With that, Bai Ye began to pat Xia Simeng's golden locks as one would with a child, while she secretly wished she could deliver a punch that would knock him senseless. "Goodness, you are about to ruin my illustrious reputation in the eyes of my teammates." "Dear sister, what illustrious reputation? You are merely a humorous drunkard," Bai Ye thought to himself. Xia Simeng squinted her eyes slightly, her intoxicated gaze possessing an enchanting allure. Her golden hair dancing in the gentle breeze of Beijing, resembling a true urban beauty. However, Bai Ye remained unfazed and continued recording, determined to preserve this moment as a piece of future black history. Noticing that Bai Ye was unwilling to put down his phone, Xia Simeng's tone took on a threatening edge. "You, erase the video and then put the phone down, otherwise, I will make you regret it." "Make me regret it? I am curious to see how you plan to do that," Bai Ye retorted, undeterred. In response to his obstinacy, Xia Simeng swayed toward him, and, before he could react, she began to tug at his collar. Bai Ye gasped, "What are you doing? Are you trying to assault me? Should I play along and shout for help to add some excitement?" Xia Simeng smiled mischievously. "No need for that." She leaned closer, her warm breath tickling his ear. "This is my punishment for you." In an instant, Xia Simeng vomited the alcohol she had consumed all over Bai Ye's clothes. The sudden turn of events left him utterly speechless. Bai Ye thought, this woman has no shame whatsoever. The genius who created Xia Simeng truly outdid themselves. Chapter 84. "Oh no, don't ignite." Bai Ye looked at Xia Simeng with evident disdain as she had just discarded her clothes into the trash bin. Were it not for his ability to weave fantasies, he would have been left to experience the humiliation of burying himself in the glamorous city of Beijing. "Hey, my apologies. Bai Ye." I couldn't hold back just now. You did that on purpose. All right, at worst, I'll just give you a hug to comfort you. At that moment, Xia Simeng lunged at him again, but Bai Ye held her head at bay. Are you planning to vomit on me? Dream on. Without concern for her protests, Bai Ye hoisted her up, leaving her no dignity. Wait, don't sway me. I might vomit again. If you dare, I'll toss you straight into the trash bin and post your drunken antics online, ensuring your complete social demise. Xia Simeng huffed. Do you believe my mighty phoenix can turn you into a roast pig? Ah, yes, you are indeed formidable. Bai Ye made his way to the nearest inn, or rather, the adjacent sewer. He placed Xia Simeng aside, scanning the area. No one around. It's safe. With a sudden burst of strength, he lifted the manhole cover and, without a second thought, carried Xia Simeng towards the sewer. Half inebriated, Xia Simeng suddenly caught a whiff of a foul stench, distorting her face in disgust. Are we heading to a cesspool? It reeks. Well, close enough. Indeed, the sewer system in Beijing was far more expansive than that of Songnan City. You dared to vomit on me, so I shall make you dwell in the sewer for a while. It's only fair. However, Xia Simeng quickly sensed something amiss. Rubbing her eyes, she found herself enveloped in darkness, a frown creasing her brow. It's not only foul-smelling, but also pitch black. Let me shed some light for you. Just as she spoke, the situation escalated, igniting a fiery chaos. In an instant, Bai Ye's mind echoed with a singular thought. Oh no, this is bad. Boom! A tremendous explosion propelled both of them out of the sewer, with Bai Ye bearing the brunt of the force as he carried Xia Simeng. He was flung out, covered in dirt and soot, startling passers-by who promptly called for help, while Xia Simeng fared little better. Thanks to Bai Ye's physical shield and her phoenix bloodline, she emerged merely with tattered clothing and a disheveled appearance, resembling a beggar fleeing a disaster. Whoa, someone ambushed us. Bai Ye, are you still alive? This jolt shook Xia Simeng completely awake, erasing the remnants of her drunken stupor. Bai Ye. He perfectly embodied the notion that one often meets their demise through their own folly. Slowly, he raised his hand, startling Xia Simeng in the process. The upper and lower garments were nearly obliterated, hanging from his form like tattered rags, and even the hair on his legs had been completely scorched. Strangely, aside from a slight darkening of his skin, he bore no injuries, a small mercy amidst the calamity. Phew, thank goodness you're alive. I would have been consumed by guilt had you perished. I possess the bloodline of the phoenix, endowed with robust vitality. Truly, you needn't have shielded me. Alas, why is the capital city so perilous? Bai Ye. It appeared that the inebriated Xia Simeng was utterly oblivious to the fact that the explosion was caused by her flames and the sewer gas. Perhaps it was best for her to remain unaware of the truth, yet fate had other plans. As she slowly rose, though uninjured, the fall was still painful. However, upon standing, she noticed a crowd gathering around, capturing the scene with their cameras. Some even called for an ambulance, and, in that instant, her foggy mind began to comprehend the situation. The sight of the blown-off manhole cover, combined with the foul odor she had faintly perceived earlier, brought clarity to her thoughts. Reflecting on Bai Ye's abstract actions in Songnan, everything suddenly made sense. Bai Ye, were you about to carry me into the sewer? Silence enveloped the evening as Xia Simeng bit down hard on her back teeth, surveying Bai Ye's disheveled state, and then her attention shifted to her own appearance. Hastily, she glanced at her reflection in a nearby window, only to find her once sleek golden hair transformed into a chaotic mess. Her stylish attire had been reduced to mere tatters, and the only silver lining was that her face had also darkened. No one could recognize her identity. Good grief! Xia Simeng exclaimed as she hoisted Bai Ye onto her shoulder. Though anger coursed through her, his condition was even worse than hers. Making revenge seemed somewhat inhumane at this moment. There would be time for retribution once he recovered. Before the crowd could fully grasp the situation, Xia Simeng fled, carrying Bai Ye, certain that remaining in his company would lead to further misfortune. Finally, they reached a secluded alley, where she unceremoniously dropped him to the ground. Her expression fierce. Now speak. Explain yourself. You vomited on me, so I returned the favor, thinking we could share a home in the sewer, and then you ignited a fire. Xia Simeng, are you out of your mind? There's a hotel right next door, yet you choose to dwell in the sewer? You know I'm not well, having spent a decade in Sunshine Mental Hospital. Haven't you recovered? Indirectly, not entirely. Is that unacceptable? Xiao Siming gazed at Bai Ye, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of futility, as if her fists were striking against cotton. Truly, it was her fault for attempting to understand him through the lens of normalcy. However, witnessing Bai Ye in such a state, she found that no matter how much anger she felt, it was eclipsed by an urge to laugh. As I observed Xiao Siming stifling her laughter, while Bai Ye appeared helpless, I couldn't help but think, Sister Xiao, do you truly believe you are so much better off than I am? Your current situation bears a striking resemblance to that of those who fled and begged for survival centuries ago. The smile would not vanish, it merely shifts. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Siming shot a fierce glare at Bai Ye. This is not solely your fault. How can you, a supposedly rational person, take a beautiful girl like me into the sewers? Goodness, who would have anticipated you could actually ignite a fire? Without your flame, it would have never erupted. You. Forget it, I'm too exhausted to argue. I initially planned to enjoy a restful slumber under the influence of intoxication. Yet here we are. Oh dear, we are both at fault this time. The most pressing matter now is to change our clothes, take a shower, and then indulge in a well-deserved sleep. Xiao Siming's lips twitched. Do you think we can still face the world in our current state? You could allow your teammates to. Absolutely not. Witnessing Xiao Siming's resolute refusal, Bai Ye merely shrugged. Suddenly, an idea seemed to strike Bai Ye, and a smirk crept across her face. Wait for me a moment. Sister Xiao, I shall return shortly. With that, Bai Ye dashed out, and before long, she reappeared, donned in a monkey mask and a tattered red cloak. Behold, feel the might of my staff. Observing Bai Ye clad in a ragged cloak with a child's role-playing mask and wielding a stick she had scavenged, a headache began to throb at her temples. Nevertheless, Bai Ye extended the same attire towards her. Let us both disguise ourselves as the Monkey King. Surely, no one will recognize us. Then we can book a lodging where we can bathe, and all will be well. Xiao Siming could only respond with exasperation. Next time, I shall never again indulge in reckless feasting with Bai Ye. It is bound to lead to trouble. Chapter 85. Bai Ye in the capital? On that very night, an extraordinary incident transpired in the capital city. Two citizens, adorned with Sun Wukong masks and clad in tattered garments, were seen dashing wildly through the streets. The one leading the charge, in a fit of exhilaration, clutched tightly onto his torn red cloak, flailing it about while emitting raucous cries. They appeared to be patients who had escaped from the local mental health facility, causing considerable unrest among the residents. Consequently, a substantial police force was mobilized to apprehend them. Yet their efforts proved futile, as the masked pair eluded capture, their identities obscured by their disguises. Meanwhile, in Shining City, a bewildered Sukai pondered why my Lady Snake. What have I done wrong? As a member of the faithful, his prowess was well known in the Chuan region. This time, accompanying the illustrious Lady Snake on a mission filled him with great anticipation. He had long heard tales that serving alongside her could lead to her favor, and potentially a chance to bask in the euphoria of servitude. Despite the lady's icy demeanor throughout their journey, his spirits remained buoyant, for after all, she was a divine agent, and a touch of arrogance was only to be expected. He had been forewarned that those with lesser experience often met grim fates while working with her. Yet Sukai dismissed such warnings. After 5 years as a devotee, he considered himself far from a novice. With his confidence bolstered by his decent looks and physique, he was certain he could win her heart. However, to his utter dismay, before the mission had even commenced, Lady Snake unexpectedly turned her attention towards him with lethal intent. His body began to petrify, and his eyes filled with terror and confusion. Why, my Lady Snake, why? Your gaze is filled with aggression, which repulses me, and you dare to touch my hand moments ago, an act of sheer folly. Sukai could scarcely fathom this turn of events. Was it not said that relationships begin in ambiguity? Why then did reality present itself so starkly different? Lady Snake, you cannot kill me. You still need me to complete the mission. Listening to his pleas, Lady Snake's expression remained utterly impassive before she let out a cold, mocking laugh. A mission? I would even assign that to a dog. What? But the oracle has instructed. Mentioning the oracle seemed to deepen her scornful gaze, accelerating the petrification process. The oracle? One day, I shall personally end his life. As for this mission, simply declare it a failure. It's a trivial matter. Hearing this, Sukai felt his heart plummet, and his tone turned abject. I was wrong, my lady snake. I won't dare again. Spare me this once. Spare you? How could I justify that to Xiao Yi? Go and meet your end. The gaze of Medusa unfurled completely, and in an instant, Sukai was transformed into a statue. Observing this, the serpent woman struck the statue's head, shattering it into countless fragments. A flicker of satisfaction flashed in her eyes upon witnessing his demise, and she leapt joyfully, akin to a youthful maiden, towards the inn. As she fiddled with the ring adorning her finger, in the next moment, Bai Ye's lifeless body appeared upon the bed. The serpent woman, familiar with the routine, nestled herself into Bai Ye's embrace once more. Xiao Yi, another loathsome man dares to covet me today. How utterly detestable. It makes me feel positively revolted. But fret not, for I shall belong solely to you from now on. That fellow has been utterly vanquished, she declared. Xiao Yi, you remain so endearing to me. The serpent woman buried her head in Bai Ye's embrace, inhaling the scent that emanated from him, feeling an overwhelming sense of bliss. To preserve Bai Ye's body, she had exerted considerable effort to procure a forbidden object for the preservation and storage of remains, ensuring that her Xiao Yi could share her bed each night. Since your departure, I have eliminated 8 members of the cult. Those ranked too high are beyond my reach. I can only contend with the weaker ones. But rest assured, my training progresses swiftly. I have already reached the pinnacle of the river realm. Just a few more months, and I shall break through to the sea realm, bringing me closer to vengeance. After speaking, she gently kissed Bai Ye's forehead, her gaze filled with a morbid affection. Xiao Yi, the little snake, is quite clever. Utilizing the resources of the ancient deity's church for my training while muddling through the missions, I am simply too astute. This task is exceedingly challenging. The local night watchman is numbered 009, and I have no desire to meet my demise so soon, especially since your vengeance remains unfulfilled. With that, the serpent woman began to nuzzle against Bai Ye's body like a playful kitten. Subsequently, she retrieved her phone, scrolling through amusing anecdotes from various major cities in the Great Xia. Each day, she would unearth stories to regale Bai Ye, lulling him into slumber as if he were still alive. Let me see. Xiao Yi, this news is intriguing. Last night, a sewer exploded, sending 2 individuals, one male and one female, flying through the air. It was utterly hilarious. Let's see how this news post is written. Immediately, the serpent woman began to read the news aloud, her tone imbued with sweetness and joy. However, as she clicked on the photos of the 2 individuals, her smile vanished instantaneously. Her gaze fixed on the screen, her expression turned vacant, soon giving way to disbelief. Bai Ye, the man, covered in grime from the explosion, bore an uncanny resemblance to her beloved Xiao Yi. In that moment, the serpent woman's heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. Chapter 86. Little Mengzi, the water has grown cold. Warm it for me, the serpent woman continued to browse through posts, discovering that there were multiple accounts capturing this bizarre incident. From every angle, the likeness of this individual was strikingly similar to her beloved Xiaoya. No, it cannot be. Xiaoya is dead. This is utterly impossible. This cannot be true. The serpent woman cast a fleeting glance at the lifeless form of Bai on the bed, her resolve strengthening within her. No, he cannot possibly be my Xiaoya. Xiaoya is gone. He lies here. He is certainly not. But is it conceivable that there exists someone who resembles another so closely? Although the stranger's face was charred and his erratic behavior starkly contrasted with her gentle and kind-hearted Bai, the resemblance was undeniably uncanny. Could it be twins? It is plausible. Bai had mentioned that he was an orphan. Otherwise, he would not have grown up in a run-down village in Sangnan, leading a life of poverty and simplicity. As she gazed at the man on the screen, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her Xiaoyi, the serpent woman felt a flutter of excitement in her heart. Gradually, she closed her eyes, embraced Bai's lifeless body, and spoke softly. Xiao Ye, I have seen someone who looks just like you. My mind is in turmoil, so I shall journey to the capital in search of the truth. Perhaps I might uncover the secrets of your origins. With this thought, the serpent woman's gaze sharpened. Having just arrived in Xining, and upon encountering someone so strikingly similar to Bai, she immediately purchased a ticket to the capital that very night. Meanwhile, Bai and Xia Simeng had arrived at a quaint guest house, where Xia Simeng promptly retreated to the bath, washing away the dust from her travels. Outside, Bai, exasperated, called out, Sister Xia, you've been in there for 3 hours. Haven't you finished yet? You know the state you left me in. Hurry up and come inside. What are you waiting for at the door? Eavesdropping on a girl bathing? Is the sound of running water so delightful? Can it even fill 2 bowls of rice? Remember, you have been in there for an hour and a half. I am in a worse predicament than you. Shouldn't I have a chance to wash up as well? The bathroom is inside, and I can hardly hold it any longer. Xia Simeng pondered for a moment. Isn't this guest house a place for nurturing flowers? Why not resolve it directly in the flower pot? Upon hearing this, Bai's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words, before finally muttering, impressive. Truly, the creator of Xia Simeng is a genius. Realizing that this woman would not emerge anytime soon, he decided to seek alternative means for his own refreshment. Time passed slowly, and approximately an hour later, the bathroom door creaked open, and Xia Simeng emerged like a blooming flower, light and graceful. Her long golden hair cascaded down like a waterfall, still bearing a hint of moisture, elegantly draping over her shoulders. The shimmering droplets reflected a captivating luster, reminiscent of a celestial beauty emerging from a bath, fresh and ethereal. Enchanting to behold. Upon closer inspection, her previously dusky skin had transformed into a fair complexion, delicate and smooth as silk after meticulous grooming. The contrast between her porcelain skin and the soft pink nightgown she wore only heightened her gentle allure, making her appear all the more endearing. Xia Simeng felt a profound satisfaction with her current appearance. The memory of looking like a disheveled refugee after the earlier chaos made her chuckle slightly. Bai Ye, I'm done with my bath. You can come in now. She called, but to her surprise, there was no response. A hint of confusion crossed her mind. Had he gone to bathe himself? As she stepped further into the room, her gaze was suddenly captivated by an exquisite sight, a screen imbued with an ancient charm, adorned with intricately embroidered motifs of dragons and phoenixes, so lifelike that they seemed poised to leap from the fabric. This discovery left Xia Simeng astounded. Who would have thought there would be a screen in this place? As her eyes traversed beyond it, she caught a glimpse of a slender figure standing behind. At the same time, the gentle sound of flowing water reached her ears, crisp and melodious, akin to a delightful symphony. Through the screen's delicate gaps, though the figure appeared somewhat hazy, an unmistakable aura emanated from it, stirring a sense of longing within her. Wait, how could such a thing exist in a guest house? Curiosity and astonishment filled Xia Simeng's mind as she hurriedly circled the exquisite screen to unveil the mystery. However, when she finally beheld what lay before her, she was left utterly speechless. There, behind the screen, stood an enormous wooden bathtub. The sheer size of the tub was beyond imagination, seemingly capable of accommodating several people at once. Moreover, it was lavishly adorned with vibrant rose petals, cascading like pink snowflakes atop the water surface, forming a thick floral blanket that entirely concealed the clear water below. To add to the ambience, an incense stick burned quietly at one side, releasing a subtle fragrance that wove through the air like delicate ribbons, creating an otherworldly, dreamlike atmosphere. At that moment, Bai Ye, with a hot towel resting on his forehead, was idly stirring the water's surface, seemingly at ease. Where on earth did you acquire these things? Xia Simeng exclaimed, taken aback by the screen, the petals, the wooden tub, and the incense. Such luxuries seemed fit only for royal courts. How had she been unaware of this boy's extravagant lifestyle? Even emperors could not indulge in such pleasures. Suddenly, Bai Ye let out a loud yelp, akin to a bashful maiden caught in the act of bathing, while Xia Simeng, without a hint of surprise, pressed down on his head. Stop pretending. I'm asking you, where did you get all this? Express delivery from JD, same city, free shipping. Zhan Xia Siming remarked. You seem to be quite content. Why didn't you present this delightful treasure sooner? It has only just arrived, after all. I've merely soaked for half an hour. You, get up, and let me have a turn. No, I've yet to finish my soak. Xia Siming was left speechless. This fellow always managed to come up with amusing antics. Suddenly, a playful smile crept across her lips. Would you be so kind as to lend these devices to your sister? For what purpose? Xia Siming declared, puffing out her chest. Of course, it's to impress my brothers. Bai Ye was at a loss for words. All right then, but do me a favor, and I shall acquiesce to your request. What favor? Bai Ye splashed the water, smiling brightly. Little Mengzi, the water has grown cold. Please warm it up for me, and while you're at it, help me ease my shoulders. Xia Siming exclaimed. Has this fellow truly taken himself for a monarch? What audacity! Sister Xia, will you agree? If not, I shan't comply. Fine. I agree. After Xia Siming's acquiescence, she began to heat the now cooling bathwater. In an instant, the surface of the water began to froth. Chapter 87. Is it truly you, Xiaoya? You have deceived me. Haven't you? As the water temperature continually rose, Bai attempted to rise, only to be firmly restrained by Xia Siming, who pressed down on his shoulders with a cheerful grin. Your Majesty, shouldn't I assist you in relaxing your shoulders? Please remain seated. This woman did not appear to be well-intentioned. Was she intent on boiling me alive? I certainly do not aspire to become the Prince of Fortune in the Ming Dynasty. Sister Xia, have I offended you in any way? Why resort to such extremes? Do you wish to indulge in a feast of fortune and prosperity? But I assure you, there is little richness to be found in me. If you're not afraid of an explosion, why fear boiling water? As she spoke, Xia Siming lowered her head slightly and whispered, Your Majesty, how's my hand strength feel? Are you satisfied? Bai replied, You might as well be my real sister. I don't require your shoulder massage. Can't I just soak for a while? Giggle, that one tea do. You've caused me such distress. Half of my long hair has been ruined because of you. If I don't exert some effort on you, my heart will feel heavy. Goodness, she is not even pretending. Fine, let it be. If I must be boiled, so be it. After all, a body of abundance fears nothing. Let her have her way. As the water grew increasingly warm, Bai, aside from a slight flush on his face, remained unaffected. Xia Siming, noticing this, couldn't help but praise him. I must say, Bai, you harbor quite a few secrets. At least your physical constitution is impressive. Initially, she merely intended to test his physical resilience, as surviving an explosion unscathed was indeed suspect. But then again, wasn't that just how he was? So many points of doubt. Afterwards, Xia Siming yawned, feeling a bit drowsy. I won't trouble you any further today. Remember our agreement. These facilities are too precious. Tomorrow, I too wish to experience the life of an empress. With that, she turned and returned to her room, leaving behind the steaming bathwater while Bai remained flushed and thoroughly cooked. Watching Xia Siming's retreating figure, Bai couldn't help but think. The genius who invented Xia Siming truly is remarkable. Time passed slowly, and Bai eventually emerged from the large wooden tub, clad in sleepwear woven from dreams. He gazed out at the nightscape of the capital city. Would he ever witness this scene again when he ventured abroad to wreak havoc? The people of the capital city continued to revel, lost in song and dance, intoxicated by the allure of wealth. As Bai observed the sports cars racing through the streets, even in the early hours, a sense of frustration welled within him. Although he could not comprehend why the night watchers enforced such a decree to shield ordinary people from the truth, to him, it seemed nothing short of nurturing a horde of oversized infants. Was it truly necessary to protect them so meticulously? With a sigh, Bai slowly retreated into his room. The following morning, Xia Siming launched a surprise attack on Bai's chamber, yanking the still sleepy Bai from his slumber. Bai, rise and shine. Is there something amiss? Your bathing equipment. I have borrowed it just to inform you. After listening to her, Bai Ye felt an overwhelming urge to give her a good thrashing. To have been awakened so early for such trivial matters was undoubtedly a deliberate act on her part. Whatever, just let me sleep in peace. He chuckled softly, and, without delay, Xia Siming picked up her phone to inform the members of the Phoenix team. Brothers, I'm sending a location. It's time for us to assemble. With that, she took the equipment away and how she managed to do so was beyond Bai Ye's knowledge. Around 9 o'clock, Bai Ye slowly rose, observing the living room now stripped bare. He sighed in resignation. Having met Jian Yin, he had officially become a member of the Shangxia society. Now what? He had met the people. What was he to do next? Just bide his time? He had no idea where Xia Siming had gone, but he could easily guess. She had borrowed the equipment, likely to indulge in a long soak in a bathtub while having her comrades pamper her with massages, savoring the feeling of being an empress. Quite in character for her. After vacating his room, Bai Ye strolled outside. Today, he presented a stark contrast to the monkey he had been last night, donned in tidy, clean attire that accentuated his fair complexion, resembling a refined gentleman, albeit an elegant rogue. Ah, what a bit of leisure. Perhaps he should go find Zhuanggu and have some fun. Wandering leisurely towards the headquarters of the Beijing team, his expression remained indifferent, as if nothing in this world could rouse his concern. Before long, he arrived at the headquarters, where Shen Qingzhu was surrounded by Yuan Gang and others, all of them jovially engaging with him, clearly enjoying a good life here. Suddenly, Shen Qingzhu spotted Bai Ye at the entrance. He exchanged a few words with his comrades before rushing out. What brings you here? Boredom. Just came to check on you. You went on a mission yesterday. How is it? Shen Qingzhu exhaled deeply. It was manageable, though a bit challenging. That mysterious opponent turned out to be at the pinnacle of the Chuan realm, but thankfully, I was only there to assist. The members of the Beijing team are all quite formidable. Bai Ye patted Shen Qingzhu on the shoulder. Actually, your current life seems quite satisfactory. I detest people who speak half-heartedly. If it weren't for the fact that you altered my fate, I would have already punched you in the face. Haha, but judging by your demeanor, it seems you've fully integrated here, which is good. After a brief silence, Shen Qingzhu turned to Bai Ye and finally expressed what had been on his mind. Bai Ye, I dislike being indebted to others. Your presence saved Li Jia and me. Therefore, should you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I will do my utmost to help you. At this revelation, Bai Ye was taken aback. The notion of altering Shen Qingzhu's future had merely been a statement from his lips. Yet it seemed Shen Qingzhu had taken it to heart. Was it really about saving his life? The true significance lay in saving his brother, didn't it? Is that so? However, at the moment, I'm unable to come up with a solution, so I shall return to you once I've gathered my thoughts. Shen Qingzhu's life in Shangjing City has gradually found its rhythm, although he grapples with an inner tension, perhaps resigning himself to the notion that he may never become a member of the Nightfall Squad, which brings him a tinge of sadness. Nonetheless, every individual is the protagonist of their own life, even if he cannot join the Nightfall Squad. His tenacity and talent may well lead him to significant achievements within the Shangjing City team. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Ye found himself once again near the sewer where he had inadvertently caused an explosion the previous night. Perhaps it is the peculiar psychology of a perpetrator that compels one to revisit the scene of the crime. Upon seeing the memorial, he felt as though there was little reason to linger in Shangjing City any longer. A return at Songnan seemed inevitable. However, at that very moment, a familiar yet somewhat strange voice reached his ears, extinguishing the spark of his thoughts to return to Songnan. Koyan, is it really you? You deceived me, did you not? Bai Ye turned towards the source of the voice, where the snake woman stood, her eyes shimmering with a crimson hue as she gazed at him. What an astonishing twist of fate to encounter her here. Chapter 88. My name is Bai Niao, the twin brother of Bai Ye. The current incarnation of the serpent woman bears little resemblance to her former self. Although her figure remains striking, her attire is no longer as revealing. The seductive charm has waned, replaced by a sense of melancholy and sorrow, evoking the essence of a widow. This sentiment seems somewhat misplaced, does it not? Yet, in the eyes of the serpent woman, Bai Ye is as good as dead. Is he now a mere specter risen from the grave? Bai Ye's mind raced, desperately seeking a way to navigate this precarious situation. For should this woman descend into madness, he would find himself utterly helpless. Ah, what the devil? I shall just embrace the chaos. Excuse me, may I inquire who you are? The serpent woman, upon perceiving the unfamiliar and indifferent gaze within Bai Ye's eyes, felt a sharp pang in her heart. Indeed, he is not my Xiao Yi. They merely bear a striking resemblance. Yet, The stark reality that he is not Xiao Yi, coupled with that frigid stare, is almost unbearable. After all, their faces are identical. Forgive me. I simply wish to ask if you have a twin brother. The serpent woman's inquiry immediately illuminated Bai Ye's understanding. She had mistaken him for Bai Ye's twin brother. It is no surprise, for he had prepared even a corpse back then. Even if the serpent woman encountered him, she would likely ponder the possibility of him being the twin brother. She even provided the rationale. How splendid, sparing him the burden of fabricating an excuse. Bai Ye furrowed his brow slightly. A twin brother? I believe I have an elder brother. My parents told me that he was abducted by human traffickers during our childhood, and they searched for him tirelessly over the years, ultimately passing away in despair a few years ago. If it were them, they should know more detailed information. Your parents have passed away? The serpent woman's brow knitted in concern, yet she found herself believing a measure of his tale. She regarded Bai Ye with an added hint of compassion. These two brothers truly have endured a tragic fate, one abducted and rendered an orphan, ultimately perishing due to the ancient god sect, while the other lost his parents to sorrow. Bai Ye then inquired, "Might I ask why you are interested in my twin brother?" I am the wife of your twin brother. Come to seek him out." Good heavens, this woman is weaving a fanciful tale. She tarnishes my innocence. Alas, a dead man cannot refute her claims, for her mouth is hers to wield. Instantly, a look of surprise illuminated Bai Ye's face. "Is that so? You are my brother's wife, which makes you my sister-in-law. Where's my brother?" Seeing Bai Ye's excitement, the serpent woman took a step back. "Sir, please calm down. I do not know your name, so. My name is Bai Niao, the twin brother of Bai Ye. Therefore, sister-in-law, I wish to meet my brother. Can you take me to him?" The address of sister-in-law instantly brightened the serpent woman's mood. At the very least, she had found a semblance of his family. Xiao Yi would surely be delighted to learn of this. Thus, she could pursue her vengeance without any reservations. "Come with me." The serpent woman brought Bai Ye to an inn, where a lifeless body of Bai Ye lay upon the bed. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Bai Ye's mouth as he beheld his own corpse, meticulously arranged on the bed, with wounds expertly stitched, leaving no trace of injury visible. More alarmingly, he noticed numerous crimson lip marks adorning his neck, conjuring vivid images of the serpent woman entwining herself with this corpse each night, indulging in passionate embraces. The thought was too much to bear. Yet, it solidified Bai Ye's conviction. The serpent woman had transformed into a morbidly obsessed individual, much like Xiao Yu, although he himself bore direct responsibility for this. "No, this cannot be true. Brother, please wake up. I am your little bird. Why has this happened? With your departure, I am left utterly alone in this world." Bai Ye's sorrowful lament echoed, overwhelming him with grief. Setting aside all else, he recalled the Tang family performance principle. It was showtime. He could not afford to grant the serpent woman any opportunity to question him. The performance must be seized. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Ye fell to his knees, weeping profoundly, his cries resonating with a heart-wrenching intensity that even stirred the serpent woman's emotions. Though she had seemingly accepted Xiao Ye's demise, his anguished wails drew tears from her eyes once more. Yet, in that moment, her gaze was primarily fixed upon Bai Niao, her newly emerged nephew, leaving her at a loss for words to comfort him. Had she retained her former disposition, the strikingly similar Bai Niao would have long been claimed by her, indulging in nightly revelries. However, with Bai Ye's death, it felt as though she had lost her very soul, leaving her heart to harbor only the memory of Bai Ye. "No, little bird, you still have me. Your sister-in-law will remain by your side." The serpent woman feigned tenderness as she caressed Bai Niao's hair, prompting Bai Ye's surprise. It appeared her affections extended to him, as if loving Bai Ye also meant embracing his brother. Yet this affection seemed distinctly peculiar. However, this woman certainly relished taking advantage of his vulnerability. Well, let her do as she pleased. It was preferable to facing her wrath after the truth unraveled. "Yes, sister-in-law, I will take good care of you on behalf of my brother." Wait, that sentiment feels rather misplaced. How does this differ from the concept of "I will nurture your wife"? Bai Ye's affectionate call of sister-in-law elicited an almost maternal glow in the serpent woman's eyes. Was this what they meant by a sister-in-law is like a mother? "Little bird, did you sustain any injuries from the explosion in Jing City yesterday?" The The serpent woman bombarded him with questions, and Bai Ye soon pieced together the reason behind their sudden encounter. It was revealed that a passerby had uploaded a video online, which the serpent woman had seen, prompting her to rush to his side by plane overnight. "Ah, sister-in-law, I am perfectly fine. I merely set off a firecracker in the sewer and accidentally blew myself up. Haha, a quick wash will do." Upon hearing his light-hearted explanation, the serpent woman gazed at Bai Ye with softened eyes, gently running her fingers through his hair. "You are indeed his soul twin brother. From now on, you must refrain from engaging in such perilous endeavors. Do you understand? However, sister-in-law, concerning my brother's remains." The serpent woman waved her hand dismissively, stating that she had employed a special technique to prevent the decay of the corpse. "All I desire is for him to remain by my side eternally. Is that permissible?" "Absolutely. Goodness, this woman has truly become enamored with the deceased. I feel a twinge of guilt towards her. Wait a moment. Her current aura is at the pinnacle of the Chuan realm. It is indeed surprising how rapidly her cultivation has ascended over the past 6 months. It seems her thirst for vengeance is genuinely formidable. If I were to orchestrate a scenario where my younger brother also meets a tragic fate, would her fury and hatred reach unimaginable heights? This thought, albeit troubling, ignites a spark of anticipation within me. Chapter 89. The Return of Wang Zhuanao. He has successfully assumed the name Bai Niao, taking on the identity of the younger brother-in-law of the snake woman. However, something seems amiss. It is of little consequence. When it comes to performance, he is truly a professional. Bai Ye gazed at the snake woman, biting his lip. "Sister-in-law, may I inquire how my brother met his demise?" "He was murdered," she replied. "What? Who dares to take my brother's life? I shall avenge him." Bai Ye's face contorted with fury, but the snake woman gently stroked his head. "The one who killed him has already been imprisoned. The execution has been carried out. Yet they were merely pawns. The true orchestrators behind your brother's death are those who stand in the shadows. Xiao Niao, leave this matter to your sister-in-law. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Moreover, I shall not linger in the capital for long. After I depart, you must quickly relocate to another city to avoid being entangled in my affairs." Setting aside her somewhat twisted transformation, the snake woman genuinely cared for her younger brother-in-law, despite the fact that this identity was a mere fabrication. "Indeed, I will, sister-in-law. I shall obediently heed your words." The snake woman smiled. Although Bai Ye and Bai Niao bore an uncanny resemblance, subtle details revealed they were two distinct individuals. Bai Ye was astute, mature, and composed, while Bai Niao was impulsive and somewhat childlike. In this world, one must rely on their acting skills. He paused, by the way. "Could you provide me with a means of contact? It will facilitate our communication in the future." At that moment, Bai Ye breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, in his attempts to maintain a delicate and tragic persona before the snake woman, he had been so impoverished that he couldn't even afford a mobile phone. Otherwise, having 2 identical contact numbers would surely have exposed him. "All right, sister-in-law, you must be weary from your journey. You must be hungry. How about I treat you to a meal?" Upon seeing a familiar face inviting her to dine, the snake woman felt a flutter in her heart. The happiest moments of her past were spent waiting for Xiao Yi to prepare simple home-cooked meals for her. That dream, now a mere echo of the past, could finally be rekindled. "Sister-in-law, what would you like to eat? Fried chicken or hamburgers? Perhaps some spicy crayfish? Oh, and we must have some smoked pig trotters as well." The snake woman merely stared, her lips twitching slightly as she felt a pang of disappointment. Indeed, he was not Bai Ye. Before long, the delivery man arrived with the food. As Bai Ye caught sight of him, he took a moment to verify that his name was not Lu Wu Wei. Discovering that he was merely an ordinary delivery person left him somewhat disheartened. It seemed finding a useful tool would not be so easily accomplished. "Sister-in-law, it's time for fried chicken." Though the experience did not entirely align with the expectations of the serpent woman, she nonetheless accepted the takeout and began to eat, setting aside everything else. Sharing a meal with Bai Niao evoked a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of the quaint, dilapidated cottage in the urban village of Songnan. After finishing the meal with simplicity, Bai Ye's phone rang. To his surprise, the message was from Xia Simeng, accompanied by a voice note. Bai Ye casually tapped it open, but the first sentence that emerged startled him tremendously. Bai Ye, your royal bathing set. With a resounding crack, the phone shattered into pieces, leaving him utterly bewildered. How could he possibly defend against this? The serpent woman's eyes narrowed, clearly having overheard the voice message. Her gaze turned icy as she fixed her stare upon Bai Ye, her tone laced with chilling intensity. She calls you Bai Ye? Panic surged through him. What to do? What to do? The yandere was about to lose her composure. Perhaps he should feign madness too? His mind raced, pleading for a solution. Please forgive me. I promise I won't do it again. Bai Ye fell to his knees, clutching her long legs, tears streaming down his face as he lamented his plight, desperately concocting a ruse to placate her, convinced that once he did so, everything would be manageable. Why does this woman call you by your brother's name? Could it be that you I'm sorry, sister-in-law? I shouldn't have used my brother's name to pursue women. I was wrong. Bai Ye's mind spun in frantic circles. Thankfully, it was Xiao Lan who had sent the message. He still had some maneuvering room. Had it been in Qingyu or Shenqingzhu, he would have been irrevocably branded with the identity of non-tone. Meanwhile, the serpent woman's expression darkened further. You used your brother's name to flirt with girls? Yes. Yes. Bai Ye nodded vigorously, akin to a bobblehead, terrified that he might not be able to convince her. Today had been exceedingly thrilling, filled with twists and turns. Wait, why was he so anxious? Could it be that he was genuinely immersing himself in the role of a younger brother with an older sister-in-law? Ridiculous. He internally chastised himself. Yet, the serpent woman sighed deeply, a flicker of melancholy dancing in her eyes as she regarded Bai Ye. Then why did you use your brother's name? Do you not have a name of your own? Well, one must navigate the world with caution. After all, I am Bai Ye, also known as Bai Ye. Using a pseudonym for socializing is certainly prudent. The serpent woman found herself at a loss for words, realizing that Bai Ye was the only blood relative left in this world. What did she do? She couldn't turn him to stone, could she? Yet, the thought that he was a charming rogue who pursued women, even using a false name, stirred a sense of resentment within her. He was certainly not the innocent Bai Ye she once knew. He was a far cry from the boy she cherished. Yet, the sight of him charming other women with his handsome visage irritated her. Perhaps she should consider removing that face no. The moment such a thought crossed her mind, she quickly dismissed it. After all, he was the twin brother of Xiao Ye. She couldn't possibly harm him, for it would surely sadden Xiao Ye. Xiao, come here. What is your command, sister-in-law? Upon witnessing the state of the white bird, the serpent woman, despite harboring some resentment, chose to suppress her feelings. For she too would feel a pang of sorrow at the thought of marred beauty. With this contemplation, she gently caressed the white bird's cheek, realizing how strikingly similar they were, almost identical. Sister-in-law, I'm not my brother, she said. Alas, this delicate yet deranged woman seemed to have set her sights on him, though they were indeed the same person in essence. Yet there lay another lifeless body on the bed. Is this truly wise? Upon hearing this, the serpent woman cast a flirtatious glance at Bai Ye, a look so enchanting that even Bai Ye felt a shiver of unease. Indeed, one ought to tread carefully around those with a penchant for obsession. I am fully aware that you are not your brother. However, I merely wish to observe you up close. At that moment, Bai Ye's already shattered phone rang once more, prompting him to hastily retrieve it. As anticipated, it was a message from Xiao Lan. Yet it was once again a voice message, which made Bai Ye hesitant to open it. After all, he had just managed to divert the attention of this enchanting serpent woman. Another message might spell disaster. What's this? A message from a girl you've been courting? They say a sister-in-law is akin to a mother. Shall I act as your guardian? Bai Ye thought to himself, incredulous at how swiftly she had embraced her role. You truly took my words to heart. What if she has done something inappropriate with the corpse you conjured? The thought sent chills down his spine. Such trivial matters need not trouble you, dear sister-in-law, he chuckled nervously. You seem rather anxious. Do you not wish for your sister-in-law to see? Or is there something amiss? Bai Ye's lips twitched. He was more concerned about her being struck down by Xiao Lan's fist. After all, he had painstakingly cultivated her as a lethal thorn within the ancient god cult, and to lose her carelessly would render his efforts futile. Sister-in-law, what is so captivating about this woman? Perhaps I should take you on a tour of the capital and treat you properly. Before he could finish, the serpent woman retorted, By the way, what is the name of the girl you are pursuing? Bai Ye paused. You asked such an excellent question. I cannot possibly say is Xia Simon. After all, the reputation of the special team captain is well known within the ancient god cult. Her name is Wang Zuehua. Chapter 90. The Raucous Phoenix team, I suspect you are deceiving me. Is there truly a maiden named Wang Zuehua? This little brother is full of nonsense. Entirely different from her wild spirit. Sister-in-law, I assure you, I speak nothing but the truth. You should send her a video, unless she admits it herself, otherwise. You are merely fooling me. Bai Ye, it is quite the challenge to trick this woman. With no other options left, I might as well initiate a voice call. I hope Xia Simon can cooperate harmoniously. She ought to, right? With a sigh of resignation, Bai Ye navigated to Xia Simon's chat page and initiated a voice call. Our childhoods were similar, weren't they? Nonsense. Not at all alike, Bai Ye silently retorted. When Xia Simon answered, Bai Ye seized the opportunity. Sister Zuehua, it's me, Bai Ye. How is the bath I gifted you? I have many delightful items here. At that moment, Xia Simon was utterly flabbergasted, caught off guard by his sudden approach. Moreover, when he addressed her as Sister Zuehua, her face turned a shade of green. Meanwhile, her teammates, summoned to play the role of handmaidens, stifled their laughter, whispering among themselves. Oh, Sister Zuehua, what a tantalizing notion. Ha ha! We've long suspected a unique bond between the captain and the foolish junior, and they even have pet names for each other, keeping us in the dark. Xia Siming felt a surge of frustration. This embarrassing history had been uncovered by these rascals, all thanks to Bai Ye. Hey, what exactly do you intend to do? Sister Zuehua, why so cold? Is it that you do not appreciate the gift I sent? If it displeases you, I can offer you more. How about it, Sister Zuehua? Bai Ye emphasized the title Sister Zuehua, leaving Xia Siming perplexed. Yet, it seemed that his words implied he was bestowing upon her the entire royal bathing collection. Was that truly the case? Adhering to the principle that one should seize opportunities when they arise, Xia Siming promptly responded, Bai Ye, is there something you wish to discuss? Nothing much. I simply miss you and wish to hear your voice. The other 6 members of the Phoenix team surrounded Xia Siming, their expressions mischievous, which made her somewhat uneasy. What on earth was this scoundrel saying? Did he not realize how easily his words could be misconstrued? While Xia Siming appeared flustered, her companions were rather amused. They had already been summoned early in the morning to witness her cosplay as the Empress in an extravagant bath, and they found themselves in a rather helpless situation. Even more absurd was being gathered to massage her shoulders. However, given that she was their amusing captain, albeit a bit scatterbrained, she was undeniably lovable, wasn't she? To their surprise, witnessing such a spectacle unfolded right before their eyes was simply delightful. Who would have thought they could indulge in such juicy gossip? This time, one might even sympathize with Vice Captain Kong, a man who could not partake in this sort of amusement. However, knowing what a mischievous character Bai Ye is, Xia Siming is absolutely aware that this fellow harbors a myriad of wicked thoughts. Yet this bathtub is so delightful that once one sinks into it, one becomes reluctant to leave. It is truly the epitome of laziness. Bai Ye, my dear, Sister Zuehua is here. Do you have something to discuss? No, nothing in particular. It seems you're already relishing the gift I bestowed upon you. Xia Siming placed her phone near the water's surface and began to stir the water, producing a soothing sound. Indeed, my sisters adore this gift. But are you certain it was meant for me? This item does not come cheaply. Sister Zuehua, I merely wish to evoke a smile from a beautiful person. What is this trifling gift in comparison? It is yours now, and if it does not please you, I have more at hand. My only wish is for your enjoyment. Well, Sister Zuehua, I must take my leave. Something has come up. With that, Bai Ye ended the call, simultaneously extinguishing Xia Siming's curiosity. Yet, the pressing matter at hand was not her intrigue regarding Bai Ye's peculiar flirtations, but rather her companions. Oh my, it seems the sparks have truly ignited. Captain, it appears that our dear foolish brother has taken a liking to you. He even allowed you to enter the commander's office alone yesterday. It seems he is genuinely interested. Bai Ye's peculiar words of affection have left the others astounded. Although somewhat bizarre, it mattered little. The mortality rate of their special squad is inherently high. They are unsure if they will even reach the age of 30. If they cannot find joy in their lives, it would be utterly dismal. Xiao Siming instinctively splashed water onto the faces of her comrades, exclaiming, "Do not speak nonsense. We are merely ordinary friends." Ling Ling chuckled. "Ordinary friends? Aren't all couples forged from such beginnings? Captain, after all, he even shared his name with you. But Captain, what does Suwa signify? Could it be your pet name? Wow, how intimate. Indeed, look at this wooden tub adorned with exquisite patterns. This screen, depicting the auspicious pairing of dragon and phoenix, with the phoenix representing the captain. Ah, the details are splendid. However, such items do not come at a meager price. Even custom-made, it would not be less than several thousand. Alas, isn't the leave granted by Commander Yi quite limited? If the foolish brother truly ends up with the captain, let him toil a bit and grant her a maternity leave. Then, our holiday would be secured. Wow, you are a genius. Hit out. Observing her comrades bantering about these absurd notions, Xiao Siming's fists, as large as sandbags, began to clench. She leapt from the bathtub, donned a bathrobe, and swiftly tossed the three most boisterous speakers, Ling Ling and the others, into the tub. "Ah, Captain, no. I'm still in my clothes." They protested. "We are all women. Why the shyness now? Were you not just so spirited a moment ago? Very well, I shall give you a thorough wash and knead, allowing you to experience the sensation of being a queen." "No, please. Your Majesty, I was wrong. I shall never do so again." With a sinister chuckle, she mused that none of them could escape her grasp. Just as Xiao Siming was about to indulge in her whims, her phone rang once more. This time, however, the caller was someone she instinctively wished to avoid. Yet, as a sentinel, she knew she had to answer. "Hello, Director Zhua. Another mission awaits?" Reports indicated that there were signs of a mysterious foreign incursion in Liaoshan City, likely at the level of the Boundless Realm. "Xiao Siming, prepare yourself for departure." Xiao Siming sighed, feeling exasperated. She had hoped for a reprieve from duties. Freedom was her aspiration, much like a phoenix yearning for liberation. How vexing, she thought, to be summoned by the insufferable Zhua. After a brief internal lament, she patted the shoulders of her three drenched companions. "Ladies, let us tidy up and summon Granny Calm. We have yet another mission ahead." Ling Lin, resigned, peeled off her soggy attire. "Alas, we've only had 16 hours of rest since arriving in the capital. Captain, perhaps we should let the foolish little brother bear the brunt of the work while you take maternity leave. After all, you two can still enjoy each other's company." Xiao Siming pondered. Indeed, perhaps it would be best to immerse that chatterbox in the bathtub for a thorough soak. Chapter 91. The Serpent Woman. After Bai Ye hung up the phone, he unabashedly remarked, "Sister-in-law, see, I wasn't lying. Her name is indeed Suwa. Next time we meet, please add 2 drumsticks for Xiao Siming. We're so in sync." The Serpent Woman furrowed her brows, then sighed, pondering what kind of parents would bestow such a name upon their child. Bai Ye offered a timid smile. Sister-in-law, I still don't know your name. Would you mind sharing it with me?" The Serpent Woman paused for a moment, then replied, "I'm called Serpent Woman." Bai Ye nodded vigorously. What a distinctive name. "Sister-in-law, how did you meet my brother? Since he was abducted at the tender age of 3, I've been oblivious to any news about him apart from his name. Though he has passed, I yearn to learn more about his life." Upon hearing this, the Serpent Woman's frigid demeanor softened a tad, and a smile crept onto her lips. "Very well. I met him in a place called Sangnan." She then began recounting the details of her encounter with Bai Ye, albeit with some artistic embellishments. For instance, she omitted any mention of the ancient god church and instead narrated a tale of how she was injured by her biological sister after running away from home, subsequently saved by Bai Ye. His tender care made her fall for him, and their relationship blossomed into a romantic partnership, living together for what felt like an eternity, akin to newlyweds, even planning names for their future children. Just a day before they were to obtain their marriage certificate, Bai Ye was tragically murdered by 3 envious thugs. The Serpent Woman experienced profound anguish, promptly reporting the incident to the authorities and aiding in the apprehension of the culprits, who were ultimately sentenced to death. She believed there were still hidden forces at play, thus she continued her investigation. After listening to the Serpent Woman's narrative, Bai Ye found himself at a loss for words. It seemed he was not the only one with a penchant for weaving fanciful tales. Their time in Sangnan barely spanned 10 days. Yet she had fabricated an impression of cohabitation lasting several years. Even the notion of obtaining a marriage license was absurd. Alas, the most lamentable aspect was that she never conceived his child, despite numerous attempts. As she touched her abdomen, Bai Ye's vision momentarily darkened. Had he not been privy to the entire truth, he might have been led to believe her words. Wait, that statement might hold some truth, given the connection to the deceased. Stop. Cease these thoughts. What on earth are you contemplating? This is utterly twisted. Bai Ye shook his head, striving to expunge those notions from his mind. If it truly were as he suspected, the serpent woman's level of abstraction could rival that of Ahahaha. The serpent woman stared intently at Bai Ye, causing him to feel uneasy. Recalling what he had just said, he instinctively thought of a scene from a story. Little bird, for your brother, could you leave him a legacy? Just for one night, can you? No, sister-in-law, you cannot do this. I cannot betray my brother. Do not worry. Little bird, I do not blame you. Your brother. He would not either. Tonight, I wish for you to call me Little Snake. Soon after, Bai Ye was pinned to the bed by the serpent woman, and they quickly became entwined. What is this absurd plot? My mind seems to have gone awry. Influenced by Ahahaha, constantly drifting to other thoughts. Just then, a phone call interrupted, causing the serpent woman to frown as she hurried to the bathroom to answer. Sukai has unexpectedly died. Serpent woman, how has your task progressed? The voice was deep and somber. Upon hearing it, the serpent woman released all her pent-up hatred, muttering curses at the old bastard for specifically informing her. One day, when he falls into my hands, I shall strip him of his powers and have dozens of brutish men make him wish for death. Sukai was killed by the Night Watcher. I too barely escaped. The mission has failed. The tone of the speaker was somewhat calm, yet he sighed heavily. Is that so? Considering the capabilities of Team 009. Your current strength indeed makes this task quite challenging. So what is your status now? I am recuperating. Once I have healed, I will return and ensure the next mission is completed. Damn it. They're pursuing me again, these relentless spirits. The speaker cursed under his breath for reasons unknown and hastily ended the call. Meanwhile, Bai Ye, hiding by the bathroom door, had overheard the entire conversation. It seemed this individual must be the true form of Chun Ernyo, with his avatar already molded by Ahahaha. Enough of that. I shan't dwell on it. It makes me nauseous. Sister-in-law, who is on the phone, nothing of importance, just a foolish superior. Disregard him. Bai Ye smirked, evidently. The serpent woman and the speaker were now entangled in a deadly rivalry, which he found rather amusing. The serpent woman emerged from the bathroom, gazing at Bai Ye, whose eyes sparkled with clarity, reaffirming her resolve. I cannot remain in the capital for long. If you face any difficulties, feel free to reach out. I have matters to attend to, so you should return today. All right, understood. By the way, sister-in-law, I have some work to finish, but I plan to visit Songnan soon. The serpent woman furrowed her brows slightly. What purpose do you have there? Songnan, that cursed place, held no pleasant memories for her aside from knowing Xiao Yi. She had been grievously wounded by the Night Watcher and lost her most beloved to the faithful there. It was undeniably a place of sorrow for her. However, Bai Ye's expression turned melancholic as he twirled a lock of his hair, speaking with a hint of sadness. I wish to see the city where my brother grew up. We parted ways at the age of 3 and never met again, only to reunite with his lifeless body. At the very least, as his younger brother, I wish to know the traces of his life. Take care, sister-in-law. With a bow, Bai Ye swiftly departed, leaving the serpent woman gazing after him. Though their acquaintance had lasted merely half a day, she could ascertain that these two brothers were indeed distinct individuals. Though their appearances were identical, their personalities, behaviors, and speech diverged greatly. It was indeed a pity, as she yearned to gaze upon his visage once more. However, the fragmented conversation that echoed in her mind abruptly pulled her back to reality. She had irrevocably lost Bai Ye and could not bear to lose Bai Niao as well. With that, the serpent woman once again settled beside Bai Ye's lifeless form, gently caressing his rigid and pallid face. Xiao Yi, I have seen your brother. He bears an uncanny resemblance to you, though he possesses a bit more audacity and mischief. Fear not for this time. I shall not allow him to follow in your footsteps. With that, the serpent woman tenderly kissed Bai Ye and embraced him once more. Chapter 92. Returning to Songnan in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Bai Ye had been diligently visiting the residence of the snake woman to maintain the ruse since their departure. However, on the evening of the third day, the snake woman seemed to have departed for the capital city for reasons unknown. Before leaving, she continued to affectionately ruffle his hair, chirping like a little bird. Bai Ye could only shake his head in resignation. Ever since the demise of one Bai Ye, his disposition had altered drastically. If this little bird were to perish as well, the consequences would be dire. Yet, he had not been idle during these days. Although the mysteries of the capital city were formidable, the truly formidable ones remained hidden. Occasionally, a few unruly ones would emerge to stretch their wings, and he had been accompanying the local team to gain experience each night. Meanwhile, Lan's correction value had finally reached 50%. He was unaware of how many mysterious entities he had claimed in that 3%, and the slow progress was utterly appalling. I haven't seen you around these days. It seems it's time to assign you some tasks, or else this habit of drawing a salary for nothing is quite detrimental. Genian appeared from nowhere, patting Bai Ye on the shoulder, his expression casual and devoid of any semblance of authority. Bai Ye chuckled helplessly. How fortunate that President Ji has the time to seek me out. Genian sighed deeply. Bai Ye, how much do you know about the developments surrounding the ancient God Church? I am aware that you have infiltrated it with an undercover agent, who has now risen to the 9th seat of the believers. Genian smiled gently. Indeed, you are one who has perused a portion of the original work. It is rare for matters to escape your notice. Recently, the ancient God Church and its followers have begun stirring trouble once more. Unfortunately, the majority of the CS sect's influence is abroad and domestically. I wish to infiltrate further. As he spoke, Genian patted Bai Ye's shoulder again. Bai Ye's lips twitched. What are you looking at me for? With your transformation ability, who else would take on such a role? You are the quintessential undercover saint. So what do you say? No, I want to create chaos. I want to see rivers of blood flowing. Genian rapped Bai Ye lightly on the head. What nonsense, little rascal. Rivers of blood? Wait until you attain the boundless realm, and then I shall take you abroad. Right now, as a mere Chuan realm practitioner, you would be courting death by stepping out. After saying this, Genian